Hello everyone, today we're diving into part 2. But first, let's do a quick recap of the previous episode. Luo Tianya, a time traveler in the Beast continent, was once a prodigious youth in his family. However, he became infamous after hatching a caterpillar. Unwilling to accept defeat, he vowed to transform the caterpillar into the mighty Azure Dragon using his invincible evolution system, determined to rewrite his destiny. In the Beast arena, Luo Tianya made a name for himself by defeating stronger opponents against all odds, marking the beginning of his rise. Not only did he silence his mockers, but he also stunned everyone at the entrance examination of Nanyan Academy by challenging a level 9 beast with only level 6 power. His presence became the focus of attention, and his name began its journey to legend. Luo Tianya's background is shrouded in mystery. His parents were legendary figures in the Beast continent who sacrificed their lives to protect Four Directions City. He inherited their will, resolving to guard the continent and fight against extraterrestrial beasts, aiming to become the new legend. During the hunting battle in the Nanyan forest, Luo Tianya led his team to counterattack and defeat the hunters from the advanced class, creating a miracle in the history of Nanyan Academy. He not only earned respect but also caught the eye of Dean Nangong Wushuang, who entrusted him with important responsibilities. In an unexpected turn of events, Luo Tianya obtained a Vermilion Bird egg, further enhancing his power. Despite the doubts from his family and the ridicule from the outside world, Luo Tianya never took a step back. With each challenge, he proved his strength, and in every battle, he gave his all. That's the recap for part 1. I hope you enjoy what we have for part 2 today. Your likes and comments are my biggest motivation. If you're interested in this story and it's your first time watching, you can start from part 1 in the comments section or the playlist below. Now, let's begin the story of part 2. When Luo Tianya, the Six-Eared Macaque, and the little Vermilion Bird returned to the small wooden cabin after a satisfying meal, Luo Tianya suddenly remembered something he had forgotten: little Azure Dragon. While the three of them were out enjoying the feast, little Azure Dragon had been left behind in the rhombus crystal within the soul space. A wave of guilt washed over him, but he didn't summon little Azure Dragon immediately. First, Luo Tianya introduced the Six-Eared Macaque and the little Vermilion Bird to each other formally, emphasizing that they would be fighting side by side from now on. Once the introductions were complete, he finally summoned little Azure Dragon. Roar! As soon as little Azure Dragon appeared, it let out a dragon's roar. Although the soul space was spacious, it enjoyed lively surroundings and had felt lonely since it hadn't been summoned since the previous morning. The roar was both an outburst and an expression of its feelings. Unexpectedly, the first response came from a clear chirp. Tweet. Suspended in midair, little Azure Dragon looked down at the little Vermilion Bird standing on the table, its eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. The white flames around the little Vermilion Bird began to boil, and an indescribable aura filled the air. Its tiny eyes were fixed on little Azure Dragon floating above. This was the first meeting of two divine beasts. Luo Tianya realized this and observed that there seemed to be a mysterious connection between them. With a soft growl, little Azure Dragon slowly descended next to the little Vermilion Bird and extended a dragon claw. The little Vermilion Bird, looking solemn, slowly extended its right wing. Under the watchful eyes of Luo Tianya and the Six-Eared Macaque, the two divine beasts made their first contact. Clap! The dragon claw and the bird wing touched, and a gentle breeze rose between them, growing stronger and swirling around them. A mysterious aura emanated. Luo Tianya's eyes flashed gold as he scrutinized the state of the two little creatures. Little Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon species, early Shin level. Abilities: Azure Dragon Force, Sweet Rain, Cloud Soaring, Azure Dragon Body, Azure Dragon 8 forms. Status: Divine Beast Aura Intermingling. Little Vermilion Bird. Vermilion Bird species, level 1. Abilities: South Bright Fire, Coexist Fire, Divine Control Fire. Status: Divine Beast Aura Intermingling. Luo Tianya frowned in thought, uncertain what changes this aura intermingling might bring. He noted that this phenomenon seemed exclusive to divine beasts, as no such thing had ever occurred between little Azure Dragon and the Six-Eared Macaque. As he pondered, the situation changed again. A greenish-blue light and a red light emanated from little Azure Dragon and the little Vermilion Bird, intertwining and shining brightly, obscuring their figures. Moments later, the light dissipated, revealing their forms. Little Azure Dragon and the little Vermilion Bird had separated and stood apart. Luo Tianya observed closely and noticed that aside from a newfound closeness due to the aura intermingling, there were no apparent changes. Suddenly, Luo Tianya was astonished to discover that the little Vermilion Bird had leveled up. The system showed that its level had increased to level 2. He was perplexed as to how the flashing lights had caused this upgrade. Moreover, the status of Divine Beast Aura Intermingling had disappeared. Luo Tianya speculated that it might be due to the elemental relationship, little Azure Dragon being wood and little Vermilion Bird being fire, with wood nurturing fire. During the aura intermingling, The Shin level aura of little Azure Dragon might have influenced the little Vermilion Bird, prompting its upgrade. As he contemplated this, a faint flame flickered on his body before extinguishing. This was a feedback effect from the little Vermilion Bird leveling up, but it had little impact on Luo Tianya, who was already at the Shin level. He looked forward to the little Vermilion Bird reaching higher levels in the future, hoping it would bring him stronger feedback and more powerful abilities. While Luo Tianya was planning for the future, the little Vermilion Bird suddenly chirped at little Azure Dragon. Luo Tianya's expression changed dramatically because he realized the little Vermilion Bird was bragging about the delicious clear spirit fruit it had just eaten and asking if little Azure Dragon had ever tasted it. Roar! Little Azure Dragon was momentarily stunned, looking at the little Vermilion Bird's bulging belly, then turned to look at Luo Tianya and the Six-Eared Macaque. When the Six-Eared Macaque also reached out and chirped twice, indicating it had eaten 2 delicious bunches of bananas, Luo Tianya's gaze immediately shifted to the little Azure Dragon. He was astonished to see the rapid changes in the dragon's expression, from grievance to sorrow, and finally to a look of utter despair, as if it had experienced centuries of hardship. Luo Tianya inwardly criticized the little Azure Dragon's exaggerated expressions, but he knew that the most important thing now was to comfort this young dragon. Despite its immense power, the little Azure Dragon was still just a child in terms of age. My fault, it's all my fault, Luo Tianya quickly said, his tone full of apology. I'll take you to eat something delicious now. You can have as many Qilin fruits as you want, even more than Xiao Zhuke. No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Zhuke protested. Chirp? Why more than me? Luo Tianya turned and glared at Xiao Zhuke, hissing, because you talk too much. Reluctantly, Xiao Zhuke muttered, fine, as long as I get enough to eat, I won't argue with you. With that, it hopped away flapping its wings, heading towards the small grove outside for a stroll. After much effort, with promises of not forgetting again and various other reassurances, Luo Tianya finally managed to calm the little Azure Dragon. He exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his forehead. To him, the little Azure Dragon and the others were not just contract beasts but comrades, friends, and even family. He deeply cared about their feelings and firmly believed that they would continue to stand by each other in the future. At that moment, in a distant, unknown void, a white figure was leisurely licking its paws. Suddenly, it seemed to sense something and slowly rose. A fierce, annihilating aura emanated from its small body, causing the surrounding billions of miles of chaotic void to tremble. Thunder roared, and the spatial winds raged violently, as if witnessing the creation of the world. Its gaze pierced through countless voids, landing on a continent suspended in the void. When it saw the brief but intense flashes of azure and red light in the southern part of the continent, a meaningful smile appeared on its lips. Finally, the wheel of destiny had begun to turn. Tianya is going to participate in the Tianjiao battle and also take part in the Shin level training? Luo Lu looked at Luo Tianya, who was sitting across the campfire, with a face full of surprise. The moonlight was like water, casting a gentle glow on the group of young people who had just finished a day of grueling training. They sat around the campfire, eating simple food to ease their fatigue. Luo Tianya's words were like a bomb, instantly shattering the calm atmosphere. As a seasoned member of the academy, Luo Lu was all too familiar with the Shin level training. Every student who advanced to the Shin level had to go to the front lines to slay magical beasts, preparing for future confrontations. Although Luo Tianya was only 15, he was eligible to participate since he had already reached the Shin level. However, the news about the Tianjiao battle was what truly shocked everyone. It was the pinnacle contest for the younger generation of the Divine Beast continent, gathering the elite under 22 from various academies to compete for the title of the strongest. You didn't bribe the headmaster with something, did you? To suddenly get the chance to join the Tianjiao battle? Luo Lu joked, though his tone couldn't hide his astonishment. Luo Tianya rolled his eyes. If Luo Lu weren't his cousin, he might have slapped him. While feeding Qinglong and Zhuke some spirit fruits, he explained, it's already decided. Believe it or not, Luo Hua sighed, petting the head of Lan Yu Tanling beside him and teased. We agreed to lay low together, but you went ahead and stood out. The world is so unfair. When did I ever say I was going to lay low with you? Luo Tianya retorted. But you, with your wolf, really fit the bill. As they spoke, Lan Yu Tanlang took the opportunity to sneak a lick of the grilled fish in Luo Hua's hand. Luo Hua smacked its head, causing everyone to burst into laughter. De Zhuang remarked, we joined the academy at the same time, but now you're able to participate in such a prestigious event. Tianya, Luo Feng and Luo Bing also expressed their determination to work harder. Luo Tianya quickly reassured everyone, reminding them to balance their training. At that moment, Luo Hua cautiously asked, so, can we sleep in tomorrow? No, Luo Bing replied firmly. Your mental energy formations are still not proficient. We need extra practice tomorrow. Luo Hua sighed dramatically. My life is so tough. The howling of the wolf and the laughter of the group echoed through the night. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office at Nantian Academy, Nangong Wushuang looked kindly at the 5 people standing before him: Wu Ji, Xing Yueya, Yi Qingxue, Bai Qiu, and Luo Tianya. You 5 will be the participants in this year's Tianjiao battle, Nangong Wushuang announced. This list was finalized after careful consideration. Luo Tianya's performance in his battle with Wu Ji, especially the final move by Qinglong that shattered Qingyun Yanwang's body, convinced the academy that he was now the strongest among the Nantian Academy students. However, they kept this information under wraps, planning to reveal it as a trump card at a critical moment in the Tianjiao battle. As for Wu Ji, although he lost, it seemed to have pushed him to a new level. At that moment, Wu Ji was enveloped in a peculiar aura, flickering and unstable. His presence fluctuated, one moment exuding the majesty of a supreme ruler, and the next appearing as ordinary as a passerby, compelling others to take notice. Nangong Wushuang nodded in satisfaction, a hint of relief in his eyes. Wu Ji had finally taken a crucial step forward. Surveying the 5 individuals, Nangong Wushuang spoke solemnly. You are all the elite of Nantian Academy, representing us in battle. I hope you achieve victory after victory, bringing honor to the academy and earning glory for yourselves. The 5 respectfully bowed in agreement. After offering a few more words of encouragement, Nangong Wushuang motioned for them to leave. As they exited the dean's office, Yi Qingxue was filled with questions. Why were the 5 of them chosen to participate in the Tianjiao War? Wu Ji, Xing Yueya, and herself, as the top 3 on the Xin level ranking, were naturally expected to be selected. But the inclusion of Bai Qiu and Luo Tianya puzzled her. Although Bai Qiu, a disciple of Vice Dean Nangong, had reached the Xin level earlier than Yi Qingxue, he was still just a novice at that level. There were stronger candidates in the top 10 of the Xin level ranking. What confused Yi Qingxue even more was that Bai Qiu had been defeated by another chosen participant, Luo Tianya. As for Luo Tianya, his reputation preceded him. He had broken through to the Xin level shortly after entering the academy and was hailed as a peerless genius. Logically, it would have been more prudent for him to wait until the next competition, given that he was still in the early stages of the Xin level. As the 5 walked out of the office, Wu Ji, Xing Yueya, and Luo Tianya conversed quietly, while Bai Qiu stood calmly to the side. Luo Tianya, noticing Yi Qingxue's occasional glances, smiled and asked, Sister Yi, is there something on your mind? Yi Qingxue quickly waved her hand, her cheeks flushing slightly. No. She felt a bit embarrassed to be caught staring. Luo Tianya pondered for a moment, realizing he knew the least about Yi Qingxue. Turning to her, he politely asked, Sister Yi, may I see your lifebound beast? Of course, no problem. Yi Qingxue readily agreed, quickly composing herself and summoning her lifebound beast. Luo Tianya focused his gaze and couldn't help but exclaim, This is... They stepped out into the open clearing. With a wave of her hand, Yi Qingxue summoned a creature with a clear, resonant cry that echoed across the sky. In an instant, a mystical beast appeared on the lawn, as white as snow and with wings on its back. Its mane flowed gracefully, exuding an otherworldly aura. Luo Tianya was momentarily stunned by the majestic creature before him, thinking to himself, this must be the legendary Pegasus. His guess was quickly confirmed by the system information. Species, Pegasus. Mutation level, late Xin stage. Abilities, Skyflight, Meteor Strike, Gale Sweep. Status, flowing mane, looking dashing as ever. Seeing the self-adoring status description, Luo Tianya couldn't help but smile. Yi Qingxue stepped forward to gently stroke the Pegasus's mane, and the noble creature closed its eyes in comfort. As Luo Tianya studied the Pegasus closely, he pondered, this Pegasus has 3 abilities? Skyflight must be an innate ability brought by its wings. Yi Qingxue turned and introduced, this is my lifebound beast, Pegasus. What a handsome creature. Luo Tianya genuinely praised. The term usually reserved for humans seemed perfectly fitting for the Pegasus. Its entire body was immaculate, with smooth, flawless fur. Its facial features were harmonious, especially its eyes, which radiated intelligence and wisdom. Yi Qingxue laughed and said, when it comes to looks, my Pegasus is second to none. Wu Ji and Xing Yueya remained silent, as the statement was indeed true. Their own beasts, while unique, couldn't compare to the Pegasus in terms of appearance. Bai Qiu also had to admit that the Pegasus was indeed more attractive than her ice flame lion. Luo Tianya was glad he hadn't brought his little Vermilion Bird today. Seeing such an impressive Pegasus, the little bird would surely have caused a commotion. As he admired the magnificent Pegasus, Luo Tianya couldn't help but think of Luo Hua. The stark contrast between the playful dog and the elegant Pegasus made him doubt Luo Hua's chances of winning Yi Qingxue's favor. As the 5 of them said their goodbyes, Bai Qiu suddenly called out to Luo Tianya and said softly, thank you for giving me such great motivation. With that, she turned and left, leaving Luo Tianya puzzled. As night fell, a group of people gathered around the campfire. Ever since Feng Yingying and Nangong Qianqian had tasted Luo Tianya's cooking, They often came by for meals, always bringing something in return. After a satisfying meal, Feng Yingying suddenly asked, I heard you're going to participate in the Tianjiao battle. Luo Tianya nodded and replied, Yes, are you interested in joining too? Feng Yingying sighed. I can't even rank at Dongji Academy. I'll have to wait another 3 years. Despite her exceptional talent, she was only 16, and her life-bound beast hadn't yet reached the Xian level. Participating in the Tianjiao battle would be suicidal. Feng Yingying was puzzled by Luo Tianya's inclusion in the Tianjiao battle. Although he was strong, he was only at the early Xian stage. How could he compete with those at the late Xian stage or higher? She even wondered if Nantian Academy had run out of capable candidates. Luo Tianya smiled without answering and instead asked about Dongji Academy. So, what kind of experts do you have at Dongji Academy? Show us country folks what we're missing. Feng Yingying proudly declared. Dongji Academy is the strongest academy on the Divine Beast continent, bar none. Luo Tianya teased Mermaid. Bring a basin of water to wake your master up. She's a little delusional right now. The deep-sea siren tilted her head, not understanding the joke. Feng Yingying glared at Luo Tianya angrily. Do you think I'm joking? Nangong Qianxi, standing nearby, didn't quite understand why Luo Tianya always referred to the deep-sea songstress as a mermaid. However, she still spoke up to confirm Feng Yingying's statement. With a slight nod and a clear voice, she said, Yingying is right. In terms of strength, the East Pole Academy is indeed the strongest academy on the Divine Beast continent. Hearing this, a proud smile immediately appeared on Feng Yingying's face. Although Luo Tianya felt a bit displeased, he suppressed his emotions, raised an eyebrow, and said, I'm all ears. Feng Yingying's eyes lit up with excitement as she eagerly explained. Our East Pole Academy has the strongest guardian. That's my great-grandfather. The strongest in other academies are merely kings at best. Luo Tianya was surprised by this revelation. He thought to himself, this girl has such an extraordinary background. She's a descendant of the strongest, and her life beast is a three-tailed white fox, so her family must have the white fox as their life beast. Could that strongest guardian have a nine-tailed white fox as their life beast? Seeing Luo Tianya deep in thought, Feng Yingying mistakenly believed he was stunned. So she continued enthusiastically, besides that, the strength of the students at East Pole Academy is unmatched on the entire continent. Feng Tianzhan, Hua Lingbing, Shangguan Lingshual, these young prodigies have unparalleled combat power, dominating the younger generation. At this moment, Nangong Qianxi lowered her head, gently tugged on Feng Yingying's sleeve, and softly reminded her, didn't your brother change his name and secretly run off to the western wasteland? Feng Yingying's face immediately turned sour upon hearing this. She gritted her teeth and muttered, speaking of that stubborn guy not only left the East Pole, but also changed his name to Zhan Tianfeng. What was he thinking? She then tried to justify it. Anyway, he was born in the East Pole, so it still counts. After a moment, Feng Yingying calmed down and continued. In short, our East Pole Academy has both strong elders and exceptional young talents. The level and number of our strong individuals are a step above other academies. Luo Hua suddenly interjected. Out of all the people you mentioned, who's the strongest? Feng Yingying pondered for a moment, stroking her chin, and then replied, well, aside from Feng Tianzhan, Hua Lingbing and Shangguan Lingshu have never really fought openly. Hua Lingbing voluntarily stepped down during the ranking competition, conceding to Shangguan Lingshu. She frowned and continued analyzing. Shangguan Lingshu's strength is visible and obvious, but Hua Lingbing, Feng Yingying shook her head, a hint of confusion in her voice. She hides her true power so well that no one can see her limits. The gusty wind rustled the robes of the students in the front row. Luo Tianya stood at the end of the line, listening to Dean Nangong's farewell speech along with everyone else. Nangong Wushuang got straight to the point. I won't say much. First, be cautious during your Xin level training. Don't slack off and embarrass our academy on the battlefield. Second, for those participating in the Tianjiao battle, just do your best. The results aren't as important as gaining experience and making connections. That's all. If you're ready, let's set off. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden gust of wind blew through. Two instructors at the front summoned a pair of Xianyans, which were even larger than the ones Luo Tianya had seen in my city. Luo Tianya's eyes gleamed as he quickly gathered detailed information about the Xianyans. Species, Xianyan. Level, early Zun level. Abilities, extreme speed, wind manipulation, 1,000 wind blades. Status, just released from the beast pouch, enjoying the freedom of the outside world. Luo Tianya thought to himself, it seems that after the Xian level comes the Zun level, and reaching the Zun level grants an additional ability. While he was deep in thought, Elder Zhou beckoned him over. Luo Tianya respectfully listened as Elder Zhou introduced the magical beasts. With a serious expression, Elder Zhou warned, magical beasts come in many varieties with countless bizarre abilities. When you encounter one, your first action should be to kill it. There's no need for hesitation. Between us and magical beasts, It's a fight to the death. Hearing Elder Zhou's calm yet murderous words, Luo Tianya's curiosity about magical beasts grew even stronger. Elder Zhou continued, magical beasts are surrounded by a black miasma that can make you feel nauseous at first glance. You must overcome this initial reaction. Wuji added, don't worry, master. I'll make sure to explain all these details to Tianya beforehand. As an experienced Shin-level cultivator who had been to the battlefield, Wuji was well-versed in dealing with magical beasts. Elder Zhou nodded and reminded them, take good care of the junior disciples. Dingu Lao will only intervene when absolutely necessary. Most of the time, you'll have to rely on yourselves. After Elder Zhou finished his instructions, Luo Bing, Xiaobai, and others came forward to bid farewell to Luo Tianya. De Zhuang, with a worried expression, said, Tianya, be extra careful on the front lines. Luo Bing also urged, Brother Tianya, magical beasts are deadly. Stay vigilant. Luo Hua, in his unique way, expressed his concern. If things get tough, seek help from my senior sister Yi. It's not shameful. Your life is the most important. Facing everyone's concerns, Luo Tianya earnestly responded, don't worry, I'll be careful. I'll bring back good news. You all should continue training hard at the academy. No slacking off. A robust instructor loudly announced, time's up, everyone. Get ready to depart. Luo Tianya gave one last reminder, I have to go now. Don't slack off at the academy. With that, he turned and walked towards the Xianyans with his little Vermilion Bird and Six-Eared Macaque. The group split into two and boarded the Xianyans. With a powerful flap of their wings, the Xianyans stirred up a cloud of dust. Two long cries followed, and the Xianyans soared into the sky, quickly becoming two black dots that disappeared into the horizon, leaving behind a long trail of white vapor. Elder Zhou looked up at the sky and murmured, I wonder what kind of stories will unfold in Xifang City? The Xianyans flew at incredible speeds, covering miles with each flap of their wings. The instructor at the front used his internal energy to form a protective shield against the fierce wind. There were about 10 people on each Xianyan, mostly students who had recently broken through or were eager to gain battlefield experience. Luo Tianya sat with the 3 members of the middle school trio and his old acquaintance Wang Teng, all of whom were newcomers to the Xian level. They were both nervous and excited, having never seen a real magical beast before. Feng Qingyun, full of anticipation, said, finally, I can make those magical beasts feel the pain from my little knife king. My sword will show no mercy. Li Yang said coldly, his eyes glinting with a sharp light. Lin San, surrounded by crackling lightning, declared confidently, lightning will annihilate the monsters. Wang Teng, standing nearby, scoffed and muttered, idiot. Lin San narrowed his eyes, glaring at Wang Teng like a knife. Wang White Snake, are you looking for a fight? Wang Teng retorted without backing down, unknown. You think I'm scared? Just as the tension reached its peak, Luo Tianya casually waved his hand, breaking the atmosphere. What's the point of arguing? Wouldn't it be more interesting to see who kills more monsters later? The others nodded in agreement. Wang Ting glanced at Luo Tianya and said arrogantly, humph, bring it on. I bet you'll all be eating my dust. Ha, when it comes to slaying monsters, I, the lightning maniac, will be first. Lin Sen shot back. I, the gentle wind and bright moonblade, disagree. Li Yang interjected. With one swing of my sword, countless monsters will be torn apart. Luo Tianya shook his head, thinking they were just a bunch of braggarts. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. By the way, you all come from prestigious families, right? Haven't any of you been to the front lines? His gaze swept over Feng Qingyue, Li Yang, and Lin San. Feng Qingyue was a descendant of the Blade King. Li Yang's sword-wielding hamster was one of the top 10 beasts on the continent, and Lin San hailed from the famous lightning maniac family. Feng Qingyue explained, family rules state that we can't go to the front lines until we reach the Xian level. Besides, our family's residence is quite far from the front lines. Luo Tianya asked, the eastern extremes are also fighting off some monsters, right? Li Yang nodded, yes, though not bearing the brunt like Xifang City, they are still resisting relentless monster attacks. This answer reminded Luo Tianya of Feng Yingying. But Feng Yingying, at just a peak level 9, managed to travel from the eastern extremes to the southern sky domain with a mermaid? His eyes flicked with doubt as he looked toward Feng Yingying on the Xian Goose ahead. She took a favorable wind goose to Xifang City and then returned to the eastern extremes. Big families likely have secret guards or something. Luo Tianya shook his head, dismissing the thought. Feng Qingyue suddenly asked, Tianya, are you looking forward to encountering the monsters? Luo Tianya lowered his gaze, his tone tinged with complexity. Looking forward to it? Of course I am. I'm very much looking forward to facing the monsters. Outside the protective barrier, the cold wind howled as the group flew north on the mystical crane, Xianyan. Despite Xianyan's incredible speed and endurance, capable of long-distance travel, they still planned to rest in towns along the way. After all, the The journey from Nantian Academy to Sifang City was quite long. By evening, they arrived at their first resting town. Feng Qingyue walked into the inn and turned to ask Luo Tianya, "Where's the old dean?" Wang Teng quickly replied, "He's a half-step king, appearing and disappearing at will. How could you possibly see him?" Feng Qingyue paused and whispered to Luo Tianya, "I suddenly feel like hitting him. Want to sneak into his room tonight and give him a beating?" Luo Tianya shook his head. "Not interested. I've no desire to deal with someone I've already defeated." With that, he caught up with the main group. Feng Qingyue muttered, "This guy is such a show-off," and followed inside. As the group of 20 to 30 people entered the inn, they immediately attracted the attention of other guests. Whispered conversations ensued. "Those are people from Nantian Academy?" "Yes, the white robes with gold trim and the Nand character on the chest. So many of them. Are they going for the Shin level training? The Tianjiao tournament is coming up soon. Don't even mention it. Nantian Academy has been at the bottom among top academies for years. It's depressing." Luo Tianya, using his ability to hear all things, easily caught these conversations. He shook his head silently, thinking, is our academy really looked down upon? Due to their large number and the prestige of Nantian Academy, they were promptly shown to the second floor. Luo Tianya and Feng Qingyue sat at one table, with Feng Yingying squeezing in next to him. "Why are you squeezing in here?" Luo Tianya glanced at her. Feng Yingying pointed at herself incredulously. "Did you just call me big sister? I'm 15, you're 16. What else should I call you?" Luo Tianya replied confidently. Feng Yingying clenched her teeth, wanting to bite him, but restrained herself under the watchful eyes of others. Suddenly, a soft laugh came from the window. A woman who appeared to be in her 30s, holding a cup of sake, smiled playfully at them. She raised her glass in a toast, and Luo Tianya politely returned the gesture. "Tianya, do you know her?" Feng Qingyue asked quietly. "No, just a chance encounter." Luo Tianya shook his head, but he thought to himself that she seemed quite mysterious. Feng Yingying, somewhat calmed, asked, "Little brother, what should we eat?" Luo Tianya suggested, "Order whatever you want. The academy is paying. Go for the expensive stuff. When in doubt, choose the priciest." The woman by the window smiled and took a sip of her drink. Feng Yingying, enlightened, immediately called the waiter over. "Please bring one of each of your most expensive dishes." She generously handed over 5 blue crystals. "This meal is on me." The waiter remained calm. "Sorry, but that's not enough for our most expensive dish." Luo Tianya exclaimed, "That expensive? Is your food made of gold? 5 blue crystals can't cover a good meal? Is this a scam?" A teacher explained, "They have a signature dish called Divine Jumping Wall, which costs 3 blue crystals per serving. For our 4 tables, that's 12 crystals. 5 won't cut it." Luo Tianya muttered to himself, "Divine Jumping Wall? Like Buddha jumps over the wall?" Feng Yingying looked embarrassed, and seeing this, Luo Tianya immediately stepped in to help. "The so-called divine jump over the wall is just a fancy stew. I'll make it for you all when we have time, so there's no need to order it here. You can cook?" Everyone eyed him skeptically. Before Luo Tianya could respond, the waiter nearby chimed in with a smile. "Sir, divine jump over the wall is our specialty here at Hao Chi Lu. It was created by our master chef, the Tiannong brothers. Most people don't even get the chance to taste it, let alone make it." Luo Tianya chuckled lightly and said calmly, "Have you ever had boiled cabbage? How about wincy tofu, huayang lion's head, squirrel fish, dompa pork, or white-cut chicken?" He rattled off a list of unfamiliar dishes, gradually capturing the attention of everyone on the second floor. Sweet and sour ribs, sweet and sour fish, and beggar's chicken for each person. After finishing, he took a sip of tea and turned his gaze to the now dumbfounded waiter. "Can you make these dishes?" The waiter, as if under a spell, shook his head vigorously, his neck bobbing like a rattled drum. "Not only can't we make them, I've never even heard of them." "In that case, don't question others so easily," Luo Tianya said nonchalantly. "Remember, there's always someone better out there. Even someone like me is just an ordinary person in the vast universe of food enthusiasts. All right then, just bring us some of your other signature dishes. Quickly, we're all hungry and can't wait for the long preparation time of divine jump over the wall." The waiter, still dazed, stumbled downstairs. As he reached the stairway, it suddenly hit him. Didn't this guy say he'd never seen divine jump over the wall? How did he know it takes a long time to prepare? Could this self-proclaimed food connoisseur really be that skilled? Not daring to dwell on it, he hurried to the kitchen to place the order. The people on the second floor stared at Luo Tianya in speechless amazement. Xingyu, sitting at a nearby table, shook his head and sighed. "Your performance just now was really—" He trailed off, at a loss for words. If Luo Tianya could hear their thoughts, he would surely sum it up for them. "Acting cool is like the wind, always by my side." Feng Yingying wiped away the drool threatening to spill from her mouth, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Can you really cook all those dishes you mentioned? Heh. Luo Tianya's eyes remained calm, his expression unchanged, as he replied serenely, of course not. Feng Qingyue widened her eyes, looking at Luo Tianya with a peculiar expression. So, you can't actually cook any of the dishes you just mentioned? Then why did you act so confident and composed, like you knew everything? Luo Tianya leisurely sipped his tea, resembling a master strategist. He slowly explained, in the world of martial arts, there's a saying. Your hairstyle can be messy, but your aura must remain unbroken. By first presenting myself as someone who has seen it all, I make others wary. Once they're wary, they become cautious, and when they're cautious, they won't underestimate you. This is a tactic you all need to learn. Everyone suddenly understood. Even the mysterious woman by the window nodded subtly. Wu Ji shook his head helplessly, thinking that this guy had too many tricks up his sleeve. But he had to admit Luo Tianya made sense. Xing Yueya watched Luo Tianya with great interest. The trio of young warriors gave him a thumbs up in admiration. The waiter hurriedly brought out the dishes, afraid of neglecting the customers. Especially Luo Tianya, he feared this visitor from the gourmet universe might cause trouble. With only one cook in the kitchen today, he wasn't sure they could handle it. Luo Tianya tasted a few bites casually and nodded slightly in approval. The waiter breathed a sigh of relief but wondered to himself as he left. Can this guest really cook those unheard-of dishes? After a satisfying meal, the two instructors led the group to settle down at the neighboring Haozhu Inn. Before leaving, Luo Tianya glanced toward the window but found that the mysterious woman had disappeared. In the dead of night, Luo Tianya was sound asleep, with three small beasts each taking a corner, leaving him only a small space. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps on the roof woke both Luo Tianya and the Six-Eared Macaque. Luo Tianya signaled the macaque to stay quiet. He got out of bed carefully, closed his eyes, and used his ability to listen to the sounds of all things. He sensed a figure moving silently on the roof, finally stopping above Feng Yingying's room. A flower thief, Luo Tianya thought to himself. He quickly opened the window and gracefully swung up to the roof. Hey, thief! Luo Tianya crossed his arms and addressed the shadowy figure. What are you doing sneaking around here instead of sleeping? Moonlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the dark figure. A flower thief? The person slowly straightened up, their hawk-like eyes fixed on Luo Tianya. Are you talking about me? As he stood, a violent aura emanated from him, targeting only Luo Tianya. Luo Tianya felt as if he were on an ancient battlefield, staring at a winged, tiger-like beast standing among the corpses of other creatures. He gently dispersed the pressure with a flick of his hand, using the Azure Dragon stance. Interesting, they both said simultaneously. The man in black narrowed his eyes at Luo Tianya. Who are you to ignore my aura? I'm the one catching flower thieves. Luo Tianya's robes fluttered, making him look like an immortal under the moonlight. The six-eared macaque, worried about its master, appeared on Luo Tianya's shoulder. The man in black crossed his arms. So, do you want to fight? That depends on what you plan to do next. Luo Tianya stared intently at him. Suddenly, a melodious voice came from above. The moonlight is so beautiful tonight, and you two are ruining it with talks of fighting. How disappointing. Both men were startled and looked up to see a graceful figure sitting cross-legged in midair, resting her chin on her right hand. On her shoulder stood a white bird resembling a crow, with a tear-like gemstone at the corner of her eye. It's her. Luo Tianya recognized the figure as the mysterious woman he had seen at Haochi restaurant earlier. Using his ability to observe the bird, he could only glean some information. Species, crying cloud crow. Level, abilities, rain summoning, status, I prefer clouds over the moon. A demicking? Maybe, but close enough. Luo Tianya speculated. The woman smiled seeing their silence. Don't misunderstand, young ones. I'm just passing by. Seeing you about to fight, I thought I'd remind you not to spoil the night. She raised her delicate hand and pointed at the man in black. Besides, you might be mistaken about each other. He is now called Zhan Tianfeng, but he used to be Feng Tianzhan, the older brother of that young girl in the inn. Are you the one called Feng Tianzhan? Luo Tianya turned his head, curiously scrutinizing the figure cloaked in black. Under the moonlight, he recalled Feng Yingying's mention of a young prodigy from the Eastern Realm who later joined the Western Wilderness Academy and changed his name to Zhan Tianfeng. The figure in black yanked off his mask, revealing his true face. With the moonlight as his aid, Luo Tianya could see the man's features clearly. Long hair flowing, a resolute face, a prominent nose and piercing eyes. There was indeed a resemblance to Feng Yingying in his brow. Yes, I am Zhan Tianfeng, he admitted straightforwardly. Luo Tianya shook his head in confusion. What happened in your family that you had to change your name? And why climb over the wall in the middle of the night instead of knocking on the door? I didn't want to disturb anyone else, Zhan Tianfeng replied succinctly. Luo Tianya muttered to himself about how peculiar this person was, but since he was Feng Yingying's brother, the misunderstanding was resolved. He glanced at the mysterious woman in midair, unsure of what to do next. Suddenly, Jean Tianfeng cupped his hands and asked, "May I ask, are you Senior Lu Muyu?" The mysterious woman nodded slightly. "Oh, you recognize me? One of the most famous lone warriors on the divine beast continent, Lu Muyu. With her spirit beast crying Cloud Crow, who wouldn't know?" Jean Tianfeng smiled. Luo Tianya muttered under his breath, "I don't know." He marveled at how this Lu Muyu was also a notable figure. Lu Muyu smiled gently. "I'm just passing by. The misunderstanding is resolved. You may carry on as if I'm not here." Luo Tianya cupped his hands in thanks and prepared to leave and rest. But Jean Tianfeng stopped him. "Wait, I saw you were quite close to my sister during the day. What is your relationship?" Luo Tianya explained that he was a student at the Southern Sky Academy, participating in a Shin level training, with Feng Yingying accompanying him because he often asked her for advice on food. Hearing this, Lu Muyu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. A Shin level at 15 years old? Has such a thing ever happened in the history of the Divine Beast continent? Jean Tianfeng was half convinced. Luo Tianya suggested they ask Feng Yingying directly. After a moment of silence, Jean Tianfeng asked, "May I know your name, young brother?" "I am Luo Tianya," Luo Tianya replied, cupping his hands to Lu Muyu before leaping back into his room and closing the window. Lu Muyu murmured Luo Tianya to herself, finding it interesting, and then disappeared. Jean Tianfeng stood alone on the rooftop, gazing at the moon in contemplation. The next morning, Luo Tianya yawned as he went out in search of food. Upon reaching the first floor, he saw Jean Tianfeng drinking tea alone. He didn't disturb him and instead fed the little Vermilion Bird some fruit. The little Vermilion Bird complained that the fruit wasn't sweet enough, and Luo Tianya fibbed that too much sweetness would ruin its teeth. Jean Tianfeng suddenly interjected, "You really know how to spout nonsense. Birds don't have teeth." The little Vermilion Bird realized this and got so angry it tried to pull Luo Tianya's hair. Luo Tianya quickly grabbed it, reluctantly agreeing to find sweeter fruit. Jean Tianfeng suddenly stood up, looking down at Luo Tianya. "I heard you're also going to participate in the Tianjiao battle? How about we have a match right now?" Luo Tianya glanced at Jean Tianfeng and said indifferently, "I don't fight with people who sneak around and climb onto rooftops in the middle of the night." Jean Tianfeng was momentarily speechless, a trace of embarrassment flashing across his face. He hadn't expected Luo Tianya to catch him in the act last night, and now he was caught red-handed. If word got out, how could he maintain his reputation as one of the two prodigies of the Western wilderness? After a moment of silence, Jean Tianfeng couldn't help but ask, "Honestly, I don't get it. Despite breaking into the Shin level at 15, you're only at the initial stage. Why would Nantian Academy send you to participate in this year's prodigy battle?" Luo Tianya calmly lied. "I'm just here to observe, gain some experience, and prepare for the next one." Jean Tianfeng actually believed him and nodded. "That makes sense. But breaking into the Shin level at 15 is still faster than me. Do you know how fast the other prodigies broke through?" Luo Tianya, while teasing a small Vermilion Bird, casually asked, "Have you guys sparred with each other in private?" "I haven't had a direct confrontation with Shishirjiu." Jean Tianfeng shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "Aren't you from the same academy?" Luo Tianya pressed. Jean Tianfeng sighed and explained, "Do you know why he's called Shishirjiu? Because he has 18 biological sisters, all of whom are incredibly fierce. Anyone who dares to mess with Shishirjiu will be taught a lesson by his 18 sisters." Seeing Jean Tianfeng's animated expression, Luo Tianya guessed he might have suffered at the hands of Shishirjiu's sisters. Sure enough, Jean Tianfeng began recounting his experiences when he first arrived at the Western Wilderness Academy. He had intended to challenge Shishirjiu to make a name for himself, but before he even saw Shishirjiu, he was beaten up by a group of girls. After hearing this, Luo Tianya couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy for Jean Tianfeng. He thought for a moment and said, "I have an idea. Try to marry one of his 18 sisters. That way, they won't bother you anymore." Jean Tianfeng nearly jumped up in shock, exclaiming with a pained expression, "You're pushing me into the fire. Those fierce girls, I can't even avoid them. And you want me to marry one?" Seeing his reaction, Luo Tianya quickly said, "You're right, that was a bit rash of me." Changing the subject, Jean Tianfeng asked about Luo Tianya's life-bound beast. Luo Tianya turned the question back on him, but Jean Tianfeng refused to disclose it, saying it was a secret. Luo Tianya pondered this, recalling the violent aura from the previous night, and suspected that Jean Tianfeng's life-bound beast might be some kind of ferocious creature. During the rest of the journey, Jean Tianfeng joined them on their ride to Sifang City. Although the people from Nantian Academy felt uneasy about his presence, Jean Tianfeng's company reduced the time Luo Tianya had to deal with Feng Yingying's pestering. As they traveled north, the surroundings became increasingly desolate, with fewer signs of human habitation. Looking down at the barren land below, Luo Tianya couldn't help but lament the destruction caused by magical beasts. Finally, one evening, they arrived at their destination, a frontier town near Sifang City, already within the range of the frontline battlefield. From a distance, Luo Tianya and his companions spotted a grayish city that gradually appeared before their eyes. Luo Tianya's eyes flashed with a golden light as he activated his Fire Eyes ability, allowing him to take in the full details of the border city. The city was nestled between two towering mountains. Rather than a city, it looked more like an impregnable fortress. The entire city was square-shaped, with high walls constructed from massive stones that sealed off the front like an iron barrel. Every 5 steps along the wall, there was a guard post, and every 10 steps, a soldier stood watch, creating an atmosphere of intense vigilance. The black, mottled bloodstains on the walls silently testified to the brutal battles that had once taken place. Behind the high walls, the stone-built houses were arranged in an orderly fashion, most of them set far from the walls. Only a row of white tents stood close to the walls, forming what appeared to be a military camp. At the rear of the city, the direction in which they were flying, stood a slightly lower wall. Although it was also guarded, the level of vigilance was not as high as the front wall. The entire city was shrouded in a somber and oppressive atmosphere, unmistakably a frontline battlefield. Luo Tianya withdrew his gaze, feeling a surge of respect. Some people guarded this border year after year, fending off demonic beasts, all for the peace of the continent behind them. He couldn't help but wonder where these invaders and extraterrestrial beasts came from. Suddenly, Xian Yin accelerated, the air roaring as it sliced through the clouds, swiftly approaching the city. Who goes there? State your name. A stern voice called out from the wall below, followed by 2 points of cold light that gleamed with a dangerous aura. The instructor at the front of Xian Yin responded loudly, Nantian Academy, Xin level training. As he spoke, he pulled out a white token from his robe and tossed it down. The 2 points of cold light instantly transformed into a giant snake that leapt from the wall, penetrating an almost invisible barrier, soaring into the air, and accurately catching the token. It then returned through the barrier back to the wall. Xian Yin flapped its wings in midair, waiting for verification. Moments later, the voice rang out again, confirmed. Temporarily deactivate the defensive array. A massive array covering the entire city lit up like a huge light shield. An opening appeared for their entry, and Xian Yin immediately flapped its wings, flying towards the gap. Once they were all inside the shield, the opening closed quickly, and the light shield disappeared. So this is the frontline battlefield's defensive array. Feng Qingyue remarked in awe as she watched the scene unfold. Liang also looked astonished, adding, it can both attack and defend, protecting the city with a defensive array powered by spiritual essence and soul force. Luo Tianya listened quietly to their conversation, absorbing information about the frontline battlefield. Although it was their first visit, it was clear that Feng Qingyue and the others had been briefed by their family elders about the situation at the front. As Xian Yin approached the wall, the instructor at the front made a gesture, and they all gently descended from Xian Yan's back. Once everyone was on the wall, the 2 instructors patted their waist pouches, summoning the somewhat reluctant Xian Yin back into their beast bags. The moment Luo Tianya stepped onto the black bricks of the wall, he felt a heavy atmosphere. The dried, congealed blood on the bricks, whether from humans, beasts, or demonic creatures, told a tale of fierce resistance. He squatted down, touching the bricks, as if seeing the determination of humans and beasts defending against demonic attacks. Ren Tianhe, long time no see. The leading instructor warmly embraced the tall man in heavy armor standing on the wall. Haha. Ren Tianhe laughed, patting the instructor on the back. Xiongqi, you're leading the team again this time? Thought you might be lonely, so I came to visit. Instructor Xiongqi joked. They separated, both smiling broadly. Xin level training, right? Ren Tianhe asked. But why did you choose the border near Xifeng City this year? Mainly to give these kids some real experience. Xiongqi replied with a smile. Let's get settled first. We can talk later. Ren Tianhe called over a soldier. Han Fei, come here and show them to their quarters. A young soldier with a long spear on his back, accompanied by a black bear, walked over. Please follow me. Han Fei led the group down from the wall. Before leaving, Luo Tianya's gaze inadvertently swept to a shadowy area where 2 points of cold light flickered. He silently analyzed. Species, black Xian snake. Level, late sovereign. Abilities, venom spray. Spear transformation, constriction. Status, watching me? Look again and I'll eat you. This black Xian snake is quite sensitive, Luo Tianya muttered, shaking his head with a smile as he caught up with the group. Under Han Fei's guidance, they headed towards the residential area they had seen from the air. Out of curiosity, Luo Tianya glanced at the black bear's information. Species, Earth black bear. Level, early Xian stage. Abilities, great strength, bear pounce. Status, craving something sweet. The bear's traits made him chuckle. Luo Tianya quickly moved past the crowd and approached Han Fei, calling softly, Brother Han? Han Fei turned abruptly, startled. He then said, a bit embarrassed, just call me Han Fei. What's up? Nothing much. I just wanted to learn about the border city. Could you give me an introduction? Luo Tianya asked calmly. Han Fei relaxed and began to speak confidently. Our border city is not far from Sifang City. We mainly defend against the nearby lower-level demonic beasts. The beasts in the mountains on both sides also help in resisting the demonic beasts, forming a huge defensive line together. He pointed to the endless mountain range in the distance. Humans and beasts on the front line are a community of fate. Fighting has become routine, Han Fei added. Luo Tianya asked curiously, do demonic beasts attack the city every day? Pretty much, but most of them can't breach our protective barrier. Han Fei pointed to the sky. Luo Tianya looked up and then studied Han Fei's youthful face. Just as he was about to ask his age, a horn suddenly sounded. Enemies incoming! Han Fei shouted, patting the black bear beside him, and ran forward. A flash of golden light streaked by, faster than Han Fei. Luo Tianya instantly dashed out, becoming a small black in no time. Han Fei ran in shock, realizing that the figure was Luo Tianya. More people from Nantian Academy quickly overtook Han Fei, rushing to the front line. Luo Tianya swiftly reached the city wall. The soldiers, seeing his Nantian Academy robe, immediately made way. A cloud formed under his feet, lifting him into the air. In the distance, a dark wave of wind approached, with dust rolling. Luo Tianya squinted at the approaching horde of demonic beasts, his expression serious. So, these are demonic beasts? He murmured, his eyes filled with a complex light. In the distance, a wave of demonic beasts surged forward, carrying an immense power as they charged towards the city, seemingly intent on crushing it to dust. Luo Tianya's eyes gleamed with golden light, allowing him to see the true nature of the beasts through the distance. At the forefront was a horde of locust-like demonic beasts, each as large as a calf, their bodies pitch black and shrouded in dark magic. Their crimson eyes and violent, chaotic aura sent chills down the spine. Though these locust beasts couldn't fly, their speed was astonishing, and the ground trembled beneath their feet. Following closely behind were swarms of gigantic mosquitoes, flies, and toads, all equally enormous, jet black, and with blood-red eyes. The overwhelming army of demonic beasts surged forward, causing the entire city to quake, like a massive infestation of monstrous insects. Luo Tianya watched this catastrophe with a grave expression. Suddenly, the small vermilion bird on his shoulder spread its wings and took flight, white flames rising a foot high from its body. Its tiny eyes were filled with anger as it stared intently at the demonic beasts outside the city. Luo Tianya remembered that the little vermilion bird had been severely injured by dark magic in its previous life, forcing it to undergo rebirth. Now, faced with these demonic beasts again, they were mortal enemies. The Southming fire naturally suppressed dark magic, and the hidden instincts from its past life had been triggered, explaining the vermilion bird's fury. Luo Tianya quickly shouted, "Little one, you're still young. Don't act recklessly." Although the Southming fire was a bane to demonic beasts, the second-level vermilion bird had limited power, and a rash attack would only put it in danger. Luo Tianya turned to the nearby soldier holding a spear and asked if it was possible to launch an attack from within the city. The soldier glanced at Luo Tianya's academy white robe and handed him a device resembling a compass, explaining, "Infuse it with your soul power, and both you and your contracted beast can attack through the defensive array to hit the demonic beasts." After thanking the soldier, Luo Tianya quickly infused his soul power, feeling a connection with the defensive array, then returned the compass. By this time, other members of the Nanyan Academy had arrived, pairing up under the instructor's arrangements to assist the soldiers in fighting off the demonic beasts. Feng Qingyue stood beside Luo Tianya, also staring grimly at the approaching wave of beasts. A nearby soldier warned, "Wherever the demonic beasts pass, no grass grows. They only have the instinct to destroy and will obliterate anything in their path. Be cautious when you first encounter them. The dark magic on them can cause nausea, vomiting, and even mental confusion." Luo Tianya focused his attention, locking onto a locust beast at the front and gleaning its information. It was a locust demon, at the early Xian level, possessing abilities like Veracity and Iron Jaws, along with a special ability called Magic Burst. Its status was kill, kill, kill. He muttered to himself, noting that these demonic beasts had the additional power of Magic Burst, seemingly driven purely by a killing instinct. As the beast tide drew closer, Luo Tianya summoned his small Azure Dragon. A dragon roar echoed through the sky, and its regal aura instantly suppressed the other beasts on the city walls, making it hard for them to breathe. Luo Tianya quickly intervened. "Little one, restrain yourself. If you continue, it will affect the other beasts' combat abilities." The Azure Dragon reluctantly coiled around Luo Tianya. Pointing at the distant wave of demonic beasts, Luo Tianya commanded the Azure Dragon, "Take out those beasts out there." The Azure Dragon immediately became alert, its claws glowing with a blue light, ready to strike. While the other beasts returned to normal, they still looked at the Azure Dragon with a sense of awe. The small Vermilion Bird was currently suppressing its own aura, waiting for the right moment to erupt. Luo Tianya glanced at the Southming fire burning on its body, feeling a tinge of worry. He knew that the more the Vermilion Bird suppressed its power, the more intense its eventual outburst would be. Not far away, Zhan Tianfeng felt a sudden tremor in his heart the moment the Azure Dragon appeared. The life beast within his soul trembled slightly, unsure if it was out of reverence or excitement. This beast seems extraordinary. Zhan Tianfeng had this thought, but he didn't dwell on it. The immediate priority was to repel, or even annihilate, these demonic creatures. On the city wall, everyone's energy surged suddenly. Various divine powers were ready to unleash a ferocious assault on the monsters. Luo Tianya took a deep breath, his right hand transforming into a dragon claw glowing with blue light. His aura steadily rose, and at the same time, the sky darkened as two massive whirlpools formed, causing the surrounding air to churn violently. Azure Dragon Claw, Luo Tianya shouted. In an instant, a giant blue dragon claw emerged from the first whirlpool. Following closely, Xiao Qinglong swung its claw, and another similar blue dragon claw appeared from the second whirlpool. The two claws, carrying the might of heaven and earth, caused space to ripple and crack as they descended upon the heart of the monster horde. The flying beasts at the forefront felt the immense pressure from the two claws. The force was like a mountain, locking them in place with nowhere to escape. This pressure even overpowered their bloodthirsty instincts, making them want to retreat. But by then, it was too late. The continuous flow of monsters behind them blocked any chance of retreat. Amidst the shrieks of the flying beasts, the two massive dragon claws descended with seemingly slow but actually rapid speed. Where they passed, the monsters turned to ash in an instant, their struggles futile. With two earth-shattering booms, the claws slammed into the ground, obliterating all the monsters within their range. The claws created two enormous vacuums in the monster horde, and the people on the city wall turned in astonishment to look at the slightly panting Luo Tianya and Xiao Qinglong. Luo Tianya took a slow breath, his expression calm as he gazed at the still swarming monsters in the distance, and said lightly, "The one thing I despise most in life is mosquitoes." Though the tide of beasts surged wildly, it would still take some time for those two massive gaps to be completely filled. Luo Tianya exhaled softly, feeling the slow recovery of his internal energy. This time, both he and Xiao Qinglong had held back, not using their full power. After all, the front lines were unpredictable, and they needed to conserve their strength for any sudden changes. Looking around, Luo Tianya saw the Six-Eared Macaque, Feng Qingyue, and other warriors standing ready. Instructors were directing from nearby, and even in the shadows lurked half-step kings like Gu Ziyuan. Despite this, Luo Tianya knew that on this life-and-death battlefield, it was crucial to develop the habit of conserving strength. If they used up all their energy in one move, they would only invite more trouble when facing these deadly enemies. Zhan Tianfeng was still gathering his strength, but his gaze inadvertently swept over Luo Tianya, revealing a hint of shock. The two colossal claws that had descended from the sky had created enormous voids in the beast's tide, which were only now slowly being filled. Not far away, a man clad in silver armor and wielding a long spear stared at the slowly closing circles within the beast's tide, a slight smile playing on his lips. Interesting. This time, a fascinating newcomer has joined the Shin-level training. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura changed dramatically, transforming from calm and serene to a fierce predator ready to strike. With a flick of his spear, a cold gleam flashed. The spear strikes like a dragon. A powerful spear strike shot through the air, piercing an invisible barrier and striking the distant beasts. The locust-like beasts at the forefront had no time to react before they were obliterated. To the onlookers, the spear strike, radiating a deadly aura, seemed like a wide white line cutting through the dark canvas of beasts, splitting the tide in two. Impressive. Nearly everyone, except the soldiers stationed there, was left in awe by the power of that spear strike. One of the soldiers, who had been startled by Luo Tianya's move earlier, now seemed to regain his pride and introduced, "That's our guardian, Ouyang Feng, a peak-level master. With his spear, he's invincible and unstoppable." Luo Tianya smiled slightly at the soldier's proud expression. Indeed, that spear strike was truly extraordinary. "Let me join in." Feng Qingyue suddenly spoke up, shaking his shoulder as his blade mantis took flight. With a buzz, both Feng Qingyue and the blade mantis glowed with a green light, their auras merging. "Heavenly blade!" Feng Qingyue shouted softly, and the blade mantis was surrounded by blade energy, forming a whirlwind that eventually condensed into a massive blade of energy. Slash! With a swing of its right forearm, the blade mantis sent the enormous blade of energy crashing into the beast horde. Boom! The deafening roar was accompanied by the heavenly blade, which gathered immense blade energy, cutting down mosquitoes, flies, and splitting toads, leaving a deep trench in the middle of the beast tide. Luo Tianya nodded to himself, thinking, his abilities have indeed improved significantly since reaching the Xian level. How can I let you steal the spotlight? Lin San shouted from a distance as lightning surged around his lightning beast. Dark clouds gathered above the beast tide, and thunder rumbled. Crack, crack. Countless bolts of lightning, controlled by the lightning beast, struck the beasts. The scene above the beast tide looked like the end of the world, with lightning snaking wildly, reducing many beasts to dust. Lightning had always been one of the beast's greatest weaknesses. Lin San's move was like a heavenly tribulation for the beasts. Those strong enough could withstand it, but the weak were obliterated. As Luo Tianya, Feng Qingyue, and Lin San made their moves, others on the city wall also unleashed their long-range abilities, attacking the approaching beasts. In an instant, the city wall was illuminated with various divine lights, creating a dazzling display. This beast tide seems endless, Luo Tianya remarked as he continued to fight, glancing at the seemingly unending horde. Despite their continuous efforts, the beast tide showed no signs of diminishing. A soldier nearby explained, these beasts are known for their high reproductive rates. They rely on sheer numbers to overwhelm us, not individual strength. Of course, there are strong ones among them, but most of those are held back by the 4 cities at the front. So, this number is just what the 4 cities couldn't stop? Luo Tianya asked incredulously, pointing at the beast tide. The soldier answered solemnly, exactly, and this number is far less than what the 4 cities are facing directly. The front lines are under immense pressure, especially Xifeng City. Luo Tianya stood atop the city walls, his eyes wide with shock at the sight before him. Waves of magical beasts surged like a black tide, covering every inch of land as far as the eye could see. The sheer scale of the beast horde sent shivers down his spine. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of terrifying scene it would be if an even larger wave of beasts attacked the city. Just as Luo Tianya was gripped by fear, a soldier beside him noticed his expression and reassured him, stay calm. With the Guardian and the General here, along with both of you esteemed instructors, these beasts won't cause much trouble. It was then that Luo Tianya noticed Ouyang Feng, the Guardian, had not moved since his initial strike. He stood tall and steady at the forefront of the wall, holding his spear, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching beast horde. The 2 instructors from the academy were patrolling the walls, not engaging in combat, but occasionally correcting students' stances as they fought the beasts. Their calm demeanor indicated that the situation was still under control and within their capabilities. At that moment, Xiao Zhuke suddenly let out an anxious and angry cry. As a divine beast inherently averse to magical creatures, watching the approaching horde without being able to destroy them was sheer torment for its irritable nature. Luo Tianya turned to see the white flames on Xiao Zhuchue's body, flickering with intense energy, ready to erupt at any moment. The beasts haven't even reached the city walls yet, Luo Tianya said with a helpless smile. Besides, with your small size, you'd probably get swallowed whole by those locust-like beasts. Hearing this, Xiao Zhuke was instantly furious and was about to fly over to claw at Luo Tianya's hair. However, seeing him fully engaged in battle, it reluctantly held back, letting out a few disgruntled chirps to express its displeasure. Don't worry, Luo Tianya reassured while slashing at the flying beasts. When the beasts reach the city, I'll make sure to take you out to fight. At this moment, Luo Tianya's emotions were mixed. Faced with such a massive beast horde, he couldn't help but worry about the fate of the divine beast continent. Yet, these beasts also held a special significance for him. He recalled that after he and Xiao Qinglong had wiped out numerous magical beasts, the system had notified him that he had gained evolution points. Not only did Xiao Qinglong earn evolution points by killing Xin-level beasts, but even Luo Tianya's strikes earned him points. This meant that as long as he could kill beasts of the same or higher level, he would gain evolution points. Gazing at the surging beast horde before him, a peculiar glint appeared in Luo Tianya's eyes. To him, these beasts were no longer just terrifying enemies. They were like walking experience points, brimming with immense potential value. Luo Tianya, at the early stage of the Xian level, possessed mystical abilities such as Azure Dragon Stance, Sweet Rain, Cloud Riding, Azure Dragon Body, 8 Azure Dragon Techniques, Listening to All Things, Copper Skin and Iron Bones, and Fiery Eyes and Golden Vision. His primary beast of divine fire was of the Azure Dragon species. His companion beast was of the Vermilion Bird species. The Six-Eared Macaque had 22 evolution points. Sweeping his consciousness over the system, Luo Tianya noticed that the evolution points had reached 22. He frowned, contemplating his upgrade strategy. The little Azure Dragon needed 30 points to advance from early to mid-Xian level. The little Six-Eared Macaque required 100 points to break through the Xian level, while the little Vermilion Bird only needed 4 points to reach level 3 and gain a new mystical ability. The battle on the city walls was fierce, with blades clashing and magical abilities bursting forth like a torrent. However, some found themselves in awkward positions due to a lack of long-range attack capabilities. Wang Tang's white snake could only disguise and enlarge itself, leaving him helpless against the distant beasts. The soldiers beside Luo Tianya could only grip their spears tightly, readying their leopards for action. A tide of magical beasts surged forward, with the vanguard locust beasts nearing the city walls. Ouyang Feng shouted orders, form groups of 3, create the 3-talent formation. Head out to meet the enemy. 3 soldiers swiftly formed a formation, leaping off the city walls and standing in a triangular stance, their breaths synchronized. As Feng Qingyue fought, she asked, Tianya, what should we do? Luo Tianya decisively responded, we go down too. He led their beasts and leapt down. Xiongqi immediately called out, students of Nantian Academy, descend from the walls. Over 20 students jumped down, positioning themselves behind the soldiers' formation. Facing the imminent melee, Feng Qingyue felt a bit lost. What should we do? She asked. Luo Tianya looked around and, seeing that senior brother Wu Ji and others were not giving instructions, he shouted, Nantian Academy students, pair up and support the 3 soldiers in battle. Try not to disrupt their formation. Close proximity to the beasts might cause discomfort, so be prepared. Students from other academies heard this and seemed to find a source of confidence, quickly forming pairs and standing behind the soldiers. Feng Yingying and Zhan Tianfeng, experienced and calm, summoned their deep-sea siren, ready for battle. Zhan Tianfeng looked at Luo Tianya approvingly. This guy is good, calm and composed in critical moments, with sound tactics. Feng Yingying nodded in agreement. A soldier standing next to Luo Tianya also voiced his praise. You're quite impressive. Luo Tianya smiled slightly, not paying much attention, and instead asked, brother, are we engaging in close combat with the beasts to train our troops? The soldier gripped his spear tightly, his expression serious as he explained, partly to train the troops, but more importantly, to protect the city walls. The walls are our fortress, the key line of defense against the beasts. If the walls are breached, the beasts will flood into the heart of the divine beast continent. He continued, the defensive array consumes a large amount of spiritual essence. To reduce this consumption, the general and the guardians adjust our tactics based on the situation. Luo Tianya and Feng Qingyue suddenly understood. This close-range defense not only served to train the soldiers, but also extended the protection time of the walls and the defensive array. Relying solely on long-range attacks from the walls would neither effectively train the soldiers, nor conserve the precious spiritual essence needed for the defensive array. Suddenly, the soldier shouted alertly, the beasts are coming. Prepare to engage. With a swift shake of his spear, a dazzling light enveloped the 3 of them. As the array's power activated, their auras surged, their strength converging. Luo Tianya quickly issued commands. Xiao Qinglong, you take Xiao Zhuke. Luo, you come with me and we'll charge out. The 6-eared monkey nodded excitedly, clearly eager for the fight. Feng Qingyue hesitated for a moment and pointed at himself. What about me? Luo Tianya responded swiftly. You support the 3 warriors, using them as the spearhead. Charge straight out. Got it. Feng Qingyue replied, channeling his energy to form a long blade of qi. He gripped the hilt firmly, his eyes resolute. With this blade, I will slay the beasts. I, Feng Qingyue, will prove that even with ordinary blade techniques, I can reach the pinnacle of the continent. As Feng Qingyue's words fell, the blade in his hand emitted a faint hum, resonating with the blade mantis on his shoulder. At this moment, Feng Qingyue's qi was restrained, his entire being like an ancient, poised jade stone, ready to strike. When he did, his blade would cut through with unstoppable force, like a torrent. Boom. Luo Tianya took a step forward, fully activating his Azure Dragon body and Iron Skin divine powers. Blue and golden lights intertwined and flashed around him. His body swelled rapidly, his long hair billowed wildly, and his eyes shot out beams of golden light, his aura soaring. He swiftly formed hand seals, pointing a finger forward, and a soul-enhancing array instantly enveloped the 6-eared macaque, boosting its aura significantly. Facing the monstrous horde before him, this was no longer a simple beast fight, but a battle of life and death. Luo Tianya understood the crucial role of the 6-eared macaque as his companion beast. A fatal injury would prevent it from returning to the soul space for recovery. Although he paid extra attention and instructed it to stay close, with the Ganymede divine power as a safeguard, more protection would always bring less worry. The swarm of locust beasts was already upon them. Luo Tianya and the 6-eared macaque charged in without hesitation, engaging the beasts heeding. Luo Tianya threw a punch, and dragon-shaped energy roared out, instantly shattering several locust beasts at the front into pieces, their black-green blood splattering and sizzling upon contact with the ground. The 6-eared macaque, with its nimble and agile form, weaved through the beast horde effortlessly. Under the invincible fist intent, Its fists swung like the wind, sending beasts flying in its path, shattering upon impact with the ground. This guy is really fierce, Feng Qingyue exclaimed, watching Luo Tianya and the Six-Eared Macaque unleash their power. His earlier bravado dissipated instantly. Kill. The soldiers, bolstered by the three-talent formation, joined the fray. The soldier at the forefront thrust his spear, the spear energy instantly turning several toad beasts into pulp. Showdown, one side each. Feng Qingyue shouted, positioning himself and the blade mantis on either side of the soldiers. They charged out, their blade energy slicing through the beasts on the flanks, leaving a trail of dismembered bodies. Suddenly, Feng Qingyue felt a wave of nausea, nearly retching. Fortunately, the blade mantis swiftly intervened, cleaving an approaching beast in half with a single strike. These beasts are really disgusting, Feng Qingyue muttered, suppressing his discomfort and continuing to wield his blade. A shadow flashed by as King Qingyun Yin darted across the battlefield, swiftly clearing a group of beasts and rescuing several students who were momentarily dazed by the nausea. Stay alert, the more you kill, the more you'll get used to it, Wu Ji calmly reminded. King Qingyun Yin returned to his side, closely monitoring the battle with Xing Yueya, ready to provide support at any moment. Just as Luo Tianya swatted away a group of mosquito beasts, a locust beast suddenly clamped its dark jaws onto his left arm, producing a crisp sound. Snap. Luo Tianya's expression turned cold as he slapped the locust beast into a pulp. Out of your league. With those teeth, you think you can break my defense? With the two major body-refining divine powers, his physique was far beyond ordinary, making it impossible for mere locust beasts to harm him. Chirp! The cry of a vermilion bird rang out from behind. Luo Tianya glanced back to see the little vermilion bird riding on the little Azure Dragon's head, commanding attacks. Occasionally, it spewed out southern bright flame, burning the approaching beasts, which were then swept into pieces by the little Azure Dragon's tail. Seeing this, Luo Tianya immediately used evolution points on the little vermilion bird through the system. Chirp! The little vermilion bird let out a long cry, soaring into the air from the little Azure Dragon's head. The southern bright flame within it exploded, and then quickly condensed. Luo Tianya sensed that the little vermilion bird had advanced to level 3, acquiring the flame spirit physique, divine power. Before he could examine the specifics of this power, the little vermilion bird had already begun to use it. It flapped its wings, and white flames burst forth from its body, forming a 3-foot-long flame body around it. Encased within, the little vermilion bird moved, and the outer flames followed its motions. Finally able to unleash its full potential, the little vermilion bird excitedly flapped its wings, transforming into a streak of white light. It maneuvered through the beast horde, wielding the flame body with precision and agility. The little vermilion bird, having reached the 3rd level, could finally harness the power of the southern bright flame through its blaze spirit form. It chirped excitedly, releasing the ancient primordial fire. Crimson flames shot out like serpents, instantly engulfing the surrounding beasts. These formidable creatures, at least at the 8th or 9th level, were reduced to charred remains with just a touch of the southern bright flame, howling in agony as they burned. Watching itself effortlessly incinerate these high-level beasts, the little vermilion bird felt a wave of satisfaction wash over it. It soared proudly in the sky, ready to use its divine power once more to obliterate the pesky mosquito beasts completely. However, just as it was about to unleash its might, something unexpected happened. A sudden wave of weakness overcame it, and its blaze spirit form quickly dissipated. The little vermilion bird flapped its wings in confusion midair, looking rather foolish. The mindless beasts weren't going to miss this opportunity. Seeing the little vermilion bird in trouble, the mosquito and fly beasts swarmed immediately. Their long, sharp proboscises glinted menacingly in the sunlight, sending chills down one's spine. In this critical moment, the little Azure Dragon, which had been guarding nearby, came to the rescue. Following Luo Tianya's instructions, it had always stayed close to the little vermilion bird. Seeing it in danger, the little Azure Dragon let out a deafening roar, scattering the flying beasts. Then, it deftly wrapped its tail around the exhausted vermilion bird, safely placing it on its head. Not far away, Luo Tianya had been closely monitoring the battle. He quickly realized the little vermilion bird's predicament. It had simply run out of energy. While the southern bright flame was powerful, the 3rd level vermilion bird couldn't fully control this force. Passive defense and protection didn't consume much energy, but actively using the power quickly drained it. The recent attack had nearly exhausted all its energy, and it needed time to recover before continuing the fight. Luo Tianya smiled slightly, deciding to fulfill the little vermilion bird's wish. He immediately allocated points to help it level up and evolve. With a clear chirp, the little vermilion bird reached the 4th level. Its energy was instantly replenished, and it once again deployed its blaze spirit form. This time, An even more massive fire form appeared in the sky, radiating intense heat as it charged towards the beast horde. Attack! The little Vermilion Bird cried out with renewed battle spirit, diving back into the fierce combat. In the distant western desolation, atop a solitary barren mountain, stood a lone stone house. A tall, robust middle-aged man sat cross-legged in front of the stone house, eyes closed, meditating. With each breath he took, the sun in the sky seemed to flicker in response. Upon closer inspection, one could see wisps of flame falling from the sun and being inhaled by him. This astonishing scene made it appear as if he was consuming the sun's true fire, challenging the limits of life itself. After a while, the middle-aged man opened his eyes, revealing two flames dancing in his pupils. The sky darkened as he did so. He stood up, and the sky brightened once more. At this moment, he appeared ordinary and unassuming, his presence restrained, exuding an ancient and natural aura. Suddenly, he sensed a peculiar fluctuation and his expression shifted slightly. A radiant wheel of light, as brilliant as the sun, rose behind him, instantly overshadowing the sunlight. A three-legged black crow stood within the light wheel, gazing into the distance. This aura feels familiar. The crow's voice echoed from the light wheel. This peculiar fluctuation seems almost as strong as your divine fire, the middle-aged man remarked, hands behind his back, looking into the distance. Almost as strong as my divine fire, the crow murmured. It might not be weaker than my natal divine fire. Your natal divine fire ranks among the top 3 in the ancient times, possibly second, without dispute, the middle-aged man questioned. If it's not weaker than your natal divine fire, could it be one of those 2 divine fires emerging? If it's the purifying glazed fire, that's manageable, the crow said. But if that volatile one is reborn with its natal divine fire, who knows what might happen? Regardless, it's beneficial for both our human race and the beast side, the middle-aged man said solemnly, then looked into the distance. That direction should be near Sifang City. It seems we need to send someone to investigate. The black crow flew out and perched on the middle-aged man's shoulder, saying seriously, investigate. But don't provoke that one. If it gets angry, it can do anything. Don't worry, I understand, the middle-aged man replied with a smile, indicating he would handle it carefully. The radiant wheel of light dissipated, and the sun, slightly westward, continued to blaze, illuminating the man and beast. Upon closer inspection, the black crow actually had 3 legs. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Luo Tianya and Xiao Zhuke were unaware that the special fluctuation emitted when Xiao Zhuke wielded the southern bright flame had been detected by this pair in the western desolation. The fact that they could sense such a subtle fluctuation over such a vast distance was truly astonishing. Luo Tianya was fully focused on combating the beast tide. He continuously struck down the attacking toad beasts, feeling increasingly nauseated. These already hideous beasts appeared even more grotesque and terrifying under the influence of demonic energy. Taking a deep breath to dispel the nausea, Luo Tianya picked up the hind legs of 2 fallen locust beasts to use as weapons. Swinging these makeshift weapons, he swept through the beasts in front of him, slicing them in half in midair. As he fought, Luo Tianya pondered finding a more suitable weapon. He now deeply understood why frontline warriors favored long weapons like spears. A spear can sweep through a large area, which was extremely effective against large numbers of beasts. When the locust legs broke, Luo Tianya tossed them aside, transformed his right hand into a dragon claw, grabbed a mid-level Xian locust beast, and pinned it to the ground. With both hands, he tore off its hind legs, causing black-green blood to splatter everywhere. In this life-and-death moment, Luo Tianya had a whimsical thought. If this locust wasn't a beast, frying it with some cumin or salt might taste pretty good. Shaking his head to clear his mind, Luo Tianya noticed the Six-Eared Macaque fighting fiercely not far away. He tore off 2 more front legs from the locust beast, coldly watching it struggle on the ground before giving it a swift end with a stomp. Swinging the sturdy hind legs, Luo Tianya cleared the beasts behind the Six-Eared Macaque, and they regrouped. Catch! Luo Tianya tossed over 2 front legs, as the hind legs were too long for the macaque. Kill! Man and beast, weapons in hand, moved through the battlefield with ease. With their formidable bodies and enhanced weapons, they seemed like gods of war, swiftly cutting through the horde of demonic beasts. Suddenly, a loud explosion interrupted their killing spree. A figure was blasted away, crashing heavily not far behind them. As the demonic beast swarmed to devour the fallen person, the 6-eared monkey flashed into action. Its weapon swung like the scythe of death, instantly reducing the approaching beasts to fragments. The person quickly got up, standing back-to-back with the 6-eared monkey, together fending off the beasts from all directions. Luo Tianya turned his head and recognized the person as Han Fei. At that moment, Han Fei was fiercely carving a path through the beasts, fighting desperately toward the direction he had come from. Following Han Fei's gaze, Luo Tianya saw a giant toad-like demonic beast engaged in a fierce battle with two soldiers. The situation was dire. The three talents formation had been breached, and one soldier had been blasted away. The remaining two, both at the early Xian level, were clearly struggling to hold on. With quick reflexes, Luo Tianya grabbed the leg of a locust-like beast and hurled it like a javelin. The dark shadow pierced through the air, aiming straight for the toad's eye. The toad tried to swat it away but underestimated the power behind the throw. Its hand was instantly broken, pain surging through it. The dark shadow left a deep gash on its face and skewered several mosquito-like beasts before falling to the ground. Luo Tianya and Han Fei descended from the sky, scattering the beasts around the toad. Han Fei's spirit beast, a bear, charged forward, clearing a path for its master. Han Fei quickly regrouped with his teammates, reforming the three talents formation, alert and focused, eyes locked on the injured toad. You three, handle the other beasts. Leave this one to me. Luo Tianya ordered, his back to Han Fei and the others. Though hesitant, they quickly obeyed, knowing Luo Tianya's strength far surpassed the combined might of the three of them. On the city wall, Ouyang Feng lowered his gun, a hint of amusement in his eyes as he watched Luo Tianya. A slight smile played on his lips. This kid is interesting. Luo Tianya coldly stared at the toad, its injured arm drooping and black blood streaming down its face. His voice was icy. How do you want to die? Luo Tianya stared at the toad demon beast before him. The system quickly analyzed its information. Species was a toad demon, at the late Xian level, possessing the abilities of Flying Tongue and Toad Charge, along with the demonic energy explosion ability common to all demon beasts. Its status displayed kill, 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 indicating its mindless killing nature. Not wanting to waste any time, Luo Tianya decisively took action. He grabbed the hind leg of a defeated locust demon beast and wielded it like a weapon as he charged at the toad demon. The toad demon emitted a low croak as it gathered its strength, preparing to unleash its toad charge. Its massive body suddenly sprang forward, knocking aside other beasts as it barreled straight toward Luo Tianya. Bang! Luo Tianya swung the locust leg with all his might, striking the toad demon's head and interrupting its charge. The powerful impact forced Luo Tianya to take 2 steps back, and the locust leg in his hand broke apart. Without hesitation, he discarded the broken leg, clenched his fists, and charged again at the now-dazed toad demon. Boom, boom, boom. Luo Tianya's fists rained down on the toad demon. Despite being at the early Xian level, his strength was bolstered by the power of 3 divine beast-level monsters, making him immensely powerful. Under the ferocious assault, the toad demon exploded, its limbs and blood splattering everywhere. Luo Tianya stepped on the scattered remains and coldly muttered, "Is that all?" Suddenly, a shadow streaked through the air like lightning, aiming straight for Luo Tianya's face. He tilted his head slightly, narrowly dodging the fatal strike. The shadow tried to retract, but Luo Tianya's quick reflexes caught it. Following the tongue-like shadow, Luo Tianya saw another mid-Xian level toad demon glaring at him. With a cold snort, Luo Tianya yanked the tongue, pulling the entire toad demon towards him. "I'll send you flying." He clenched his left fist and delivered an upward punch, sending the toad demon soaring into the sky. With a loud bang, the beast exploded midair, resembling a black firework. "Kill!" Luo Tianya shouted as he continued to charge at the other demon beasts. On the battlefield, soldiers formed formations, concentrating their power to fight the beasts. From above, the combined forces of humans and allied beasts were steadily advancing against the demon beasts. 2 instructors stood on the city wall, closely observing the performance of the Nantian Academy students. Though Xian-level training inevitably involved life-and-death battles with demon beasts, these young students were the Academy's future hope. Therefore, there were hidden protectors ensuring their safety while also allowing them to train. That Luo Tianya, his strength is truly exceptional, Instructor Li Quan remarked as he watched Luo Tianya dominate the battlefield. Instructor Xiong Qi reminded him, those who were handpicked by the Academy's top officials for the Tianjiao tournament are not ordinary individuals. The 2 instructors continued their observation, noting that other students were also performing admirably. In one area, sword chi and blade energy filled the air, while in another, a girl and her snow-white lion showcased their dual elemental abilities. The Feng siblings were also impressive, with one tearing through the demon beast ranks like a beast and the other using a white fox's power to incapacitate nearby beasts. Seeing some students growing tired, Xiong Qi and Li Quan were about to step in and replace them when Wu Ji and Xing Yue acted first. Wu Ji cleared an area with his crescent blade, escorting several students back to the city wall to rest. Xing Yue used his Eternal Night Starfield to turn a large group of beasts to ash, simultaneously ensuring the students' safe retreat. Under the admiring gazes of the students, Wu Ji and Xing Yue turned to face the tide of demon beasts. With a cold look in their eyes, they charged into the battlefield. The real slaughter had begun. With the addition of Wu Ji and Xing Yueya, the pressure on the frontline warriors significantly decreased. Wu Ji's beast, the swift cloud swallow king, moved like lightning and had formidable attack power, able to annihilate a group of monsters in an instant. Xing Yueya was even more ferocious, fighting alongside the Eternal Night Star beast. Together, they unleashed the power of 2 Eternal Night Star domains, turning any monsters in their path to ashes with astonishing efficiency. While Luo Tianya was fiercely battling, he heard the chirping of little Vermilion Bird behind him. He discarded the corpse of the locust monster he was using as a weapon and quickly joined little Vermilion Bird and little Azure Dragon. Though little Vermilion Bird still appeared small, its power had significantly grown, having advanced to level 5, just one step away from gaining new divine abilities. After prolonged and intense combat, Luo Tianya's accumulated evolution points reached 136, breaking the 100-point barrier once again. This was mainly thanks to the outstanding performance of little Vermilion Bird and the Six-Eared Macaque. Particularly, little Vermilion Bird, with its lower-level power, managed to kill high-level monsters, earning a substantial amount of evolution points for the team. Luo Tianya began to consider the breakthrough for the Six-Eared Macaque. If it could advance to the Xin level, its combat power would increase dramatically. As for little Vermilion Bird, it would remain as is for now to gain more evolution points during the battles. After regrouping, the trio headed towards the Six-Eared Macaque. As a natural-born combat saint, the Six-Eared Macaque was growing more valiant with each fight. Facing these detestable monsters, it could finally unleash its full power. As the battle continued, the Six-Eared Macaque felt its blood boiling, mastering the invincible fist technique more skillfully. With the second move, Sky Splitter, becoming increasingly perfected. A destructive aura emanated from it, causing any monster that came into contact to be torn apart. The Six-Eared Macaque fought its way deep into the monster horde, with Luo Tianya and the others close behind. Luo Tianya executed a dragon tail sweep, clearing a group of toads, and finally reunited with the Six-Eared Macaque. Sensing the intense aura surging around the Six-Eared Macaque, Luo Tianya knew the time had come. He quickly activated the system, injecting 100 evolution points into the Six-Eared Macaque. Instantly, its aura surged, and a whirlwind erupted from the center of the battlefield, tearing nearby monsters to shreds. Bathed in golden light at the center of the storm, the Six-Eared Macaque stood out against the dark wave of monsters, attracting even more of them. Luo Tianya led little Azure Dragon and little Vermilion Bird in a charge, determined to protect the Six-Eared Macaque. Little Azure Dragon transformed into a 3's-hanglong dragon, nearly causing little Vermilion Bird to lose its footing. Little Vermilion Bird chirped in mild annoyance, but quickly activated its flame spirit form and rejoined the battle. With a dragon's roar, little Azure Dragon stunned the monsters ahead, and little Vermilion Bird followed, incinerating them with its fiery form. A sweep of the dragon's tail turned another wave of monsters to ash. Suddenly, a beam of intense golden light shot down from the sky, dispersing the gloomy clouds. A gigantic monkey figure slowly emerged from the light, towering several zhang high. As the golden light receded, the Six-Eared Macaque stood majestically, resembling a divine monkey, leaving Luo Tianya and the others in awe. At that moment, all eyes on the battlefield, whether human, beast, or monster, were drawn to this enormous monkey, stunned by the incredible transformation. That was Tianya's companion beast. The little monkey now transformed into a gigantic one. Feng Qingyue and the others stared at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure, unable to hide their astonishment. The surge of energy from breaking through to the Xian level was incredibly powerful and shocking. Bai Qiu felt a mix of emotions as she recalled how her Ice Flame Lion had once been defeated by a 9th-level Six-Eared Macaque. Although the Ice Flame Lion had a fortuitous encounter and broke through again, she had thought it would leave the Six-Eared Macaque behind. Unexpectedly, it had now broken through on the battlefield, and its aura was astonishing. On the city wall, Ouyang Feng retracted his spear after a swift sweep across the battlefield. The commotion caused by the Six-Eared Macaque's breakthrough had distracted many, forcing him to intervene and mitigate the danger. These youngsters need to toughen up their mental resilience. Ouyang Feng muttered to himself, shaking his head. His gaze then fell on the enormous monkey, and he murmured, "But this monkey's breakthrough was indeed quite dramatic." Feeling the surge of power within, the Six-Eared Macaque looked down at the beasts relentlessly attacking but failing to breach its defense. With a slight shake, it sent them flying. Having broken through to the Xian level, its strength and physique had soared once again, and its divine abilities had grown even more formidable. Just the physical defense bolstered by its copper skin iron bones ability was enough to withstand most of the beast's attacks. With its blood boiling, the Six-Eared Macaque decided to continue the battle. It moved like a war god descending, its massive form crushing hordes of beasts with a single step. Empowered by its divine abilities, it unleashed the first move of its invincible fist, flattening mountains and seas, creating a vast empty space in the battlefield center. Luo Tianya and Xiao Qinglong stood behind the six-eared macaque, speechless as they looked at the suddenly cleared battlefield around them. At that moment, Luo Tianya felt a surge of energy, his strength and physique enhancing. He stamped his foot, leaving shallow pits in the ground. Following this, a mysterious wave appeared in his soul space. Is this a divine ability obtained from the six-eared macaque's upgrade? Luo Tianya murmured to himself. Could this ability be a transformation technique? Luo Tianya felt the extraordinary power of his transformation technique and couldn't help but marvel. This ability can be both grand and minute. Combined with the fiery eyes, it can transform into anything. Such a simple statement holds so much profound meaning. He carefully pondered the characteristics of his ability. It seemed to encompass both the power to change size at will and the ability to manifest as grand as the heavens and earth. The towering figure of the six-eared macaque before him was a clear manifestation of this power. As for transforming into anything, it involved using the divine power of the fiery eyes to analyze the structure of objects and then altering them through the transformation technique. Luo Tianya silently analyzed. This transformation is temporary. The intrinsic nature remains unchanged. Turning into a beast won't grant all its abilities, probably just its appearance. To enhance the power of this ability, I need more strength. On the battlefield, the team led by the six-eared macaque charged straight into the heart of the demonic beast's territory. The continuous roars and explosions disrupted the beast's formation entirely. The battlefield was divided, with the beasts near the city walls being slaughtered by soldiers in formation, while the rear was held off by the team led by the six-eared macaque. Suddenly, the sound of a blade slicing through the air broke the sky. Feng Qingyue and others cut through the horde of beasts and joined Luo Tianya. After prolonged combat, they had become familiar with the beast's tactics. Seeing Luo Tianya charging alone, they were not to be outdone and fought their way over. Though they broke through successfully, everyone was exhausted and panting heavily. Seeing this, Luo Tianya pointed his finger, and several green halos enveloped their heads, with specks of green light quickly restoring their vitality. Healing ability. Feng Qingyue and the others exclaimed in shock, staring at Luo Tianya. Ignoring their astonishment, Luo Tianya noticed Bai Qiu struggling not far away and immediately ordered, "Go and assist Bai Qiu." Following his command, the group acted swiftly. They worked together to clear the beasts around Bai Qiu and brought her back safely. Luo Tianya casually cast a healing halo on Bai Qiu as well. Feeling her strength recovering, Bai Qiu whispered her thanks. At that moment, Zhang Tianfeng and Feng Yingying charged in, tearing through the beasts like paper. Luo Tianya noticed that Zhang Tianfeng hadn't summoned his life beast and silently speculated about the possible reasons. Without dwelling on it, he cast healing halos on both of them. Seeing this, Feng Yingying cautiously requested, "Luo Tianya, could you also heal my little white fox?" It overexerted itself using its illusion ability and is now very weak. Without hesitation, Luo Tianya cast a healing halo on the little white fox. Just as Feng Yingying was about to express her gratitude, a massive roar erupted from the front. A golden giant figure was seen staggering backward, crushing countless beasts in its path. It was the six-eared macaque. "Retreat!" Luo Tianya shouted, ordering everyone to fall back. His own aura surged as he charged forward alone. Zhang Tianfeng quickly followed, urging Feng Yingying to retreat. The six-eared macaque had just fought several powerful beasts and was pushed back. Due to its massive size, it struggled to regain control. Another few steps back could endanger their allies. Luo Tianya made a swift decision, summoning his little green dragon to stabilize the macaque's stance. The green dragon acted immediately, letting out a dragon roar that slowed the macaque's retreat. It then maneuvered its three's hanglong body, its gleaming claws pressing against the macaque's back, fully absorbing the impact. Luo Tianya swiftly caught the weakened Zhuke and gently cradled her in his arms. His eyes were sharp and focused as he lightly tapped his fingers. In an instant, a string of clouds, like pearls, rapidly formed behind the six-eared macaque, nearly covering its entire back, except for the area where the Qinglong was. Luo Tianya's face flushed red as he gritted his teeth, concentrating intensely on controlling the cloud riding technique to halt the six-eared macaque's retreat. Suddenly, a fierce tornado roared towards the six-eared macaque. Luo Tianya turned at the sound and saw Zhang Tianfeng intensely directing the powerful gust, providing crucial support. With their combined efforts and the six-eared macaque's own efforts to stabilize itself, its massive body finally stopped retreating. As it steadied, a flash of golden light enveloped the six-eared macaque, and it quickly shrank back to its original small monkey form. Panting heavily, it looked exhausted, clearly drained from the transformation. The divine power of Qilin quietly activated, nourishing the six-eared macaque like spring rain, gradually restoring its vitality. After a brief rest, the six-eared macaque squeaked at Luo Tianya. "For demon beasts attacked you together and pushed you back?" Hearing this, Luo Tianya's figure flickered as he soared into the sky, his eyes scanning the four massive beasts at the rear of the demon horde. His eyes shone with a sharp gleam as he instantly discerned the details of these demon beasts. Toad Demon. Late Sovereign level, with abilities including Flying Tongue, Toad Charge, and Venom Spray. Locust Demon. Late Sovereign level, skilled in Voracious Eating, Iron Jaw, and Wing Slash. Reed Fly Demon. Late Sovereign level, proficient in Extreme Flight, Psychic Shock, and Sticky Claws. Blood-Sucking Mosquito Demon. Peak Sovereign level, mastering Blood-Sucking, Buzzing Burst, and Mighty Strike. All the demon beasts were in a state of heightened demonic energy, exuding murderous intent. Luo Tianya swiftly descended back to the ground, detailing the situation to his approaching companions. Li Yang gasped in shock, expressing his concern. With such a lineup, there's no way we can hold them off by ourselves. But Zhan Tianfeng, filled with bravado, stepped forward and, with battle spirit surging, laughed heartily as he looked at the distant four demon beasts. What are we afraid of? Let's go and fight them, Hedon. Luo Tianya also smiled. Though it was difficult to fight the four demons alone, with everyone's combined strength, they should be able to hold off at least one. He shouted loudly, "Youthful spirit, fear nothing. Follow my lead. Charge forward. Youthful spirit, fear nothing. Charge!" Everyone shouted in unison, their morale soaring as they rushed towards the four formidable demon beasts. The two instructors on the city wall, who were observing the situation of the Southern Sky Academy students, were dumbfounded as they watched Luo Tianya lead a group of people recklessly charging towards the monsters. Their expressions froze, as if witnessing an unbelievable scene. Boom! Xiongqi and Li Quan shot up from the city wall like arrows leaving the bowstring, their figures instantly soaring into the sky, speeding towards the four sovereign rank monsters. Their movements were as fast as lightning, their eyes gleaming with battle intent. On the city wall, Ouyang Feng was also stunned. He could hardly believe that these young people, most of whom only had peak Xin rank strength, dared to challenge latestage or even peak sovereign rank monsters. He sighed inwardly. These guys are way too bold. Swish! Ouyang Feng's spear shot out like a flash of lightning, directly targeting the peak sovereign rank blood-sucking mosquito. He followed closely, his figure moving like a shadow, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the mosquito. Sky-breaking spear! Ouyang Feng shouted, his spear soaring like a dragon in the sky. A white spear aura roared out, locking onto the mosquito and crashing down with unstoppable force. Buzz! The blood-sucking mosquito wouldn't just sit and wait for death. Its long proboscis rose high, gleaming with a dark sheen, meeting the spear aura Hedon. Boom! The massive explosion resounded through the sky, with shockwaves spreading rapidly from the point of impact. The surrounding monsters were knocked askew by the terrifying aftershock, with those nearby turning to dust. The other three sovereign rank monsters had to retreat. Xiongqi and Li Quan arrived above the sovereign rank monsters just then. Seeing the situation, they quickly seized the opportunity to strike. Roar! Two earth-shaking beast roars sounded, as a mighty black bear and a multicolored giant tiger descended from the sky, each pouncing on one of the sovereign rank monsters. Kill! Xiongqi and Li Quan's weapons flashed as they, alongside their life-bound beasts, charged at the monsters. The battle instantly reached a fever pitch, with the clash between monsters and humans shaking the heavens. Meanwhile, Luo Tianya and his group's charge was blasted back by a powerful shockwave. They barely managed to steady themselves, looking at Feng Qingyue and the others sprawled on the ground. Luo Tianya couldn't help but feel speechless. These guys have really poor footing. The group quickly got up, dusting themselves off and pretending nothing had happened. Feng Qingyue complained with a bitter face, "Tianya, you're such a scammer. You said you'd lead us forward, but we got blown back just like that?" Luo Tianya felt a bit embarrassed and explained, "We were just about to make a move when Ouyang Feng and that blood-sucking mosquito's attack wave forced us back." Wu Ji and Xing Yueye flashed to their side, seeing their disheveled state. Wu Ji shook his head and said, "You were too reckless. You must know there's a vast difference between sovereign rank and Xin rank. With just you guys, you don't even stand a chance." Wu Ji continued to explain, "Sovereign rank means delving deeper into one's own power after reaching Xin rank, achieving a resonance between soul and body, and forming a connection with the external world, ultimately controlling the surrounding space. There's a saying about sovereign rank. Within 3 zhang, I am sovereign. It means that upon reaching sovereign rank, one can control a 3 zhang radius, deciding life and death with a thought." At this moment, a crisp cracking sound echoed from the battlefield. Everyone looked towards the source, seeing that the blood-sucking mosquito fighting Ouyang Feng had its long proboscis broken. The mosquito's eyes glowed even redder as it flapped its wings and charged at Ouyang Feng again, the two clashing fiercely. Luo Tianya watched the 3 battlefields before him, his fighting spirit boiling. He turned to Wu Ji and questioned, "Earlier, For monsters teamed up to push back my little monkey. Senior brother Wu Ji, are you sure they're really that strong? Xing Yueya added. You might be a prodigy, but don't underestimate sovereign rank monsters. Even if we all join forces, we might not defeat those 4 sovereign rank monsters. Luo Tianya's eyes burned as he stared at the remaining locust monster, determinedly saying, if we can't handle 4, then we'll take down 1. The locust monster, seeing the other 3 monsters being besieged, looked bewildered, unsure of whom to help. Luo Tianya shouted, don't just stand there, let's kill it. Like we discussed, I'll be the spearhead while you guys support. Take it down. Little monkey, you're with me up front. The rest of you, move around the battlefield and look for attack opportunities. Focus on its proboscis, abdomen, and tail. Those should be its weak points. Luo Tianya analyzed the tactics, having identified the weak points with his Fire Eyes Golden Gaze ability. He approached the locust monster with a gaming mindset, like forming a team to fight a boss. With his and the Six-Eared Macaque's strong physical power and healing abilities, they should be able to withstand the locust monster's attacks. The key was whether the others could break through its defenses. Wu Ji and Xing Yueya exchanged glances, a flicker of unusual emotion passing through their eyes. What, are all the students from Nantian Academy this cowardly? Zhan Tianfeng sneered coldly, his gaze as sharp as a knife as it swept over Wu Ji and Xing Yueya. His aura was filled with a menacing energy, like a beast ready to pounce. Wu Ji and Xing Yueya exchanged a glance, a flicker of determination in their eyes. Wu Ji took a deep breath and turned to Zhan Tianfeng. We from Nantian Academy don't lose on the battlefield. His voice was firm and resonant. Wu Ji quickly calculated his options. He possessed the Shuangshan ability of King Qingyun Yin, while Xing Yueya had the power to control the field. Moreover, the old dean was observing from the shadows. Regardless of the outcome, this confrontation would be a psychological victory for them. Around them, Feng Qing, Yu Baiqiu, and others were eager, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Wu Ji knew that if a fight broke out, it would be their perfect opportunity to prove themselves. Boom! Wu Ji was the first to release his aura, a subtle wave rippling through the air. Zhan Tianfeng's pupils contracted sharply, surprised to sense that Wu Ji had reached the half-step sovereign level. This battle of prodigies just got a lot more interesting, he mused, a smile of anticipation curling his lips. On the city wall, Ren Tianhe was about to intervene and stop the young warriors from charging at the locust demon beasts. Suddenly, a whisper reached his ears. He hesitated briefly, then changed his mind, flinging his spear in another direction to assist the soldiers elsewhere. Interesting. Let's see if these kids can pull off a miracle, he muttered, his eyes fixed on the group of youths. Boom! Luo Tianya and the Six-Eared Macaque stepped forward simultaneously, their divine abilities activating in unison. Copper skin, iron bones, transformation techniques, and the Azure Dragon form instantly enlarged their figures to 10 feet tall. They were like moving fortresses, exuding an aura of invincibility. A small green dragon circled above their heads, while a rejuvenated small Vermilion Bird perched steadily on Luo Tianya's shoulder. This trio of 1 man and 2 beasts was an imposing sight. Charge! Luo Tianya grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Leading the young warriors behind him, they shot forward like arrows from a bow, aiming directly at the sovereign-level demon beast. In that moment, their eyes were fixed solely on their target, heedless of the dangers ahead. Their youthful blood boiled, their courage blazed, and they were determined to prove that they had what it took to hunt down that formidable sovereign-level demon beast. Luo Tianya and the Six-Eared Macaque faced the powerful locust beast with utmost caution. Although they underestimated the beast strategically, they took it very seriously in terms of tactics. This beast's level far surpassed theirs, spanning from the initial stages of the profound rank to the late stages of the supreme rank, almost crossing 2 major realms. As Luo Tianya moved forward, his right hand traced a mysterious pattern, forming a small energy sphere in his palm. This was his first time using Azure Dragon Star in actual combat, a move that had previously shattered the body of Qingyun Yanwang. Facing the supreme-ranked locust beast, he unleashed this deadly attack without hesitation. At the same time, the Six-Eared Macaque was also gathering its energy, with the aura of destruction emanating from its right fist. Having just advanced to the profound rank, it too gave its all, combining the second form of its invincible fist technique, Skybreaker, with the destructive intent of its punch, aiming directly at the locust beast. Man and beast, their strongest attacks unleashed in unison, targeted the supreme-ranked locust beast. The beast no longer looked around as the real threat had arrived. Its red eyes glowed, and the surrounding space trembled slightly, releasing invisible waves. Luo Tianya immediately felt his attack weakening, showcasing the prowess of a supreme-ranked expert. Within 15 feet of the locust beast, Luo Tianya and the Six-Eared Macaque clearly felt their attacks losing power. In this critical moment, Xiao Qinglong intervened. Its Azure Dragon roar sent a concentrated sound wave straight at the locust beast, causing it to pause and its spatial control to weaken drastically. Seizing this opportunity, the fully restored Azure Dragon Star and Skybreaker struck the locust beast's head from the left and right. Amidst a thunderous explosion, azure and golden lights intertwined, drawing everyone's attention. As the light faded, the locust beast let out a pained screech, its red eyes skewed, and black-green blood oozed from the corners. Ouyang Feng and the others were shocked. Two initial profound-ranked fighters had managed to injure a late supreme-ranked beast. Although there may have been some carelessness on the beast's part, it also proved that these attacks could indeed harm a supreme-ranked beast. The battle raged on. In the sky, a vortex of dark clouds formed, and a flash of azure light revealed a massive dragon claw reaching out to crush the locust beast. Xiao Qinglong once again used Azure Dragon Claw, attacking the enraged locust beast. Other teammates also unleashed their ultimate moves, various mystical abilities bombarding the locust beast. Lin San and the lightning beast's thunderblade struck first, aiming directly at the injured eye of the locust beast. Following closely were Feng Qingyue, Li Yang, and their lifebound beasts' four giant sword energies, attacking the head and tail. Two unusual ice and fire lotuses descended from the sky, while the combined power of Xing Yueye and Yongye Xing beast's star strings targeted the beast's wing joints. The fastest were Wu Ji and Zhan Tianfeng, who closed in instantly. Wu Ji's fingers, sharp as swords, attacked the beast's injured eye from the left, while Zhan Tianfeng's clawed hands tore at the beast's rump. Black-green blood splattered, and Wu Ji and Qing Yunyanwang immediately used their escape techniques, while Zhan Tianfeng quickly retreated with a torn piece of the beast. Next, the others' attacks poured down like a tidal wave. Various mystical lights intertwined, turning the battlefield into a dazzling yet deadly spectacle. The locust beast suffered severe injuries, its eyes charred black. It let out a strange beastly roar, suppressed by the Azure Dragon Claw, enduring the relentless barrage of mystical attacks. In desperation, the locust beast used its ability Double Wing Slash, turning its broken wings into two black long blades that slashed at the incoming attacks. With a deafening explosion, a massive blast erupted above the beast, scattering the remnants of various mystical abilities in a brilliant display. This battlefield once again became the focal point, drawing everyone's eyes to this breathtaking battle. Ouyang Feng's spear thrust forward like a dragon emerging from its cave, piercing through the peak-level blood-sucking mosquito beast. The beast struggled under the spear, but Ouyang Feng's eyes were cold and his energy flowed smoothly. With a flick of his spear, he shattered the beast instantly. Limbs and fragments scattered, and the peak-level blood-sucking mosquito beast met its end. Meanwhile, Xiongqi and Li Quan, each coordinating with their own beasts, also managed to slay two other latest-stage beasts. The three of them then turned their gaze to the rear of the battlefield, where a dazzling array of magical abilities lit up the scene. It was a group of young warriors joining forces to fight against the locust beast. As the light gradually faded, the silhouette of the locust beast emerged. Its body was covered in wounds, with charred eye sockets still flickering with remnants of lightning, sword energy, ice shards, and flames. Despite the heavy damage, most of its fighting power remained intact, and it had not sustained any fatal injuries. Luo Tianya shouted, again, and unleashed his Azure Dragon coiling star technique with his right hand. The Six-Eared Macaque's form expanded to a height of 3 zhong, preparing to use its physical strength to clash with the locust beast, creating an opportunity for Luo Tianya to attack. The others also began gathering their energy, ready to strike once more. At this critical moment, the demonic energy around the locust beast fluctuated violently, and its aura surged. Luo Tianya's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly retreated with the Six-Eared Macaque. Ouyang Feng, Xiongqi, and Li Quan also shouted warnings, urging everyone to retreat quickly. The beast was about to self-destruct. The battlefield descended into chaos. The soldiers, well-trained, quickly retreated toward the city walls with their life-bound beasts. The students of Nantian Academy also withdrew in an orderly fashion. Feng Qingyue called out to Luo Tianya as she retreated. Wu Ji's pupils contracted, ready to make a move to save them when suddenly, a 9-colored divine light lit up the sky. A clear ding resonated across the battlefield, and the locust beast, which had begun to explode, imploded and vanished into a speck of dust. The 9-colored divine light expanded, enveloping the entire battlefield. In a flash, all the beasts were swept away. As the divine light faded, it left behind a group of stunned individuals. Luo Tianya and the Six-Eared Macaque returned to their normal states, deeply shaken. This was his first time witnessing the true power of a half-step king, far surpassing his imagination. With a mere flick, it annihilated peak-level beasts and cleared the battlefield without harming any humans or allied beasts. They had struggled to inflict serious damage on the locust beast, but the 9-colored divine light effortlessly neutralized the imminent explosion. Luo Tianya silently vowed to continue improving. Ouyang Feng sheathed his spear and looked questioningly at Xiong Qi and Li Quan. The two exchanged a smile and nodded slightly. Ouyang Feng's voice echoed across the battlefield once more, issuing the command to retreat. Clean up the battlefield and tend to the wounded. His voice was loud and resolute. The magical beasts had been completely annihilated by the previous strike, and the wave of beasts had finally come to an end. Luo Tianya stood in the center of the battlefield, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. He had hoped to engage the locust beast a few more times, using the opportunity to build everyone's confidence in defeating high-level beasts. However, unexpectedly, the locust beast chose to self-destruct. Just before the explosion, Luo Tianya noticed the unusual state of the locust beast, and the system timely warned him of its impending self-destruction. This alert allowed Luo Tianya to quickly react and order everyone to retreat. Despite this, Luo Tianya remained puzzled. His demonic energy blast hadn't critically injured the beast, so why did it choose to self-destruct instead of continuing the fight? When Luo Tianya regrouped with the others, Wuji noticed the confused expressions on the newcomers' faces. Smiling, he began to explain. It is indeed a strange phenomenon. Most magical beasts are mindless. Only higher-level ones have a semblance of consciousness. Wuji continued, on the battlefield, they typically follow their instinct to kill, destroying everything in their path except other magical beasts. His expression turned peculiar. Interestingly, all magical beasts possess a self-destruct ability, which allows them to unleash power far beyond their own. But they only use this ability as a last resort. In certain abnormal situations, they opt for self-destruction. With a hint of perplexity in his voice, Wuji added, so far, we haven't identified the key factor that triggers their self-destruction. At this moment, Ouyang Feng had already sheathed his spear and approached to add, therefore, our best strategy is to kill the beasts as quickly as possible to prevent them from self-destructing. Once that happens, the affected area expands, making it much harder to control the situation. After hearing their explanations, Luo Tianya frowned in thought. He recalled that fleeting moment when the system seemed to capture some crucial information, but it had vanished before he could examine it closely, and the beast self-destructed. Determined, Luo Tianya resolved to study a magical beast thoroughly next time, hoping to uncover the mystery behind their self-destruction. They then followed the soldiers to clear the battlefield and aid the wounded. Luo Tianya and Xiao Qinglong used their divine powers to summon a healing rain, focusing on those with severe injuries. We often see battlefields of this scale, said a young-faced soldier named Han Fei as he walked by. With our experience and preparation, the losses were minimal. His face was weary, smeared with blood, yet he continued to fulfill his duties diligently. Seeing this, Luo Tianya restored his strength. Han Fei clasped his hands in thanks, but requested that those more severely injured be treated first. Luo Tianya smiled and shook his head. No worries, I still have plenty of strength left. On the battlefield, Luo Tianya and Xiao Qinglong busied themselves. There were also 2 butterfly fairies in the border town, and with their combined efforts, the wounded were quickly and properly treated. No soldiers were lost, Han Fei said with a bright smile, showing his white teeth. That's wonderful. Luo Tianya straightened up, watching as the severely injured soldiers were helped back to the city. He sighed, yes, it's great that no one perished. But I wonder when this endless war will finally cease. Xing Yueya approached, his expression serious. Only through the continuous efforts of generations to drive out the beasts will the flames of war gradually subside and eventually disappear. Zhan Tianfeng's eyes were cold as he stared at the lifeless beasts on the ground. These beasts are invaders. Only by exterminating them can we restore peace to the divine beast continent. Luo Tianya looked down at the small Zhuke in his arms, his thoughts drifting to the ancient finger entwined with demonic energy, speculating that it might be the origin of these beasts. At this moment, the soldiers with remaining strength began to collect the beast corpses. The surviving beasts had been eradicated by Guzi Yuan's 9-colored divine light, leaving only the bodies of those killed in battle scattered across the field. Curious, Luo Tianya watched, wondering how they would handle these demonic and grotesque corpses. In this vast universe of gluttons, there's finally a time when I can't unleash my full power, he mused, gazing at the gray sky. The soldiers in charge of handling the bodies warned everyone to stay back as they prepared to burn the beast corpses. Luo Tianya chuckled and gently woke the sleeping Zhuke in his arms. The little creature, exhausted from the prolonged battle, had been held back at the 5th level without breaking through. But this had also brought Luo Tianya a rich harvest of evolution points. The little Zhuke woke groggily, and Luo Tianya pointed at the beast corpses, explaining with a smile. The Zhuke rolled its eyes, clearly already understanding the situation. Baiqiu stepped forward with his ice flame lion to help, while others retreated, especially Feng Yingying, who had taken her deep-sea siren far away, evidently disliking the impending smoke. With a long cry, the Zhuchua's white flames surged, transforming into a massive firebird that swept over the beast corpses. The ice flame lion roared, shooting fist-sized flames from its body. The firebird formed from Naming Li Hua flew over, dropping white flames that quickly spread, and the fierce fire reduced the beast corpses to ash. With the task complete, the Zhuge flew back to Luo Tianya's shoulder, looking proud and seeking praise. Aware of Xiao Zhuchue's temper, Luo Tianya immediately showered her with praise. He gave a thumbs up, his face beaming with excitement as he exclaimed, "Wow, our little firecracker, you really are amazing. Truly the master of flames, unmatched in the world." Hearing this flattery, Xiao Zhuge instantly puffed up with pride, standing tall and looking smug, as if to say, "Yep, that's just how awesome I am." Meanwhile, the ice flame lion's powers were on full display, demonstrating incredible might. Wherever its icy flames touched, the beasts instantly turned into ice shards, shattering soon after. Luo Tianya keenly observed that these dead beasts seemed much more fragile than they were alive. Both the density of their demonic energy and the strength of their bodies had significantly diminished. Activating his Fire Eye Golden Gaze ability, Luo Tianya closely examined the remains of the beasts on the ground. He frowned, golden light flickering in his eyes as he pondered. These look like they were artificially accelerated. And these beast species are known for their high reproductive rates. His mind raced, trying to piece together the connections. Just then, a crisp ding-ding-ding sound snapped Luo Tianya out of his thoughts. He looked up to see that the ice flame lion's power had turned more beasts into ice pillars and shards, which were now falling to the ground with a clinking noise. This scene suddenly reminded Luo Tianya of Xiao Zhuchue's divine flame ability. He mused to himself, "The Namingli fire is too strong for me to control. But maybe I could try to control the ice flame of the ice flame lion?" Determined to act on his idea, Luo Tianya's eyes gleamed as he focused on a solitary ice flame at the edge. He discreetly activated his divine flame ability, emitting a unique wave of energy from his body. With his right hand forming a sword-like gesture beneath his sleeve, tiny sparks of fire appeared in his vision. "It works!" Luo Tianya thought with delight, noting the difference from his previous attempts to control the Nanmingli fire. Clearly, his divine flame ability was effective on this ice flame, and he could manipulate it. Fixing his gaze on the ice flame at the edge, Luo Tianya's eyes flashed with fire as he subtly moved his right hand. A miracle happened. The ice flame actually changed direction under his control. Not only that, but he also felt he could directly trigger an explosion in the ice flame. This discovery left Luo Tianya both surprised and thrilled, quietly rejoicing in his newfound ability. In his excitement, Luo Tianya made an error in his control, causing the ice flame to crash onto the ground next to a toad-like beast. The ice flame lion was stunned, staring in confusion at the rebellious ice flame. Seeing this, Luo Tianya quickly retracted his power and pretended to look around nonchalantly, afraid of revealing his hidden strength. Fortunately, Luo Tianya didn't make any further mistakes, and the ice flame didn't act up again. The carefree ice flame lion soon forgot about the incident. They continued to fight fiercely until all the beasts were cleared and dawn began to break. After a night of intense battle, everyone was exhausted. Once they returned to the city, they were assigned to various houses to rest. The mental fatigue hit them like a wave, and as soon as they found their rooms, they collapsed into sleep, leaving everything else for later. Meanwhile, in a white tent, Xiong Qi, Li Quan, and Ren Tianhe were gathered around a table, holding cups. However, they weren't drinking alcohol but tasting a golden yellow fruit juice. "This orange juice is really something," Xiong Qi said, downing his drink and setting the cup down with a sigh. Li Quan shook his head with a smile. "It's not alcohol, won't get you drunk, but it feels like it. Only the area around Xifang City has this special product." Ren Tianhe took a sip and smiled. "Since you guys live near Xifang City, you get to drink it often?" Xiong Qi chuckled self-deprecatingly. "With our current strength, going to Xifang City would just be embarrassing. Better not show our faces there." Ren Tianhe countered. "You're exaggerating. With your current latest Zun level strength, you could go there and at least be a squad leader." Xiong Qi glanced at him and teased. "Then you can be my subordinate. Get lost." Ren Tianhe waved him off dismissively. "You wish. You think you can boss me around?" After some playful banter, Ren Tianhe turned serious and asked about the battlefield. "Speaking of which, why did you have such high-ranking individuals accompanying your Shin-level training this year?" Xiong Qi gave a mysterious smile. That's a secret." "Stingy." Ren Tianhe scoffed, then speculated. "It must be to protect the talents from your academy, right? If I'm not mistaken, it's to protect those standout youngsters on the battlefield, especially the one who led the charge against the Zun-level beast, right?" Xiong Qi and Li Quan didn't respond, focusing on their orange juice and talking about taking some back. Ren Tianhe, seeing their poor acting, decided to drop the subject. When Luo Tianya woke up, he found a splash of red on his chest. It was Xiao Zhuge. He carefully placed Xiao Zhuge on a nearby bed and quietly left the room. Outside, the sky was turning yellow, indicating he had slept until the afternoon. Hey, you're up. Zhang Tianfeng's voice startled him. He was munching on a golden fruit. Luo Tianya asked curiously, "What are you eating?" "Orange fruit, juicy and flavorful." "Want one?" Zhang Tianfeng tossed him one casually. Luo Tianya caught it, washed his face at the well, rinsed the fruit, and sat down next to Zhang Tianfeng. He took a bite, and the juice splashed, releasing a slightly spicy, alcoholic flavor in his mouth. "Not bad," Luo Tianya praised. "I've never seen this at Nantian Academy," Zhang Tianfeng explained. "It's a specialty of Xifang City. Only the area around there has these trees." "You've been to Xifang City?" Luo Tianya asked, intrigued. "Yeah," Zhang Tianfeng replied nonchalantly. Luo Tianya was fascinated by Xifang City, not only because it was where his parents had perished but also because it was the front line against the beast forces. The battle he had just experienced was only a small part of the beast tide left behind by Xifang City, so how massive must the beast tide be there? Infinite. Zhang Tianfeng seemed to read his thoughts, looking into the distance. The beast tide at Xifang City is endless, with no end in sight. Xin-level beasts at the minimum, with the main force being Zun-level beasts, and even higher-level beasts are not uncommon. Occasionally, even Demiking and King-level beasts appear. The struggle between humans and beasts is really tough. Listening to Zhang Tianfeng's reflections, Luo Tianya fell into deep thought. Beasts were invaders, and their instinct for slaughter made them mortal enemies of all other beings on the divine beast continent. The northern desert had already fallen, and it was with great difficulty that a massive defensive line was established centered around Xifang City. The beasts hadn't launched a large-scale war for a long time, and the future was uncertain. Taking another bite of the orange fruit, Luo Tianya looked at the setting sun and thought to himself, "Hope. There will always be hope, right?" The city of Xifang is just within reach now. Luo Tianya gazed into the distance, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. He turned to the silent Zhang Tianfeng beside him and asked, "By the way, what exactly is your life-bond beast? You've kept it so well hidden." Luo Tianya was genuinely curious. During their previous battles against the demonic beasts, Zhang Tianfeng had never summoned his life-bond beast, relying solely on his own strength to slay the beasts and protect his sister, Feng Yingying. Luo Tianya also noticed that Zhang Tianfeng used a claw technique that wasn't typical of avian creatures, leading him to speculate that Zhang Tianfeng's life-bond beast might be some sort of land animal. Recalling their first encounter, Zhang Tianfeng's fierce and unsettling aura made Luo Tianya feel as if he was glimpsing a legendary mythical beast through the mists of time. If that were indeed the case, Zhang Tianfeng's life-bond beast could very well be a creature of legend. What puzzled Luo Tianya was why Zhang Tianfeng seemed so reluctant to reveal his life-bond beast in front of others. Zhang Tianfeng sneered, giving Luo Tianya a sidelong glance, and said coolly, "There was someone who liked to meddle in others' business. He ended up getting beaten to a pulp." Luo Tianya snorted in response. "There was someone who liked to threaten others. He ended up getting beaten to a pulp. What? You looking for a fight?" Zhang Tianfeng suddenly stood up. "Huh. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you." Luo Tianya stood up as well, refusing to back down. Just as tensions were about to erupt, the door behind Zhang Tianfeng suddenly opened, and an annoyed voice came out. "If you two want to argue, take it somewhere else. Don't disturb our peace." Seeing the displeased look on the deep-sea diva's face and hearing Feng Yingying's fierce tone from inside, Luo Tianya shot Zhang Tianfeng a glance, snorted, and walked away. Zhang Tianfeng watched Luo Tianya's retreating figure and muttered under his breath, "If it weren't for my sister, I'd definitely beat you to a pulp." Deep-sea diva hit him with a tidal wave. Feng Yingying's angry voice echoed from inside the room. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianfeng instantly turned into a shadow and disappeared without a trace. After this little episode, Luo Tianya returned to his room to find his three little companions awake and lying listlessly, seemingly waiting to be fed. Seeing their state, Luo Tianya decided to take them out to find some food. Thus, the city's soldiers witnessed a peculiar sight. A figure flanked by a green dragon on one side and a macaque on the other, with a vermilion bird perched on his head, all marching towards the white tents with an intimidating air, as if ready for a fight. This city was inhabited only by warriors fighting against the demonic beasts, with no other residents. After all, being close to the central battlefield made it extremely dangerous, with frequent beast tides. To eat, one had to either go to the military camp or venture out to the nearby mountain ranges. Following the aroma of food and the smoke rising in the distance, Luo Tianya quickly found the camp's mess hall. He immediately spotted Han Fei, who was busy cooking, while his life-bond beast, a large black bear, was diligently blowing into the stove. From the black bear's practiced movements, it was clear that this wasn't its first time doing this. Hearing his name, Han Fei looked up and, seeing it was Luo Tianya, nodded with a smile before continuing his work. Luo Tianya didn't disturb him, instead taking his three little companions for a tour around the mess hall, discovering that the place specialized in hearty, large portion meals. After a simple meal, Luo Tianya got up to leave. As he departed, he saw Han Fei and the black bear each devouring large bowls of food, which brought a smile to his face. Leaving the camp, he was met with the chirping complaints of the little Vermilion Bird. This difficult-to-please creature was clearly dissatisfied with the camp's food and was tugging at Luo Tianya's hair, demanding he find some good fruit. Resigned, Luo Tianya thought, to find good fruit, it looks like I'll have to venture out to the two nearby mountain ranges. The origin of the two golden fruits in Zhang Tianfeng's hands remains a mystery. Clearly, the military camp's mess hall doesn't serve such rare fruits. However, even without this unexpected find, he had to venture out. The reason was simple. The little Vermilion Bird needed an upgrade. The previous beast tide had brought a wealth of evolution points to Luo Tianya. After deducting the 100 points needed to upgrade the Six-Eared Macaque, he still had 139 points left, enough to significantly boost the little Vermilion Bird's level. Although it couldn't directly advance to the Xin level, raising it to level 9 was more than sufficient. With its divine beast lineage and the support of Naming Lihua, a level 9 Vermilion Bird could easily defeat Xin-level beasts. Luo Tianya briefly reported to the city guards and infused his soul power into the compass in his hand. The compass lit up, and the guards let him through. This procedure ensured they wouldn't be obstructed by the city's defensive formation. Once outside the city gates, Luo Tianya immediately sped towards the distant mountains with his three little companions. He speculated that Gu Zeyuan might have been secretly monitoring his movements. To avoid suspicion, he decided to upgrade the little Vermilion Bird only to level 6 this time. He would save the remaining evolution points for later, to avoid drawing attention by upgrading too many levels at once. With his strength already formidable, bolstered by the three great beasts, Luo Tianya's figure flickered rapidly across the plain, soon disappearing beyond the horizon. It wasn't long before Luo Tianya and his companions reached the foot of the mountains near the city. He noticed a small grove nearby and used his ability to listen to all creatures, confirming that there wasn't much activity inside. Upgrade first, then find food, he thought to himself, and swiftly entered the grove. Under the puzzled gaze of the little Vermilion Bird, Luo Tianya smiled lightly, scanned the system interface with his consciousness, and instantly spent 10 evolution points. A red light flashed over the little Vermilion Bird. Its aura surged dramatically before quickly settling down. Outwardly, it seemed unchanged. The little Vermilion Bird tilted its head, full of confusion. It had thought they were just out for a stroll. How did it suddenly level up? At that moment, a rumbling sound suddenly echoed from the sky. Flames rapidly gathered above the grove, growing more intense by the second. Just as a mysterious force deep within the mountains was about to erupt, the flames vanished, and the force subsided. Luo Tianya opened his eyes, excitement gleaming in them. The phenomenon just now was him testing the new divine ability acquired by the little Vermilion Bird upon reaching level 6. To prevent a larger commotion, he had promptly interrupted the ability's release. This new ability, Flames of Destruction, was an incredibly powerful area effect skill, particularly suited for dealing with large hordes of beasts. Luo Tianya was secretly delighted, satisfied with the results of this upgrade. Finally, Luo Tianya obtained an area effect magical skill. He was thrilled, knowing that this fire-based skill called Blazing Inferno would significantly enhance his battlefield performance. Unlike his previous single-target abilities, this new power had a wide coverage area. Luo Tianya couldn't help but imagine how he would handle a beast horde with ease. After leveling up his little Vermilion Bird, Luo Tianya decided to pause his upgrades. He chose to save the remaining evolution points to avoid drawing too much attention with rapid power growth. After all, Gu Zeyuan might be secretly observing him. Luo Tianya's listening to all things skill had limited range and couldn't confirm the safety of his surroundings. With 129 evolution points left, Luo Tianya considered leveling up his little Azure Dragon and the Six-Eared Macaque to the mid-Xian level. Just then, rustling sounds came from the nearby mountains. Luo Tianya's eyes narrowed, and the three little beasts immediately restrained their auras, becoming alert. Although they were in the territory of allied beasts, it was always wise to stay vigilant. Using his listening to all things skill, Luo Tianya discovered a squirrel riding a white pig emerging from the mountains. Curious, he and his three little beasts stepped forward to observe more closely. Suddenly, the bushes parted, and a squirrel indeed rode out on a white pig. The pig seemed out of control, its speed increasing, causing the squirrel to panic. Just as they were about to crash, Luo Tianya swiftly intervened, a flash of golden light stopping the pig by pressing down on its head. The white pig was just an ordinary Xin-level beast, and Luo Tianya easily halted it. The pig's legs sank into the ground, while the squirrel covered its eyes, too scared to look. Luo Tianya chuckled and flicked the squirrel's head gently, reassuring, "Little one, it's stopped now. You can open your eyes." Hearing his voice, The squirrel nervously moved its hands away and found itself safely seated on the pig's back, breathing a sigh of relief. Then, it began to lash out, its tail repeatedly smacking the pig, though with its 7th level strength, it was likely just tickling the pig. After their brief tussle, the pig drooped its head, and the squirrel looked triumphant. Luo Tianya then asked, "Are you here to find me?" Both the squirrel and the pig nodded in unison. Luo Tianya was puzzled. Who sent you? He guessed it might be related to the recent magical fluctuations, even though he had stopped them. The squirrel gestured animatedly, and through his listening to all things skill, Luo Tianya understood. The controller? This controller might be the ruler of this mountain range. After a moment of thought, Luo Tianya concluded that the other party probably meant no harm. On the front lines, humans and beasts had an alliance to fight against the demonic beasts without harming each other. Luo Tianya signaled his 3 little companions to suppress their auras and appear ordinary. He then tidied his attire and indicated for the squirrel to lead the way. The white pig tried to rise but found its legs stuck. Luo Tianya laughed and effortlessly lifted both the pig and the squirrel, setting them back on the ground. With Luo Tianya's urging, the pig regained its composure and turned to head deeper into the mountains. Luo Tianya and his 3 little beasts followed closely behind. As they ventured into the mountains, the lush forest cast dappled shadows. With nightfall, the forest grew darker. The pig navigated nimbly through various obstacles, and the squirrel occasionally looked back to remind them to be cautious and not damage the defenses. Rocks, treetops, vines, and occasionally visible beasts formed the first line of defense against the demonic beasts in this mountain range. The 3 little beasts now coiled around Luo Tianya. The Vermilion Bird on his left, the Six-Eared Macaque on his right, and the Azure Dragon, now 3 feet long, wrapped around his neck, curiously observing their surroundings. With his fiery eyes skill, Luo Tianya could clearly see the various obstacles, allowing him to follow the pig and squirrel without any trouble. About a quarter of an hour later, the pig suddenly stopped and turned to look at Luo Tianya and his group. The forest was now completely enveloped in darkness, with numerous glimmers of light in the shadow's beast eyes watching them. The sight made Luo Tianya feel a chill, as if he had stepped into a horror movie scene. The squirrel tried to jump into Luo Tianya's arms, but was swatted back onto the pig by the Azure Dragon's tail. The Azure Dragon let out a low growl, indicating that it and the other 2 beasts did not like other creatures getting close to Luo Tianya. Unless a contract was signed, only the 3 of them could stay on him. Luo Tianya shook his head with a wry smile, thinking this felt a bit like a possessive CEO. However, judging by the little squirrel's behavior, it seemed to want to lead the way. Luo Tianya realized that the path ahead might be impassable for the white pig. Since they needed to keep moving and the 3 dominant beasts refused to be mounted, he had to come up with another solution. With a shift of his internal energy, a golden hand extended from his body, stopping beside the little squirrel. "Hop on," Luo Tianya said to the squirrel still perched on the white pig. This time, there was no direct contact, which should avoid any issues. Indeed, the 3 little creatures remained unresponsive, indicating they were fine with this method. The squirrel snapped out of its daze and climbed onto the golden hand, sitting comfortably before pointing in a certain direction. Luo Tianya began to walk, patting the white pig's head as he passed by, causing it to squint in pleasure. Suddenly, there was a sharp slap on his shoulder from the little Vermilion Bird. "Chirp, chirp," the bird chirped mournfully, seemingly warning him not to touch other beasts so casually. Luo Tianya shook his head helplessly, thinking it felt like he was being accused of infidelity. Following the squirrel's guidance, Luo Tianya moved forward. The terrain changed dramatically, sometimes steep, sometimes flat, requiring them to cross rivers and climb slopes, making it impossible for the white pig to proceed. Fortunately, Luo Tianya had the ability to ride clouds. He sat on one cloud, while the squirrel took another, and together with the 3 beasts, they flew towards their destination following the squirrel's directions. Along the way, tiny glowing creatures gathered, illuminating their path. Luo Tianya noticed these were firefly-like beasts called starlight tail beasts, whose glowing tails made them resemble small lanterns. They finally arrived at a pond formed by a small waterfall. The squirrel indicated they had reached their destination and then disappeared into the nearby woods. Luo Tianya waved away the clouds, stepping on the fallen leaves and twigs as he approached the pond. The gathered starlight tail beasts lit up the area brightly. The water surface was calm, but Luo Tianya sensed a powerful beast lurking beneath. Just as he was about to use his golden gaze ability to investigate, there was a loud splash, and 2 curved black horns broke through the water, sending waves everywhere. A massive figure, about 3 or 4 zhang tall, emerged from the water. It was a gigantic water buffalo. Luo Tianya almost gasped in surprise. He quickly checked the information on this beast. Species: Heavenly Dominator Water Buffalo. Mutation level: Abilities: Dominating Charge. Status: I still prefer the feeling of water. The details were unclear, indicating this beast was at least at the sovereign level, possibly even touching the realm of kings. The enormous water buffalo stood on its hind legs, parting the water as it walked towards the shore. Luo Tianya cautiously stepped back a few paces, both to avoid the incoming waves and to give himself some space to react. Human, why are you retreating? The water buffalo's deep voice echoed. No offense intended, it's just that my beasts don't like water, Luo Tianya responded loudly, using the little Vermilion Bird as an excuse. The heavenly dominator water buffalo lowered its head to scrutinize the three beasts with Luo Tianya, its gaze making him somewhat uneasy. Thankfully, he had made them completely suppress their auras earlier, making them appear ordinary. With a swish, the water buffalo shrank to the size of a regular one and leisurely swam closer. Only then did Luo Tianya realize a crucial point: this water buffalo could speak. According to the rules of the divine beast continent, only king-level beasts could speak human language, unless they were naturally exceptional like Bai Zhe. Either way, it indicated that this water buffalo was extraordinary. What business does Senior have with me? Luo Tianya asked respectfully. The heavenly dominator water buffalo seemed to enjoy swimming in the water, paddling leisurely with a contented look. I have two things to discuss with you, it said slowly. Please, go ahead, Senior. Luo Tianya responded courteously. The three little creatures on him were all curiously watching the large water buffalo, especially the little Vermilion Bird. Seeing the buffalo's swimming style, it couldn't help but recall its own swimming in the Soul Sea before it hatched, and it silently judged. This buffalo stroke is mediocre, not very fast. Fortunately, the heavenly dominator water buffalo couldn't hear the little Vermilion Bird's thoughts, or it might have dragged it into the water for a swim-off. Instead, it looked at Luo Tianya and said, earlier, those bursts of flames in the sky, were you practicing a divine ability? Luo Tianya was taken aback, then smiled wryly. There was no escaping it. This guardian was indeed well aware of the external situation. Yes, he admitted frankly, but I made sure not to cause any damage and stop the ability in time. Whether there was damage or not is not for you to decide, the water buffalo said in a low tone. You scared the plants and small animals in my mountains. How will you compensate for that? Luo Tianya thought he might be in trouble today. This clearly seemed like a pretext. He was about to summon Gu Zeyuan when the water buffalo's next words made him pause. Do me a small favor, and I'll forgive your previous actions. What kind of favor? Luo Tianya asked cautiously, wondering what the buffalo had in mind. The water buffalo stopped paddling and looked at Luo Tianya with a peculiar expression. Help me raise a child. Ding ding ding. Luo Tianya took several steps back, utterly shocked by the words of this massive water buffalo. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. What does this mean? Raising a child for it? Is it its own child? Is it a calf, or some other mythical beast? Luo Tianya recalled all the beef, brisket, tripe, and tongue he had eaten in the past but had never raised a cow. An absurd idea suddenly popped up. Could this water buffalo be taken by his handsome looks and want him to become a Livian son-in-law or a child groom for its offspring? He shook his head and muttered to himself. Humans and mythical beasts can't possibly interbreed, right? If I had to choose, I'd still prefer a mermaid-type beast. Luo Tianya sighed. Being too handsome is indeed a trouble. Even stepping out of the house can get you noticed. If the Tianba water buffalo knew what Luo Tianya was thinking, it might have stomped on him right then and there. In its mind, it thought, have some self-respect, will you? With your looks and build, you'd be at the bottom of the barrel among us buffalo. And you think you can become my son-in-law? Maybe in your next life. But come to think of it, I'm still single myself. Seeing Luo Tianya retreating continuously and his expression changing dramatically, the Tianba water buffalo bared its teeth menacingly and threatened. What? You don't agree? Then you will have to compensate for the damage to our mountain range. Luo Tianya forced a smile and tentatively asked, pardon me, but could you explain what you mean by this, child? The Tianba water buffalo didn't reveal anything, only saying, agree first, and then I'll tell you. Alarm bells went off in Luo Tianya's mind. This situation seemed like a trap, and if it was a trap, he absolutely couldn't fall into it. With firm resolve, he looked at the Tianba water buffalo and said decisively, a gentleman does not take what others love. Your child should be raised by you. Otherwise, when your offspring cries and calls me dad and asks why it's different from the other kids in kindergarten, I wouldn't know how to answer. The Tianba water buffalo was baffled by Luo Tianya's words. Even though it had mutated and learned to speak early on, and had even served as a translator during human and mythical beast negotiations, priding itself on its level 6 proficiency in human language, it couldn't make sense of what this young man was saying. Kindergarten? Dad? It was all gibberish. Not wanting to lose face, the Tianba water buffalo decided to change the subject and ignore Luo Tianya's words. With a cold snort, its body surged with energy, causing the water in the pond to start swirling faster and faster, soon affecting the entire pond. In that case, you'll have to compensate for the damage. 1,000 mid-ear spirit stones now, the Tianba water buffalo demanded harshly. You might as well rob me. Luo Tianya jumped up, pointing at it and shouting. 1,000 mid-tier spirit stones were an astronomical amount for him. Even selling himself wouldn't cover it. Although his mythical beast companions were valuable, they were his life and death partners, and he couldn't possibly sell them. Just as Luo Tianya was about to use his ultimate move, one of the 3,000 divine techniques, the grand summoning spellto call for Guzi Yuan, the Tianba water buffalo spoke first. Why refuse? Aren't you curious about the child? Hearing this, Luo Tianya fell into deep thought. He was indeed curious about the child. Maybe it was an adorable little mythical beast? Since the Tianba water buffalo was a water attribute beast, could it be a little mermaid born from it and a mermaid? But looking at the water buffalo in front of him, Luo Tianya thought that even if the other parent was the most beautiful mythical beast in the world, the child might not turn out very attractive. After weighing his options, Luo Tianya decided to first see what the situation was and call for Guzi Yuan if things went south. He didn't even know if Guzi Yuan was nearby at the moment. Luo Tianya cupped his hands and said, "Senior, may I trouble you to bring out the child you mentioned?" He was genuinely curious about what kind of child the Tianba water buffalo was trying to offload onto a stranger it had just met. Tianba the water buffalo grinned, his sturdy hooves slapping the surface of the pond with a resounding thud. In an instant, a surge of water erupted from the depths, breaking the tranquility of the surface. A pristine water lotus slowly rose, encasing a small figure that hovered above the water. Luo Tianya's eyes flashed with golden light as he scrutinized the figure within the water lotus. His expression shifted to one of shock and disbelief. It was indeed a child. A young human girl, appearing to be no more than 7 or 8 years old. The little girl lay quietly curled up inside the water lotus, seemingly in a deep sleep. She had twin pigtails and was wrapped in bandages in several places, with faint traces of blood visible on the ones around her right hand and left foot. Her clothes were tattered and filthy, clearly unwashed for a long time. Yet, despite her dire condition, the girl's face remained serene and peaceful, occasionally showing a faint, gentle smile. Luo Tianya turned to face Tianba the water buffalo, his expression stern as he demanded, "Senior, what is going on here?" If the girl's condition was caused by Tianba, he was determined to spread the word or call on Guzi Yuan, even at the risk of injury. Tianba the water buffalo slowly explained, "Half a year ago, she suddenly appeared in the small grove outside the mountains, looking just like this. I brought the butterfly fairy who guards the mountains to treat her, but it was to no avail. We couldn't stop the bleeding entirely, nor could we wake her up. Worse still, as time passed, her injuries seemed to worsen." Luo Tianya listened with a furrowed brow, his gaze never leaving the girl in the water lotus. Tianba continued, "Later, the butterfly fairy suggested placing her near the spiritual spring at the bottom of the pond to stabilize her condition using the spring's power. This has only slightly improved her situation." Luo Tianya was astonished to realize that a spiritual spring was hidden in the depths of the panda treasure on par with spiritual marrow, especially beneficial to mythical beasts. He couldn't help but admire Tianba's kindness. "Then why now?" Luo Tianya asked, puzzled, looking at Tianba. Tianba the water buffalo looked down at the little girl in the water lotus and chuckled softly, "Because the moment you appeared, there was a unique resonance from her." Luo Tianya looked at Tianba the water buffalo in confusion, not understanding his words. "What do you mean by special fluctuations?" he asked, recalling the unusual activity he sensed in the spiritual spring at the bottom of the pool when he used his powers in the small forest outside the mountains earlier. Tianba the water buffalo glanced at the little girl and explained, "Her aura is fluctuating, and there's a significant disturbance in her spiritual energy." Luo Tianya hesitated. "Maybe it's just a coincidence and has nothing to do with me. After all, I'm just a good-looking chosen one with a divine beast companion." As soon as he said it, he realized how unusual it sounded. Suddenly, Tianba the water buffalo pointed a hoof at the water lily. The petals dispersed, revealing the girl's figure. A gray mist began to swirl around her, growing stronger. Luo Tianya's eyes flashed with golden light as he stared at the gray mist, feeling a sense of discomfort. Xiao Zhuke also became alert, with the Nanming Lihua flame slowly rising. Luo Tianya signaled for it to stay calm and turned to Tianba the water buffalo, asking, "Senior, what's going on?" Before he could finish, an elder suddenly appeared beside Luo Tianya. He fixed his gaze on the girl and said in a deep voice, "This is a curse." Luo Tianya quickly bowed, "Elder Gu." The newcomer was none other than Guzi Yuan, the former headmaster of the Nantian Academy. Tianba the water buffalo watched Guzi Yuan warily, recognizing the elder's superior strength. Guzi Yuan briefly introduced himself, and then solemnly inquired about the girl's background. Tianba the water buffalo explained how they found and rescued the girl, then asked, "Elder Gu, you mentioned this is a curse. What kind of curse is it?" Guzi Yuan shook his head. "Curses are extremely rare on the divine beast continent. I've only seen something similar once before." Luo Tianya interjected. "Who would place a curse on a little girl?" He now understood that the girl's abnormal aura might be related to Xiao Zhuchue's Nanming Lihua flame. The group began discussing how to handle the situation. Tianba the water buffalo suggested leaving the girl with Luo Tianya, while Guzi Yuan thought they should seek other solutions. Luo Tianya's concern was more about how to care for a little girl rather than the curse itself. In the end, Luo Tianya proposed trying to break the curse. With the approval of Guzi Yuan and Tianba the water buffalo, he and Xiao Zhuke prepared to act together, planning to use their powers of divine rain and Nanming Lihua flame to attempt a solution. Ding! Luo Tianya pointed a finger, and his divine power, Qilin, was instantly activated. A green halo hovered over the little girl, with tiny specks of light falling like rain and seeping into her body. The blood stains on the bandages began to slowly disappear. The healing effect was evident. Tianba Buffalo's already large eyes widened even more. In the land of divine beasts, healing abilities were extremely rare, and he hadn't expected this young man to wield them so effortlessly. He stared intently at the little girl, noticing that the healing effect was even stronger than that of the butterfly fairy. The bloodstains were indeed diminishing. However, just when he thought it was working, blood started to seep through the bandages again. Luo Tianya frowned at the little girl, puzzled. Qilin, as one of the innate divine powers of the Azure Dragon, was known for its potency. At its highest level, it could even revive the dead from the river of time. Even though his current power was not at its peak, it should still have had some effect on the girl. Was the curse's power really this formidable? At that moment, a wisp of Nanming Lihua from the little Vermilion Bird descended onto the girl. Luo Tianya had instructed the little Vermilion Bird to probe the situation first, and not to use its full strength. Even though it was just a wisp, its essence remained unchanged, retaining its divine characteristics. The white wisp of Nanming Lihua sizzled upon contact with the gray mist, as if burning away the strange force. Soon, wisps of smoke with a foul smell rose from the girl. It's working! Tianba Buffalo's eyes lit up, waving away the smoke and staring intently at the girl. Beside him, Guzi Yuan curiously observed the little Vermilion Bird on Luo Tianya's shoulder. Luo Tianya smiled and explained. This little guy was also brought out from the Nanming forest. It's a fire tribute beast? Guzi Yuan nodded in understanding and turned his attention back to the girl. The Nanming Lihua continued to consume the gray mist, making it thinner and thinner. However, just when everyone thought the mist was about to be completely eradicated, a peculiar wave suddenly emanated from the girl. The almost dissipated gray mist surged back to its original density at a visible speed, and the wisp of Nanming Lihua faded with time. What's going on? Luo Tianya stared at the gray mist in disbelief. Even Nanming Lihua is ineffective? Is there really an evil force in this world that Nanming Lihua can't dispel? It is working. Tianba Buffalo suddenly spoke, pointing at the girl's trembling eyelashes. Look, she seems to be responding. Luo Tianya and Guzi Yuan focused their gaze and indeed saw the girl's eyelids fluttering, her consciousness slowly returning. Tianba Buffalo explained, this human girl has been unconscious since I found her, never showing any signs of movement. If it weren't for her breathing and heartbeat, I would have thought she was a wooden doll. Now it looks like she's about to wake up. At that moment, the little Vermilion Bird chirped twice, looking puzzled at the girl. Luo Tianya understood it was asking why someone who had been unconscious for so long wouldn't wake up from hunger. Tianba Buffalo, acting as the translator among the beasts, chuckled and explained. With the spiritual spring providing nutrients, she wouldn't feel hungry. The little Vermilion Bird nodded in realization, then glanced toward the depths of the pond. Luo Tianya immediately warned, don't even think about it. He knew this little creature too well. The moment it wiggled its bottom, he knew it was eyeing the spiritual spring at the bottom of the pond. Just then, the girl let out a faint moan and slowly opened her disproportionately large eyes, weak from malnutrition, looking around in confusion. When she realized she was floating in midair, she let out a startled cry, flailing her limbs in panic. Tianba Buffalo tried to put on a kind expression, soothing her. Don't be scared, little one. With me, old Buffalo here, you're safe. Unexpectedly, this only frightened the girl more, turning her cry into a scream. Luo Tianya shook his head helplessly and said, if you look scary, don't come out to scare the children. He turned to the girl and gently asked, don't be afraid, little one. Do you remember what happened? Perhaps the sight of Luo Tianya's youthful, friendly face was less intimidating, and the girl's emotions gradually calmed down. She first looked down at her outfit, then carefully examined the gray aura around her, and finally shook her head, feeling dejected. This series of actions caught the attention of Tianba the water buffalo, who was hiding in the corner. It watched in confusion, not quite understanding what was happening. Luo Tianya, on the other hand, sharply picked up on some clues. The little girl seemed aware of the gray aura surrounding her, but had no idea why she was there. This realization made Luo Tianya ponder deeply. He glanced at the two influential figures present, seeking their advice on what to do next. Now that she's awake, Even though we can't get much information from her, she's still a human. We can't just leave her like this, Luo Tianya said, his tone tinged with concern. Tianba the water buffalo let out a sigh. My Tianba mountains can't keep her here. Just my appearance alone is terrifying enough. It looked at the little girl and noticed she seemed a bit embarrassed but too scared to come closer. After all, a talking buffalo would indeed take some getting used to for an ordinary person. Guziyuan decisively said, since she's awake, we should take her back to the city. Luo Tianya nodded in agreement. Indeed, now that she's awake, it will be much easier to make arrangements. At this point, Tianba the water buffalo, like a reluctant father sending his daughter off to be married, said reluctantly, all right, I'll leave her in your hands then. Its voice was filled with reluctance, as it had taken care of the little girl for quite some time. Luo Tianya turned to the little girl and gently asked, would you like to come with us? He wanted to get her consent first. The little girl glanced at Tianba the water buffalo before turning her eyes to Luo Tianya and nodding without hesitation. All right, let's head back to the city, Luo Tianya said, waving his hand. A pure white cloud appeared out of thin air, gently lifting the little girl. This magical scene made the little girl's eyes widen as she carefully touched the cloud, afraid she might fall through it. As they were about to leave, Luo Tianya expressed his sincere gratitude to Tianba the water buffalo. Thank you, elder, for taking such good care of our human child. Tianba the water buffalo waved its hand, its eyes lingering on the little girl on the cloud. It's nothing really, it said. Then, suddenly curious, it asked, what's your relationship with the butterfly fairy clan? Clearly, Luo Tianya's healing abilities had piqued its interest. Luo Tianya's lips curled into a mysterious smile, his eyes twinkling with meaning. What do you think? He replied. As Luo Tianya left with the little girl, Tianba the water buffalo watched them with a puzzled look. This was a deliberate mystery left by Luo Tianya, a way to get back at Tianba for his intimidating tone earlier. Haha, let him guess all he wants. No matter how smart he is, he won't figure out that I have nothing to do with butterfly fairy. Luo Tianya chuckled to himself, though he did recall having some contact with a butterfly fairy in Konoha City, whose skill he had helped upgrade with his divine power. Controlling his cloud, he retraced his steps. Gulize followed closely behind, seemingly impatient with their slow pace. Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, the scenery shifted in an instant, and they found themselves in a small forest outside the mountains. Ah, the little girl exclaimed, quickly covering her mouth and bowing her head, afraid to disturb them. Luo Tianya was secretly amazed. Is this the power of a half-step king? He looked around at the rapidly changing scenery, contemplating the space-manipulating abilities of a sovereign-level expert and the even greater powers that higher realms might possess. Pushing these thoughts aside, Luo Tianya glanced at the little girl curled up on the cloud like a quail. He spoke kindly, it's okay. No need to be so tense. Let's take you back to the city first. The little girl hesitated but nodded, as if she had no other choice. After bringing them out, Gulize gave the little girl a glance before disappearing in a flash. Luo Tianya didn't mind and leisurely controlled the cloud, heading towards the city. On the way, Luo Tianya curiously asked, can you speak? After a moment of hesitation, the little girl answered in a hoarse voice, yes. What's your name? Luo Tianya continued, while the other three small beasts looked at her curiously. Rosette, the little girl whispered before quickly lowering her head again. Rosette? Luo Tianya pondered the name and then asked, how old are you? 15. Whoa. Luo Tianya was so shocked that he almost fell off the cloud. This girl who looked only 7 or 8 was actually 15. Seeing this, the little blue dragon quickly steadied the cloud with its tail. Luo Tianya frowned at Rosette's frail figure, thinking she might be malnourished. He tentatively asked, has your life beast hatched yet? Yes, Rosette bit her lip and answered, but Hongqian doesn't like meeting strangers. Hongqian, Luo Tianya repeated in confusion. As in, living freely and happily in the mortal world, Hongqian? Yes, it's the traditional character for Hongqian. Luo Tianya stopped asking questions and sped up towards the city. At the city gate, the guards inspected them. Luo Tianya infused a wisp of grayish spiritual power into the compass, which showed no anomalies, allowing them to pass smoothly. He pondered the unusual color of his spiritual power, suspecting it might be related to a curse. Upon entering the city, Rosette almost fell while getting off the cloud, but the little blue dragon caught her with its tail. Luo Tianya saw this and gently said, Rosette, can you walk? If not, I can carry you on the cloud again. I can walk. Rosette's voice was small but firm. With the little blue dragon's help, Rosette barely managed to stand but stumbled again after a few steps. The little blue dragon immediately wrapped its tail around her and conjured a white cloud under her feet. Luo Tianya smiled and said, you probably haven't eaten in a while, so you don't have much strength. Let the little blue dragon take you to get a good meal first. Sorry. Rosette lowered her head, and thank you. It's no problem. Luo Tianya responded kindly. We're all human. and we're like brothers and sisters under the same sky. He signaled the little blue dragon to lead the way to the military canteen. On the way, Luo Tianya suddenly remembered they had originally gone out to find food for the little beasts, but ended up bringing back a little girl instead. He comforted himself, thinking that as long as the little beasts weren't hungry, they wouldn't notice. Back at the military canteen, Luo Tianya felt like he had been gone for ages. Feng Qingyue, with her sharp eyes, immediately spotted them. Hey, Tianya, where have you been? We've been waiting for you to eat. She then noticed the additional little girl and asked in surprise, Tianya, how did you go out and come back with a little girl? Feng Qingyue feigned shock, suddenly jumping up and stepping back with an exaggerated expression on his face. Wait, are you actually 25 years old? And is she your long-lost daughter? As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers in the camp erupted in a wave of murmurs. They began to scrutinize Luo Tianya, as if trying to find signs of age on his youthful face. The crowd from Nantian Academy couldn't help but laugh. Li Yang and Lin San even slapped the table, their laughter echoing through the tent. Wu Ji and Xing Yueya tried to restrain themselves, but the smiles on their faces were unmistakable. Feng Yingying completely abandoned her ladylike demeanor, laughing heartily, while the deep-sea songstress behind her also had a broad smile. Luo Tianya rolled his eyes and retorted, are you crazy? Why don't you just say I'm 70 or 80 years old but have aged well? With a wave of his hand, a white cloud appeared out of thin air and covered Feng Qingyue's mouth, stopping his nonsense. Although Luo Tianya didn't mind the jokes, he was still worried about affecting the little girl, Luo Situ. He turned to check on her and felt relieved when he saw her confused expression. Is there any food left? Luo Tianya asked as he walked over to Han Fei with Luo Situ and the three little creatures. Han Fei scratched his head awkwardly. Your academy folks were the last ones to eat, so there's probably not much left. Luo Tianya glanced around the dining area, seeing only a mess of empty plates and bowls with some soup left in the large pot. He sighed. This little bit won't even fill up the little Vermilion Bird. As soon as he spoke, the three little creatures seemed to remember their hunger. The little Vermilion Bird was the most reactive, grabbing Luo Tianya's hair with its claws and chirping in discontent. The little green dragon and the six-eared monkey looked at him with equally pitiful eyes. Feeling a headache coming on, Luo Tianya realized his oversight. He pulled Han Fei aside and whispered, Brother Han, do you have any food left? I can trade you some crystals. Han Fei shook his head. Crystals don't matter, but I'm afraid there's not much food left. Just as Luo Tianya was about to suggest making a run to the Tianba Mountains, the earth bear ambled over and growled at Han Fei. Using his ability to understand all creatures, Luo Tianya interpreted the earth bear's message. There are still some potatoes and mung beans? His eyes lit up. Potatoes and mung beans will do. Looks like it's time to get cooking. He motioned for Han Fei to lead the way to the kitchen. Han Fei, puzzled by how Luo Tianya could understand his beast, nonetheless led him to the back. Feng Yingying, quick on her feet, followed immediately upon hearing that Luo Tianya was going to cook. Though the others from Nantian Academy were already full, those who had tasted Luo Tianya's cooking hurriedly followed, their faces full of anticipation. In the kitchen, Luo Tianya was pleased to see a half basket of potatoes and a large basin of mung beans. He asked the little green dragon to look after Luo Situ, and then rolled up his sleeves to get to work. First, he washed the mung beans and then poured them into a large pot, filling it halfway with water. Hey, can you give me a bit of fire to cook some mung bean soup? Luo Tianya asked the little Vermilion Bird with a smile. The little Vermilion Bird looked reluctant, pointing at itself with a wing as if to say that its primordial divine fire was too precious for such a mundane task. Feigning disappointment, Luo Tianya said, All right, no good food then. The little Vermilion Bird hesitated, but eventually nodded, its hunger overcoming its pride. Just a little, only a little, or you'll burn through the pot. Luo Tianya cautioned carefully. The little Vermilion Bird patted its chest, promising to be cautious. A white flame ignited on its body, and a tiny thread of Naming Lihua entered the stove. Even with just a thread and some distance from the pot, the water inside began to boil instantly. Fortunately, the military pot was sturdy enough to withstand the intense heat. The great earth bear looked enviously at little Zhuke, its eyes filled with longing. It thought to itself, if only I had the ability to control fire like that, I wouldn't have to bend over and blow into the stove every day while Han Fei cooks. Little Zhuke, completely unaware of the bear's thoughts, focused intently on controlling the flame, afraid that even the slightest mistake would burn through the bottom of the pot. Inside the pot, the mung beans boiled and bubbled. Luo Tianya nodded in satisfaction and then turned his gaze to the mountain of potatoes nearby. With his arms crossed, he looked at the onlookers and raised an eyebrow, saying, If you want to eat, peel the potatoes. Zhan Tianfeng protested. Why do we have to peel them? Luo Tianya, still smiling, repeated, I said, if you want to eat, peel the potatoes. Before he finished speaking, The sound of peeling had already begun. Feng Qingyue and Li Yang took the lead, skillfully peeling the potatoes alongside their respective spirit beasts. These weapon-wielding beasts, usually adept with knives and swords, were now peeling potatoes with ease. Even Lin San, with his short-legged lightning beast, picked up a small knife and began peeling slowly. The most surprising sight was Feng Yinying, who, lacking a knife, used the claws of her three-tailed white fox to peel the potatoes. The fox wore an expression of utter despair, making Zhan Tianfeng exclaim that the world had gone mad. He secretly vowed that, as a person of dignity, he would never lower himself for a bit of food. Half an hour later, the mung bean soup, chilled by the Ice Flame Lion's magical abilities, was ready. Luo Tianya's specially fried salt and pepper fries followed, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. Smells so good. Zhan Tianfeng couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Luo Tianya first served a portion to Rosette and the three little ones, then distributed a bowl of mung bean soup and a small plate of fries to everyone present, including the spirit beasts. As they tasted the fries and sipped the soup, their faces lit up with satisfaction. Zhan Tianfeng's bowl was empty in an instant, and he asked somewhat sheepishly, "Is there any more?" Luo Tianya replied with a grin, "There is, but not for you." Feeling dejected, Zhan Tianfeng's eyes involuntarily wandered to his sister's bowl. Feng Yinying guarded her bowl vigilantly and snapped, "Try to take it, and you're dead." With no other choice, Zhan Tianfeng smacked his lips and watched others slowly enjoy their food. Seeing Rosette eat with amazement, Luo Tianya's smile grew even wider. Proudly, he declared, "From now on, call me Master Chef Luo Tianya." With his culinary skills, Luo Tianya easily won over everyone present. After everyone had their fill, the conversation naturally shifted back to the mysterious little girl. Feng Yinying approached Rosette with an empty bowl, scooping up the remaining mung bean dessert as she gently asked, "Little one, what's your name?" Rosette looked down and quietly replied, "My name is Rosette." Her voice was barely audible, clearly showing her shyness. "Rosette?" Feng Yinying repeated, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes. Her gossiping nature kicked in immediately. Also with a Luo surname, could it be that she's... Luo Tianya noticed Feng Yinying's odd expression and decisively stopped her from scooping more dessert. "That's enough. Don't think you can sneak more food," he said. "My three here and Rosette haven't had much yet." He then corrected her, "And it's Rosette, not Luo. I suspect your hearing is already going at such a young age." Feng Yinying laughed sheepishly and carefully took the bowl back, giving Rosette a friendly smile. At that moment, Han Fei walked over. "Brother Luo," he said, "your cooking skills are amazing. Could you teach us how to make this mung bean dessert and the fries?" He added, somewhat embarrassed, "We mainly want to learn to improve the meals for the brothers. You know, the conditions on the front lines are tough." Luo Tianya agreed readily, "Once everyone is full, I'll teach you some tricks. It's actually quite easy to make." He had already been thinking about passing on his culinary skills. After all, making sure the soldiers on the front lines ate well was a worthy cause. Noticing Han Fei's earth black bear spirit beast drooling over the pot of mung bean dessert, Luo Tianya gestured for it to bring its bowl over and filled it halfway. After all, there wasn't much left, and the three lords hadn't eaten their fill yet. The earth black bear held its bowl, eyes squinting in satisfaction, clearly enjoying the sweet treat. Once the little vermilion birds and Rosette had their fill, Luo Tianya took them back to their quarters. He pointed to an empty room and told Rosette, "You can stay here for now. Rest well and we'll talk more later." Although he was curious about Rosette's past, seeing her exhausted state, Luo Tianya decided it was best to ask tomorrow. Rosette softly thanked him and slowly walked into the room. Watching her back, Luo Tianya couldn't help but speculate that her past might not have been pleasant. A chirp from the little vermilion bird broke Luo Tianya's thoughts. The three little ones had eaten their fill, contentedly digesting the remaining half-pot of dessert. Luo Tianya watched their happy demeanor with satisfaction, thinking he could finally get to his own matters. He lay down on his bed and entered the system space. "Master Spirit Cat, come out for some fish," Luo Tianya called, quickly correcting himself to avoid awkwardness. The spirit cat appeared with a disdainful look. "What now? Trying to trick me with promises of fish again? Can't you be more genuine next time?" Luo Tianya hurriedly promised. "How about you show up in person, and I'll cook 10 or 8 grilled fish for you. Spicy, sour, fragrant garlic, fermented bean. All sorts of flavors, guaranteed to your liking." The spirit cat drooled at the thought but sighed, "Too bad. With the current rules of the divine beast continent, I can't reside here. Being too powerful has its own set of problems." Luo Tianya shook his head silently, thinking the cat was bragging again. He then asked, "I called you today for advice. Master Spirit Cat, how much do you know about curses?" The spirit cat was startled. "You encountered a curse? Or are you cursed?" "No, with your physique and the Vermilion Bird's sacred fire, you should be immune to curses," Luo Tianya explained. "It's not me. It's a little girl we met today. They say she has a curse on her. The spirit cat showed interest and urged, tell me the details. Luo Tianya briefly recounted Rosette's story. The spirit cat licked its paws and analyzed gray aura, continuous gray aura, and persistent bloodstains. Gray indicates a mediocre curse. I've seen world-ending curses as dark as purple, but it's rare on the divine beast continent. Persistent blood stains indicate the curse affects the soul. The Vermilion Bird's fire can suppress, but not eradicate it. It's likely been there since her childhood or even birth. Luo Tianya asked urgently, is there any way to break it? The spirit cat nodded confidently, yes, and the solution lies with you. Luo Tianya pointed at himself, looking at the spirit cat in astonishment. His brows furrowed as he quickly pondered the meaning behind the spirit cat's words. Suddenly, he had a eureka moment, and a look of understanding spread across his face. It's mainly because of the Vermilion Bird's naming Lihua, right? Luo Tianya asked, his voice tinged with a hint of anticipation. The spirit cat elegantly licked its paws and leisurely replied, naming Lihua is part of the reason. Also, your constitution can isolate the curse. By staying close to you, she can effectively suppress the curse within her. Luo Tianya thoughtfully stroked his chin, recalling past experiences. So, back in the Timba Mountains, the special fluctuations when she appeared were partly due to me as well? I used to think it was mainly the Vermilion Bird's naming Lihua, breaking her curse that caused the fluctuation. Now it seems my presence was also a factor. He turned to the spirit cat and continued to ask, Spirit cat, can naming Lihua completely remove the curse? The previous trace of naming Lihua only cleared the surface gray aura on Rosette, but it quickly reappeared. To completely root out the curse, the naming Lihua needs to penetrate deep within her, right? The spirit cat shook its head, its tone turning serious. Naming Lihua is the first divine fire of ancient times. Don't think what you've seen is its full power. While it's highly effective against curses, evil energy, and other negative forces, it also depends on whether the person can withstand it. Moreover, this curse affects both the soul and the body, making it very difficult to eradicate completely. Luo Tianya's eyes suddenly lit up as a bold idea flashed in his mind. The curse is also a form of power. Could we try to transform the curse into a controllable force? The spirit cat's response was a bucket of cold water on his enthusiasm. It's possible, but not something you can control right now. Even though you're immune to curses, forcing control over it could backfire, causing the curse to erupt all at once. That little girl could lose her life because of it. Hearing this, Luo Tianya's excitement cooled somewhat. He furrowed his brows, starting to consider how to plan Rosette's future. Eventually, he decided to observe her condition the next day before making any decisions. At that moment, the spirit cat offered a suggestion. You should upgrade the Vermilion Bird as soon as possible. Once it reaches the Xin level, it will be able to control a stronger naming Lihua, which will be more effective in suppressing that gray curse. Luo Tianya nodded in agreement. He planned to upgrade the little Vermilion Bird to level 9, for which he had already prepared enough evolution points. After leaving the system space, Luo Tianya opened the little Vermilion Bird's attribute panel, carefully checking its stats. At level 6, the little Vermilion Bird was already quite powerful. Despite its small size, the energy it could unleash was formidable. Its only drawback might be its temper. Luo Tianya calculated that the 129 evolution points he currently had were enough to upgrade the little Vermilion Bird to level 9, with some left over to bring the small Azure Dragon and the Six-Eared Macaque to mid-Qian level. This would significantly boost his overall strength. The next morning, Luo Tianya got up early while the three little creatures were still sound asleep. Worried that Rosette might be too shy to go out alone, he decided to wake up early. Seeing the little one sprawled out on the bed, he used the tried-and-true method of food temptation. The little Vermilion Bird immediately woke up from its dream and jumped onto Luo Tianya's shoulder, still sleepy-eyed. The small Azure Dragon and the Six-Eared Macaque also slowly got up, yawning. Bringing the three little creatures to Rosette's door, Luo Tianya gently knocked. Rosette, are you up? It's time for breakfast. Soon, rustling sounds came from inside, followed by Rosette's response. I'm up, I'll be out soon. Luo Tianya warmly said. No rush, take your time. He was concerned about Rosette's frail condition and didn't want her to strain herself. Before long, Rosette opened the door and stepped out. Luo Tianya frowned as he noticed her tattered clothes and the bloodstains on her bandages. Go freshen up first, then we can have breakfast, Luo Tianya said to Rose. He then led her towards the well. At the well, cool droplets of water splashed as Rose carefully washed up. Once they were done, they leisurely walked towards the mess hall. The little Azure Dragon initially wanted to use his powers to carry her on a cloud, but Rose stubbornly refused, insisting on walking herself. Though their pace was slow, they were in no hurry. Only the little Vermilion Bird seemed a bit impatient. In the mess hall, soldiers greeted Luo Tianya warmly. He was quite the celebrity in town, now brave and skilled on the battlefield. and using his healing powers to aid the wounded afterward. Not to mention his impressive culinary skills from the previous night that had everyone talking. Luo Tianya smiled and greeted each of them in return, then went to get 3 servings of a simple noodle breakfast. The little Vermilion Bird glanced at the plain breakfast and lost all appetite, shaking her head before flying to perch on Luo Tianya's head for a nap. The little Azure Dragon and the Six-Eared Macaque, however, weren't picky and shared a bowl of noodles contentedly. Luo Tianya handed one of the breakfasts to Rose across the table and smiled. "Let's eat first, and then we can talk about your story." Suddenly, Yi Qingshui sat down next to Luo Tianya with her bowl of noodles, asking, "Mind if I sit here?" Luo Tianya thought to himself, "She's already sitting. What could he say?" Seeing a stranger approach, Rose immediately lowered her head, avoiding eye contact. Luo Tianya noticed and said, "Actually, we do mind, Senior Sister Yi. Could you sit a bit farther away, please?" Pouting, Yi Qingshui reluctantly moved a bit further away. Only then did Rose slowly lift her head, staring at her bowl of noodles without touching it. She began softly, "I was born in a small town not far from the border." Rosette took a deep breath and began to recount her origins in a low voice. She was born in a small town not far from the border. Though the living conditions were simple and the place rather desolate, it was home to many people of the same heritage. Rosette recalled that as a child, she was just a frail little girl, untouched by any curse. However, her fate took a drastic turn when she turned 12. As was customary, the town held a ceremony for 12-year-olds to connect with the sacred beast pool and receive their life-bound beast egg. That year, Rosette was the only 12-year-old in the entire town. She vividly remembered the scene that day. Hiding in her mother's arms, she watched in bewilderment as a group of clansmen in strange attire performed the ceremony. Then, her mother pushed her onto the high platform, where she stood alone, helpless and fragile. After the ceremony, the outline of the sacred beast pool faintly appeared in the sky. Just as Rosette tried to communicate with it using her mental power, a dull gray light accompanied by an egg descended from the heavens, landing on her. The sight terrified all the clansmen, including her mother. As they rushed forward, a powerful surge erupted from within Rosette. In her vision, the entire town seemed to plunge into an apocalypse. Vast gray gas enveloped the surroundings, the sky crumbled, thunder roared, and fiery eruptions sprang from the ground. The last image she saw was her mother desperately reaching her side, saying 3 words, "Stay alive." When Rosette awoke, she found herself in an unfamiliar place, disoriented and lost. Her home was completely destroyed. Everything familiar vanished. She sat in a daze for a long time before recalling her mother's last words, forcing herself to find food. From that day on, gray mist began to slowly emanate from her body. Although this mist might have ruined her life, it also became her shield. It repelled many creatures, even magical beasts. Several times, when encountering stray magical beasts, those bloodthirsty creatures inexplicably avoided her. Rosette gradually became aware of the changes happening to her. This gray mist, both despairing and protective, allowed her to survive alone on the border. However, for 3 years, she remained solitary, fearing that the mist might harm others. At 15, her life-bound beast finally hatched, giving her a companion. But her joy was soon overshadowed by new troubles. After the beast hatched, the gray mist around her grew stronger, starting to consume her energy, making her even more frail. Her body would inexplicably bleed, forcing her to wrap herself in bandages. As for why she appeared near the Tianba Mountains, it was because she encountered a magical beast tide. In the critical moment, her life-bound beast used spatial transfer to bring her here. Rosette finished her story calmly, but Yi Qingshui was already in tears, heartbroken for this girl who had been wandering alone since she was 12. Choking on her sobs, she pleaded with Luo Tianya. "Please, Luo Tianya, help her." While Luo Tianya also felt sympathy for Rosette, his mind remained analytical. He noted several key issues. Was the ceremony performed by the clansmen related to the curse? Was the town's destruction a result of their attempt to control this power? Most importantly, what kind of creature was Rosette's life-bound beast to possess such advanced abilities like spatial transfer? At that moment, Juju, the little white tiger, and the little Pichio seemed moved by Rosette's story and voiced their comfort. Even the usually irritable little Vermilion Bird spoke gentle words of solace. "Thank you all." Rosette suddenly smiled, the first time they had seen her smile since they met. Luo Tianya intended to translate the little beast's words for Rosette, but realized she seemed to understand them directly. He couldn't help but wonder. Did she interpret their emotions, or could she truly understand their language? This discovery made Luo Tianya even more curious about Rosette's life-bound beast. Among the mythical beasts, Luo Tianya knew that only the Baizé and the mutated Tianba water buffalo could understand the languages of other species. Other beasts could only roughly grasp the meaning of communication through spiritual or soul power. Of course, his 3 little companions were exceptions. Luo Tianya pondered for a moment, then looked gently at Rose and asked softly, "Do you have any plans for the future?" Rose lowered her head and murmured almost inaudibly, "I don't know." Seeing the lonely and helpless little girl in front of him, Luo Tianya felt a wave of pity. Letting her continue to wander was out of the question. With his current status, arranging for Rose to live in this city wouldn't be difficult. As long as he showcased a few of his culinary skills from the gourmet universe and taught them to the townsfolk, they would be more than willing to take care of Rose. However, the spirit cat had mentioned earlier that he could suppress or even eventually eradicate the curse on Rose. Although this would take a long time, it was a rare opportunity. This meant that he might need to take Rose with him in the future. Luo Tianya weighed the pros and cons carefully. Rose appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old, and taking her along would most likely make people see her as his little sister. Someone as old and dim-sighted as Feng Qingyue might even mistake her for his daughter. Moreover, the spirit cat had hinted that with his help, if the curse couldn't be eradicated, Rose might still have a chance to control this power. If she could achieve that, it would be a significant asset in fighting the magical beasts. After thorough consideration, Luo Tianya made a decision. He would take her with him for a while, and see to what extent the Nanming Lihua could suppress the curse. He smiled warmly at Rose and said, "Let's have breakfast first. I'll make a feast for you all at noon." As soon as he finished speaking, the little vermilion bird perked up, its eyes wide and fixed on Luo Tianya. Yi Qingshui's eyes also lit up. She had regretted not tasting Luo Tianya's cooking last night. As for Rose, she was full of anticipation. The mung bean soup and salt and pepper fries from the previous night had been the most delicious food she'd ever had. Luo Tianya thought to himself that perhaps good food could slowly heal Rose's wounded heart. After all, what could be more comforting than a delicious meal? "Old bear, we've just reunited, and now we have to part again." Xiongqi and Ren Tianhe were saying their goodbyes at the city gates. Xiongqi's voice carried a hint of reluctance, but more so a sense of boldness. "Well, there's no helping it. We still have a long way to go. Who knows when we'll meet again?" Ren Tianhe shrugged, a trace of concern flickering in his eyes. "So, you better stay alive. Don't make me come collect your corpse. Get lost." Xiongqi laughed and cursed, then added, "If you die, I'll take good care of your wife. Get out of here." Ren Tianhe laughed, pushing Xiongqi playfully. Behind them, students from Nantian Academy, the Zhan siblings, and the newcomer Ross stood quietly, watching the farewell. Their profound level training was still ongoing, and their journey would eventually lead them to Sifang City. After all, some of them were headed there to participate in the Tianjiao battle. Not far away, Han Fei was tightly clutching a book, saying his own goodbye to Luo Tianya. Over the past few days, Luo Tianya had meticulously transcribed recipes and cooking techniques into a book. Han Fei held the cookbook as if it were a priceless treasure. Luo Tianya had his reasons. On one hand, he wanted to improve the food at the front lines, believing that good food would give soldiers the strength to fight. On the other hand, he wanted to spread Chinese culinary culture in this world. Practice well. The title of Divine Chef of the Divine Beast Continent will depend on you. Luo Tianya patted Han Fei's shoulder encouragingly. Han Fei shook his head seriously. "If there's ever a divine chef on the Divine Beast Continent, it will definitely be you, brother Luo." Luo Tianya laughed heartily. "Then you can be the culinary king, my first disciple in the culinary god sect." Before he finished speaking, Han Fei was about to bow. "Greetings, master." "No, no, no." Luo Tianya quickly stopped him. "I was just joking. I hope you make good use of this cookbook." Han Fei nodded solemnly. "All right, it's about time. We should get going." At the front of the line, Xiongqi finished his farewell with Ren Tianhe and summoned the Xianyan with Li Quan. Ready to depart? Whoosh! A strong wind arose as 2 gigantic Xianyan appeared out of thin air, circling low as if stretching their long unused muscles. They seemed a bit restless from being cooped up in their beast bags. "Farewell, take care." Luo Tianya bid his final goodbye to Han Fei, stroking his earth black bear's head, which made the bear shake its head in enjoyment. "Take care." Han Fei responded, eyes full of reluctance. No one knew when they would meet again, or if they ever would. The front lines were unpredictable, and anything could happen. Luo Tianya strode to the back of the line, standing next to Rost. Though still frail, Rost looked much better in clean clothes and fresh bandages, no longer the dirty little girl she once was. A small vermilion bird nestled on Rost's head, glaring at Luo Tianya with displeasure. "Chirp, chirp," it called out, seemingly complaining about Luo Tianya petting the black bear earlier. Luo Tianya just smiled silently. This little bird was becoming quite the bossy character, always wanting to have a say. The vermilion bird perched on Rost's head to help suppress the curse within her. After cleaning up, Rost's hair became smooth and silky. Luo Tianya had asked Yi Qingshui and Feng Yinying to help style her hair into a bun to make the bird more comfortable. The little bird, fond of nesting in hair, gladly accepted this arrangement. Moreover, the bird's control over its Nanming Lihua flame was gradually strengthening as it fought the curse within Rost. It was a peculiar sight. A small girl with a little red bird comfortably perched on her head, like it was incubating an egg. Luo Tianya gently placed his hand on Rost's shoulder, guiding her onto the Yin. After ensuring everyone was present, the instructors lightly tapped the Yin, and the giant birds took to the sky, soaring towards the horizon. Goodbye. Han Fei and the others waved from the city. Goodbye. Luo Tianya and his group waved back. The future was uncertain, but they had to keep moving forward, hoping that when they met again, they would all have grown. As the Yin silhouette disappeared into the sky, Han Fei clutched the cookbook tightly and turned away with his earth black bear. Let's go, little black. We must spread the glory of these Chinese recipes. The wind howled against the protective barrier, and Rost clenched her hands nervously. It was her first time riding a Yin, and the high-altitude view made her uneasy. Just as Luo Tianya was about to comfort her, Yi Qingshui and Feng Yining beat him to it. Are you nervous, little Luo? Yi Qingshui squeezed in, pushing Luo Tianya aside. Don't worry, it's safe on the Yin. You won't fall. Feng Yining also squeezed in, pushing Luo Tianya even further. Little Luo, it's normal to be nervous on your first Yin ride. To ease your nerves, we can look at the scenery. See that big, red sun? It's healthy and makes us prettier. Luo Tianya watched Feng Yining curiously. Her words almost sounded like a rap. Had she awakened some extraordinary skill? Since Rost had revealed her background, the others' attitudes towards her had changed significantly. Especially Yi Qingshui and Feng Yining, who, perhaps due to female empathy, treated Rost as a little sister, caring for her meticulously. For instance, they altered their own clothes to fit Rost, even though they were still a bit large. They also switched places with Feng Qingyue and her team on the other Yin to stay close to Rost. Though kind-hearted, these two could sometimes be a bit overwhelming. Luo Tianya shook his head and found a corner to rest. With them around, he didn't need to worry much about Rost. Lately, Luo Tianya had felt exhausted, mainly from transcribing the Chinese cookbook. He had poured everything he knew into that book. Gazing at the red sunrise, Luo Tianya thought to himself, I hope Han Fei can spread the glory of our Chinese cuisine. The windmill creaked and groaned as it turned, and the scenery here was truly beautiful. The sky, the earth, and a group of cheerful friends. Luo Tianya sat on the back of Yin, holding a simple little windmill in his hand. As he spun it, he sang a nursery rhyme. The little windmill was something he had made hastily using a few long leaves and a wooden stick. Though rudimentary, it could still spin. The people around him listened to his singing with astonished expressions. More of them were captivated by the spinning windmill in his hand. Feng Yining looked at Luo Tianya with a peculiar expression and couldn't help but ask, What song are you singing? It sounds like someone sawing wood. What? Luo Tianya's eyes almost blazed with anger. As a self-proclaimed successor to the title of God of Singing, how could he tolerate such an insult to his voice? He pouted and retorted. You must be jealous that my singing is better than yours. That's why you're saying that. Feng Yingying's face darkened, thinking that comparing Luo Tianya's singing to sawing wood was already a compliment. She couldn't believe he was so shameless as to accuse her of jealousy. Clearing her throat, she began to sing the same song. Everyone listened to Feng Yingying's clear and bright voice, finding it much more pleasant than Luo Tianya's. But Luo Tianya scoffed dismissively. Is that it? That's nothing compared to mine. Shameless. Feng Yingying shook her head and said. Yi Qingshui nodded in agreement. Indeed, a bit shameless. Luo Tianya turned to Rosette, handing her the small windmill. Rosette, I trust you to be fair. Tell us, who sang better? Rosette took the windmill, her eyes filled with delight as she carefully played with it. After a long moment of hesitation, she finally lowered her head and said reluctantly, Sister Feng Yingying sang better. Luo Tianya looked shocked, then waved his hand disinterestedly. You can keep the windmill, but in the future, don't lie. If you lie, your nose will grow longer. With that, he stood up and walked to the edge of Yin, silently watching the scenery whiz by. Just as Rosette was about to say something, Feng Yingying and Yi Qingshui surrounded her. The three girls excitedly played with the windmill, chattering away. At that moment, the little vermilion bird on Rosette's head was awakened by the noise and flew to Luo Tianya, demanding food. Luo Tianya snapped, Don't bother me. You wouldn't understand the feelings of a singing genius misunderstood by the world. The little vermilion bird looked puzzled, and the six-eared macaque explained a few things. After listening, the vermilion bird flew over to the girls playing with the windmill, intending to seek justice for Luo Tianya. However, upon seeing the windmill, its eyes widened. The little vermilion bird hopped onto Rosette's shoulder and curiously extended its wing to spin the windmill. Watching it spin quickly, the bird soon joined in the fun with the girls. The six-eared macaque, perched on Luo Tianya's shoulder, chattered, indicating it also wanted a windmill. Luo Tianya laughed and agreed. All right, I'll make you a big windmill later when we rest. His mood slightly improved, and he reminded himself that geniuses are always lonely and misunderstood by the world. As Luo Tianya, the heir to the title of God of Song, he would never be swayed by such slanderous words. After calming down the six-eared macaque, he was about to turn around when his divine sense detected the vibrations of a battle not far away. A flash of golden light pierced through the clouds as his gaze focused on a fierce skirmish between humans and beasts in the grove below. Teacher, there's something happening below, Luo Tianya shouted. Humans are fighting magical beasts. His voice echoed through the sky, reaching everyone on the back of the Yin. Xiong Qi, standing at the front, immediately guided the Yin to dive through the layers of white clouds, halting above the grove. The teacher wants me to go down first, Luo Tianya called from the edge of the protective barrier. No sooner had he spoken than a human-sized opening appeared in the barrier. Luo Tianya and the six-eared macaque leaped out, their figures plummeting like arrows. With a thunderous crash, Luo Tianya activated his two body refinement divine abilities simultaneously, his entire body glowing brightly. Utilizing the momentum from his descent, he unleashed the Azure Dragon claw, targeting the rear of the beast horde. Meanwhile, the six-eared macaque moved even faster, using Luo Tianya's shoulder as a springboard in midair. Its golden figure landed in front of the three besieged individuals, its fists raining down like a storm, reducing the surrounding beasts to fragments. At that moment, Luo Tianya's Azure Dragon claw fully extended. A massive Azure Dragon claw seemed to freeze the space around it, causing the beast's attacks to falter. The claw then slammed down with immense force, instantly obliterating most of the beasts and leaving a giant dragon claw-shaped crater on the ground. This earth-shattering strike left the three struggling individuals in awe. Fortunately, the six-eared macaque continued to fend off the beasts, preventing any injuries to them. Luo Tianya landed gracefully as others rushed in to provide support. In no time, the small group of magical beasts was completely annihilated. Friends, are you all okay? Luo Tianya asked with concern, looking at the trio, two men and one woman. Though they appeared somewhat exhausted, they seemed uninjured. The girl in the middle had a crystalline, faintly green deer by her side. To her left stood a tall man who bore a striking resemblance to her, with a wolf covered in scales lying at his feet. On her right was a stern-looking man whose beast companion was particularly unusual, a muscular rabbit, wielding a blade longer than its own height. Luo Tianya thought to himself, this group certainly is interesting. Luo Tianya's eyes flashed with a divine light as he quickly discerned the information about the three demon beasts. The first was a golden gale wolf, at the late Qin level, possessing the abilities of indestructible golden body and gale blade. It was panting heavily, clearly having just been through a fierce battle. The second was a life deer, at the mid-Qin level, mastering the abilities of light of life and hoof dance. This deer was alertly scanning its surroundings, as if contemplating something. The third was an Azure 8-blade rabbit, also at the late Qin level, with the powers of 8 dominant blades and frenzy. Its eyes gleamed with arrogance, as if declaring itself the strongest. After the battle, the life deer gracefully stepped forward, releasing a light green glow. This glow enveloped the three of them, instantly dispelling their fatigue, restoring their energy, and even beginning to heal their external injuries. Standing nearby, Luo Tianya could clearly feel the rich life energy contained in the glow. This was a powerful group healing ability. Luo Tianya's interest was fully piqued. Aside from his Azure Dragon and Butterfly Fairy, he had never seen other healing-type demon beasts. Even at Nantian Academy and the frontline battlefield, such beasts were unheard of. Unexpectedly, he encountered such a rare being here today. The tall man, now recovered, clasped his hands in gratitude towards Luo Tianya and the others. Thank you all for your assistance. Luo Tianya replied, we are all humans. It's only right to help each other. He called back his six-eared macaque, and the others gathered around. Xing Yuya reported after checking, these demon beasts are mostly at the Qin level, not many in number, probably scattered from the front line. Li Quan frowned. The frequency of demon beast attacks seems to be increasing lately. Xiongqi speculated. Could it be because the Tianjiao battle is approaching? Everyone nodded, realizing the need to be more vigilant. The tall man stepped forward and introduced himself. I am Ling Tian, and this is my sister, Ling Zihan. He pointed to a cold-looking man beside him, and this is a passerby, Su Luoch. Su Luocheng was taken aback upon hearing this, feeling a bit displeased, but he still clasped his hands and said, I am Su Luocheng. Thank you all for saving us. Luo Tianya noticed the life deer and curiously asked, Miss Zihan, is your demon beast a healing type? The Nantian Academy group also gathered around, curiously observing the rare beast. The life deer, startled by the sudden attention, hid behind Ling Zihan. Ling Zihan comforted her spirit beast and then explained with a smile, yes, this little one is indeed a mutated healing-type demon beast. At that moment, little Vermilion Bird suddenly took an interest in the shy life deer. It flew from Luo Sit's shoulder to the top of the life deer's head, curiously examining the translucent green deer. Seeing this, Luo Tianya quickly called out, "Little one, come back. No dinner for you tonight if you don't." The little vermilion bird reluctantly patted the life deer, as if saying, "I'll be back," before unwillingly flying back to Luo Tianya's hand. Luo Tianya held the little vermilion bird, preparing to give it a good talking to. Ling Zihan, understanding, said, "It's all right. It probably likes the aura of our life deer." Luo Tianya sternly warned the little vermilion bird, "If you misbehave again, no more windmills and your food will be halved." The little vermilion bird lowered its head in remorse, chirping softly. Seeing the matter settled, Xiongqi suggested continuing the journey. Ling Tian then asked, "I heard you were heading to Sifang City for the Tianjiao battle. Could you possibly take my sister and me along?" Xiongqi assessed them and warned, "With your current strength, going to Sifang City without the protection of elders is very dangerous." Ling Zihan lowered her head and explained, "Our family was destroyed by demon beasts. Now it's just my brother and me." Luo Tianya quickly apologized, realizing he had touched on a sensitive topic. Ling Zihan raised her reddened eyes and said, "So, we siblings now only think about killing demon beasts to avenge our family." Su Luochen comforted her, "Don't worry, Sister Zihan. I will stay by your side and help you kill all the demon beasts." Ling Tian coldly looked at him, signaling him to keep his distance. Ling Zihan, feeling a bit embarrassed, glared at the two of them before saying to Luo Tianya and the others, "If it's too much trouble, we can go on our own." After a brief discussion, the two instructors agreed to take them along. Su Luoqing also quickly expressed his desire to join. Luo Tianya, intrigued by the life deer, was also eager for them to come along. A quarter of an hour later, Luo Tianya held a newly made windmill, gently waving it, and softly called out to the life deer hiding behind Ling Zihan, "Little one, would you like to come and play?" Watching the hesitation of the spirit deer, Feng Yingying shook her head and said, "You look just like a villain trying to lure a child." "No, exactly like one. What are you talking about?" Luo Tianya retorted indignantly. "That's slander. I'm a kind-hearted and outstanding youth, voted one of the top 10 exemplary young people of the Divine Beast continent every year." "When did this award for the top 10 exemplary young people of the Divine Beast continent start?" Yiqing Shui, standing nearby, asked curiously. "How come I've never heard of it?" "Because you're not outstanding enough," Luo Tianya replied, his face serious though his words were nonsense. This remark earned him a chorus of eye rolls from most of the people on Xian Yan's back, clearly not buying his bluff. Seeing the spirit deer still unwilling to come closer, Luo Tianya decided not to force it. With a gentle flick of his right hand, a small pinwheel flew towards Ling Zihan and landed steadily in her hand. "Thank you," Ling Zihan said with a smile, then pulled the spirit deer closer and used the pinwheel to amuse it. The spirit deer's pure, large eyes fixated on the spinning, color-changing pinwheel, and it let out joyful cries. When the pinwheel stopped, it even nudged it to make it spin again. Watching the spirit deer play happily, Luo Tianya felt a bit frustrated. He recalled his previous harmonious encounters with other mythical beasts and wondered why his efforts weren't working with this one. Could it be that the others he met were all male? But wasn't the butterfly fairy friendly to him as well? Luo Tianya was puzzled. At this moment, most of the people on Xianyan were engrossed in playing with their own pinwheels, which Luo Tianya had taught them to make earlier. Little Zhuke and the six-eared monkey were each playing with one in each hand, while the little Azure Dragon had retreated into the Soul Space's rhomboid crystal for a nap. Seeing everyone so absorbed in this simple game, Luo Tianya couldn't help but reflect on the lack of entertainment in the Divine Beast continent due to the ongoing war. He silently vowed to take on the responsibility of revitalizing cultural and recreational activities once the magical beasts were expelled from the continent. As Luo Tianya was lost in thought, Ling Tian suddenly approached. "Brother Luo, I must thank you again for your righteous assistance earlier," Ling Tian said sincerely. "Brother Ling, you've already thanked me. No need for such formalities." Luo Tianya invited him to sit and chat. After some small talk, Ling Tian got to the point. "May I ask, Brother Luo, are you heading to participate in the Heavenly Talents battle? Part of our group is here for the Shin level training, and part of us are indeed going for the Heavenly Talents battle," Luo Tianya replied honestly. There was no need to hide this. "Is the Shin level training also taking place near Sifang City?" Ling Tian asked, surprised. He explained that usually, Shin level training wouldn't be held in areas with strong magical beast presence, and Sifang City was under immense pressure. The fact that Nantian Academy chose such a challenging location indicated their strength was likely beyond common perception. Ling Tian reminded himself not to believe rumors easily and then smiled. "So, Brother Luo, are you here for the Shin level training?" Looking at Luo Tianya's youthful face, Ling Tian guessed he might be here for the training and to gain some experience. However, Luo Tianya didn't answer directly but instead changed the subject. Does your sister Ling Zihan's spirit beast have any connection to the butterfly fairy? Luo Tianya recounted his experience encountering the Tianba buffalo in the Tianba Mountains and his speculations about healing-type mythical beasts. Ling Tian shook his head. No, my sister's spirit beast is like this naturally, completely different from our family's wolf-type spirit beasts. He pointed to the Linjin swift wolf beside him, a mutated beast with seemingly multiple attributes. Ling Tian continued, when the magical beasts attacked the city, they were particularly hostile towards my sister's spirit beast, trying everything to kill it. I suspect it has something to do with her spirit, dear. Luo Tianya nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. Magical beasts seem to have a strong aversion to healing-type mythical beasts, with a greater desire to destroy them. Suddenly, he said seriously to Ling Tian, in that case, you shouldn't go to Sifang City. The magical beasts there are extremely powerful, making it even more dangerous for you. Ling Tian smiled gratefully. Thank you for your concern, but we have a specific purpose for going to Sifang City. If things go well, it could solve my sister's problem. Can you share what it is? Luo Tianya asked curiously. Taking such a huge risk to go to Sifang City must have an extraordinary purpose. Ling Tian replied openly, it's no secret to you, brother Luo. We're going to Sifang City to find someone. He paused, his tone filled with respect. To be precise, it's not a person. We are looking for the most powerful member of the Butterfly Fairy Clan. The strongest of the Butterfly Fairy Clan? Luo Tianya's pupils suddenly contracted, and his expression became serious. He hadn't expected Ling Tian and his companions to seek out such an extraordinary being. The strongest guardians of the divine beast continent, who surpass even the king-level beings, are few in number and maintain a delicate balance with the demon beast empire's rulers. Luo Tianya's thoughts drifted to the past. His parents had the potential to become such supreme beings, but were tragically killed by a demon beast's ambush. If they had grown to their full potential, the human and beast alliances would have gained a significant advantage in top-level strength, breaking the stalemate and increasing the hope of driving the demon beasts out of the divine beast continent. Recalling the tragedy, a human supreme being had been enraged, repelled the demon beast empire's ruler, and led an army deep into demon beast territory. The battle was fierce, with corpses strewn everywhere and flames raging. Several minor demon beast clans were utterly annihilated. Eventually, it took two demon beast rulers working together to repel that supreme being. Afterward, the demon beasts remained quiet for a long time, allowing the humans and beast clans to grow and easing the pressure on the borders. Today's supreme beings are elusive. Even the honorary dean of Dongji Academy, Feng Yingying's great-grandfather, rarely shows himself. Luo Tianya couldn't help but wonder if Ling Tian and his companions would succeed in their quest. Noticing Luo Tianya's curiosity, Ling Tian explained, we're taking a chance, really. We chose Sifang City because more butterfly fairies reside there, and currently, a butterfly fairy queen is present. We plan to find her first and see if she can help us meet the Empress. Ling Tian paused and added, moreover, Ling Zihan has a rare healing spirit beast, which we believe will interest the butterfly fairy clan. Luo Tianya nodded in agreement. That does sound promising. I wish you all the best. The two continued their conversation, discussing the customs and young talents of the divine beast continent, before returning to the topic of supreme beings. Ling Tian sighed. Although we have fewer top-level warriors, their extraordinary abilities keep the balance. Luo Tianya, intrigued, asked, Ling brother, could you tell me more about our supreme beings? Ling Tian happily obliged. Currently, there are 5 supreme beings on the divine beast continent, 3 from the human race and 2 from the spirit beast clans. Spirit beasts? Luo Tianya caught the term. Besides the butterfly fairies, are there other beasts recognized as spirit beasts? Ling Tian nodded. Yes, the other spirit beast clan is the bamboo bear clan. Luo Tianya's heart skipped a beat. Could it be what he thought? Ling Tian continued. The bamboo bears are also spirit beasts. Humans cannot forcibly form contracts with them. Even if they do, it can only be temporary. The bamboo bears fought valiantly for the divine beast continent and suffered heavy losses in the ultimate battle, with few survivors. Ling Tian's tone became solemn, filled with respect. Both the butterfly fairy and bamboo bear clans are pioneers of the divine beast continent. However, the bamboo bears have a low reproduction rate and have only slightly recovered over the years. Luo Tianya tentatively asked, is the bamboo bear named for its love of eating bamboo? Exactly, Ling Tian warned, but don't underestimate them because of that. The bamboo bear supreme being once used its iron fist technique to crush a demon beast ruler, leaving only a wisp of its soul to escape, completely turning the tide of battle. In terms of combat power, that bamboo bear supreme being is on par with our peak human supreme beings. Luo Tianya glanced thoughtfully at the playful six-eared macaque nearby, wondering how it would fare against the iron fist technique in the same realm. So, what does this bamboo bear look like? Luo Tianya tried to confirm his suspicion. Ling Tian excitedly described, the bamboo bears are rare now, hardly seen in other border areas. I was lucky to see one once, even cuter than in the historical illustrations. They are adorable, with black and white fur and black ears. Watching them eat bamboo even made my mouth water. Wow. Luo Tianya gasped, his suspicion confirmed. That's a panda. Listening to Ling Tian's description, the image in Luo Tianya's mind perfectly matched what had been mentioned earlier. Bamboo bears aren't those pandas? He felt a surge of excitement, realizing he could encounter such adorable creatures on the beast continent. However, he quickly understood that these pandas were likely not the ordinary cute animals he was familiar with, but formidable beings capable of easily defeating a group of monsters. One of the 5 supreme beings is a panda, and their combat prowess is definitely not to be underestimated, Luo Tianya thought to himself. If I rashly try to pet them, I might end up flattened by a single paw swipe. Determined to find an opportunity to see this bamboo bear clan firsthand, Luo Tianya listened as Ling Tian, unaware of his inner thoughts, continued. Most of the bamboo bear clan now reside in bamboo forests, with only a few venturing out. It's said that the supreme bamboo bear also stays there, rarely showing itself. Where exactly are these bamboo forests located? Luo Tianya asked curiously. Ling Tian shook his head. The exact location is probably known only to a few big shots, but it's roughly at the border between the western wilderness and the southern sky region. Luo Tianya silently noted this southwestern direction. Ling Tian continued. Another spirit beast clan, the butterfly fairies, resides in the Butterfly Valley of the eastern extremes. The butterfly queen we're looking for should be there as well. After introducing the 2 supreme spirit beasts, Luo Tianya asked about the supreme human warriors. With a smile, Ling Tian explained, our human race has 3 supreme warriors. One of them is an elder from the Feng family, whose life bond beast is a 9-tailed heavenly fox. Luo Tianya's mind flashed to Feng Yingying's 3-tailed white fox, understanding why someone was secretly protecting her. The other is a crucial figure who changed the landscape of the beast continent. Ling Tian's tone grew respectful. He's the one who improved numerous formations, Master Imosia. Seeing Luo Tianya's puzzled expression, Ling Tian elaborated on Imosia's contributions, enhancing spiritual power formations, creating combined attack formations, and city defense formations, significantly boosting the ability of humans and spirit beasts to resist monsters. Ling Tian also mentioned, your academy's dean, Nangong Wushuang, is actually a master of formations. However, after being injured, he has remained low-key. Luo Tianya was surprised but quickly connected this to Bai Zhe's abilities, speculating that Dean Nangong's expertise in formations might heavily rely on his life bond beast. Master Imosia is said to be researching new formations overseas and hasn't been seen for a long time, Ling Tian added. Overseas? Luo Tianya looked questioningly at the distant deep-sea siren. Following his gaze, Ling Tian explained, that's right, the deep-sea siren comes from overseas. It's east of the eastern extremes, vast and mostly ocean, with spirit beasts quite different from those on the beast continent. Luo Tianya frowned. It seems like we don't see any oceanic spirit beasts on the front lines? Ling Tian explained, most overseas spirit beasts can't leave the water, except for special beings like the deep-sea siren. Therefore, monsters can't invade overseas, and with the eastern extremes as a barrier, it can be considered a pristine land. Is overseas still a haven now? Luo Tianya murmured to himself, his eyes gazing into the distance through the window. Ling Tian sighed heavily and said, if the sacred beast continent truly falls, retreating overseas might not hold out for long. His voice was filled with worry. But then, Ling Tian straightened up and said resolutely, however, with so many guardians and brave warriors fighting on the front lines, we will never let the situation deteriorate to that extent. When talking about overseas, Ling Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. Speaking of overseas, there's an important elder we must mention. Which elder? Luo Tianya asked curiously. Elder Xian Gui of Sifang City. Ling Tian's gaze seemed to pierce through time and space, as if he could see the venerable Xian Gui who held up the sky of Sifang City. Luo Tianya couldn't help but look into the distance as well. Even though he knew he couldn't see Sifang City from here, a deep respect for the selfless elder surged in his heart. Ling Tian withdrew his gaze and began to recount. Elder Xian Gui hails from overseas. 15 years ago, he was already beyond the king level, nearly stepping into the ranks of the supreme beings. He continued to narrate the earth-shattering events that took place in Sifang City, the revenge of the human supreme beings against the returning beasts, and the mysterious conversation between numerous strong warriors and Elder Xian Gui. Afterward, Elder Xian Gui severed his own path, transforming his powers to become a colossal beast, guarding Sifang City and its surrounding areas. Any beast that enters his domain will have its strength weakened. It's this very technique that has protected Sifang City for years, Ling Tian explained. Even during the Great Battle 5 years ago, when the beasts deployed twice our forces, they still couldn't breach Sifang City. All thanks to Elder Xian Gue. Luo Tianya frowned and asked, but if Elder Xian Gue could break through to the supreme ranks, wouldn't our advantage be even greater? Ling Tian shook his head with a bitter smile. That's a question only the strong of that time and Elder Xian Gue himself could answer. No one else knows. Luo Tianya fell into deep thought, supporting his chin with his right hand, his mind racing with possibilities. Rebirth through nirvana? He quickly dismissed the idea. Xian Gue wasn't Zhuke, and Elder Xian Gue was still alive. Other plans? What could they be? After a moment, Luo Tianya stopped his wild speculations. He realized his knowledge of Xian Gue was limited to hearsay. He didn't even know what the elder looked like. I should wait until I reach Sifang City and see Elder Xian Gue with my own eyes, he thought to himself. Then Luo Tianya asked, by the way, you mentioned 4 supreme beings earlier. Who was the last one? A look of profound reverence appeared in Ling Tian's eyes. That one is the mightiest of the sacred beast continent. We dare not call him by his name, and very few know his true name. We only know his soul beast is a fire attribute beast of immense power. It was he who led many experts into the northern desert back then. At this moment, Feng Yingying seemed to have overheard their conversation and joined them in the corner. The deep-sea siren hovered on a column of water beside her, and a 3-tailed white fox lounged lazily on her shoulder. Are you talking about that supreme being? Feng Yingying asked as she sat down. Luo Tianya introduced her directly. This is Feng Yingying, the heir of the Feng family. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian stood up abruptly and respectfully cupped his hands towards Feng Yingying. Greetings, Miss Feng. Feng Yingying first shot Luo Tianya a glare, blaming him for suddenly revealing her identity, then smiled at Ling Tian. You're too polite. Please, have a seat. Ling Tian sat down with a sigh. I never expected to meet a descendant of the Feng family. Back in the day, the ancestor of the Feng family saved my Ling family ancestor. That salute was to repay that life-saving grace. Feng Yingying waved her hand dismissively. No need for formalities. We each do our part. I overheard you talking about that supreme being. Ling Tian nervously explained, yes, Brother Luo isn't very familiar with the situation on the sacred beast continent, so we were discussing it. But we meant no disrespect. Feng Yingying said nonchalantly, it's fine to chat. When I was little, I used to yank on my great-grandfather's beard all the time. But as I grew up, I saw him less and less. Luo Tianya asked curiously, have you ever seen your great-grandfather in action? Luo Tianya recalled the strongest warriors he had seen. The half-step king Gu Ziyuan and the once powerful but now weakened Nangong Wushuang. Compared to them, the supreme being of the Feng family was even more awe-inspiring. Gu Ziyuan's previous action had already left Luo Tianya stunned. He couldn't help but ponder what kind of astonishing power would be displayed if someone beyond the king level made a move. Feng Yingying shook her head, her long hair swaying gently. No, great-grandfather is at the eastern extremity and rarely takes action. On the front lines, I haven't had the chance to see him either. Luo Tianya's gaze fell on the 3-tailed white fox perched on Feng Yingying's shoulder. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he mused, a 9-tailed heavenly fox. This little one already has 3 tails before reaching the Shin level. Quite the potential. It seems it's being groomed as a successor. His attention then shifted to the deep-sea siren, a beast from overseas, who suddenly took on a different significance in his eyes. She should know more about overseas information, Luo Tianya thought to himself. Just as he was lost in thought, a pair of fair hands waved in front of his eyes. Feng Yingying reproached him playfully, pervert. Why do you keep staring at my deep-sea siren? Luo Tianya quickly averted his gaze and explained. You misunderstood. I just wanted to learn more about overseas information. Ask me. Feng Yingying said confidently, patting her chest. The deep-sea siren comes from overseas, and I know a lot about it. Seeing her self-assured demeanor, Luo Tianya chuckled lightly. All right, then let me ask you a question and see if you can answer it. Go ahead. Feng Yingying lifted her head, looking utterly confident. Luo Tianya threw out an unexpected question. What is the name of the strongest person? Thud. Feng Yingying nearly lost her balance. She glared at Luo Tianya in annoyance, thinking how this guy could suddenly ask about the strongest person's name, completely out of the blue. After steadying herself, Feng Yingying slowly replied, I don't know his full name, but I do know his surname. Luo Tianya and Ling Tian immediately became interested and asked in unison, what's his surname? Feng Yingying answered solemnly, his surname is Lu. Last name Lu? Luo Tianya paused, frowning slightly before asking, what's his full name? Feng Yingying shook her head, her long hair swaying gently. I really don't know. My great-grandfather certainly does, but he would never tell us his name. Luo Tianya pressed on. Then what about his spirit beast? You must know that. I heard from Ling Tian earlier that it's a fire-type beast. His gaze inadvertently drifted to a nearby spot where a vermilion bird was leisurely playing with a pinwheel, its fiery red feathers shining brilliantly in the sunlight. Luo Tianya thought to himself. The Vermilion Bird is one of the 5 divine beasts, reigning supreme over fire. Is there any fire-type beast stronger than it? Who is this mysterious Lu? And what kind of spirit beast does he possess that elevates him to the pinnacle of power on the divine beast continent? Luo Tianya was filled with curiosity. Feng Yingying whispered, "It's well known that his spirit beast is a crow." "A crow? Just a bird?" Luo Tianya looked at Feng Yingying in disbelief. Ling Tian chuckled from the side. "But this crow is no ordinary bird. It's a mutated one with 3 legs. A 3-legged golden crow." Luo Tianya stood up abruptly, causing a gust of wind that almost blew the 3-tailed white fox off Feng Yingying's shoulder. Feng Yingying steadied the little fox and glared at Luo Tianya. "What 3-legged golden crow? We don't even know what kind of beast it is. How can you be so sure?" Luo Tianya took a deep breath and slowly sat back down. He knew that the divine beast continent was home to all sorts of bizarre creatures. This 3-legged crow might just be another mutated beast. But the combination of a fire-type beast and a 3-legged crow made it hard not to think of the legendary creature. Besides having 3 legs, does this crow have any other distinctive features, like its color or abilities? Luo Tianya continued to ask. Feng Yingying replied, "It's black. As for its abilities, few people know." "Black?" Luo Tianya murmured. "A golden crow should be golden. Could this 3-legged crow really not be? Why do so few people know about its abilities?" he asked again. Feng Yingying's eyes grew deep, as if recalling stories from her elders. "Because when he does make a move, it's earth-shattering, with flames engulfing everything for miles. I heard that 15 years ago, in one battle, he led his spirit beast into the fray, and several king-level demon beasts tried to stop him, only to be incinerated instantly. There's a saying that no demon beast has ever survived seeing his abilities." Listening to this awe-inspiring description, Luo Tianya couldn't help but picture a figure standing proudly between heaven and earth, with a 3-legged crow hovering behind him, leaving a trail of scorched earth and extinct demon beasts. Such a person truly stands out. "I wonder if I'll ever get the chance to meet this legendary Lu," Luo Tianya mused. "If I do, I could find out if his spirit beast is really the mythical creature. If it is a 3-legged golden crow, a meeting with the Vermilion Bird would be fascinating." Luo Tianya looked up at the sun and murmured, "A 3-legged golden crow would have solar fire as its innate flame. I wonder what would happen if it clashed with Nanming Lihua?" Switching topics, Luo Tianya asked about the deep sea siren. "By the way, how did you manage to form a contract with your mermaid?" Feng Yingying looked at him in confusion. "Why do you keep calling my deep sea siren a mermaid?" Luo Tianya replied matter-of-factly, "Human upper body, fishtail, and beautiful. What else would you call it?" He turned to the deep sea siren and asked, "Mermaid, do you prefer being called deep sea siren or mermaid?" The deep sea siren tilted her head in thought, then nodded twice, indicating she liked both. Luo Tianya pressed further. "If you had to choose one?" Feng Yingying also looked curiously at her deep sea siren, wondering which name she would prefer. The deep sea siren hesitated, unable to decide. Luo Tianya laughed. "Forget it. Don't worry about it. I'll call you mermaid, and others can call you whatever they like." Feng Yingying rolled her eyes at him. "My deep sea siren has a name. It's Xiaoyer, and she loves it." Luo Tianya teased, "Does she have a sister named Huawuk?" Feng Yingying looked puzzled. "What are you talking about?" Never mind. Never mind. Generation gap." Luo Tianya waved his hand, sighing. He then asked about the contracting process. "How did you meet and form a contract with her?" Deep sea sirens are rare, even overseas. Their abilities are much stronger in the ocean than on land. Luo Tianya closely examined the deep sea siren, noting her details. Species, deep sea siren. Level, peak level 9. Abilities, water control, death song. Status, looks like she prefers mermaid. Oh, she actually thinks mermaid sounds better. Nice, nice. Luo Tianya mused, then continued pondering her abilities. Besides the death song, he and the Six-Eared Macaque had personally experienced the power of her water control. She could summon water to attack and turn it into ice, demonstrating near-perfect control over water. However, this type of beast was most effective in the ocean, where it could fully utilize its abilities. On land, it was somewhat wasted. Luo Tianya curiously asked, "Feng Yingying, as a descendant of a great power, you could have any spirit beast you wanted. Why did you choose the deep sea siren, and so early on?" Feng Yingying proudly raised her head. "We achieved a spiritual resonance, so we chose each other." "How did you achieve spiritual resonance?" Luo Tianya glanced at Feng Yingying, then at the deep sea siren. "Through song," Feng Yingying explained. "Her singing resonated with me." Luo Tianya was incredulous. "So you just sang a song and got a mermaid to take home? Singing to resonate with mermaids, and then forming a contract with them?" This idea made Luo Tianya's eyes light up. He couldn't help but imagine the grand scene of encountering a group of mermaids with his divine singing voice. With a slight smile, Luo Tianya looked at the deep-sea songstress and suddenly began to sing. Your smile is so beautiful, like flowers blooming in spring. The sudden burst of song left the two people and two beasts present stunned, unsure how to react. However, the silence only lasted for a moment before Feng Yingying couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her laughter grew louder and louder, eventually turning into a belly laugh that almost echoed across the entire back of the Xianyan. Zhang Tianfeng frowned, looking displeased at Feng Yingying. What's wrong with you? We're out in public. Show some ladylike manners. Then, he turned his gaze to the visibly annoyed Luo Tianya, feeling a sense of caution. This enigmatic guy can't be allowed to get too close to Yingying. Luo Tianya, somewhat irritated, said, What's so funny? I was just singing casually to see how the mermaids would react. He hadn't expected Feng Yingying to have such a big reaction. Ling Tian, standing nearby, also struggled to hold back his laughter, while the deep-sea songstress shook her head in disappointment, though it was unclear if it was because of Luo Tianya's singing or something else. Seeing Feng Yingying still laughing uncontrollably, Luo Tianya smirked and sang, Your smile is so beautiful, like a big fool. This remark was like a bucket of cold water, instantly quenching Feng Yingying's laughter. She clenched her fists and angrily said, If I could beat you up, I'd have turned you into a pig head already. Luo Tianya crossed his arms and looked at her sideways, saying leisurely, That wish of yours will never come true. Feng Yingying bit her lip, her eyes wide with anger, yet she had no retort. She knew she was only at the peak of level 9 and hadn't broken through to the Xin level. Given Luo Tianya's rapid advancement, she might never catch up in her lifetime. Despite being a descendant of a supreme powerhouse, with potentially special methods, she felt nothing but frustration and helplessness at this moment. Thinking about how she used to be the genius girl of the Eastern Pole, reaching the peak of level 9 at 16 and being hailed as a top contender for the next Tianjiao battle, Feng Yingying felt defeated. Just a short trip to the southern sky domain had dimmed her once proud aura of genius. What made it even harder to accept was that Luo Tianya, a year younger than her, had already broken through to the Xian level and would participate in the Tianjiao battle 3 years earlier than her. This feeling of being overshadowed reminded Feng Yingying of those genius couples from 15 years ago. They had similarly crushed their contemporaries and ultimately saved the lives of those geniuses, even sacrificing themselves heroically. Her grandfather's words suddenly came to mind. To live in the same era as such people is a blessing for the era, but a misfortune for other geniuses. She realized that Luo Tianya might very well be one of those rare geniuses who could dominate an entire generation. After a while, Luo Tianya asked the question that had been on his mind. It seems like you contracted your companion beast much earlier than most people, didn't you? He explained that typically, academies advise against contracting a companion beast before reaching level 9, suggesting instead to focus on elevating one's primary beast. While Feng Yingying, as a descendant of a supreme powerhouse, had abundant resources, it didn't seem necessary to contract a companion beast before reaching the Xian level. Some people did it because they saw no hope of breaking through, but for a genius like Feng Yingying, who reached the peak of level 9 at 16 and was likely to break through soon, why expend mental energy to contract a companion beast so early? Having just been mocked by him, Feng Yingying naturally didn't respond kindly. She coldly replied, What's it to you? Luo Tianya hadn't expected to be retorted back by Feng Yingying and couldn't help but think. Indeed, experience grows in the heat of conflict. Luo Tianya scoffed, his face full of disdain. Pfft, say it or don't, I don't care. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes darted mischievously, and he tentatively said, It seems like it has something to do with that spiritual resonance you mentioned before. This kind of resonance could be very beneficial to you, like enhancing your mental power or even causing a qualitative change. Before he could finish, Luo Tianya noticed Feng Yingying's expression change abruptly. Her brows furrowed, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, as if he had hit a nerve. Oh, did I guess right? Luo Tianya's face lit up with a smug smile as he stared directly into Feng Yingying's eyes. Feng Yingying, seemingly embarrassed by being found out, snorted softly, turned her head away, and ignored him. Luo Tianya felt a surge of joy. He had been only guessing, but it seemed he was spot on. His gaze shifted to the deep-sea siren next to Feng Yingying, and he couldn't help but be amazed. The mermaid tribe had such an ability creating resonance to enhance mental power. He pondered. Normally, mental power only grows when leveling up. Although Feng Yingying had consumed some mental power due to her contract beast, she gained even more in return. This meant her mental power at level 9 would be higher than others, and if it could undergo a qualitative change, she might already be touching the profound level. This would significantly shorten her time to break through to the profound level. Luo Tianya couldn't help but marvel. Is this the foundation of a top-tier powerhouse? They really have access to resources far beyond ordinary people. His gaze shifted to Zhang Tianfeng on the other side. and he asked curiously, "Why doesn't your brother get the same treatment?" Jean Tianfeng doesn't seem to have a contract beast. He doesn't even have a beast pouch. Nor does he have any beasts following him. He doesn't even show his own life beast. Feng Yingying couldn't help but laugh. "My brother is just like you. He sings terribly." Back then, he couldn't trigger any spiritual resonance either. Luo Tianya immediately retorted, "What do you mean, just like me? I'm a future singing god. Don't compare me to your brother, that commoner." Feng Yingying scoffed disdainfully. At that moment, Jean Tianfeng seemed to have heard their conversation and asked curiously, "Huh? What are you talking about?" Luo Tianya withdrew his gaze and looked into the distance, a hint of determination in his eyes. He silently resolved, "Looks like I'll need to find an opportunity to go overseas one day." In the following days, the group followed Xian Yin as they flew northward, heading straight for Sifang City. Along the way, they passed through several towns and took brief rests. Unlike their initial encounter with a massive horde of magical beasts, they mostly faced small groups of beasts this time, which they quickly dispatched. Luo Tianya took the opportunity to upgrade the little Vermilion Bird to level 8, but to avoid the massive disturbances that could arise from awakening new abilities, he didn't advance it to level 9. Due to the limited number and level of the beasts they encountered, Luo Tianya's evolution points didn't increase significantly. "We're almost at Sifang City." Luo Tianya stood at the front, watching Xian Yin weave through the clouds. Feng Qingyue stood beside him, softly reciting, "Sifang City, guarding the 4 directions, home to 10 million brave humans." 10 million humans? Luo Tianya was shocked and turned to look at Feng Qingyue. In his understanding, even in his past life's modern cities, it was rare to see populations exceeding 10 million. Moreover, this fortress city having such a large population was astonishing, not to mention the beasts stationed there. Jean Tianfeng walked over to explain, "That's a bit of an exaggeration. Back when Sifang City was defending against the magical beasts, everyone took up arms, and the 10 million humans guarding the 4 directions phrase was used to boost morale. In reality, it was probably about half that number." After the situation stabilized, the population began to disperse. Some went to the eastern extremes and the western wastes to fend off beasts. Others went to guard nearby towns, and the wounded returned home. Now, the population within Sifang City is likely around a million. A million. Luo Tianya marveled, beginning to imagine the scale of Sifang City and the scope of the Xian Turtle's abilities. He suddenly felt a surge of anticipation to see Sifang City and the legendary Xian Turtle. "Jean Tianfeng." Luo Tianya suddenly called out. "Yes, what's up?" Jean Tianfeng looked at him curiously. "Who do you think will come out on top in this year's Tianjiao battle?" Luo Tianya asked, gazing at the distant clouds. "Me." Jean Tianfeng replied confidently. Luo Tianya made an exaggerated spitting gesture. Jean Tianfeng was instantly enraged and seemed ready to teach Luo Tianya a lesson. Feng Qingyue quickly stepped between them to calm things down. "No, no, no. Calm down, calm down. We singers don't hold grudges." Luo Tianya looked at Feng Qingyue in confusion. "Huh? What does that mean?" Jean Tianfeng snorted, suppressed his anger, and with a flick of his sleeve, gave Luo Tianya a serious answer. "Actually, it's hard to say." "Why do you say that?" Luo Tianya pressed, hoping to glean more information from Jean Tianfeng, who was well-versed in such matters. Jean Tianfeng crossed his arms and looked into the distance, explaining, "The leading figures of the major academies today are evenly matched. Take me, for example. I haven't even faced Ji Shurju. Every Tianjiao battle sees dark horses emerging, toppling well-known young experts. To say who will come out on top now is truly difficult." Luo Tianya's eyes sparkled as he changed his approach. "Then let me ask you this. Having been at the Eastern Extremes Academy, based on your experience, who would have a better chance if the Eastern Extremes Academy faced off against the Western Waste Academy?" Jean Tianfeng pondered for a moment before answering. "It's hard to say. I'm not intimidated by Shangguan Lingshu and Hua Lingbing from the Eastern Extremes Academy. As for the others, their strengths are likely quite similar." At that moment, Feng Yingying suddenly appeared and stopped Jean Tianfeng from continuing. "Brother, stop talking." Feng Yingying glanced warily at Luo Tianya and whispered, "You're aiding the enemy. If it comes down to it, you might be opponents. Don't give away any information." Luo Tianya waved dismissively. "So stingy. This is just basic info. What harm can it do? Do you really think I can defeat all of you and win just with this?" Jean Tianfeng nodded thoughtfully. "You have a point. Even if I know this, it probably won't change the fact that I'll end up beaten like a pulp." "Good grief." Luo Tianya laughed in exasperation, rolling up his sleeves and glaring at Jean Tianfeng. He turned to Feng Qingyue. "Old Feng, don't stop me. He needs a lesson today." Surprisingly, Feng Qingyue remained calm. "I'm not stopping you. Go ahead." Luo Tianya froze, pleading silently with his eyes. "Why aren't you following the usual script? Aren't you supposed to stop me, and then I'd say forget it?" Feng Qingyue feigned ignorance. "I don't know what you're talking about." Luo Tianya sighed in resignation, letting his sleeves fall back down. With hands clasped behind his back, he gazed into the distant clouds and suddenly recited, "Heroes arise from the stormy world. Time hastens as they enter the fray. Empires and ambitions are but jest. Life is but a drunken dream." The powerful verse captured everyone's attention. Zhang Tianfeng's eyes sparkled, and Feng Qingyue fell into contemplation. Such poetry was especially captivating for young adventurers just stepping into the martial world. After savoring the lines, Zhang Tianfeng praised, "I didn't expect you to have such literary talent." Luo Tianya beamed with pride. "Of course. When it comes to cooking or poetry, I'm the best. Everyone else is far behind." Feng Yingying rolled her eyes. "Keep bragging." Zhang Tianfeng chuckled. "In that case, go to Sifang City, get drunk, and drop out of the Tianjiao battle." Luo Tianya shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, "Do you think I'm stupid? I'll beat you all to a pulp first, then drink all the Huangqing fruit juice in Sifang City. Wouldn't that be more satisfying?" "Heh, let's see if that day ever comes," Zhang Tianfeng replied meaningfully. On this day, the sky was vast and clear. Two dark-feathered geese, led by a long cry from their leader, soared over the mountains. Suddenly, a bright sight appeared before Thema Colossal City emerged on the horizon. "Is this the Sifang City?" Luo Tianya whispered to himself, eyes wide with awe as he stared into the distance. "Yes, it is." Zhang Tianfeng, who had been here before, responded with emotion. "This is Sifang City, the city that has withstood countless attacks from magical beasts." Though still some distance away, the full view of the city was obscured. All that could be seen was the expansive black city wall stretching across the sky like a giant dragon. The wall glimmered with a faint, mysterious light under the sun, a testament to the power of its protective enchantments. Luo Tianya's heart raced with excitement as he neared this legendary city. Suddenly reminded of something, he asked, "Where is Senior Xiangue?" He activated his divine fire eyes ability, his eyes glowing with golden light. Yet he could only see the distant black city walls, unable to detect the giant beast that guarded Sifang City. "Senior Xiangue is hidden within the heavens and earth, invisible to ordinary people," Ling Tian explained beside him. Luo Tianya was stunned. Even with his ability to listen to all things, combined with his fire eyes and the system's detection function, he couldn't perceive Xuangui's presence. This was the power of a near-supreme being? He marveled silently, unable to even catch a glimpse. The dark-feathered geese flapped their wings, speeding closer to Sifang City. As the distance shortened, the contours of the city grew clearer. Suddenly, a yellow light flickered from the center of the city wall. Seeing this, Xiongqi pulled out a specially crafted token from his sleeve and threw it from the back of the goose. The yellow light transformed into a long snake of energy, shooting out from the wall to catch the token before returning. Xiongqi and Li Quan maneuvered the geese to slow down as they approached the black walls. Suddenly, a ripple appeared on the wall, and a figure flew out. It was a middle-aged man clad in heavy yellow armor, a large sword at his waist, and a black cape billowing in the wind. "I am Feng Lai, the deputy commander of Sifang City," he said, floating in midair and cupping his fists in greeting. "Are you here to participate in this year's Tianjiao battle?" "Uncle Lu." Before Xiongqi could reply, Feng Qingyue called out from the back of the goose. Feng Lai's gaze swept over the others, finally resting on Feng Qingyue. Noticing the profound energy emanating from her, he nodded slightly with approval, but did not immediately respond. Instead, he turned to Xiongqi to confirm the procedures. "Some are here for the Tianjiao battle, others for the profound level training and to broaden their horizons," Xiongqi explained. "And a few we picked up along the way." "Picked up along the way?" Feng Lai was puzzled but didn't question further. He explained that both humans and magical beasts could enter the city, provided they passed a breath inspection. However, they would also need to infuse a special compass with their spiritual or soul energy to track their location in case of emergencies. Just as they were about to proceed with the process, Gu Ziyuan suddenly appeared before them. Even a near-king like him had to follow the rules to enter Sifang City. The group from Nantian Academy quickly bowed to Gu Ziyuan. Upon hearing them call him Old Dean Gu, Feng Lai immediately recognized him. "Senior Gu," Feng Lai cupped his fists and smiled, "I didn't expect you to personally lead the team for this Tianjiao battle. It has been many years since I last visited Sifang City," Gu Ziyuan said, gazing at the magnificent city before him with emotion. Feng Lai dared not respond. As a member of the Blade King family, he was well aware of the incident 15 years ago. At that time, the leader from Nantian Academy was this very old man, and the two peerless talents were his disciples. Gu Ziyuan collected his thoughts and asked, "Who is the current city guard commander?" "It's General Qin Ming," Feng Lai replied. "So it's that guy," Gu Ziyuan confirmed, saying no more and signaling Feng Lai to continue. Feng Lai produced a black stone and instructed everyone to infuse it with their spiritual or soul energy. This was to prevent magical beasts from infiltrating the city, as high-level beasts could take human form. Only this special stone could detect demonic energy. If tainted, the stone would react. Back in the day, during the battles against the demons, some people were tainted by demonic energy, leaving traces of it within them. Dean Nangong and Elder Zhou are such special cases. Xifang City had long been prepared for this and used other methods to verify their identities. One by one, people infused their soul power into the black stone. Feng Yingying and Lazet were the only two who hadn't reached the Xin level. Nervously, Lazet stood behind Luo Tianya, clutching his clothes with her small hands. Luo Tianya turned to comfort her. It's okay. This is just a routine check. You just need to infuse your mental power into the stone. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered the curse deep within Lazet's soul. This curse would surely affect her mental power. Could she pass this test, which was even stricter than the one at Bien City? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Tianya placed the sleepy little Vermilion Bird on Lazet's head, hoping its aura would temporarily suppress the curse within her. Soon, it was their turn. Luo Tianya passed the test smoothly and stood aside, watching Lazet with anxiety. Fortunately, she also passed without any incidents. Luo Tianya breathed a sigh of relief, but his mind was filled with questions. Was the power of this curse too high-level, or was it unrelated to the demonic energy? Where did it come from? He recalled that the spirit cat had never mentioned the source of this power. Guided by Feng Lai, they slowly descended. The full view of Xifang City gradually unfolded before them, revealing a magnificent and grand architectural complex. The crisscrossing streets were bustling with people, presenting a vibrant and prosperous scene. Passing through the thin membrane of the magical barrier, they descended from the city walls. The scene before them stunned those who had never been to Xifang City. Vendors lined the bustling streets, their shouts ringing out continuously. Fresh orange juice, money-back guarantee if it doesn't hit the spot. Milk tea made from Tiamba cow's milk and thousand-year-old tea leaves, don't miss out. Local specialty from Xifang City, the finest Qilin fruit, absolutely delicious. The lively atmosphere was a stark contrast to the grim front lines they had imagined for a city defending against magical beasts. If not for the stringent entry checks they had just passed, Luo Tianya and the others might have thought they were in the wrong place. Feng Lai, tasked with guarding the city, couldn't join them. Zhan Tianfeng, who had visited several times, explained to the group, Xifang City now hosts not only the permanent soldiers, but also other inhabitants from the Divine Beast continent. He paused and added, and the survivors who rebuilt Beima Academy here after its destruction. Luo Tianya recalled hearing about the remnants of Beima who had rebuilt the academy to demonstrate their resolve against magical beasts. Zhan Tianfeng continued, to meet these people's daily needs, an area near the rear has been designated as a living and shopping district. Don't be fooled by the vendors' loud calls now. When beasts attack, they can wield swords and fight fiercely. Luo Tianya looked around thoughtfully and said, so among these vendors, there might be hidden masters? Zhan Tianfeng nodded in agreement. It's not impossible. They say there was once a king-level expert who sold expensive goods with little business. When the beasts attacked, he single-handedly turned them to ash with a trident. Masters among the common folk, Luo Tianya exclaimed. As soon as he spoke, Feng Qingyue's trio began scrutinizing the vendors, clearly searching for hidden experts. Su Luoqing pointed to a nearby stall. Zihan, there's some zhu fruit. Want to try? Luo Tianya followed his gaze and saw rows of red zhu fruit, just like he had eaten before. Ling Tian gave Su Luoqing a cold look. If my sister wants to eat, I'll buy it for her. At that moment, a small vermilion bird flew from Luositu's head to Luo Tianya's shoulder, pointing with its wing to a stall emitting a fragrant aroma. It was selling Qingling fruit, reputed to be the best-tasting fruit judged by magical beasts, and it looked even better than the finest Qingling fruit they had heard about earlier. Luo Tianya decided to explore this specialty of Xifang City and approached the stall, asking, how much for the Qingling fruit? The vendor, an old man with a small mustache, smiled slyly, 50 green crystals, goodbye. Luo Tianya immediately stood up to leave, thinking this was daylight robbery. The vendor quickly called out, hey, we can negotiate. 48 is also fine. Luo Tianya turned to the small vermilion bird on his shoulder. Let's go buy zhu fruit instead. Zhu fruit is the best. The zhu fruit vendor next door chimed in. Ah, this young man knows his stuff. Qingling fruit is for magical beasts, but zhu fruit is praised by humans. It's a win-win for everyone. And how much for your zhu fruit? Luo Tianya asked, eyeing the fresh fruit. 30 green crystals each, the vendor replied with a smile. Luo Tianya stood up and sighed. Is everyone in Xifang City a swindler? His words instantly angered the surrounding vendors. Hey, watch your mouth, kid. Yeah, they might be swindlers, but we aren't, they retorted. Gu Ziyuan walked over to explain. They just quoted you a high price. Luo Tianya was confused. What do you mean? He looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, striking a narcissistic pose. Sorry. My good looks must have made you all feel inferior. It's my fault. Slap. The small vermilion bird smacked him on the face. Guziyuan couldn't help but laugh, pointing to the two vendors. They are both from Beima Academy. One is the vice principal, and the other is an instructor. The students from Nantian Academy looked at the two vendors with newfound respect. The rivalry between Beima and Nantian had a long history, with each academy often facing off before the final battle in the annual competition. This healthy competition was encouraged by the academy leaders. Luo Tianya glanced at his special white robe from Nantian Academy and understood. He turned to Feng Yingying. Feng Yingying, lend me some money? She glared at him. Don't you have any? But tossed her money pouch over anyway. Luo Tianya took out 3 blue crystals, picked up 2 Qingling fruits and 3 Zhu fruits, and placed 1 blue crystal on each stall. Expensive. Sure, but seeing you two old men working so hard, I decided to buy some and support your business. He gave the Qingling fruits to the small Vermilion Bird and the Six-Eared Macaque, and the Zhu fruits to Luo Situ, the Deep Sea Siren, and the Three-Tailed White Fox, settling the earlier dispute over the Zhu fruit. Feng Yingying looked puzzled. You used my money to buy Zhu fruit and said it was you treating my contract beasts? Luo Tianya returned the money pouch to her, suddenly feeling like he had forgotten something. What did I forget? The elderly man with a kind smile slowly stood up, his gaze falling on Luo Tianya. With a tone of approval, he said, Young man, you are quite interesting, aren't you? Luo Tianya responded confidently, Boss, this is a fair and legal business transaction. We're just doing business out here. No one can say otherwise. As for the extra money, consider it a token of appreciation for your hard work setting up this stall. The old man nodded in approval. Impressive for someone so young. He then turned to Gu Ziyuan, a hint of deeper meaning in his eyes. Old Gu, you've trained this young lad well. Luo Tianya thought to himself. Trained? That sounds so weird. Meanwhile, Gu Ziyuan and the other two instructors couldn't help but smile at the scene. Luo Tianya's actions undoubtedly showcased the grandeur of Nantian Academy. The opposing side had deliberately raised the price, yet he bought it without hesitation. Outsiders might see him as foolish, but those familiar with the rivalry between the two academies would commend his poise. Some might even call him naive. Fortunately, Luo Tianya was using Feng Yingying's money. The smiling old man walked past Luo Tianya and approached Gu Ziyuan. His smile faded, replaced by a complex expression. After a long pause, he said, Old Gu, it's been a while since we last met, hasn't it? Gu Ziyuan sighed. Yes, it's been over a decade. The old man continued. Have you finally let go? Are you personally leading the team for this year's Tianjiao battle? Gu Ziyuan sighed. We all have to move forward. While my old bones can still move, I thought I'd come out and contribute a bit. Then he changed the subject. But tell me, Beitang, why are you suddenly setting up a stall? The old man, Beitang, chuckled. I got bored staying at the academy, so I came out to pass the time. With a wave of his hand, the 3 blue crystals on the stall vanished and appeared floating in front of Luo Tianya. Young man, consider these snacks a gift. No charge. Luo Tianya quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, sir. He carefully put the blue crystals into his pocket. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly spoke up, Vice Principal, I have a family to support. Selling zhugua is not easy. Giving away my zhugua to make you look good isn't fair. Beitang turned to him and said earnestly, Meja, we at North Desert Academy should be generous. Giving some snacks to new friends is nothing. Your stinginess is what's keeping you from breaking through to a higher realm. Meja felt helpless, thinking, great, now I'm being lectured. I'll just have to swallow this bitter pill. Beitang suddenly realized something and asked, wait, aren't you single? Where did family come from? Meja was startled but quickly explained with a bitter smile. My life-bound beast and companion beast need to be taken care of too. They eat a lot. At this point, Luo Tianya suddenly remembered what he had forgotten Xiao Qinglong. He had forgotten to save some food for Xiao Qinglong again. Imagining Xiao Qinglong's resentful eyes, Luo Tianya felt a pang of guilt. Fortunately, Xiao Qinglong had recently taken a liking to sleeping and often hid in the diamond-shaped crystal. It probably didn't know what was happening outside. If it were present, Luo Tianya wouldn't have forgotten it. Thinking of this, Luo Tianya thickened his skin and said, Old Master Beitang, I have a little one too. Could I get another Qingling fruit? Beitang turned and looked Luo Tianya up and down, surprised. You're so young. And you already have children? Feng Yingying suddenly interjected. He's already 28. Luo Tianya glared at Feng Yingying. You're 28. Then he turned to Beitang with a smile. Old master, I have a life-bound beast. I can't favor one over the other, right? Otherwise, people might say you're stingy. Beitang shook his head, thinking. This kid has quite the nerve. But he still gestured for Luo Tianya to help himself at the stall. After all, the reputation of North Desert Academy couldn't be compromised at this moment. Luo Tianya walked over, grabbed an exquisite Qingling fruit, and put it into his pocket. Now, he no longer had to worry about Xiao Qinglong throwing a tantrum. Rose held the zhugua in her hand, unsure of what to do. Luo Tianya smiled at her. Go ahead, try it. It's really delicious. Then he warned the little vermilion bird eating the Qilin fruit. Don't you dare snatch it, or there won't be any next time. Hearing Luo Tianya's warning, the little vermilion bird reluctantly focused on the Qilin fruit in its claws. Rose cautiously took a bite of the zhugua, and the rich fragrance and sweetness exploded in her mouth, filling her with happiness. She widened her eyes. It's so good. Beitang glanced at the group behind Gu Ziyuan and smiled. You must have just arrived and haven't settled in yet. How about we help you with that? Gu Ziyuan politely declined. No need. We can handle this ourselves. It's just a small matter. Given the rivalry between the two academies, it wouldn't be good for their students' morale to rely on the other side for even small things. Beitang didn't insist. All right then. Once you're settled, come to North Desert Academy and find me. We'll have a good drink together. Sure. No problem. Gu Ziyuan replied with a smile. It had been a long time since he had seen these old friends, and this was a good opportunity to catch up. The group bade farewell to Beitang and Meija and continued on. As they passed a street corner, Luo Tianya noticed a lone plant growing in a crack, its bud resembling an unopened dandelion. He didn't think much of it and continued with the group. They walked while admiring the scenery of Xifeng City. The bustling atmosphere was a stark contrast to the monotonous, cold border city they came from. Suddenly, the sound of hammering metal came from a nearby shop. They turned to see a simple sign that read weapon shop. Luo Tianya thought to himself that he must visit these shops later to find a suitable weapon, which would make hunting beasts more efficient. While he was deep in thought, a young man lifted the curtain and stepped out of the weapon shop. His face was chiseled, and he had a stoic expression. His bare arms glistened with sweat from his well-defined muscles. He paused when he saw the group, his gaze finally resting on Zhang Tianfeng. Zhang Tianfeng's eyes narrowed as he slowly said, Tagumbu E. Heaven's sealing battle. The robust young man, called Togingbai, had a glint in his eyes as he stared intently at Zhang Tianfeng. Didn't expect to see you again. Zhang Tianfeng took a step forward, his voice cold. I go by Zhang Tianfeng now. Togingbai shook his head, a smile playing on his lips. Even if you change your name, it won't alter the fact that you have the blood of the Feng family running through your veins, nor will it change the truth that you're a descendant of the strongest. Zhang Tianfeng's aura surged, his eyes burning with intensity. Togingbai, are you looking for a fight before the Tianjiao battle? Too tired from forging today. Not in the mood for a fight, Togingbai said, turning away despite the surprised looks from the crowd. Is that one of the top fighters from Beima Academy, Togingbai? Luo Tianya asked, watching the departing figure. Zhang Tianfeng explained. I've heard of him before. Along with Yun Xuani, he's known as one of the twin stars of Beima. He's one of Beima Academy's main contenders in this Tianjiao battle. Togangbai's life beast is a strength-type demon beast, so he often forges weapons, seemingly seeking breakthroughs in physical strength beyond his life beast. This guy is no simple character. Luo Tianya squinted at Togangbai disappearing around the corner, then glanced back at Zhang Tianfeng, noticing the emotional reaction when he mentioned the Feng family. This made Luo Tianya even more curious about Zhang Tianfeng's past. The group continued on, with Gu Ziyuan leading the way. Soon, they arrived at a bustling street full of inns. The place was lively, clearly attracting many spectators for the upcoming Tianjiao battle. Gu Ziyuan stopped in front of a six-story inn. Luo Tianya looked up and saw the signboard with the gilded characters, Hao Zhu Lu. He then noticed the adjacent Hao Qi Lu and couldn't help but remark, good food and good lodging. Eat then sleep. They've even made a chain out of it. Li Quan quickly went inside to inquire and soon brought back good news. There were enough vacant rooms. Ling Tian suggested they arrange the rooms themselves to show their independence. As everyone was about to check in, Luo Tianya suddenly spotted a familiar figure Lu Muyu sitting by the window. Hello, miss. Luo Tianya greeted enthusiastically. Lu Muyu looked up, recognized Luo Tianya and Zhang Tianfeng, and nodded with a smile before gazing out the window again. So young and already so fond of the ladies. Feng Yingying snorted. Luo Tianya turned to Rosette, pretending to be mysterious. There was once someone who was very nosy. Do you know what happened to her? What happened? Rosette asked, intrigued. She turned into a pig head. Luo Tianya glanced at Feng Yingying. Feng Yingying was furious, rolling up her sleeves to fight. But remembering she wasn't his match, she turned to Zhang Tianfeng for help. Brother, help me teach him a lesson. Just ignore him, Zhang Tianfeng said calmly. First, make him return those 3 blue crystals. Feng Yingying's eyes lit up, extending her hand. Hand them over. Muttering stingy, Luo Tianya reluctantly took out 3 blue crystals from his pocket and handed them to her. After arranging the accommodations, Luo Tianya entrusted the little vermilion bird to Rosette and asked Feng Yingying to look after her. Stay with Sister Yingying tonight. If she tries to steal your blanket, tell me. As night fell, Luo Tianya was fast asleep when he suddenly felt a strange disturbance outside. He and the three beasts quickly got up and went to the window. The moment he opened it, they were stunned. A colossal beast that seemed to stretch endlessly was floating in the sky. Luo Tianya's eyes were filled with astonishment as a colossal beast hovered over the city of Sifong, blocking out the sky. He could only see the beast's shell, adorned with unique patterns that occasionally shimmered. The system detected limited information. Species Xuanwu, level, abilities Turtle's longevity, status. This behemoth, even larger than Sifong City itself, was the legendary Xuanwu. Luo Tianya was puzzled. Wasn't it said that Xuanwu was invisible to the average person? Why had it suddenly appeared? Beside him, three small beasts growled softly, clearly feeling the pressure. This wasn't the suppression of divine beasts, but a sheer difference in power. The three little ones were only at the Xin level, far inferior to the half-step Supreme Xuanwu. Luo Tianya sighed. If a half-step Supreme has such power, then true Supremes must be capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. He gazed at the special patterns on the beast's underside, hoping to use his fiery eyes to see more clearly. However, his ability was blocked, and a gentle force pushed him back. Luo Tianya was startled. Was he not even allowed to look? Was he too weak? On the walls of Sifong City, several deputy commanders wore grave expressions. As the first line of defense against magical beasts, the city was heavily guarded. Xuanwu's sudden appearance had put everyone on high alert. Feng Lai stood on the wall, frowning. Senior Xuanwu has revealed itself. Is this a blessing or a curse? In a high tower, Deputy Dean Beitang and several others were in discussion. A middle-aged man in silver armor remarked, "It's a pity that only the Supremes can communicate with Senior Xuanwu." Beitang explained, Senior Xuanwu's incarnate beast form constantly exudes its strongest power. Ordinary people can't withstand such a massive soul impact. That night, Sifong City streets were deserted as everyone looked up at the giant figure in the sky. The tales of Xuanwu protecting the beast continent were well known, and seeing it in person filled the people with excitement. Luo Tianya took the three small beasts to the rooftop. Everywhere he looked, the rooftops were crowded with people. He hummed a tune that came to mind. By Chiu sighed, "In our southern heaven domain, you might never see a scene like this in a lifetime." Luo Tianya replied, "It's because of the battles at the front lines that we have peace in the rear." His words drew nods of agreement from those around. However, a discordant voice suddenly interrupted. "Do you people from the southern heaven domain have the right to say that, having never experienced the battlefield?" Luo Tianya and Bai Qiu turned towards the source of the voice, only to see a scrawny teenager eyeing them disdainfully. The boy, who looked no older than 14 or 15, had a face full of contempt. Luo Tianya's lips curled into a slight smile as he took a step forward. His voice was calm but carried a hint of provocation. "How do you know that we from the southern heaven domain haven't slain beasts on the battlefield?" "Humph." The boy snorted, his eyes sharp as knives. "Everyone knows that the southern heaven domain is at the rear of the divine beast continent, free from beast invasions, thanks to the battles fought by the four cities and the warriors from the eastern extremes and western wastelands." His voice was piercing. "You people from the southern heaven domain are just reaping the benefits." Luo Tianya shook his head, a trace of helplessness in his tone. "Tisk, tsk. You make it sound like we from the southern heaven domain have never contributed to the front lines. Isn't that the case?" The boy sneered, his eyes gleaming with scorn. Luo Tianya didn't immediately retort. Instead, he fell into contemplation. He knew that people from the southern heaven domain indeed faced some discrimination on the front lines. This bias stemmed from the unique geographical position of the southern heaven domain situated at the rear of the divine beast continent, largely free from direct beast threats. If beasts reached the southern heaven domain, it would mean the front lines had already fallen, and the situation was dire. Because of this, the southern heaven domain had always been more peaceful compared to other frontline regions. This inevitably caused some resentment. People believed that those in the southern heaven domain were enjoying peace while those on the front lines endured blood and fire, paving the way for the southern heaven domain. However, this view was clearly one-sided. Luo Tianya knew well that even though the southern heaven domain was at the rear, its warriors were no less present on the front lines than those from other regions. Elites from the Southern Heaven Academy were already scattered across various battlefields, and experts like Feng Lai from the Southern Heaven domain were currently fighting bravely in the four cities, guarding the borders. Just as Luo Tianya was about to argue back, a sudden change occurred in the sky. A unique wave emanated from a massive figure, instantly covering the entire four cities and continuing to spread. Luo Tianya felt his entire being, from body to soul, tremble for a moment. The three little beasts beside him also seemed to undergo a kind of baptism, their auras fluctuating briefly before settling. When Luo Tianya opened his eyes, they shone with a strange light, and he felt invigorated. He sensed a significant improvement in both his body and soul. Is this great Xian Gue here to bestow blessings? Luo Tianya looked up at the sky, marveling inwardly. This sudden baptism affected not just Luo Tianya but everyone present. Even powerful figures like Gu Zeyuan, Bei Tang, and the city-guarding generals were not exempt, though the enhancement might not mean much to them. However, for the weaker residents of the four cities, especially those who hadn't even reached the Xin level, this was undoubtedly a massive opportunity. At that moment, the boy who had been shouting earlier suddenly shuddered. A surge of spiritual energy enveloped him, especially around his forehead, as if something was about to break out. Everyone could tell at a glance his life beast was about to hatch. This guy, such a sharp tongue, but so lucky. Wang Teng shook his head, sighing as he looked at the boy. Indeed, this unexpected event not only hastened the hatching of his life beast, saving him considerable effort, but it also likely received the Xian Gui's blessing, greatly enhancing its future potential. As the spiritual energy around the boy grew denser and his life beast was about to emerge, a mysterious figure clad in black, whose gender was indiscernible, suddenly appeared beside him. The figure placed a hand lightly on the boy's shoulder, and in the next instant, both of them vanished into thin air, as if they had never been there. The Li family's blackguards? That's right, dressed in all black under the moonlight, it was unmistakably the Li family's blackguards. Luo Tianya thought to himself, his gaze sweeping over the young man who had just appeared. Listening to the murmurs around him, he quickly identified the youth Li Tianan, the young master of the Li family. Luo Tianya didn't dwell much on this potential passerby and soon shifted his focus back to the Black Tortoise in the sky. He looked up intently, trying to catch any possible changes. Meanwhile, atop the high tower, Deputy Dean Beitang and others stood with a middle-aged man, all eyes fixed on the phenomenon in the sky. The middle-aged man frowned slightly and said, "This divine power must be the universal cleansing of the Black Tortoise." Deputy Dean Beitang nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Black Tortoise is a water attribute beast, and this divine power has a cleansing effect on both the body and soul. Prolonged exposure to such a cleansing can even enhance one's aptitude. Standing behind them, Marcia couldn't help but ask, "So the Black Tortoise appeared this time, just to perform this divine power?" Her tone was filled with confusion, clearly not fully grasping the situation. Deputy Dean Beitang sighed and turned to the middle-aged man. "General Qin, it seems we need to inform the highest authorities." The middle-aged man, known as General Qin Ming, the city guard of Sifang City, nodded solemnly. "Indeed, we must notify them." At that moment, a long, resonant cry suddenly echoed through the night sky. The massive figure in the sky began to gradually dissipate, and with a final flash of mystical light, the Black Tortoise completely vanished, revealing the starry sky once more. The crowd on the rooftops started to disperse. Luo Tianya stood at the edge of the roof, his body stiff, heart pounding, and hands trembling slightly. In his soul space, a barely perceptible thread was connecting a diamond-shaped crystal to an unknown void, and the other end of that thread was linked directly to the Black Tortoise's soul space. Luo Tianya's soul space suddenly formed a mysterious connection with the soul space of the Xian turtle. Following the faint thread, he cautiously extended his soul power and instantly entered an immense, boundless space. In this realm composed purely of soul power, a massive turtle-shaped being floated with its eyes closed. The familiar aura was identical to the one he had felt from the Xian turtle earlier. Luo Tianya's heart trembled, causing a slight ripple in the Xian turtle's soul space. The next moment, an invisible force expelled him, and he followed the thread back to his own soul space. Regaining his senses, Luo Tianya found himself standing at the edge of a rooftop, momentarily at a loss. Wang Teng, who was about to descend, noticed Luo Tianya blocking his way. "Hey, Luo Tianya, what are you daydreaming about?" Wang Teng said impatiently. "Huh." Luo Tianya snapped back to reality and quickly flew down with the three little ones, returning to his room. Wang Teng rolled his eyes and shook his head, muttering, "This guy, who knows what he's up to now?" Luo Tianya ignored Wang Teng's words, his entire focus on the mysterious thread in his soul space. This thread was invisible to the naked eye and could only be sensed with soul power. Staring at the starry night sky outside the window, the Xian turtle's presence had completely vanished, but Luo Tianya knew that his soul space had established some sort of connection with the powerful being. Although this connection largely depended on the Xian turtle's mood, Luo Tianya dared not rashly disturb it. The Xian turtle, now transformed into a giant beast, guarded the front lines and was crucial to the future of the divine beast continent. Recklessly disturbing this near-invincible being could have unpredictable consequences. After all, this was a creature whose mere nap could stir the winds and clouds, and whose slightest movement could shake the heavens and earth. Reflecting on his recent experience in the soul space, Luo Tianya realized that a momentary surge of emotion had caused his soul power to fluctuate, leading to his expulsion. He couldn't help but wonder, why did the Xian turtle choose him out of all the people in Sifang City? Luck or talent? Luo Tianya murmured to himself. These were his most prominent traits. Could the Yin turtle be investing in him in advance? He speculated but found it hard to reach a conclusion due to the lack of information. Luo Tianya was torn, unsure whether to confide in anyone. The strongest person he knew in Sifang City was Guzi Yuan, but even he was only a half-step king. In contrast, the Yin turtle was a near-invincible being, with unfathomable power. Only those of the same or higher level could truly comprehend its strength. Recalling the Yin turtle's vast figure, Luo Tianya felt a sense of awe. If such a being were to attack, the entire Sifang City might face annihilation. This level of destruction was beyond the reach of even peak king-level beings. After much contemplation, Luo Tianya decided to check his system panel for clues. The panel displayed various information, including his level, divine abilities, and spirit beast. The last item caught his attention. The status bar showed connected to Yin turtle's soul, capable of soul communication. Seeing the words, soul communication, Luo Tianya smiled wryly. This so-called communication was likely one-sided, dependent on the Yin turtle's mood. Unable to resolve his doubts, Luo Tianya decided to seek help from the spirit cat. He called out in his soul space, "It's raining, spirit cat, come out and collect the clothes." A white figure instantly appeared, and the spirit cat looked at Luo Tianya with displeasure. "What do you want? I was dreaming of eating a big fish, and you woke me up." Luo Tianya grinned apologetically. "Sorry, spirit cat, I hope you can continue your dream when you go back." The spirit cat rolled its eyes. "Just tell me, what's up?" Luo Tianya didn't speak, but pointed to the invisible thread in his soul space. "Heavenly soul technique?" The spirit cat immediately recognized the origin of the thread. "Heavenly soul technique? What's that?" Luo Tianya asked, puzzled. The spirit cat explained, "It's a technique for soul communication that can transcend space, allowing instant communication even if you're thousands of miles apart." "Like a phone?" Luo Tianya blurted out. Although the spirit cat didn't know what a phone was, it understood that Luo Tianya was underestimating the technique's power. It elaborated, "This technique is no joke. If used by someone powerful, you can communicate instantly regardless of distance." Moreover, the spirit cat paused. "The heavenly soul technique can also transfer power through the thread. If the other party is strong, they can send power to help you defeat an enemy you can't handle. So, it's like a protective charm." Luo Tianya's eyes lit up. The spirit cat, puzzled, asked, "The heavenly soul technique is rare on the divine beast continent. Given your current situation, you shouldn't be on the radar of such powerful beings. Why would someone suddenly decide to use it on you?" Luo Tianya ignored the spirit cat's teasing, but his doubts deepened. Why did the Yin turtle choose him? Luo Tianya voiced his doubts, hoping the spirit cat could provide some clarity. The spirit cat paused its palicking, its deep, ocean blue eyes briefly sweeping over Luo Tianya without a word. It knew well why Luo Tianya had such a strong affinity with magical beasts. It was due to his rare Great Five Elements chaos physique. However, the spirit cat had no intention of revealing this truth. It had previously told Luo Tianya that he was of average talent on the divine beast continent. Admitting the truth now would contradict its earlier statements. After a moment of contemplation, the spirit cat finally spoke. "Why worry so much? This is beneficial for you. With the celestial spirit technique, you can communicate with them, and in times of danger, you can call for help and they can use their power to assist you." Unconvinced, Luo Tianya pressed on. Can this celestial spirit technique be undone? He hoped to at least have a way out. The spirit cat glanced at him, its tone laced with sarcasm. "There is a way, but with your current strength, there's no chance you can undo it. The other party is nearly a supreme being. Even a sliver of their soul power can crush you. What would you use to break it?" Faced with this unchangeable reality, Luo Tianya could only temporarily accept the situation. Still worried, he hesitated before asking, "Will this celestial spirit technique allow them to spy on my soul space and uncover my secrets?" As a transmigrator, he harbored many secrets, including a system and divine beast species. If the Grand Tortoise could spy on him, the consequences would be dire. "No." The spirit cat shook its head firmly. "With the system's protection, the other party can only communicate with you through this thread if you permit it." "Then why doesn't the system just cut this thread?" Luo Tianya asked, puzzled. The spirit cat gave a mysterious smile. "Because the system believes this thread is highly beneficial for you." Luo Tianya's eyes widened in surprise. "Can the invincible evolution system predict the future?" "You're overthinking it." The spirit cat shook its head. "The system simply analyzes the thread's conditions and arrives at a conclusion." Luo Tianya pondered. "That's still a form of future prediction, in a way. Having lived through the era of data explosion, he knew the future was an extension of countless present possibilities. With enough accurate data, the accuracy of future predictions significantly increased. Given the system's capabilities on the divine beast continent, this wasn't surprising. The spirit cat smiled faintly, The invincible evolution system's abilities go far beyond this. What you see now is just the tip of the iceberg. Then why don't you unlock more features for me? Luo Tianya looked at it, exasperated. The spirit cat remained unperturbed. You're only using the system's basic functions right now. Information gathering, acquiring evolution points, evolving, and my clarification function. These basic features are more than enough for you. Ultimately, it's your lack of strength. As your power increases, the system's permissions will gradually unlock. Once again, Luo Tianya found his strength belittled by the spirit cat. To him, the spirit cat appeared just like an ordinary cat, or perhaps a high-level artificial intelligence, devoid of any fluctuation. Yet, it constantly mocked his lack of strength. If we were outside, I'd strip all your fur off. Luo Tianya muttered to himself. As they continued talking, Luo Tianya remembered another question. Spirit cat, is the power of curses the same as demonic energy? Because Rost passed the entry check in 4-Direction City without any issues, that's a question you're not qualified to know yet. The spirit cat said indifferently, I'll tell you when you've reached a certain level of strength. With that, its figure flickered and vanished from the soul space. Strength, strength. If we were outside, I'd strip you bald, turn you into a hairless cat. Luo Tianya grumbled angrily. In an unknown void, a white figure suddenly appeared, followed by an extraordinary structure. If seen by a powerful being, they would be astounded. The building was based on chaos divine stone, with the world tree as its framework, a miniature sun suspended at the center for illumination. The space-breaking wind, far stronger than spatial storm winds, had been fashioned into a fan, blowing gusts of wind. At the center lay a small, cozy nest. A figure clad in white slowly stepped into the room, gently settling into a specially crafted nest. This nest, woven from the leaves of the lunar divine tree and the silk of the immortal silkworm, exuded a refreshing and soothing aura. The white figure stretched comfortably, inwardly admiring the ingenuity of the human race. They had managed to replicate such rare materials to create a sanctuary of unparalleled comfort. Anyone who could hear the thoughts of this mysterious creature would be utterly astonished. The materials used to construct this small room were incredibly rare treasures, yet it treated them merely as tools for its pleasure. What kind of terrifying power did this entity, shrouded in chaotic energy and concealing its true form, possess? Suddenly, its eyes, which had just closed moments before, snapped open. A blinding white divine light shot out, tearing through space and obliterating a pitch-black hand that had appeared from nowhere. A muffled grunt echoed through the void, indicating that someone had been secretly watching. The white figure leisurely rose from the nest and strolled outside. There, it saw the owner of the black hand, a mysterious figure cloaked in dark energy, its face obscured. The figure's left hand was half missing but was regenerating at a visible rate. A silent confrontation began between these two powerful beings. Although they couldn't communicate through words, the fluctuations of their soul energies conveyed their intentions clearly. The dark-cloaked figure believed that such treasures were wasted in the hands of the white figure, while the white figure dismissed the other as a mere deity, not worth mentioning. Suddenly, the white figure struck, unleashing the great destructive divine claw. To the dark-cloaked figure, the entire world seemed to collapse, transforming into a colossal claw that crushed down upon him. Before he could react, he was utterly annihilated, leaving no trace behind. Having dealt with the unwelcome intruder, the white figure was about to return inside when it suddenly sneezed. Rubbing its nose, it muttered about someone possibly talking about it again. Recalling the last time this happened, it huffed, turned, closed the door, and crawled back into the comfortable nest, ready to resume its interrupted dream. As a flash of white light enveloped the void, everything returned to tranquility, as if nothing had ever happened. Luo Tianya exited the soul space, looking slightly frustrated as he stood up. Although he had learned that the thread was a technique of the heavenly spirit, it still didn't solve the fundamental issue, leaving him puzzled. Muttering, that spirit cat is really unreliable. He glanced at the time and realized he could get some more sleep. On the bed, the three little creatures were already sound asleep. Luo Tianya pulled the blanket over himself and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, Luo Tianya was awakened by the bustling noise outside the inn. He silently complained about the poor soundproofing but remembered he had planned to explore today, so he didn't dwell on it. With some time before the Tianjiao battle, they were allowed to roam freely, provided they didn't leave the city. Luo Tianya decided to take this opportunity to learn more about this legendary city. He woke the three little creatures and, after freshening up, left the room. As soon as he reached the lobby, he saw it was nearly full, buzzing with chatter. Last night, Elder Xiangue had reappeared after more than a year. After performing the divine blessing of all things, he vanished again, becoming the talk of the town. Last night, my friend received a great favor from Elder Xiangue and advanced a level. Yes, many people benefited significantly. I heard that Li Tiannan from the Li family had his life beast hatch early. The Li family is still keeping it under wraps. Just focus on yourself. What level is your friend now? Level 4, just advanced from level 3. Luo Tianya navigated through the crowd towards where Luosi and Feng Yingying were seated. His attire, complete with 3 mythical beasts, drew quite a bit of attention. A small green dragon coiled around him, a little vermilion bird nestled on his head, and a six-eared macaque quietly perched on his shoulder. Over here. Luosi waved as soon as she saw him. Luo Tianya walked over and took an empty seat. The surrounding people were from Nantian Academy, including the Ling Tian siblings and Su Luoqing, though Zhan Tianfeng was absent. As for Guzi Yuan and the 2 instructors, they had rarely been seen since arriving here. Luo Tianya turned to the Ling Tian siblings at the next table and asked, "What's the plan for today, Ling?" Ling Tian replied, "We're heading to the military camp to find Fairy Butterfly and see if we can meet the Butterfly Fairy King." Feng Yingying was skeptical. "Can we really meet them just by going directly?" Ling Tian was unsure. "We'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll have to reveal some of our abilities." Ling Tian's plan was to discreetly approach the Butterfly Fairy clan and subtly mention his sister's deer of life. They didn't want to draw too much attention, as Sifang City was closest to the magical beasts, and healing-type mythical beasts easily attracted their attention. Ling Tian had asked the people from Nantian Academy to keep it confidential, and everyone had agreed. Luo Tianya thought for a moment and decided not to join them immediately. He would wait for definite news before seeking an audience with the Butterfly Fairy King. For now, he would explore Sifang City. After breakfast, Luo Tianya prepared to leave with Luosi. Feng Yingying also planned to part ways, as she belonged to Dongji Academy. Now that they were in Sifang City for the Tianjiao battle, it was better to split up. Moreover, people from Dongji Academy seemed to have arrived, and she needed to meet them. Feng Yingying gave Luosi some final instructions, then turned to Luo Tianya with a smile. "I hope you get knocked out in your first fight." She dashed off, not giving Luo Tianya a chance to retort. Snap. Luo Tianya slapped his thigh in frustration. Feng Qingyue and the others thought he was upset about not getting a chance to respond, but Luo Tianya fumed. "I forgot to borrow some money from her." Thump. The people from Nantian Academy nearby burst into laughter, thinking this guy sometimes really deserved a beating. "I have some," Luosi said, pulling out a money pouch from her pocket and showing it to Luo Tianya. Surprised, Luo Tianya asked, "Luosi, where did you get the money?" Luosi sheepishly replied, "Sister Yingying gave it to me for expenses in Sifang City." "Wow, she's really generous." Luo Tianya opened the pouch to find it filled with shining crystals, at least a dozen blue crystals. "I'll keep this safe for you." He tucked the pouch into his own pocket. "You're still recovering, and this pouch is too heavy for you. Just ask me if you need anything." "Okay." Luosi nodded obediently. The onlookers from Nantian Academy watched Luo Tianya's actions and could only mutter under their breath, "What a scoundrel." After breakfast, Luo Tianya took Rosette out for a walk. After some time of recuperation, Rosette's health had significantly improved. No longer frail and skeletal, she had regained a healthy physique. The daily suppression of the curse by the little Vermilion Bird's southern bright flame seemed to be working, and the curse's power was gradually weakening. The bloodstains on Rosette's body were almost gone, and soon she might not need the bandages anymore. Having experienced the highs and lows of life, Rosette deeply appreciated Luo Tianya's genuine care for her. She was grateful for his selfless kindness. Others were also kind to her, especially Feng Yingying, who treated her like a younger sister. Despite this, Rosette's bond with Luo Tianya remained the closest, and she never refused his small requests. Luo Tianya, of course, had no intention of taking Rosette's money. When he said he would keep it safe, he meant it purely. Today, as they went out shopping, it was more practical for him to carry the money pouch. He placed the little Vermilion Bird on Rosette's head and embarked on a journey to explore Sifang City with her. The others went about their own plans, engaging in free activities. Luo Tianya planned to visit a weapons shop first, and then explore other places as they pleased. As they turned a corner, they were immediately drawn to the bustling scene before them. Street vendors on both sides were loudly advertising their goods. Swords, spears, and halberds, top-quality weapons, don't miss out. King-level long swords, you deserve one. Forged from meteorite iron. An unrivaled sword, come and see. Luo Tianya and Rosette each held a candied hawthorn stick, eating as they walked, while the 3 little ones had their mouths full as well. They bought some snacks and strolled leisurely. Luo Tianya stopped and looked at the stalls on both sides, smiling. Wow, king-level weapons and meteorite iron materials seem to be everywhere here. It was clear these were just marketing tactics to attract customers. But in Sifang City, the first line of defense against monsters, vendors wouldn't dare sell ordinary weapons as top-tier treasures. They could only shout to draw attention and then introduce other regular weapons. This was their sales strategy. Luo Tianya squatted by the first stall and picked up a sharp kitchen knife, asking boss, "How much for this knife?" The stall owner, a thin, middle-aged man who had just been shouting about king-level weapons, smiled and said, "Great eye, brother. I'm not lying. This knife is made from scraps of the Sword King's legendary blade, extremely sharp, capable of killing monsters like stepping on ants." Weighing the knife, Luo Tianya smiled and asked, "So, how much for this exceptional knife?" The thin owner raised 2 fingers and said, 20 blue crystals." Luo Tianya's eyes glinted as he saw the internal structure of the knife. The blade indeed had a bright gleam, different from the other parts, making it sharper. However, the price was still a bit high, and wielding a kitchen knife on the battlefield didn't suit his style. Putting down the knife, Luo Tianya shook his head without a word and stood up to leave. The thin owner, getting anxious, called out loudly, "Hey brother, I'm not lying. This knife really contains the same material as the Sword King's blade." Luo Tianya turned back and shook his head, saying, "I just don't like the kitchen knife's design." The thin owner was speechless and muttered as he watched him leave. Who cares about design when fighting monsters? This guy is really picky. Luo Tianya continued walking with Rosette and the 3 little ones. Suddenly, the Six-Eared Macaque tugged at his hair, chattering, "You want that knife?" Luo Tianya understood its meaning. The Six-Eared Macaque nodded. Luo Tianya explained, "We've only seen a few things so far. There are plenty more ahead. Besides, a kitchen knife is too light, not suitable for you. With your physical strength, heavier weapons like a mace, a halberd, or a long staff or spear would be more advantageous." Speaking of long staffs, Luo Tianya thought of the Monkey King. The Six-Eared Macaque's agility was comparable to the Lingming stone monkey, and it shouldn't be bad with a staff either. He made a mental note to consider getting a long staff for it, fulfilling a personal dream. They continued walking but couldn't find any particularly suitable weapons. The best ones were too expensive, and the ordinary ones didn't catch their eye, creating an awkward situation. Finally, following a kind person's directions, they arrived at a weapon shop. Seeing the sign, Luo Tianya smiled. What a coincidence. This was the same shop where they had previously encountered Tuagongbu. Is this the place for quality goods at affordable prices? Luo Tianya chuckled as he lifted the shop's curtain and stepped inside. The interior arrangement caught his eye immediately. The 3 walls were densely packed with sharp weapons, their cold gleam seemingly slicing through the air. Noticing that Rosette looked a bit frail, Xiaozhuke flapped its wings, sending a flash of white flame to ward off the menacing aura. As a divine beast, such pressure was trivial to it. Luo Tianya's eyes lit up as he examined the weapons on the walls. Though they seemed unremarkable on the surface, their internal structure, material selection, and forging techniques were far superior to the goods sold by street vendors. There were 2 other customers in the shop, a man and a woman. The tall man spoke, "Junior sister, which weapon do you fancy? I'll buy it for you." The woman's voice was cool as she declined, "No need, senior brother Shangguan." Luo Tianya paid no mind to this apparent one-sided affection, focusing instead on the weapons. Suddenly, the sound of hammering from the backyard ceased, and a tall, robust figure emerged from behind the curtain. It was none other than Tuagongbai. He glanced at Luo Tianya before fixing his gaze on the pair. Recognizing them, his expression turned serious as he said in a deep voice, "Shangguan Lingxiu, Hua Lingbing, what are you 2 doing here?" Luo Tianya's heart skipped a beat, his eyes widening. These 2 were none other than the young prodigies from Dongji Academy, Shangguan Lingxiu and Hua Lingbing. With Tuagongbai here as well, this small weapon shop had become a gathering place for 3 of the most outstanding young talents of their generation. Shangguan Lingxiu and Hua Lingbing from Dongji Academy, along with Tuagongbai from Beima Academy, stood inside the weapon shop, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Luo Tianya cautiously retreated to the side with Rosette, deciding to stay out of the potential conflict. The intensity between the 3 grew sharper, an invisible vortex of energy forming among them. Weapons hanging on the walls began to shake violently, making clattering noises as if they might fall at any moment. Just as the tension was about to reach its peak, a rough voice came from the backyard, "Don't cause trouble in my shop." With this stern rebuke, a domineering aura swept through the room, effortlessly dispelling the energy among the 3 and restoring calm to the shop. Luo Tianya's eyes narrowed, thinking to himself, "This is a master." Shangguan Lingxiu and Hua Lingbing exchanged a shocked glance, both awed by the dominating presence and the exquisite control behind it. "As I thought, Xifang City truly is a place full of hidden talents," Shangguan Lingxiu remarked. "Even a random shop has such a master, and they have one of Beima Academy's twin stars, Tuagongbai, as an apprentice." Tuagongbai spoke coldly, "Do you have any business here? If you're here to buy weapons, feel free. If you're looking for trouble, take it to the beast fighting arena." Shangguan Lingxiu's eyes gleamed with fighting spirit as he smiled and said, "Want to have a match before the Tianjiao battle? If you want to fight, I'll gladly oblige. I've long wanted to see the strength of the so-called strongest, the Sky Elephant King." Hearing this, Luo Tianya was taken aback, and his gaze fell on Tuagongbai. The Sky Elephant King must be Tuagan Bai's life beast. To claim to be the strongest in strength? His curiosity was piqued, eager to witness the so-called might of the Sky Elephant King. Suppressing his battle intent, Tuagan Bai calmly said, "Not now. We'll fight during the Tianjiao battle." With that, he picked up a black iron block and turned to leave. Seeing this, Luo Tianya quickly asked, if I want to buy a weapon, who should I talk to? Although he couldn't see their showdown, he could at least check out the weapons in the shop, which was his main reason for coming out today. At that moment, the curtain in the backyard was pulled aside, and a 7-foot, muscular middle-aged man walked out. Although his aura was restrained, his intimidating physique was enough to awe everyone present. "You want to buy a weapon?" The shop owner looked Luo Tianya up and down. Luo Tianya nodded and said, "I've heard a lot of people say that the weapons here are excellent and reasonably priced, so I came to take a look." The shop owner nodded in satisfaction. "You've got a good eye. Take your pick, and I'll give you a fair price." He then turned to Shangguan Lingxiu and Hua Lingbing. "You're all customers here. Feel free to pick any weapon you like, and we'll discuss the price." Shangguan Lingxiu and Hua Lingbing nodded in agreement. They had just been browsing casually and ran into Tuagan Bai by chance. But since they were here, they thought they might as well buy a weapon if the price was right. The shop owner proudly introduced, "All the weapons here are at least forged 100 times, greatly enhancing their durability. They're far superior to those street vendor products. We also have some high-quality pieces forged 1,000 times, but those are much rarer." Luo Tianya took a black staff from the wall, feeling its weight. As he swung it lightly, it whistled through the air. "Feels good, and the weight is just right. Is this a 100-forged weapon?" he asked. "That's right." The shop owner nodded. "That staff costs 40 blue crystals, but I'll give it to you for 38. Luo Tianya's heart stirred. The price seemed fair, and the quality was much better than the street vendors. Unfortunately, he couldn't afford it. Apart from Rosette's bag of money, he only had a few green crystals, barely enough for snacks for the little ones. Money was something he had never paid much attention to, as he rarely had the opportunity to earn any. Luo Tianya found himself in need of money, but his pockets were empty. Despite this, he showed no sign of embarrassment. Instead, he stood tall with a determined look in his eyes. When you're away from home, no matter the circumstances, you have to exude confidence. This way, others can't judge your financial situation or suddenly change their attitude towards you. Luo Tianya calmly set down the finely crafted staff he was holding and glanced at the weapons displayed in the shop. "May I see the weapons forged from 1,000 refinements?" he asked. The shopkeeper eyed Luo Tianya suspiciously. The young man was dressed in fine, well-tailored clothes, exuding an aura of restraint that made it hard to gauge his true strength. What was more intriguing was the presence of a little girl and 3 mystical beasts by his side. Such a display didn't quite align with someone who seemed to lack money. "All right." The shopkeeper nodded and turned towards the backyard, making a summoning gesture. With a sharp whoosh, a long shadow pierced through the curtain and landed in the shopkeeper's hand in an instant. "Give it a try," the shopkeeper said, weighing the 1,000 refinement staff in his hand before suddenly tossing it towards Luo Tianya without warning. Luo Tianya remained unperturbed. He stepped forward and reached out with his right hand to catch the flying staff. "Kid, don't be reckless," the shopkeeper warned loudly. A weapon forged from 1,000 refinements was significantly heavier than one forged from 100 refinements, often by 10 to dozens of times. Such a reckless move could easily injure his hand. Tua Jingbai, who was watching, tensed up, ready to assist at any moment. Shangguan Lingxiu and Hua Lingbing also looked on with keen interest. To everyone's surprise, Luo Tianya caught the 1,000 refinement staff with ease, showing no sign of strain, relying solely on his physical strength. "Impressive," Luo Tianya exclaimed as he swung the staff, feeling its power. "This definitely feels much better than the 100 refinement one." The shopkeeper's eyes lit up, staring at Luo Tianya in amazement. Tua Jingbai's eyes gleamed as he closely observed Luo Tianya's every move. As a blacksmith apprentice, he was well aware of the weight of the 1,000 refinement staff. Being able to wield it so effortlessly meant Luo Tianya's physical strength was likely on par with his own. The shopkeeper glanced between Luo Tianya and Tua Jingbai before breaking into a grin. "How about a duel? If you win, the 1,000 refinement staff is yours for free. What's the challenge?" Luo Tianya asked calmly as he returned the staff. A glint flashed in the shopkeeper's eyes as he pointed to Tua Jingbai. "A contest of strength with Tua Jingbai, whose lifebound beast is the Sky Elephant King." Luo Tianya turned to look at Tua Gungbai. Although the latter's expression was indifferent, his eyes gleamed with eager anticipation. Luo Tianya smiled slightly and asked, "How do we compete?" The shop owner explained with a grin, "Strength contest? The simplest way. Arm wrestling. Win, and you get this staff for free." Luo Tianya's eyes lit up, and he nodded decisively, "Sure. No problem." Arm wrestling was indeed a straightforward and effective method to test strength. Shangguan Lingxiu chimed in from the side. Boss, can we join too? The owner squinted his eyes and replied, everyone can join, including the lady. But if you lose, you have to buy a weapon from my shop. Hua Lingbing shook her head and declined politely, I won't participate. She didn't want to engage in a strength contest with a stranger. Shangguan Lingxiu rolled up his sleeves, eager to go, and asked Luo Tianya, should I go first, or do you want to? Luo Tianya stepped back and made a please gesture. You go ahead. With a wave of the shop owner's hand, a half-height iron table flew out from the backyard and landed heavily on the shop floor. He turned to Tua Gungbai and said sternly, Achuo, no holding back, or you won't get paid this month. Tua Gungbai nodded silently. As the contract holder of the divine elephant, his strength was unmatched on the beast continent. Even opponents from higher realms would struggle to match his pure physical strength. Tua Gungbai walked to one end of the table, placing his right hand on it, his gaze locking onto Shangguan Lingxiu. Shangguan Lingxiu quickly stepped forward, their hands clasping together, muscles instantly tensing. The shop owner announced the rules, only physical strength allowed. No using inner force or beast power. After confirming both sides had no objections, he shouted, begin. Immediately, a powerful wave of energy radiated from the two contestants, causing the weapons on the walls to clatter. Luo Tianya quickly pulled Rose behind him, his right hand's staff easily dispersing the incoming energy wave. Hua Lingbing merely waved her hand, her skirt unmoved as the approaching energy dissipated. In the center of the room, Shangguan Lingxiu was struggling slightly, falling behind. Tua Gungbai, looking relaxed, commented, not bad. Your strength surpasses many at the peak of the Xin level. Shangguan Lingxiu gritted his teeth, remaining silent. Soon, Tua Gungbai exerted more force, pressing Shangguan Lingxiu's arm down. You lost, Tua Gungbai stated calmly. Shangguan Lingxiu, returning to his refined demeanor, praised. The divine elephant king lives up to its name. I look forward to facing you in the heavenly battle. Tua Gungbai responded indifferently, hope you make it to the final match. I hope you don't get eliminated too early. Shangguan Lingxiu's eyes burned with determination. Tua Gungbai turned to Luo Tianya. Your turn. Luo Tianya smiled and signaled Xiao Qinglong and the Six-Eared Macaque to come down. He handed the staff to the Six-Eared Macaque. Here, give it a try. See if it suits you. To everyone's astonishment, the small Six-Eared Macaque wielded the staff, displaying impressive strength and skill. Not bad at all. Luo Tianya nodded in satisfaction. The whirlwind staff technique is indeed powerful. Tua Gungbai's eyes shone even brighter, and both Shangguan Lingxiu and Hua Lingbing were taken aback. The shop owner seemed worried, muttering, this time, let's hope we don't lose. Bring it on. Tua Gungbai was brimming with fighting spirit. Luo Tianya stepped forward and grasped Tua Gungbai's hand, smiling as he asked, need a break? No need. I wasn't even trying earlier. Tua Gungbai retorted, and mind games won't work on me. I'm not worried about that. Luo Tianya shook his head. I'm just afraid you'll make excuses if you lose. Less talk, let's see what you've got. Tua Gungbai snorted. Both exerted their strength simultaneously, sending an even stronger wave of energy through the room, causing weapons to fall from the walls. The shop owner quickly cast a spell, enveloping the two in a white energy barrier and using energy ribbons to rehang the fallen weapons. To everyone's shock, the sheer physical strength of Luo Tianya and Tua Gungbai began to crack the energy barrier. Shangguan Lingxiu murmured to himself, this is beyond the peak of the Xin level. Tua Gungbai initially only used his peak Xin level physical strength, as Luo Tianya's previous performance had matched this level. Unexpectedly, Luo Tianya merely smiled and then unleashed a power surpassing the peak Xin level, almost catching Tua Gungbai off guard. Years of forging experience had given Tua Gungbai precise control over his strength. He quickly adjusted his stance, drawing power from his waist, and barely managed to withstand Luo Tianya's fierce assault. The intense clash caused numerous cracks to appear in the energy shield set up by the shop owner, making it seem on the verge of collapse. The owner shook his head helplessly, opened and closed his right hand, and the shield instantly glowed brightly, restoring itself to withstand the shockwaves from the two combatants' power struggle. In the arena, the muscles in both men's arms bulged as they competed purely with physical strength, neither able to gain the upper hand. Shangguan Lingxiu stared intently at Luo Tianya, shocked and wondering, is he a reincarnated beast? Tua Gungbai's formidable physical strength was well known, derived from his life-bound beast the Tatian divine Elephant King. Yet now, a mysterious man of indeterminate rank could match Tua Gungbai in sheer physical power. Shangguan Lingxiu began to ponder Luo Tianya's true identity, considering that he might be a supreme level or even higher level expert, or perhaps a peerless genius set to compete in the upcoming Tianjiao battle. He ruled out the possibility of Luo Tianya being from the eastern extremes, thinking it more likely that he hailed from the western wilderness. Hua Lingbing reminded, isn't there also the southern sky region? She mentioned the peerless genius Luo Buffon who had emerged in the southern sky region 15 years ago, hinting that history might be repeating itself. Despite his hesitation, Shangguan Lingxiu still leaned towards the belief that Luo Tianya was from the western wilderness. At this moment, Luo Tianya was fully focused on his clash with Tua Gungbai, striving for the free thousand refined staff. He secretly acknowledged that Tua Gungbai was indeed the strongest young person he had encountered in terms of physical strength, far surpassing Wu Ji, Xing Yueya, Ling Tian, and even the hidden life-bound beast of Zhan Tianfeng. Reflecting on his own growth, Luo Tianya recalled that he could compete with Xin-level experts since the 9th level. Now, after breaking through with 2 great beasts and upgrading his little Vermilion Bird, his strength had become so formidable that even he found it hard to gauge. At this moment, he had finally met an opponent who could test his limits. Both fighters continued to increase their output. White vapor began to emanate from Tua Gungbai's body, his skin turning red, clearly indicating he was going all out. Rose exclaimed that Tua Gungbai was smoking, and Hua Lingbing recognized this as Tua Gungbai's full power state. Even the well-traveled shop owner couldn't help but be astonished. Where did that guy come from? The entire scene was filled with tension and anticipation, with everyone eagerly awaiting the final outcome of this power struggle. The might of the divine Elephant King was seen as an insurmountable peak in the hearts of many. Even the unique beast companion of Yun Xuani, one of the twin stars of North Desert Academy, found it hard to match such pure physical strength. This realization led the onlookers to wonder. Could Luo Tianya truly be an old monster in disguise, playing the fool for amusement? The boss, known for his sharp eyes, now showed a glimmer of doubt. He began to seriously consider whether Luo Tianya was actually an elder pretending to be young. After all, even young sovereign-level experts rarely displayed such astonishing physical power. Amid the crowd's suspicions, the battle within the energy shield reached a fever pitch. Tua Gungi was giving it his all, and Luo Tianya was gritting his teeth, fully engaged. Since contracting with 3 mystical beasts, Luo Tianya seldom needed to go all out against peers, even those older or of higher rank. Yet now, in a contest purely of physical strength, he had met a match, a rarity indeed. Suddenly, Luo Tianya let out a thunderous roar. The tiles beneath his feet shattered instantly as a visible force coursed through his body like waves. His blood surged like flames, enveloping him in an aura that made him appear like a descended deity. The boss's dagger, unable to withstand the pressure, shattered into pieces, falling onto the counter. This scene left everyone stunned. Externalized blood energy like fireworks, retracted like dense mercury. Was this the legendary realm of a godlike physical body? Such a level of physical strength was exceedingly rare among humans, usually only seen in powerful beasts. This wasn't simply a matter of advancing in rank, but required long-term honing to build such a solid foundation. Though Tua Gungi possessed the powerful divine Elephant King as his beast companion, he was not the beast itself. He came here to further enhance his physical strength, aspiring to reach this revered realm. Now, he witnessed firsthand in his opponent the very power he had longed for. Tua Gungbai's eyes ignited with fierce determination as he gazed at his opponent, seeing the physical prowess he had always dreamed of. His entire body turned a deep red, like a cooked shrimp, with white steam rising from his skin. Suddenly, with a loud boom, the chi and blood within him erupted into crimson flames, standing in stark opposition to Luo Tianya's imposing aura. Under the immense pressure from Luo Tianya, Tua Gungbai finally broke through the barrier, reaching this new level. The boss's eyes sparkled with excitement as he cheered, "Amazing! Today has truly been an eye-opener." At that moment, both men's eyes were filled with an unyielding resolve. Tua Gungbai was eager to defeat his opponent to solidify his newfound strength, while Luo Tianya simply wanted to win the long staff for free. But one thing was clear: they both refused to back down. With his breakthrough, Tua Gungbai's power surged, gradually closing the gap. However, Luo Tianya had long reached this level, and with the added strength of 3 demonic beasts, his power was not easily surpassed. With a thunderous crash, the floor tiles shattered again as Luo Tianya's feet seemed to sink into a deep pit. With a sharp crack, the iron table they gripped could no longer withstand the force and shattered into countless pieces, which flew out, leaving dents on the protective barrier. Without the table's support, their hands remained tightly clasped in midair, continuing the struggle. But Tua Gungbai's arm was slowly sinking. The boss sighed inwardly. He's going to lose. The outcome was clear: the host of the so-called strongest Tua Tian divine Elephant King was losing in a physical power contest to an unknown challenger. With Luo Tianya's final roar, he finally forced Tua Gungbai's arm down completely. Releasing his opponent's hand, Luo Tianya exhaled deeply and wiped the sweat from his forehead. This hard-fought victory was even more exhausting than facing a horde of monsters. Just as Luo Tianya was about to speak, he noticed something was off with Tua Gungbai. His eyes were tightly shut, and white steam was rising from his body, with his chi and blood retracting back inside, sweat pouring like rain. The boss's expression changed dramatically. Not good. He's trying to advance further, to achieve the state of chi and blood like Mercury. The boss quickly removed the barrier and fetched a wine jar from the cabinet. He lifted the lid and poured out a stream of liquid over Tua Gungbai. Instantly, a unique fragrance filled the air, and everyone gasped in unison, "Spirit, spring water." Luo Tianya muttered to himself. The boss is really good to Tua Gungbai. The spirit spring water sizzled as it touched Tua Gungbai's skin, like boiling water on meat. But his condition indeed improved, with his skin returning to a normal color and the white steam dissipating. Suddenly, a thunderous heartbeat echoed from within Tua Gungbai. Boom, boom, boom. The sound was deafening, with the force of heavenly thunder. Under everyone's gaze, a surge of chi circulated through his body, finally converging at his heart. With a tremendous roar, like thunder exploding, a powerful aura burst from Tua Gungbai, sweeping through the entire room. Weapons on the walls clattered to the ground, and Luo Tianya, sitting opposite, was the first to bear the brunt. Though his body remained unmoved, his hair was blown into disarray. "Damn it, you messed up my hair." Luo Tianya retreated to Rose's side, complaining as he tidied his hair. "The commotion almost made me go bald." He continued to comb his hair while keeping a wary eye on Tua Gungbai at the center of the aura. With the enhancement of his fire eyes, Luo Tianya could clearly observe the changes happening inside Tua Jinbai. He noticed that Tua Jinbai's blood flow was gradually slowing, and his blood was thickening, taking on a mercury-like texture. Luo Tianya couldn't help but wonder if this transformation might eventually lead to the legendary state where a single drop of blood could burn mountains and boil seas. He carefully compared Tua Jinbai's condition with his own. Luo Tianya observed that Tua Jinbai's blood was slightly thinner than his own, which was infused with golden and azure hues, a result of the Qinglong body and the copper skin iron bones abilities. These body-strengthening powers not only enhanced his physical strength, but also imbued his aura with traits of the Azure Dragon and the Six-Eared Macaque. Coupled with the upgrades from his 3 contracted beasts, Luo Tianya had laid a solid foundation in the early stages of the Xian level, reaching the initial phase of becoming a physical deity. All of this proved that Tua Jinbai's life beast was indeed extraordinary. Despite Tua Jinbai's level being significantly higher than Luo Tianya's, at least at the peak of the Xian level, if not already stepping into an even higher realm, the fact that he had achieved such formidable physical strength at such a young age was remarkable. On the Divine Beast continent, perhaps only the two of them could accomplish this feat among the younger generation. Suddenly, Tua Jinbai's transformation was about to complete. He retracted his aura and then let out a thunderous roar, releasing a burst of energy that made the entire shop tremble. "Kid, are you trying to wreck my shop?" The shop owner glared angrily, then unleashed a special kind of aura that instantly enveloped the entire store. Everyone and every beast, except for the transforming Tua Jinbai, seemed to be immobilized. Luo Tianya felt a pang of anxiety, his body uncontrollably tense. With great effort, Shangguan Lingshu managed to utter 2 words. "Domain level." Above the Zune level is the domain level. The shopkeeper is a master of domain level. Luo Tianya stood in the weapon shop, utterly astonished by the scene before him. The seemingly ordinary shopkeeper turned out to be a domain-level expert. The significance of this level quickly unfolded in his mind. From controlling the surrounding space at the sovereign level to gradually expanding the range, ultimately breaking through to form absolute control over a domain. A domain-level expert could not only control a vast area, but also wield powers capable of destroying cities and lakes. For the first time, the cultivation system of the Divine Beast continent became clear to Luo Tianya. From levels 1 to 9, then to the profound level, sovereign level, domain level, king level, and finally, the pinnacle supreme level. Beyond that, perhaps, lies the realm of legends, the gods. The ultimate goal of the beasts, likely, is to become divine beasts. Luo Tianya calculated silently. With his 2 divine beast seeds and a rare celestial beast, if they could grow smoothly, their future would be limitless. However, for now, they needed time to develop on this continent. The transformation of Tua Gungbai was complete, and the suffocating aura dissipated, returning the shop to its previous calm. The shopkeeper also retracted his domain, and the life-threatening pressure finally vanished. Luo Tianya couldn't help but marvel. If the shopkeeper had made a move earlier, no one present would have survived. Such is the terror of a domain-level expert. Suddenly, Tua Gungbai opened his eyes, his gaze as sharp as lightning, fixed on Luo Tianya. He took a step forward, thrusting his right palm towards Luo Tianya with force. It was clear he wanted to test his strength after his breakthrough. Luo Tianya snorted coldly, showing no fear. He aligned his body and legs, gathering pure physical strength in his right hand to meet the attack heat. Boom! After the thunderous clash, Tua Gungbai staggered back while Luo Tianya remained unmoved. Not bad strength, but still not enough to match mine, Luo Tianya said with a hint of pride in his tone. Tua Gungbai withdrew his trembling right hand and asked in a deep voice, "May I know your name and age, brother?" Luo Tianya frowned slightly, sensing something was amiss, and half-jokingly replied, "Are you trying to introduce me to a sister or something?" This remark drew eye rolls from the others in the shop. Tua Gungbai retorted coldly, "Don't overthink it. I just want to see if you're a contender in this year's Heavenly Pride battle." Luo Tianya, unwilling to reveal his true identity, simply smiled and said, "You'll find out when the time comes." Suddenly, Shangguan Lingxiu interjected, "Brother, have you ever entered the primordial spirit tower?" Luo Tianya was confused but maintained a calm exterior. "What if I have? What if I haven't?" Shangguan Lingxiu pressed on, "If you have, how many floors did you reach, and what was your ranking?" To avoid revealing more, Luo Tianya responded, "No comment." Internally, he decided to learn more about this primordial spirit tower later. Finally, Luo Tianya turned to the shopkeeper and reminded him, "Shopkeeper, you said earlier that if I won, I could take that 1,000 forged staff." The shopkeeper slapped his thigh in frustration. He had thought Tua Gungbai would surely win and didn't expect him to lose to a stranger. However, in business, reputation is paramount, and he had no choice but to honor his word. Once the words were out, there was no turning back. The boss, suppressing his inner agony, put on a facade of generosity and waved his hand, saying, "All right, no problem. Take it." He secretly regretted it. That's a weapon forged 1,000 times. It's worth so much more than 100 forged weapon. This is a huge loss. Feeling rather embarrassed, Tua Jinbui said, "Boss, I promise to work hard at smithing in the future. I'll help you make more weapons and earn the money back." The boss, now disinterested, barely acknowledged him and just waved his hand dismissively. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned to Shangguan Lingxiu, saying, "By the way, you lost the bet. You still need to keep your promise and buy a weapon from our shop." Shangguan Lingxiu looked at Hua Lingbing and said, "Lingbing, you choose." Hua Lingbing shook her head, indicating that it was his weapon and she shouldn't interfere. With a resigned smile, Shangguan Lingxiu picked out a long sword and went to pay for it. As the boss pocketed the blue crystal, he muttered under his breath, "At least I can still make a little profit." As Shangguan Lingxiu and Hua Lingbing prepared to leave, they glanced at Tua Jinbui. Shangguan Lingxiu said, "See you in the arena, Tua Jinbui." Now more confident and assertive after his breakthrough, Tua Jinbui responded loudly, "I'll be waiting for you in the final battle." Shangguan Lingxiu smirked, "Heh, so will I." With that, he and Hua Lingbing headed towards the door. As they passed by Luo Tianya, Hua Lingbing suddenly felt a strange sensation, as if her blood was rushing faster. The feeling vanished as quickly as it came, leaving her frowning and wondering if it was just her imagination. Luo Tianya also felt his heart race for a moment, but it quickly subsided, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Under the boss' resentful gaze, Luo Tianya had the six-eared monkey carry the long staff and left the shop. He quickly surveyed the surroundings, finding them suitable, and arranged Luo Site and several other beasts in order. Luo Tianya shouted, "Let's move out." This led to a peculiar scene for the onlookers. A small monkey carrying a long staff at the front, a young boy holding the tail of a horned snake beast, followed by a little girl with a red bird perched on her shoulder. Suddenly, a strange song filled the air. Green dragon horse, claws pointing west, carrying Luo Tianya, with 3 disciples in jest, fighting beasts on the road ahead, marching thousands of miles, no rest. The passers-by exchanged puzzled looks, wondering who still knew that song. What kind of demons and monsters, what kind of beautiful women in disguise, what kind of knife mountains and sea of flames, what kind of traps and schemes? Luo Tianya sang as he tugged at Xiao Qinglong's tail, a smug smile on his face. He glanced around, calculating in his mind. Xiao Luer is Sun Wukong. Xiao Qinglong transforms into the celestial horse, and naturally, he is Tang Sanzang. As for Zhu Beiji, Luo Tianya turned to look at Rosette and Xiao Zhuke, a sly glint in his eyes. He mused to himself, Zhu Beiji can't be too skinny, so it can only be Xiao Zhuke. Zhuke and Zhu, they sound the same, right? If Xiao Zhuke knew what he was thinking, she would probably burn his hair to a crisp with a burst of Nanmingli fire. Luo Tianya continued his daydreaming. Rosette could be Xiao Wujing. Although he was too thin to carry anything heavy, it would have to do. He imagined Qinglong Ma's sharp horns, Xiao Zhuchua's impatient temper, and the obedient Luer wielding an iron staff that could pierce the heavens. And so, Luo Tianya, accompanied by his trio of beasts, sang his altered lyrics, ignoring the strange looks from passers-by and Rosette's embarrassed expression, swaggering towards the inn. In the inn's main hall, Feng Qingyue was proudly displaying a shiny silver long knife to everyone. "Look at this knife. It's forged using the legendary 100 refined technique. It's incredibly sharp, cutting through iron like it's nothing. Slaying magical beasts will be as easy as slicing through vegetables." Feng Qingyue and his group had also gone out today and returned with this long knife, supposedly bought at a high price. While he was showing off, Luo Tianya and his group entered the inn, singing, "Hey, Tianya, come over here." Feng Qingyue immediately spotted Luo Tianya and called out, "What's up?" Luo Tianya stopped singing, a bit annoyed at having his fun interrupted. Feng Qingyue, not noticing Luo Tianya's expression, continued excitedly, "Come look at my amazing knife. It can cut a hair in midair. With this divine weapon, things will be much easier from now on." Luo Tianya examined the shiny long knife closely, his eyes flashing with interest as he saw its internal structure. Very nice, tightly constructed, hard material. The blade emanates a cold aura. "It's a good knife," he remarked. "How much did you pay for it?" 45 blue crystals. It nearly broke my heart. Feng Qingyue winced at the mention of money. The knife had almost drained his savings. Though he was the son of the Knife King, his allowance was limited. His sister, Feng Tingyu, however, was well provided for by their family. Luckily, she often helped him out, allowing him to save some money. But this time, the knife had cost him most of his funds. "Tianya," Feng Qingyue looked at Luo Tianya with a pained expression. "I'll be relying on you to help me out from now on." "Don't worry." Luo Tianya nodded firmly. "As long as I have a bowl of rice, you'll have a grain to eat. Good brother." "Huh?" Feng Qingyue was touched at first, but then sensed something off. Just as he was about to retort, he noticed the little lure monkey beside them, carrying a black staff. Where did that little monkey get such an unusual staff? "It looks quite extraordinary." Feng Qingyue asked in surprise. "Someone gave it to me," Luo Tianya replied nonchalantly. "Gave it to you?" Lin San, standing nearby, asked in confusion. "Tianya, do you have connections in Sifang City?" The others all turned to look at Luo Tianya. Feng Qingyue, despite being the Knife King's son and having an uncle who was a deputy city guard, still had to buy his own weapons. Luo Tianya, being from a small family in the southern sky domain, had someone in Sifang City give him such a high-quality staff? Though Luo was small, holding that glowing black staff, he looked quite imposing. "Can't someone give me something without being a friend?" Luo Tianya laughed. "I won it in a bet. Where do you find such luck? Tell us more." The others gathered around Luo Tianya, eager to hear the details, hoping they might also get such a windfall. "These guys are dreaming." Luo Tianya chuckled inwardly. They seemed to have forgotten that past contests were just a walk in the park. When it comes to physical strength, the gap between this group and Tua Gungbai is like night and day. To placate them, Luo Tianya casually made up an excuse. This time, it's a singing contest. You mere mortals can't reach that level. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of the others changed instantly. They huddled together, whispering among themselves. "Do you think that person was so scared by his singing that he just handed him a staff?" "Could be. His singing is literally earth-shattering." "Then we're done for. How can anyone compete with such a prodigy?" "So he got that weapon by annoying others?" "Very likely." Luo Tianya listened on with a dark expression. Despite their hushed tones, thanks to his divine hearing, he caught every word clearly. Did they really think he couldn't hear them? Forget it, forget it. The strong are always lonely. Luo Tianya shook his head, deciding not to argue with them. At this moment, Feng Qingyue sheathed his long sword and walked over to the six-eared monkey. "Come on, Tianya. Let me take a look at the staff you won with your singing." He reached out to grab it. The six-eared monkey took a step back, looked up at Feng Qingyue, and shook its head firmly. Chir. It made a warning sound. The monkey was very fond of this staff and now almost didn't let anyone else touch it. It seemed to have an innate familiarity with staff-like weapons. "Stingy little thing," Feng Qingyue said, annoyed. "Can't I even take a look?" Chir. The six-eared monkey shook its head again, resolute. Seeing this, Luo Tianya quickly intervened. "Old Feng, don't force my little buddy." Feng Qingyue had no choice but to give up. Just then, a small figure burst through the inn's door, moving so fast it created a whirlwind that blew everyone's hair back. A figure hovered in midair, wings gently flapping. "Butterfly fairy," someone exclaimed. The butterfly fairy looked around, her gaze finally landing on Luo Tianya with some hesitation. She unrolled a small scroll in her hand, which read, "Who is Luo Tianya?" Luo Tianya was lost in thought when he was suddenly jolted awake by the sound of light footsteps. He looked up to see a butterfly fairy approaching him quickly, holding a piece of paper. "Looking for me?" Luo Tianya asked, initially puzzled, but then it dawned on him. It was likely that the Ling Tian siblings had made some progress and sent someone to fetch him. However, sending someone with just a piece of paper seemed a bit hasty. Without giving it much thought, Luo Tianya stepped forward and pointed to himself. "I'm Luo Tianya." The butterfly fairy tilted her head, scrutinizing him. Although her earlier perception of Luo Tianya was positive, sensing a kind aura, she still couldn't be sure if he was the one she was looking for. At that moment, The members of Nantian Academy stepped forward in unison to vouch for Luo Tianya. They understood that the butterfly fairy's arrival must be related to Ling Tian, which also involved Luo Tianya's lifebound beast. Naturally, they wouldn't stand idly by. Seeing this, the butterfly fairy nodded, put away the scroll, and gestured for Luo Tianya to follow her. Luo Tianya thought for a moment and decided to bring Rasit along, hoping the butterfly fairy's king might know something about the curse on Rasit. The butterfly fairy moved like the wind, disappearing in a flash of white light. Luo Tianya immediately summoned a white cloud for the immobile Rasit to sit on. He turned to the Six-Eared Macaque and said, "Little Six Ears, put the staff down for now. We need to step out for a bit." Though reluctant, the Six-Eared Macaque obeyed, tossing the staff to Feng Qingyue. Luo Tianya, along with Rasit and the three little ones, vanished from the inn's lobby. Feng Qingyue nearly got injured catching the staff, but Liang quickly came to her aid. To his surprise, he discovered it was a weapon forged 1,000 times. Once outside the inn, Luo Tianya couldn't see the butterfly fairy, but using his ability to listen to all things, he could still sense her presence. He quickly adjusted his direction and led the group to follow her. Sitting on the cloud, Rasit nervously asked, "Tianya, where are we going?" "To find the king of the butterfly fairies," Luo Tianya replied briefly, not wanting to give Rasit false hope. The butterfly fairy seemed to be waiting for them up ahead. Seeing them catch up, she giggled and continued leading the way. Luo Tianya took the opportunity to check her information. She was a butterfly fairy of the highest level, possessing healing powers, a symbiotic aura, and rapid flight. Her status read, "Out for a stroll, so happy," indicating she was delighted to be out. After about 15 minutes, they arrived at a tranquil courtyard. The butterfly fairy pointed to the yard, opened the door, and flew inside. Luo Tianya and the others followed. The courtyard was filled with pavilions, flowing water, and rock gardens, much like a typical mansion, but it was adorned with flowers everywhere, their fragrance invigorating. Luo Tianya grew more curious about the butterfly fairy king they were about to meet. After rounding a corner and taking a few more steps, the butterfly fairy stopped, smiled at them, and then disappeared. Luo Tianya looked up to see a hall ahead. Ling Tian and his sister Ling Zihan were sitting nearby, along with Su Luoqing and the spirit deer beside Ling Zihan. At the head of the hall sat a beautiful young girl, appearing no older than 15 or 16, smiling at them. If not for the system's information, Luo Tianya would never have believed this young girl was the king of the butterfly fairies. He discreetly checked her information. She was a mutated butterfly fairy, with her level and abilities marked as. Her status read, "Hey there, staring at a pretty girl like that is not okay." Luo Tianya felt a wave of embarrassment but maintained his composure, smiling as he said, "They say beauty is appreciated by all. Pardon my rudeness, fair maiden." The girl's expression brightened, and the hall seemed to grow more radiant. Her pure eyes sparkled with a hint of joy. Luo Tianya was quietly amazed and let out a soft sigh. He had felt, for a moment, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only this girl, making her the center of his universe. Though the feeling was fleeting, it gave Luo Tianya a glimpse of the power of a king-level being. The girl rose from her seat and gracefully walked towards Luo Tianya, bringing with her a floral fragrance. Luo Tianya noticed she had no wings. He knew that king-level beasts could communicate with humans, but he hadn't expected them to take human form and shed their racial traits. This was his first time witnessing such a transformation, as the Bai Zhe he had encountered before had retained its beast form. As the girl approached, she smiled warmly and said, "I am Xinqi, the king of the butterfly fairies. I heard you also have a healing beast?" The faint fragrance from the young girl made Luo Tianya momentarily dazed. Seeing this, Xiao Zhuke quickly flew over and gave him a wake-up slap with its wing. Luo Tianya snapped back to reality, glared at Xiao Zhuke, and then nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, my lifebound beast does have a healing ability." The girl, Xinqi, chuckled. "Your contracted beast is quite interesting." Her gaze swept over everyone, pausing briefly on Luo's sight, and finally resting on the small Azure Dragon floating in the air. She sensed an unusual life force emanating from the beast, making her feel inexplicably close to it. The small Azure Dragon grew nervous under the gaze of the ethereal butterfly fairy, quickly retreating behind Luo Tianya, peeking out cautiously. Xinqi smiled and asked, "Could I perhaps see that ability in action?" Luo Tianya nodded, bringing the small Azure Dragon to the front and signaling it to demonstrate its healing ability to Xinqi. The small Azure Dragon understood, waved its claw, and a green halo appeared above Xinqi's head, sprinkling tiny glowing lights down. As Xinqi felt the power of the ability permeating her body, she was shocked. Although this power was insignificant to her, she sensed a fundamental force within it, something that surpassed her own abilities. This ability seemed to be wielded by a being who governed the laws of nature, a suppression she had never felt, not even from the Butterfly Empress. Though the Butterfly Empress was among the strongest, far surpassing Xinqi, Xinshi had never experienced such a profound feeling, even from the mightiest beings on the divine beast continent. She couldn't help but wonder, what kind of extraordinary creature was this beast? As the green light faded, Xinshi opened her eyes, looking at the small Azure Dragon with a complex expression. Although she had reached the level of a king, she still knew little about many mysterious things. The origins of the Butterfly Fairy clan were shrouded in secrecy, and the divine beast pool was even more enigmatic, beyond the comprehension of even the strongest beings. Calming herself, Xinshi asked, "Is this creature your lifebound beast?" Luo Tianya nodded in confirmation. "Yes, I obtained it from the divine beast pool years ago." Xinshi secretly made up her mind to report this to the Empress. But before that, she wanted to learn more about Luo Tianya. "You haven't attempted the primordial spirit tower, have you?" Xinshi asked. This was the second time Luo Tianya had heard about the primordial spirit tower in one day. Luo Tianya admitted he hadn't, and asked Xinshi to explain more about it. Xinshi smiled and explained that the primordial spirit tower was the most direct way to assess a person's potential. The higher the level one could pass, the stronger their potential. When Luo Tianya asked if it mainly tested physical strength and soul power, Xinshi shook her head, stating that the primordial spirit tower was a comprehensive test. Luo Tianya then asked if Xinshi had attempted the tower. Ling Tian, standing by, explained that the primordial spirit tower was only accessible to humans. The Butterfly Fairy clan, being a spirit race, could not enter. This information made Luo Tianya ponder that the tower might hold deeper significance beyond just assessing potential. Xinshi continued, mentioning that the top spot on the primordial spirit tower was still held by a human powerhouse, with others struggling to surpass his record. Ancestor Feng and the overseas formation master were also in the top 10. She added that a decade ago, 2 human geniuses had made it into the top 10, even the top 5, with one of them reaching second place, just beneath the strongest in the Western Wastelands. Hearing this, Luo Tianya's emotions stirred, his hand trembling slightly. With a quivering voice, he asked, "Who is the one in second place?" Xinshi looked at him in surprise and slowly replied, "The second place in the primordial spirit tower is Xintianji. Second in the Yuanshan tower, Xintianji." Listening to the words of the Butterfly Fairy clan's leader, Xinshi, Luo Tianya murmured to himself, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath to calm himself and then asked, "What about Luo Bufan?" Xinshi smiled slightly and replied, "Luo Bufan is ranked 4th. Ahead of him is someone named Qiangwei. However, this Qiangwei might be long gone, as no one on the divine beast continent has heard of a powerful individual by that name." Luo Tianya fell silent at these words, frowning. 2 people closely related to him were ranked so high in the Yuanshan tower. What shocked him even more was that his mother's ranking was higher than his father's. Seeing Luo Tianya's thoughts, Xinshi said with a look of regret, "It's a pity. If it weren't for the upheaval 15 years ago, the landscape of the divine beast continent might be entirely different now. Back then, they had already broken through to the domain level at such a young age." Domain level? Luo Tianya and Ling Tian were both astonished. They recalled that Luo Tianya's parents were ambushed while participating in the Tianjiao battle in Xifang City. The participants had to be under 22 years old, which meant his parents had reached the domain level by the age of 22 at the latest. Xinshi's eyes grew distant as if lost in memory. Their rate of growth was the fastest I've ever seen. From them, I understood what true prodigies were. While others were at most at the sovereign level, they were a whole major level ahead. Even that supreme expert couldn't compare to them at their age. Luo Tianya listened, deeply shaken. He thought of the current Wu Ji, who had just reached half-step sovereign in his early 20s. Top prodigies like Zhan Tianfeng and Tua Gengbu were probably at half-step sovereign or just entering the sovereign level. Yet his parents had reached the domain level at the same age. Such a disparity was almost unbelievable. After a moment of silence, Luo Tianya asked, "Were you there back then, senior?" Xinshi shook her head and sighed. "Unfortunately, I was still in Butterfly Valley at the time and missed the chance to witness their extraordinary prowess. They held off 2 king-level magical beasts with their domain-level power, buying precious retreat time for the people of Xifang City. They even severely injured those 2 beasts, but ultimately perished themselves. If they had survived until now, they would at least be at the peak of the king level, perhaps even higher." Xinshi continued with a sigh. They were facing mutated king-level magical beasts with the potential to become supreme experts. The White Wolf King and the Zhaoye Jade Lion King. With their mutated king-level qualifications, they were destined to become supreme experts if they grew up smoothly. Luo Tianya lowered his head in silence, unsure of what to say. Xinshi snapped out of her memories and spoke about this year's Tianjiao battle. This year, apart from a few from Beima Academy, none of the participants have passed the Yuanshan Tower. I wonder how many will make it into the top 100 this year. Luo Tianya was puzzled. Only aiming for the top 100? Isn't that setting the bar a bit low? Xinshi chuckled and shook her head. "You have to understand. This is a competition spanning thousands of years across the entire continent. While there are many young prodigies now, when you look at the long history, many can still compare with them. Making it into the top 100 is already an impressive feat, overshadowing their peers. Luo Tianya then asked, how did Tua Gungbu Yi and Yun Xianyi fare? Xinchi replied, Tua Gungbu Yi is ranked 89th, and Yun Xianyi is 88th. They are currently the highest ranked among this generation of young talents. Luo Tianya thought to himself, wondering where he would rank. Just as he was lost in thought, Rose tugged at his sleeve. Luo Tianya snapped back to reality and noticed Xinchi looking at him. Sorry, I got distracted. Luo Tianya quickly apologized. Xinchi smiled and asked, what were you thinking about? I called you several times. Luo Tianya shook his head. Nothing, I was just wondering how far I could go and what my ranking would be if I relied solely on my own strength. Ignoring other factors, Xinchi explained, the Yuanshan Tower doesn't limit based on strength. Everyone who enters returns to their initial state, so you don't have to worry about your ranking being affected by your current power. Ling Tian, standing nearby, laughed. We can try it together when the time comes. Xinchi looked at Luo Tianya's youthful face and asked, by the way, how old are you this year? Luo Tianya was taken aback for a moment, and then truthfully replied, I'm 15. What? Xinchi exclaimed in shock. You're only 15 this year? Xinchi exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. Ling Tian and his siblings, along with Su Luoqing, were equally shocked. They had known Luo Tianya was participating in the Xin level trials, but had never inquired about his exact age. Despite his youthful appearance, they had assumed he simply looked young. Now, learning the truth, waves of astonishment surged through them. Reaching the Xin level at 15. At this age, shouldn't he just be hatching his lifebound beast? How could he have already achieved Xin level? Ling Tian and his siblings, along with Su Luoqing, couldn't help but speculate that Luo Tianya must be a direct descendant of a supreme powerhouse. Otherwise, how could he possess such strength at his age? As a king-level spirit beast residing in Xifeng City, Xinchi had access to more information than they did. She pondered, among the current supreme powerhouses of the human race, only the Feng family was known to be producing offspring. The other two supreme beings were solitary, at most taking disciples to pass on their legacy. Among the younger generation of the Feng family, Feng Tianzhan and Feng Yingying were the most gifted. Feng Tianzhan's lifebound beast was not the family's traditional white fox, but a unique demon beast. Only Feng Yingying inherited the white fox bloodline. Her talent was highly praised by the Feng family's patriarch, but she had just turned 16 and was only at the peak of level 9. Looking across the divine beast continent, even the most talented youths reached the Xin level at around 17. Yet Luo Tianya was only 15? If true, his talent was terrifying. Even the great Lu, a supreme powerhouse, only began to rise after 18. Xinchi gazed at Luo Tianya, her expression complex. Could he be another peerless genius like Xintianji Luo Bufan? Reaching the Xin level at 15 and contracting 2 companion beasts, your soul power must be incredibly strong. Su Luoqing marveled. Luo Tianya smiled without saying a word. His soul power had already transformed from a soul sea into a diamond-shaped crystal, likely reaching the Zun level. This wasn't surprising, considering his spiritual power had evolved into soul power when he first hatched his lifebound beast. With his 3 companions constantly leveling up, it was natural for his soul power to crystallize upon reaching the Xin level. I'm becoming more and more eager to see your performance in the primordial spirit tower, Xinchi said meaningfully. If a peerless genius truly emerged, it would be a tremendous boon for the divine beast continent. She resolved to report this to the Empress. The sudden appearance of 2 demon beasts with healing powers in Xifeng City was no trivial matter and had to be reported to the Empress. Since the birth of the Butterfly Fairy clan, only they had awakened healing powers. The sudden emergence of 2 more was significant. Luo Tianya's age and strength elevated his status in Xinchi's eyes. Luo Tianya smiled and then turned to Ling Zihan and the spirit deer beside her, asking, Senior, what's the situation with this spirit deer? I'm not entirely sure. Xinchi shook her head. We'll need to bring them back to Butterfly Valley and consult our Empress. It seemed that Ling Tian and his siblings had achieved their goal. With the Empress's protection in Butterfly Valley, their future prospects would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Would you be willing to accompany us to Butterfly Valley? Xinchi asked. Sorry, Luo Tianya declined politely. I have many things to attend to in Xifeng City, so I can't make the trip. Xinchi didn't press the matter, thinking that if the Empress wanted to come to Xifeng City, it wouldn't take much time. She noticed the dragon head on Luo Tianya's shoulder and frowned slightly. This demon beast seemed to be a species she had never seen before, indicating that the divine beast pool still held many secrets. After discussing their own matters, Luo Tianya brought Rose forward and introduced her to Xinchi. Senior, have you ever heard of a curse? A curse? Xinchi frowned, then shook her head. No. What kind of power is that? Luo Tianya pointed to the bandages and faint gray aura surrounding Rose. saying seriously, this gray aura has entwined her soul and affected her body. I've used healing powers but couldn't resolve it. Later, I learned it's a curse. My spirit deer's light of life doesn't seem to work on her either, Ling Zihan added. Xinchi thoughtfully examined Rose, making the little girl nervous enough to hide behind Luo Tianya. Come here, little one, Xinchi beckoned to Rose. Rose looked up at Luo Tianya, eyes full of anxiety. It's okay, don't be afraid. Luo Tianya reassured her. This senior is kind and beautiful. She just wants to see if she can help with your problem. With Luo Tianya's assurance and Xinchi's beautiful appearance, Rose's guard lowered. She let go of Luo Tianya's clothes and cautiously approached Xinchi. When she got close, Xinchi indicated for Rose to turn around and show her back, then placed her delicate right hand on Rose's back. Buzz. A dazzling white light filled the hall, accompanied by a rich life force. Everyone and every beast present felt warm and invigorated, fatigue swept away, and their spirits lifted. What a strong life force. Luo Tianya closed his eyes, feeling the power of this ability deeply. The abilities of a king-level expert were indeed formidable. Opening his eyes, Luo Tianya focused on Rose at the center of the ability. The thin gray aura around her quickly dissipated, no longer spreading from her body under the white light. The bandages on her body began to fall off, revealing smooth, unblemished skin. Has the curse been suppressed? Luo Tianya asked in surprise. After a moment, Xinchi withdrew her hand with a grave expression. Luo Tianya anxiously looked at Luo Sight, noticing that the faint gray aura around her had dissipated and the bandages had fallen away, revealing her fair and normal-looking arm. Senior, how is she? Luo Tianya asked urgently, hoping that this powerful figure could completely lift the curse. Xinchi shook her head first, then slowly spoke. The curse hasn't been lifted. It's merely been temporarily suppressed within her. What's more troubling is that it's closely linked to her soul. Even I dare not act recklessly, lest I damage her soul's foundation. Luo Sight opened her eyes, feeling an unprecedented sense of comfort. Luo Tianya noticed she looked revitalized, as if she had been reborn. Luo Sight, how do you feel? Luo Tianya asked, a hint of relief in his eyes. I feel wonderful, all warm and cozy. Luo Sight exclaimed excitedly. I feel more energetic and stronger. Luo Tianya smiled at the girl who had once been tormented by the curse. Despite the destruction and loss she had experienced, she was fortunate to have met people like Tianba Xuanyo and Luo Tianya, and now she was temporarily free from the curse. Xinchi continued. I estimate that my power can only suppress the curse for 3 months. After that, it is likely to resurface. These words gave Luo Tianya a deeper understanding of the curse within Luo Sight. Even a king-level powerhouse could only temporarily suppress such a mysterious force. Xinchi fell into deep thought. As a king-level existence, she was familiar with various powers on the divine beast continent, but this curse was unprecedented. She couldn't help but ponder the recent anomalies on the continent. Healing beasts, a 15-year-old Shin-level warrior, and this difficult-to-eradicate curse. Xinchi decided to report these matters to the empress of her clan, so that the supreme beings could determine what these changes meant for the divine beast continent. Luo Tianya expressed his sincere gratitude to Xinchi and, in return, proposed using his divine power, Qilin, to help the butterfly fairies here enhance their strength. Xinchi was quite interested, recalling the mysterious force she had sensed earlier that surpassed the source. When Luo Tianya mentioned he had once helped the 9th-level butterfly fairy advance to the Shin level, Xinchi asked in surprise, was that butterfly fairy named Shurju? Luo Tianya shook his head, saying he couldn't remember the name, only that it was a mischievous one. Xinchi laughed and said, it must be. When that one returned from the guarded city and emerged from the cocoon, it was bigger than its peers. Our empress was quite puzzled, but now I see it was your doing. Then, the group headed to the backyard, where the rich fragrance of flowers greeted them. Several small figures were playing among the blossoms, their laughter ringing out clearly. Xinchi walked ahead and clapped her hands, calling, everyone, come over here. The small figures stopped playing, fluttering their wings as they flew over to the group. Among them was the butterfly fairy who had led them earlier. Xinchi turned to Luo Tianya with a smile and said, please, go ahead. Luo Tianya gently patted the little green dragon, signaling it to use its magical powers. The dragon understood, and with a wave of its claw, several emerald green halos enveloped the butterfly fairies. Tiny glimmers of light rained down, seeping into their bodies. The fairies closed their eyes involuntarily, savoring the cool, soothing energy, feeling as if their entire beings were being cleansed. Suddenly, a thunderous sound shattered the tranquility. One of the butterfly fairies, who was at the early stage of the sovereign level, experienced a sudden surge in power and successfully broke through to the midstage. It worked! Ling Zihan exclaimed, surprised that the magic also had an effect on higher-level fairies. Xinchi explained, Shaoqi was just a step away from reaching the mid-stage of the sovereign level. This magic provided the final push she needed. This also proves that the magic of Qilin is effective for healing types, promoting breakthroughs. As the halos gradually faded, only that one fairy had successfully advanced. While the other fairies didn't achieve a breakthrough, their auras noticeably strengthened, further confirming that Qilin magic could enhance the power of healing-type beasts. Xinqi thought to herself, if Luo Tianya could be invited to Butterfly Valley, it would greatly boost the strength of the butterfly fairies. However, she decided to wait for the queen's decision before taking any action. Afterward, they returned to the hall for a brief conversation. Luo Tianya then bid farewell with Rosette and left. Ling Tian and the others stayed behind, waiting for the right moment to head to Butterfly Valley. Luo Tianya and Rosette walked out of the mansion, heading towards the inn. Sitting on a cloud, Rosette looked earnestly at Luo Tianya and said, "Thank you, Tianya." Luo Tianya smiled back, "Don't worry, one day, I will help you break this curse." "Yes." Rosette nodded firmly in response. At this moment, 3 people walked through the gates of Sifang City. 1 man and 2 women, with the man being closely guarded in the middle by the 2 women, who were vigilantly scanning their surroundings. One of the women had an imposing Fangtian Huaji strapped to her back, its blade gleaming menacingly. Shichi, you don't need to be so tense," the young man in the center said with a wry smile. "This is Sifang City. There's no real danger here." 19. The girl in white replied, her eyes still darting around. "Better safe than sorry. You never know when something unexpected might happen, like a bird from the sky or a small beast from the ground." Before she finished speaking, they turned a corner, and a dandelion was silently crushed underfoot. What was that? The girl with the Fangtian Huaji tensed up, her body trembling slightly as the weapon instantly landed in her hands with a clear ring. "It's just a little weed," the young man replied helplessly. "Shichi, you're being overly cautious." "Sure." The girl sheathed her weapon and shook her head. "The world outside is full of dangers. Better to be too cautious than not cautious enough." The young man was speechless but resigned. Scenarios like this had been playing out since he was born. He was Ji Sergio, the only male heir of the Ji family from the Western Wilderness. His name, Sergio, meaning 19, came from having 18 elder sisters. Spoiled and pampered from a young age, he had grown up without hardship, which led to a rebellious streak. As he grew older and more defiant, his family began to change their approach. His father, Ji Buhue, came up with a rule. If Sergio could defeat his numerous sisters, he could live as he pleased. Since then, Sergio had been challenging his sisters, who were all close in age to him for various reasons. Now, at 19, he had defeated 15 of his sisters, leaving 3. 2 were with him now, and 1 was far away in the Western Wilderness. Ji Chi, the 7th sister, Ji Shichi, the 17th sister, and the ultimate challenge's eldest sister, Ji. He was now a master at the peak of the Zun level, far beyond Shijia's current capabilities. But Sergio was confident that, with time, he would grow strong enough to defeat her. As the trio continued deeper into Sifang City, their vigilance gradually decreased. Looking at the bustling, crowded streets, Ji Chichi remarked, "Sifang City is still as lively as ever, hasn't changed a bit." For the other 2, it was their first time in Sifang City, and they were curiously taking in the sights. Chichi, having been here before, explained things to them, clearing up their confusion. "So that's how it is," the other 2 exclaimed in realization. Then, with a spark of determination in her eyes, Ji Shichi turned to Chichi and said, "7th sister, let's head to that Yuanshan tower you mentioned. I want to see how many levels I can conquer and what rank I can achieve." Chichi had previously told her sisters about her attempt at the Yuanshan tower, where she had ranked 177th, far from the top 100. The competitive Shichi was eager to test herself in the legendary tower. "Shichi, don't underestimate the Yuanshan tower," Chichi warned. "Even our father only made it to the top 80. "What?" Shichi was stunned. "Father wasn't that good?" Wham! Chichi landed a punch on Shichi's head. Ouch! Shichi clutched the swelling bump, tears welling up in her eyes. "How can you say that about father? He's still a peak-level king. If people hear that, it'll bring shame to our Ji family." Chichi reprimanded her, fulfilling her role as the elder sister and upholding the family's honor. "All right," Shichi mumbled, rubbing her head. "Let's settle down first," Chichi said, taking charge. "Sergio, and you are here for the Tianjiao battle. Let's find the people from the Western Wilderness Academy and get settled. We can deal with other things later." With that, the 3 headed towards a nearby inn. Boom. Thud. Thud. Crackle. Pop. Ouch, my butt. Turning another corner, they suddenly heard a strange commotion. First, the sounds of a fight, followed by someone yelling in pain after hitting the ground. "Someone's fighting." Shichi's eyes lit up. She loved a good fight. Quickening her pace, she dragged the other 2 along. Sure enough, just around the corner, there was a large arena with people still standing on it. "We agreed that the bet was 5 blue crystals. It's time for you to pay up. At the edge of the arena, a young boy looked down at the middle-aged man and his hippo beast lying on the ground. A triumphant smile spread across the boy's face, his voice brimming with the pride of a victor. The crowd immediately erupted into chatter. How embarrassing, one voice exclaimed. Yeah, 2 against 1 and they still lost, another chimed in. He even claimed to have the strength to lift the sky. Did he think that hippo was a celestial elephant? Even the two of them together couldn't match a single hand of that contracted beast. The middle-aged man, hearing these comments, flushed with embarrassment. He hadn't expected that even with the help of his bonded beast, they would lose in a strength contest against the boy's contracted beast. Despite the unusual nature of the opponent's beast, the outcome was still hard to believe. With a sigh, the middle-aged man got up and helped his dazed hippo beast to its feet. He reached into his pocket, pulled out 5 blue crystals, and tossed them towards the boy. A bet's a bet, he said, accepting his defeat. Then, he and his hippo beast turned and walked away, their figures tinged with a sense of desolation. The boy watched the man leave, chuckling to himself as he prepared to pocket the 5 blue crystals. Suddenly, a furry hand darted out and snatched the crystals away. Hey, the boy protested. We agreed to split it 50-50. Why are you taking all of them? The furry hand hesitated for a moment, then separated 1 crystal from the pile and gestured for the boy to take it. The boy sighed in resignation. We agreed on 50-50, but I guess 1 is better than none. He carefully tucked the single blue crystal away. After all, something was better than nothing. Meanwhile, the furry hand contentedly placed the remaining 4 blue crystals into a pouch tied around its waist. The crystals clinked together, making a pleasant sound. Judging by the bulging pouch, it was clear there were already plenty of crystals inside. Just then, Ji Shurjio and his siblings arrived at the arena. Ji Shichi's eyes fell on the boy and his contracted beast on the stage, and he suddenly froze. A moment later, he exclaimed, Zhu Xiong, covered in fluffy black and white fur with a pair of big black ears, this creature looks adorably clumsy. This is the bamboo bear, one of the only 2 spirit beasts on the mythical beast continent. In the arena, a bamboo bear about 3 feet tall stood on its hind legs, hands on its hips, with a slender bamboo shoot in its mouth. Its round belly and the pouch at its waist, coupled with its carefree stance, made it look more like a ruffian bear than the cute image people usually have in mind. A young man stood in the center of the arena and shouted to the crowd, Ladies and gentlemen, who else wants to test their strength against our bamboo bear? It's a rare chance. Once we leave, who knows when we'll be back? Grab the opportunity while you can. The crowd murmured among themselves. The guy with the hippo just now couldn't beat the bamboo bear. Who would dare to try? Exactly. The bamboo bear is a spirit beast with incredible strength. Maybe only the divine elephant of heaven could match it. Then go and get Tua Gungbai. He's the king of the divine elephants. They're rivals at Beima Academy. With the grand battle of prodigies coming up, there's no way he'll reveal his cards now. Amidst the chatter, a clear voice rang out, I'll do it. A young girl leapt onto the stage, landing steadily. She stared intently at the bamboo bear and asked, How do we compete? This girl, named Ji Shichi, was known for her violent tendencies, but even she couldn't hide her excitement at the chance to face such a cute creature up close. The opportunity to touch the bamboo bear was too good to miss. The young man was a bit surprised and asked, May I have your name? Impatient, Ji Shichi interrupted. Cut the chatter. Just tell me how we compete and if I can touch it. The young man, slightly embarrassed, explained the rules. My bamboo bear is at the late Shin level. If you're below that level, you can team up with your contract beast. If you're at the late Shin level or peak, it's Unknown. I'm at the peak of the Shin level. Let's do Unknown. Ji Shichi rolled up her sleeves and strode towards the bamboo bear. She was tall, and the height difference was apparent as she stood next to the bear. The bamboo bear looked up at her tall figure, feeling a bit uneasy. Looking at the bamboo bear, Ji Shichi's inner girlish excitement exploded. Oh my gosh, it's so cute. She couldn't wait to touch it. Down below, Ji Shurjio and Ji Shichi sighed. This is the only time 17 acts like a girl. The young man continued explaining the rules. We're competing in pure strength, using a push bomb technique. Once both sides are in position, no supernatural abilities are allowed. The one who steps back loses. It's simple. What's the wager? Ji Shichi asked. 5 blue crystals. The young man held up 5 fingers with a smile. No problem, let's start. Ji Shichi assumed a fighting stance, slightly crouching, her eyes fixed on the bamboo bear. Just as the young man was about to announce the start, Ji Shichi suddenly called out, Wait! Both the young man and the bamboo bear looked at her in surprise. With eyes sparkling, Ji Shichi asked, Can I touch it before we start? The young man was a bit troubled, as he and the bamboo bear had only a temporary contract, and he couldn't really command it. Allowing someone to touch it depended on the bamboo bear's mood. The bamboo bear sized up Ji Shichi, then looked at her fair hand, seemingly satisfied. It fiddled with its pouch, producing a crisp sound of clinking crystals. Then, the bamboo bear extended a finger towards Zhishichi. Zhishichi looked puzzled. What does that mean? No one present, except for the young man, could understand what the bamboo bear meant. The young boy had a slightly tanned face and a furrowed brow. The bamboo bear tilted its head and gestured with its paw. You can touch, but it'll cost you. This greedy bamboo bear even charged for a simple touch. What was worse, most of the money ended up in its own pocket, leaving mere scraps for others. Zhishichi's eyes lit up, and she quickly pulled out her money pouch, counting out 6 blue crystals. The bet is separate. 1 crystal for a touch, deal? The bamboo bear extended 1 finger, seemingly indicating that originally, 10 green crystals would have sufficed. The boy beside them quickly intervened. It's a deal. No refunds if you lose. Of course, Zhishichi nodded, handing 1 blue crystal to the bamboo bear. The bamboo bear took the crystal, grinning from ear to ear, and plopped down on the ground, signaling that Zhishichi could start touching. Zhishichi excitedly lunged forward, hugging the young bamboo bear tightly, her face beaming with happiness. The bamboo bear was initially uncomfortable but, recalling the payment received, relaxed into her embrace, enjoying the girl's sweet scent. Comfortable. The bamboo bear thought. This must be the pinnacle of bear life. As Zhishichi hugged the bamboo bear, all her exhaustion seemed to melt away. This healing effect was why the bamboo bear and the butterfly fairy were known as the 2 great spirit beasts of the divine beast continent. After a while, the boy couldn't stand it anymore and reminded them to separate. Once they were both ready, he resumed his role as the referee. Ready? Go. Boom. As their palms clashed, a blast of air erupted from the center of the fight. Immediately, a black and white figure flew backward, landing in the boy's arms. The boy helped the dazed bamboo bear up and glared at the triumphant Zhishichi, gritting his teeth. Violent girl. Though the bamboo bear appears clumsy and adorable, it is actually one of the top land beasts. Its strength rivals that of the sky-towering elephants, and it holds a place among the 5 mightiest beings on the beast continent. Known for its invincible yin-yang fist, the bamboo bear has struck fear into the hearts of many magical beasts. Yet now, this powerful creature has been easily toppled by a young girl. Despite the girl's higher level, the bamboo bear should have been able to bridge 1 or 2 levels based purely on physical strength. Surprisingly, not only did the bamboo bear lose, but it also had to pay 5 blue crystals. The bamboo bear looked up, bewildered, at the boy standing beside it, seemingly unable to comprehend what had just happened. We lost, the boy said bitterly. The bamboo bear immediately understood. It jumped up and guarded its money pouch tightly, determined not to part with a single crystal. A bet's a bet, the boy urged. Otherwise, my name, Yun Xian-yi, will be ruined in Sifang City. Yun Xian-yi? G17. Standing on the stage, exchanged a surprised look with G77 and G19 below. This boy was actually Yun Xian-yi, one of the twin stars of the Northern Desert, ranked even higher than Tuagung Bu-yi in the Primordial Spirit Tower. He was one of their main competitors in the upcoming Tianjiao battle. G17 stepped forward and locked eyes with Yun Xian-yi. So, you're Yun Xian-yi. That's right, I am. Yun Xian-yi nodded decisively. I'll pay the wager, don't worry. G17's eyes gleamed with cunning as he looked at the bamboo bear. You don't have to pay the wager. We just want to pet the bamboo bear again. No problem. Yun Xian-yi agreed on behalf of the bamboo bear, knowing that the money-loving creature would much rather be petted than lose its crystals. Sure enough, after a moment's hesitation, the bamboo bear nodded. G17 immediately called to his companions. 7th sister, little brother, come up. We get to pet the bamboo bear. A man and a woman excitedly leaped onto the stage and rushed towards the bamboo bear. Rarely seen in everyday life, the chance to touch a bamboo bear was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was then that Yun Xian-yi realized G17 had said we, but it was too late to back out. He watched as the bamboo bear sat on the ground, resigned, while the 3 of them petted it. He couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Fortunately, the 3 knew their limits, merely stroking its fur. G77 even gave it a gentle hug, but nothing excessive. After they finished, the 3 stood up and turned their attention to Yun Xian-yi. G17 smiled and asked, so, you're Yun Xian-yi, one of the twin stars of the Northern Desert? Yes, Yun Xian-yi called over the dejected bamboo bear. I am Yun Xian-yi. May I ask what you want? How about we place another bet? G17 asked, crossing his arms. No. Yun Xian-yi refused flatly. G17 looked puzzled. Why not? Didn't you just say there's no opportunity like this? That was for a match with my bamboo bear. Not with me. Yun Xian-yi explained. I'm a peace-loving person and don't fight easily. With that, he called to the bamboo bear, and the 2 quickly jumped off the stage, disappearing into the crowd. This Yun Xian-yi is indeed cautious. G77's eyes gleamed. I bet they recognized us as competitors in the Tianjiao battle and didn't want to engage too early. I've heard Yun Xianyi's life beast is extremely peculiar. G19 added. Not only does it rarely appear in public, but even within their academy, it's seldom seen. That he can stand alongside Tua Gungbu Yi and even surpass him in the primordial spirit tower rankings shows he's no ordinary person. G17 regained her composure, no longer as excited as a young girl, and began to analyze. Remember, Tua Gungbu Yi's life beast is the sky-towering Elephant King, the strongest in terms of power. According to our intel, Yun Xianyi and Tua Gungbu Yi have never publicly dueled, G77 replied. But privately, they've likely crossed paths. The outcome, however, is probably known to only a few. In recent years, the prodigies from top academies have become increasingly adept at hiding their true abilities. However, Ji Shiju disdains this approach. He confidently took a step forward, his eyes gleaming with determination. Hiding your skills? What for? As long as I have genuine talent and knowledge, I can defeat all my opponents openly and ascend to the top of the prodigy tournament. Ji Shiju's voice was full of fighting spirit. His companions around him cheered him on. Well said, little brother. We support you. Just as the atmosphere was reaching a peak, a rumbling sound interrupted them. It turned out someone was hungry. Come on, let's go eat first, they said, heading towards the cafeteria. Not far away, Luo Tianya and Rose were walking along a country path. Luo Tianya was leading the way, enthusiastically singing, "You carry the load. I lead the horse," welcoming the sunrise and seeing off the sunset. Rose followed behind, her face filled with helplessness. To her, Luo Tianya was almost perfect, except for his love of singing. Unfortunately, his unique singing voice was truly unbearable for most people. Luckily, they were almost at the inn, Rose thought. Finally a break from this music that had lasted the entire journey. When they arrived at the inn's entrance, Luo Tianya ceased his cloud-riding spell and led Rose inside. To their surprise, a large group of people was gathered, seemingly studying something. Luo Tianya mistakenly thought they were eating and quickly squeezed into the crowd, exclaiming, "Hey, why didn't you call me for dinner?" However, when he got closer, he realized that everyone was intently focused on a book on the table. Standing in the center, Xiongqi noticed Luo Tianya's arrival and explained with a smile, "Tianya, you're back? This book is the latest edition of the Beast Compendium, which we just snatched from Tianwang Pavilion." Beast Compendium? Luo Tianya asked curiously, leaning in for a closer look. The page displayed a giant elephant, its body silver and tusks golden. The most striking feature was a faint, king character on its forehead. Xing Yueya, standing nearby, pointed to the picture and introduced, "This is the totem beast of Togenboyi, the heavenly elephant king. This beast compendium of the divine beast continent almost includes every beast you can find on the continent. Almost all the mythical beast records of the divine beast continent," Luo Tianya exclaimed, his eyes filled with disbelief. The thick compendium lay open on the table, exuding an ancient aura. Luo Tianya's fingers gently brushed over the yellowed pages, feeling the immense amount of information contained within. The divine beast continent was home to thousands of different mythical beasts, and this book managed to include so many? His curiosity about the depths of Tianwang Pavilion grew stronger. Xing Yueya noticed Luo Tianya's astonishment and smiled slightly. It's not that exaggerated. It mainly includes the most common beasts and some well-known special species. She flipped to a page and pointed to an illustration. For example, the totem elephant king of the Toging Bai clan, which many people have heard of, naturally made it into the book. Our Xing family's Evernight Star Beast is also listed. Following her finger, Luo Tianya saw a cute, chubby penguin with a silly expression. He read the description below. Evernight Star Beast, the unique life beast of the Xing family. Known for its domain powers, it has a fondness for food. Offering it delicacies can increase its favorability. Luo Tianya frowned. Is that all? No details about its abilities? This record seems overly simplistic. Yi Qingshui chuckled. Special abilities are private matters and wouldn't be disclosed so easily. Even if they were, it would only be the basic abilities known to everyone. For example, the Blade King's clan's Blade Mantis's Sky Blade. Feng Qingyue shrugged innocently and added, "That's true. Major families often have the same type of beasts, so their basic abilities don't differ much. Like our Feng family's Blade Mantis's Sky Blade and Li Yang's Sword Hamster Sky Sword. These are widely known racial abilities and are naturally included. The Evernight Star Beast's domain ability also falls into this category." Nodding thoughtfully, Luo Tianya turned to Xiongqi and asked, "If that's the case, why did you say it was so hard to acquire this book?" Xiongqi glanced around, noticing many eyes on them. He quickly tucked the book into his coat and motioned for everyone to follow him upstairs. Such confidential matters are best discussed behind closed doors. The group moved to an upstairs room, with Luo Tianya and Rose closing the door carefully. Standing by the table, Xiongqi said mysteriously, "Watch closely." He infused a yellow light from his palm into the book, revealing previously hidden information on the pages. Wu Ji leaned in and began to read aloud. Totem Elephant King. Unparalleled physical strength. Current level estimated at half-step sovereign. Its master, Togeng Bai, seems to have just laid the foundation for physical godhood. Half-step sovereign. Physical godhood. The room erupted in gasps, but fortunately, the soundproofing kept the noise contained. Luo Tianya's shock deepened. He had recently fought a fierce battle with Togeng Bai and helped him advance. How did Tianwang Pavilion acquire this information so quickly? Was it the shopkeeper, or those two from Dongji Academy? He began to worry if his own information had been exposed. While exposure itself wasn't terrifying, the thought of someone watching him in the shadows was unsettling. Who exactly was Tianwang Pavilion? The others were absorbed in the information about Togeng Bai. Wu Ji said gravely, with a half-step sovereign foundation, Togeng Bai will definitely become a top contender. Xing Yue frowned. I wonder if my Evernight domain will still work on him? Xiongqi boasted. Luckily, I spent a fortune to get this latest mythical beast record from Tianwang Pavilion. With this information, we can prepare in advance for the upcoming Tianjiao battle. He continued flipping through the book, soon finding another target. After infusing it with qi, new information appeared. Three-eyed winged demon, suspected half-step sovereign, unique to Shangguan Lingxiao, named Emperor Shitian, known for speed, sharp blades, and a closed third eye on its forehead. Estimated to be an attack ability of considerable power. Luo Tianya stared at the illustration, seeing such a humanoid beast for the first time. The creature, named Emperor Shitian, looked like a winged human, with a pair of wings and sharp claws, but otherwise human-like, except for a closed vertical eye on its forehead. Three-eyed winged demon. Indeed 3 eyes, Luo Tianya muttered. This is another tough opponent. Xing Yue said seriously, skilled in speed and weaponry, with half-step sovereign strength. Dongji Academy lives up to its reputation. Yiqing Shui and Bai Qiu also looked pensive, considering how to deal with such an opponent. They then turned to Zhang Tianfeng's page. Luo Tianya laughed. Finally, we can see what this guy's life beast is. He kept it so secret, yet Tianwang Pavilion exposed it. As Xiongqi infused the book with qi, an unusual tiger-like beast and its description appeared. A strange tiger-like beast, with wings on its back, golden horns on its head, and unique fur. Its claws are extremely sharp. Zhang Tianfeng's life beast, unlike the Feng family's traditional white fox, is a special mutated beast, rumored to be violent and bloodthirsty, rarely shown in public. A small note at the bottom read, this beast might be one reason why Zhang Tianfeng fled the Feng family. Luo Tianya thought, Tianwang Pavilion dares to write even about the Feng family's affairs. They have guts. But his attention quickly returned to the vivid illustration. He finally confirmed his suspicion. The aura he sensed when first meeting Zhang Tianfeng was not mistaken. Zhang Tianfeng's life beast was indeed the legendary Qiongqi. Qiongqi, Zhang Tianfeng's lifebound beast, is shockingly one of the 4 great fiends. Luo Tianya's mind conjured up the image of this legendary beast known to bite off the noses of the honest and upright. He couldn't help but recall Xiao Bei's Tao Dai, realizing that 2 of the 4 great fiends had already appeared. Will the other 2 fiends show up as well? Do they exist on the Divine Beast continent? Luo Tianya pondered silently. Xing Yue was flipping through a book, pointing at an illustration of a bizarre beast with a smile. Zhang Tianfeng's lifebound beast has finally been revealed. It had never shown itself before. Feng Qingyue asked curiously. The book also mentions that this beast might be one reason he left the Feng family and even changed his name. What's that about? Xiongqi interrupted them with a serious expression. That's not for us to discuss. It's the family matter of a supreme being. Don't talk too much. Everyone wisely fell silent, dropping the topic. Bai Qiu pointed at a line of small text in the book. Surrounded by murderous intent, violent, and unpredictable. No wonder he rarely summons his lifebound beast. Xiongqi frowned and reminded them, regardless, Zhang Tianfeng is a key figure of Shihuang Academy, coming from a family of supreme beings. With so little information, who knows what other cards he's hiding? We can't afford to be careless. The participants of the Tianjiao battle nodded in agreement, pledging to be extra vigilant. They realized that anyone who could compete in the Tianjiao battle was no ordinary person. Each must have hidden trump cards, some even keeping their lifebound beasts a secret, like Hua Lingbing. Bai Qiu, flipping through the records, said puzzledly, even an organization like the Tianwang Pavilion couldn't confirm Hua Lingbing's lifebound beast. They only know she comes from a small family in the eastern extremes, and her mother is from a highly mysterious, reclusive clan. So how did Hua Lingbing get into the Eastern Extremes Academy? Bai Qiu furrowed his brow. She must have undergone the beast combat assessment, right? Xiongqi explained, as far as I know, Hua Lingbing was personally invited by the Academy's headmaster and didn't go through the usual assessment. At the Academy, she avoids beast combat. Even when she competes, she fights 2 opponents at once. dealing with both the opponent and their lifebound beast. Everyone was puzzled by Hua Lingbing's mysterious behavior. Xiongqi warned, against such an opponent, we must be on high alert. A single mistake could lead to an ambush. Next, they turned to the records of another key figure from Shihuang, Ji Shiju. Infusing the record with Yuan Qi, an image of a unique tiger beast appeared. Evil-eyed Sky Tiger King, a beast with king-level aptitude, Luo Tianya read. It's said to excel in wind control, possesses immense strength, and has unparalleled abilities in its eyes. But it has never fought in public. He muttered, with 18 sisters, who would dare fight him in public? Getting ganged up on would be inevitable. Finally, they looked at the records of the top academy's last main player, Yun Xuani. Xiongqi infused it with earth-colored Yuan Qi, and a massive fish-shaped beast appeared before them. A Qilin, Luo Tianya exclaimed. The legendary Qilin, that's too big to fit in a pot. Yi Qingshui frowned. This beast isn't just huge, it might also control spatial powers. Its sheer size could crush many opponents. They estimated the Qun's length to be over 6 meters, and with amplification abilities, it could likely collapse the building they were in. Xing Yue sighed. Indeed, everyone in the Tianjiao battle is formidable. With more and more rarely seen powerhouses emerging, their confidence in this year's Tianjiao battle wavered. They realized this year's competition would be extraordinarily fierce, and every step must be taken with utmost caution. A group of young prodigies has emerged, their combat strength not only crushing their peers but also proving difficult for older opponents to match. These gifted individuals have quickly risen to prominence, replacing their predecessors as the main contenders in the Tianjiao battle. In contrast, the lineup from Nantian Academy seems somewhat lackluster. Aside from Wuji, who has reached the half-step Zun level, their strongest member is Xing Yueya, whose cultivation is only at the peak of the Xin level. Luo Tianya was flipping through the bestiary of the divine beast continent, a frown creasing his forehead. The latter part of this hefty tome contained detailed information on the current Tianjiao battle participants, including comprehensive data on both the contestants and their lifebound beasts. However, as he scrutinized the entries, he noticed that while the other 4 participants were thoroughly documented, his own information was conspicuously absent. Why isn't my information here? Luo Tianya asked in confusion, his fingers flipping through the pages repeatedly to confirm. Xiongqi pondered for a moment before explaining. It might be because your information is too vague. Only confirmed and verified details are included in this book. Luo Tianya still felt something was off, his brows furrowing deeper. Seeing his concern, Xiongqi added, actually, the information of our Tianwang Pavilion participants is also not included to prevent leaks. So, strictly speaking, this bestiary isn't entirely comprehensive. Tianwang Pavilion can join the Tianjiao battle? This statement prompted puzzled looks from everyone present. Xiongqi explained, Tianwang Pavilion is the largest intelligence organization on the Divine Beast continent, with formidable strength. It's not surprising that they would participate in the Tianjiao battle. Someone then asked, Instructor, do you know who their contestants are? Xiongqi shook his head and replied, as far as I know, they have only sent 3 participants. Besides their names, no other information is available. They are called Ghost Blade, Water Drop, and Shun Guhong. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone fell into contemplation, their curiosity about these 3 mysterious contestants growing stronger. 3 people? Weren't there supposed to be 5 spots? Bai Qiu asked with a frown, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Xiongqi shook his head in response. That's right, Tianwang Pavilion has only sent 3 participants for the Tianjiao battle. Xing Yueya's eyes flickered thoughtfully. Is this absolute confidence or a lack of manpower? Luo Tianya squinted, speaking with certainty. It's definitely confidence. Tianwang Pavilion specializes in intelligence. How could such an organization lack people? They must be very confident. If we encounter these individuals, we need to be extra cautious. Standing up, he continued his analysis. Intelligence operatives usually have certain traits. They are fast, skilled at hiding, and aim for a decisive first strike. If they miss, they'll likely retreat quickly. So, dealing with them requires us to guard against their initial move. The others nodded in agreement. Xiongqi was secretly impressed by Luo Tianya's insights, wondering how this young man knew so much. From what he knew, Tianwang Pavilion members indeed fit these characteristics. Luo Tianya elaborated, comparing these individuals to a blend of assassins and scouts. He explained that gathering intelligence requires speed and stealth, and being lightfoot is essential for quick movement. To maximize their speed advantage, assassin-like attacks are most suitable strike to kill, and if missed, retreat and prepare for the next attack in secret. He added, if we have perception abilities or strong physiques, dealing with such people becomes much easier. Luo Tianya subtly incorporated his gaming experience into his analysis. The group continued discussing until late at night. Before leaving, Luo Tianya borrowed the Beast Atlas of the Divine Beast continent from Xiongqi, promising to take good care of it after repeated reminders from Xiongqi. Back in his room, Luo Tianya let the three little ones play on the bed while he sat at the desk, carefully reading the atlas. Compared to the sparse beast guide from my city, this atlas was far more comprehensive and detailed. Luo Tianya silently encouraged himself. Learning makes me happy, and knowledge makes me handsome. I'm so handsome because I know a lot, earning me the nickname Knowledge Emperor, even more impressive than the Knowledge King. With the special pearl illuminating the room, Luo Tianya's shadow stretched long on the wall. By the time he finished the last page, dawn had already broken. He had spent the entire night meticulously studying various beasts. Stretching, he turned to see the three little ones sprawled out on the bed, sound asleep. Ever since the arrival of the little Vermilion Bird, both the little Azure Dragon and the Six-Eared Macaque had adopted less graceful sleeping postures. Luo Tianya decided to take the opportunity to discipline them, especially the leading little Vermilion Bird. Hey, there's something delicious. Luo Tianya suddenly shouted. Amidst a flurry of sleepy murmurs, the room erupted into chaos. The three little ones, led by the little Vermilion Bird, leapt off the bed, eagerly seeking food from Luo Tianya. Luo Tianya found himself in a bit of a mess, his hair disheveled, with the little Vermilion Bird clutching a lock of it. The little Azure Dragon and the Six-Eared Macaque lazily lounged on a cloud. Luo Tianya pondered. The little Vermilion Bird was getting more unruly. It was time to show it who was boss. Just then, the door to the next room opened, and Ross stepped out, looking uneasy. With a worried expression, she said to Luo Tianya, Tianya, something seems wrong with my body. Luo Tianya was taken aback and quickly noticed the change in Ross. She had grown taller overnight. She now looked around 10 years old, compared to her previous 7 or 80-year-old appearance. Her clothes were clearly too small, with long sleeves and pants now resembling short sleeves and capris. Ross's body also appeared more proportionate, no longer gaunt. Luo Tianya's eyes flashed with golden light as he used his clairvoyant ability to examine Ross. Her bodily functions were all normal, with improved blood circulation, heartbeat, and breathing. After some thought, Luo Tianya offered a reasonable explanation. Don't worry, it's a good thing. The curse in your body seems to have been temporarily suppressed, and the accumulated energy is now being released, causing you to grow suddenly. Really? Ross asked, delighted. Luo Tianya nodded confidently. That should be it. Yesterday, we visited the butterfly fairy, and the king-level butterfly fairy helped us. It seems that's the reason. Will I keep growing tomorrow? Ross asked, full of hope. At 15 years old, being stuck at the height of a 7 or 80-year-old had always bothered her. Luo Tianya hesitated. I'm not sure about that. We'll have to see tomorrow. He didn't know how long this sudden growth would last. After a moment of thought, Luo Tianya asked, Ross, can I see your spirit beast? Luo Tianya asked the question mainly to investigate if Rosette's lifebound beast had any unique traits and whether the curse had affected it. He trusted the system's ability to uncover clues. However, he also remembered Rosette mentioning that her beast was somewhat shy and disliked appearing before strangers. Therefore, he wasn't sure if Rosette would summon her lifebound beast. Rosette hesitated after hearing Luo Tianya's question. As the host of her lifebound beast, she knew its peculiar nature well. To her, it was her closest companion, a partner that had supported her through tough times. Without its presence, Rosette might have already broken down. However, this beast was hostile towards others, often baring its teeth and even attacking people. But Luo Tianya was special to Rosette. Not only had he awakened her from her slumber, but he also continuously helped her dispel the curse within her. Just yesterday, he had even invited a top-tier expert to temporarily suppress the curse for 3 months. This intervention had started to restore Rosette's body to normal, and she had begun to grow taller. Rosette bit her lip, thinking for a moment, and finally made a decision. She decided to summon her lifebound beast for Luo Tianya to see. She trusted him deeply, believing he wouldn't harm her. As for the beast, which was extremely hostile towards strangers, she planned to personally calm it down. The two walked into a room and closed the door. Rosette extended her right hand, and a gray light appeared, revealing a strange creature. Luo Tianya's pupils contracted sharply because what appeared before him was a little human boy. No, to be precise, it was a special beast that looked like a human. Through the system, Luo Tianya saw its detailed information. Species, Evil Tongue Spirit Beast. Mutation level, level 9. Abilities, Spatial Shift, Word Spirit, Human Form. Status, On Guard. Who are you? A cold voice echoed in Luo Tianya's mind. Level 9. 3 abilities. This was a mutated beast. What surprised Luo Tianya even more was that this strange beast, named Evil Tongue Spirit, had already reached level 9. Logically, Rosette should have just recently hatched her lifebound beast and lived a difficult life without extra resources to nurture it. Apart from enjoying the spirit spring at the Tianba Water Buffalo's place, there should have been no other resources. But now, Rosette's lifebound beast was already level 9. Luo Tianya took a deep breath, calming himself, and carefully observed the evil-tongued spirit standing guard in front of Rosette. This humanoid beast was about the same height as Rosette used to be, looking like a 7 or 8-year-old child. It had shoulder-length black hair, a short blue horn on its head, and faint scales on its body. The most striking feature was its eyes. The exposed right eye was golden, while the left eye was covered with a cloth strip. Using his special vision, Luo Tianya saw that the left eye had a black pupil. At this moment, it was dressed in simple clothes, bearing 2 sharp fangs, and holding a wooden staff, aiming it warily at Luo Tianya. Luo Tianya frowned in thought. Since human form was one of its abilities, this was clearly not its true form. What puzzled him further was that there was no record of a beast named Evil-Tongued Spirit in the Beast Manual of the Divine Continent. Not even legendary beasts like the Azure Dragon or Vermilion Bird, or rare ones like the Six-Eared Macaque, were documented. It seemed some information remained unknown. Returning to the present, Luo Tianya looked at the beast with its golden eye fixed on him and smiled. "Rosette, is this your life-bound beast?" Rosette gently pushed the evil-tongued spirit aside and said helplessly, "Yes, this is my life-bound beast, Hongqin. It's not very friendly to outsiders." Looking at the fierce expression on Hongqin's face, Luo Tianya nodded. "It does seem quite unfriendly." Whoosh! Hongqin waved the wooden staff, its eyes coldly fixed on Luo Tianya. This behavior was understandable. Rosette, wandering alone, had to stay highly vigilant, not knowing what dangers she might encounter or what kind of people she would meet. For self-preservation, she maintained a constant state of alertness, which inevitably influenced her life-bound beast. Moreover, the strange beast named Hongqin had been hatched for a while, sharing a tumultuous journey with Rosette. Although Rosette had lowered her guard somewhat after meeting Luo Tianya, thanks to his calm and sincere demeanor, Hongqin retained its cautious mindset. This explained its strong hostility towards anyone besides Rosette. Luo Tianya put on an innocent smile, exuding warmth and friendliness. "Hello, Hongqin. I'm Luo Tianya, Rosette's friend. Nice to meet you." From his experience, most beasts were friendly towards him. Even those like the spirit deer, which avoided him, did so out of shyness. Yes, Luo Tianya was that confident. With his brightest smile, he hoped to dispel Hongqin's wariness. However, things took an unexpected turn. Hongqin's expression suddenly became serious, and it changed its grip on the staff, lightly tapping it on the ground. Strangely, the staff seemed to hit water, creating ripples. In an instant, Hongqin vanished and reappeared above Luo Tianya. Then, it pointed the wooden staff at Luo Tianya's head, and ripples spread again. Hongqin's mouth moved slightly, and a voice devoid of emotion, like that of a deity, sounded, "Bind." In a flash, an invisible rope tightly bound Luo Tianya. Luo Tianya was bound by invisible ropes, yet he remained unperturbed. He looked up at Hongqin, who was floating midair, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. The 2 divine abilities just displayed spatial manipulation and word magic were indeed rare and powerful. The potency of spatial abilities was unquestionable, and word magic, which could even dictate life and death at higher levels, was close to rule-based divine powers. At this moment, Luo Tianya personally felt the power of word magic, but chuckled to himself. This level of restraint was trivial to him. He could break free with just a bit of effort. However, he held back, curious to see what other tricks this so-called spirit of malefic words had up its sleeve. After all, its actions showed loyalty to its master, albeit overly cautious. Unexpectedly, the situation took a sudden turn. Before the spirit of malefic words could make another move, Xiao Zhuke became agitated. White flames surged around it, and with a flap of its wings, the Naming Lihua fire wrapped around Luo Tianya, effortlessly breaking the restraint. In the next moment, Xiao Zhuke transformed into a streak of red light, its claws entwined with Nanming Lihua, lunging straight at the spirit of malefic word's head. Hongqin reacted swiftly, tapping lightly and flashing to another location. Despite being only at level 8, Xiao Zhuchua's combat instincts as a divine beast were no less sharp than Hongqin's at level 9. Quickly, Xiao Zhuke unleashed its divine fire ability, sending a white flame whip cracking toward Hongqin's new position. Hongqin dodged again, and the 2 little creatures engaged in a thrilling chase within the confined room. "Stop it!" Luo Tianya shouted, fearing their battle would damage the room. However, the 2 little beasts seemed oblivious to his command, their eyes locked in fierce combat. Xiao Zhuke, constantly shifting, seemed to be preparing a powerful attack. Sensing the imminent danger, Luo Tianya extended his right hand, and an invisible force field enveloped the entire room. The 2 creatures paused momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Tianya flashed to Xiao Zhuchua's side and swiftly captured it. Simultaneously, he flicked his left hand, sending a gentle force that nudged Hongqin back to Luo's sight. Chirp chirp. Xiao Zhuke struggled vigorously in Luo Tianya's palm, the Naming Lihua retracting back into its body as it returned to its small, red form. Keep moving, and I'll pluck all your feathers. Luo Tianya threatened with mock ferocity, glaring at the restless Xiao Zhuke. Hearing this, Xiao Zhuke calmed down slightly but continued to eye Hongchen warily. Luo Tianya gazed thoughtfully at the spirit of malefic words, which was guarding Luo's sight, and suddenly realized something. Xiao Zhuchua's agitation was likely due to Naming Lihua's ability to dispel all forms of evil, and the spirit of malefic words, as its name suggested, carried such evil. The two were naturally opposed. This discovery piqued Luo Tianya's curiosity about Luosight's lifebound beast. What was the origin of this creature, and how had it grown to level 9 in such a short time? Could its appearance be linked to the strange ritual Luosight had mentioned? At this moment, Luosight was quietly explaining the situation to Hongchen. After a while, Hongchen's vigilance lessened, and it looked at Luo Tianya with less hostility. Meanwhile, the Xiao Zhuke in Luo Tianya's hand also calmed down under the threat of feather plucking, mainly because the spirit of malefic words had ceased its attack and retracted its aura. Luosight, when did this beast hatch? Luo Tianya asked once the situation had calmed. About a few months ago, Luosight replied after thinking for a moment. And when it hatched, what did it look like? What level was it, and what abilities did it have? Luo Tianya continued to probe. Hongchen looked like this right from the start. Luosight said, but it has another form, though I can't really describe it. Hiss. Luo Tianya was stunned, waves of astonishment surging in his mind. This so-called spirit of malefic words was level 9 from the moment it hatched. This was unheard of in his experience. Even the offspring of powerful figures like Nangong Qianqian and Feng Yingying, with abundant resources, had lifebound beasts that were at most level 6 at hatching. Luo Tianya's eyes flickered as he recalled Luosight's previous experience as the ritual, her clan, the entire city. It seemed increasingly likely that this situation was closely related to that event. Tianya, what's wrong? Luosight asked anxiously, seeing Luo Tianya's changing expressions and silence. Luo Tianya snapped out of his thoughts and smiled at Luosight. Nothing. It's just that your lifebound beast is a bit hostile to outsiders. That's normal, as long as it protects you well. Although Hongchen's hostility had lessened, it still bared its teeth at Luo Tianya. Just as Luo Tianya was about to ask Luosight if she had acquired any of the divine abilities, the doors suddenly burst open. Feng Qingyue rushed in, pausing briefly upon seeing Luosight and Hongchen before announcing, the old dean is back and has brought the latest arrangements for the Tianjiao tournament. Feng Qingyue and Luo Tianya slowly descended the stairs, the air tinged with a subtle tension. Unable to contain her curiosity, Feng Qingyue leaned closer to Luo Tianya and whispered, what was that all about just now? Who was that little boy? Luo Tianya glanced at his inquisitive companion and sternly warned, mind your own business. Gossiping can get you into trouble. He silently pondered the mysterious spirit with anthropomorphic abilities. Its origins, powers, and the so-called malevolence were all perplexing. Coupled with Hongchen's hostility toward others, it was best to keep a low profile to avoid unnecessary complications. To change the subject, Luo Tianya asked, so, the old dean was running around because of the Tianjiao battle? Feng Qingyue snorted but answered honestly, yeah, probably. The old dean disappeared for a while and came back with the latest plans for the Tianjiao battle. Luo Tianya was a bit surprised. Are there new plans for the Tianjiao battle? Isn't it just a bunch of people fighting to see who's the strongest? Feng Qingyue perked up, looking smug. It used to be about determining winners and losers, but I've heard there's a new twist. Oh, Luo Tianya responded calmly, making Feng Qingyue feel like she was punching a pillow, her excitement deflated. Aren't you going to ask me what the change is? Feng Qingyue asked softly. With a slight smirk, Luo Tianya replied, I'll find out soon enough. No need to listen to your rambling. Feng Qingyue was momentarily speechless. She didn't actually know the details and just wanted to show off in front of Luo Tianya, but his dismissive attitude caught her off guard. As they reached the inn's lobby, they saw that the people from Nantian Academy had already gathered in a corner. Luo Tianya asked, puzzled, why not be more discreet? Discussing the Tianjiao battle plans in such a public place? Feng Qingyue explained, the latest plans for the Tianjiao battle are public knowledge in Xifeng City. No need to hide. As for our academy's strategy, that won't be discussed here. Only the participants will be briefed later. Guzi Yuan clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. All right, everyone's here. Before the individual matches, there's a new round in the Tianjiao battle. Wu Ji furrowed his brows. What new round? The crowd's reactions varied from surprise to concern. Observing their expressions, Guzi Yuan smiled and said, the new round involves a monster hunting competition before the duels. This news confused everyone even more. Those qualified for the Tianjiao battle were not just battlefield veterans, but had also participated in advanced training. Young talents like Tua Zhengbaiai and Yun Xuani had excelled in monster siege battles. Even those like Luo Tianya and Bai Qiu, who had recently advanced to the intermediate level, had fought their way from the borderlands. Adding this round seemed redundant. Gu Ziyuan added. The specifics haven't been disclosed yet, but with the Tianjiao battle approaching, we'll know soon. After the discussion, the 5 participants from Nantian Academy were called into a room by Gu Ziyuan. Luo Tianya looked around at the others, Wu Ji, Xing Yueya, Yiqing Shui, Bai Qiu, and himself, forming a semicircle facing Gu Ziyuan. Taking a sip of water, Gu Ziyuan began. Despite some changes, the essence of the Tianjiao battle remains the same. Your progress in this competition will ultimately depend on your own strength. The 5 exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. On paper, Nantian Academy's team seemed the weakest, especially with Luo Tianya, who had just advanced to the intermediate level. The other competitors were likely at the advanced level, or even close to the master level. Gu Ziyuan looked at Bai Qiu. Bai Qiu is here to gain experience. Bai Qiu frowned but remained silent. Though she was at the intermediate level and could challenge advanced level opponents with her mutated beast, the Ice Flame Crazy Lion, her chances in such a high-level competition were slim. However, at 18, she had the potential to shine in future competitions. Finally, Gu Ziyuan turned to Luo Tianya with a complex expression. After a long pause, he said something puzzling. If possible, I wouldn't want you to participate in this year's Tianjiao battle. Upon hearing Gu Ziyuan's words, not only did Luo Tianya look puzzled, but the other individuals also displayed expressions of confusion. Wu Ji and Xing Yueya, in particular, were well aware of Luo Tianya's true combat abilities. They knew that Luo Tianya held a top-tier position among the students of Nantian Academy. Recalling how Luo Tianya's Azure Dragon had once defeated the peak Xin-level Qingyun Yanwang, even Wu Ji, who had now advanced to half-step Zun level, still felt a lingering fear from the move Azure Dragon coiling the stars. Logically speaking, with Wu Ji, Xing Yueya, and Luo Tianya forming a team, their chances of achieving significant results in this year's Tianjiao battle were quite high. However, Gu Ziyuan's sudden remarks shattered their expectations and raised more questions. Noticing their confused expressions, Gu Ziyuan sighed inwardly. He had just learned that this year's Tianjiao battle would be unusual, disrupting the original plan to send Luo Tianya and Bai Qiu for experience. While it was generally a good thing, it posed greater risks for exceptionally talented participants. At just 15 years old, Luo Tianya might become a prime target. Gu Ziyuan found himself in a dilemma. He couldn't disclose more information due to the gravity of the situation. He considered seeking help from a certain someone to protect Luo Tianya if things went awry. Since a significant event years ago, Gu Ziyuan's perspective had changed dramatically. He now believed that rather than letting geniuses shine too brightly, it was better for them to bide their time and cultivate in secret until they had absolute strength. Especially in the relatively peaceful current era, the absence of a few young prodigies wouldn't significantly impact the battlefield, as they hadn't yet reached the level where they could turn the tide single-handedly. However, these prodigies were often extremely proud, preferring to shed blood on the battlefield rather than live in obscurity. Gu Ziyuan couldn't help but recall the past, when 2 young individuals had driven away their elders with a single move, then walked side by side out of the city with an air of serene confidence. Such pride and unparalleled elegance were the true allure of these prodigies. Seeing Gu Ziyuan in deep thought, Luo Tianya and the others exchanged glances. Finally, Luo Tianya tentatively asked, Dean Gu, what do you mean by this? Gu Ziyuan snapped out of his reverie, calmed himself, and replied with a composed expression, Oh, it's nothing. I just think that, compared to others, you're still relatively young and might have some disadvantages. Hearing this obviously perfunctory answer, Luo Tianya and the others didn't press further, knowing they wouldn't get more information from Gu Ziyuan. However, his words planted seeds of doubt in their hearts. Gu Ziyuan then gave them some precautions and reminded them to be careful. As they left his room, their doubts only grew. This year's Tianjiao battle is bound to be eventful, Luo Tianya said with a frown. What kind of changes are we talking about? Wu Ji and the others were equally puzzled. Let's wait and see. We might get some news in a few days, Xing Yueya replied. Speculating now won't get us anywhere. All right, but while we still have some time, let's try to improve our strength as much as possible, Wu Ji said. Dean Gu is right. No matter what changes occur, having strength allows us to control those changes. Inside the room, Gu Ziyuan watched the 5 leave, his heart heavy with worry. He pondered the arrangements for this year's Tianjiao battle, and then thought about the past and Luo Tianya. Another Luo. Another genius, could there be a connection? The thought made Gu Ziyuan uneasy. He didn't know much about Luo Tianya, his origins, or his parents, only that he was a talented young man. The name Luo was common on the Divine Beast continent. Years ago, Luo Bufan and Xian Tianji had left to explore the world after turning 18, leaving stories in various borderlands. When they returned to the Four Directions city, it was time for the Tianjiao battle. After years of separation, as their master, Gu Ziyuan didn't know their exact situation. They had mentioned a surprise for him after the Tianjiao battle, but a king-level beast attack prevented him from seeing it. He watched Luo Bufan and Xian Tianji's silhouettes fade away, never to see that surprise. 15 years ago, They received news of the Tianjiao battle shortly after their child was born. Gu Ziyuan speculated that due to the unsafe front lines, they sent their child home before coming to the Tianjiao battle. They had said there would be a surprise, but there never was. Their wish seemed to be to roam the world after driving the beasts from the divine beast continent. So, did they name their child Luo Tianya? The thought stirred Gu Ziyuan's emotions, releasing a powerful aura that enveloped the room before he forcibly retracted it. In the crucial frontline city of Four Directions, he couldn't act recklessly. While it wouldn't cause trouble, it could create unnecessary disturbance. Gu Ziyuan exhaled slowly and sat down again. These were just his speculations without concrete evidence. He couldn't assume Luo Tianya was Luo Bufan and Xin Tianji's child based solely on his talent and surname. The simplest way would be to ask Luo Tianya directly. But Gu Ziyuan hesitated. If it were true, he wouldn't know how to face Luo Tianya. He had been Luo Bufan and Xin Tianji's master, but when they needed him most, he hadn't been there, watching them sacrifice their lives to save a city. Looking out the window, Gu Ziyuan murmured, "Luo Tianya, are you really who I think you are?" The words of the old orphanage director surely had deeper meaning. After returning to his room, Luo Tianya furrowed his brows, pondering over what Gu Ziyuan had just said. Reflecting on his recent interactions with Gu Ziyuan, the image of a steady and resolute figure emerged in his mind. Given Gu Ziyuan's character, this year's Tianjiao battle was bound to be extraordinary. Luo Tianya even suspected that it might affect the participant arrangements of the various academies. However, without concrete information, it was difficult for him to determine what exactly would happen. Luo Tianya sighed lightly and decided to focus on the tasks at hand. He planned to find an opportunity to raise Xiao Qinglong's level to the late Xian stage, and also to advance Xiao Zhuke to level 9. Considering that Xiao Zhuchua's advancement to the Xian stage might trigger a heavenly tribulation, Luo Tianya couldn't help but frown. Causing too much commotion within Xifeng City was not a good idea. He began to wonder if only divine beasts triggered heavenly tribulations. Recalling that the Six-Eared Macaque did not trigger a heavenly tribulation when it advanced to the Xian stage on the battlefield, Luo Tianya speculated that it might be because the Six-Eared Macaque, being an extraordinary beast of heaven and earth, had transcended the 3 realms and was not bound by the 5 elements. In any case, it seemed that only Xiao Qinglong and Xiao Zhuke were likely to trigger a heavenly tribulation. Luo Tianya's mind raced, contemplating the relationship between divine beasts, supreme beings, and heavenly tribulations. If the realm of supreme beings was indeed below that of divine beasts, his understanding of the divine beast continent would be completely different. Various questions swirled in his mind. Is someone imprisoning and raising this world? Are magical beasts meant to temper the people of this world? Why are there no records of the Dragon Clan? Who erased these related memories? Why has there never been any mention of divine beasts on the divine beast continent? Are these questions related to that existence shrouded in black mist who severely injured Zhuke in ancient times? Just as Luo Tianya was deep in thought, his head pounding, Xiao Zhuke suddenly let out a cry, pulling him back to reality. Only then did he realize that he and his companions hadn't had breakfast yet. Shaking his head, Luo Tianya decided to temporarily set aside these speculations. He knew clearly that with his current strength, he couldn't verify the truth of these conjectures. The immediate priority was to enhance his power. After the Tianjiao battle, he planned to spend more time on the front lines to gain more evolution points. Only by doing so could he avenge his parents and uncover the hidden secrets of the divine beast continent. In short, strength was the key. After breakfast, Feng Qingyue and the others invited Luo Tianya to visit the Xifeng City Beast Arena. Intrigued, Luo Tianya readily agreed, bringing along Rost in her original form, and set off with the group. On the way, Luo Tianya noticed that Rost needed new clothes due to her sudden growth spurt. The others were also curious about Rost's changes and kept asking questions. Luo Tianya had to come up with an excuse, claiming that a peerless master had imparted power to Rost, causing her to grow taller. Seeing the skeptical and disdainful looks on their faces, Luo Tianya thought. Although the explanation was far-fetched, it wasn't entirely a lie. After all, it was indeed a king-level master who temporarily suppressed the curse, allowing Rost to grow so much overnight. As they were about to reach the arena, they passed by a clothing store. Luo Tianya handed his purse to Yiqing, asking her to help Rost pick out a few new outfits. The money was originally given to her by Feng Yingying, which Luo Tianya had never used. Now it could finally be put to good use. Bai Qiu also decided to go shopping and planned to join them at the arena later. Before they left, Luo Tianya reminded Yiqing to buy a couple of larger outfits in case Rost grew taller again. Given Rost's unique situation, this possibility existed. Luo Tianya quietly asked Rost if she had acquired the divine abilities of the evil spirit Hongqian. After a moment of hesitation, Rost nodded in acknowledgement. When Luo Tianya pressed further about how many abilities she had gained, Rost honestly replied that it was 3. Watching Yiqing and Bai Qiu lead Rost into the colorful clothing store, Luo Tianya remained standing, deep in thought. He was astonished by the fact that Rost had acquired all the divine abilities of her original beast form. Typically, although the original beast was hatched by the host through the divine beast pool using mental power, there was still an essential difference between magical beasts and humans. Feng Qingyue noticed Luo Tianya's daze and gently tugged at his sleeve, calling out, "Tianya, let's go." Luo Tianya snapped back to reality, responding with "all right," and caught up with the group. His mind was still echoing with the recent discovery, pondering its implications. Some supernatural abilities are well suited for certain beasts, but not for humans, due to a lack of compatibility. Therefore, a host may not always acquire their life-bound beast's abilities. For instance, Luo Hua did not gain Erha's hungry wolf howl, even though he could mimic the howl. Luo Tianya, however, is an exception. He can acquire nearly all the abilities of his contracted beasts, except for those that are bloodliness-specific and the innate divine fire. Surprisingly, Luo Sight managed to acquire 3 supernatural abilities, which speaks volumes about her extraordinary talent. As everyone was discussing these mysteries, a sudden loud crash was heard ahead, followed by a cry of pain. An arrogant young voice then rang out, "Whose monkey is this? Running around with a stick? Do you want me to pluck all its fur?" Luo Tianya frowned and swiftly moved past the crowd to the main hall of the beast arena. The scene before him was both amusing and vexing. A small monkey, the Six-Eared Macaque, was standing with a black staff, while a young boy, flanked by several men in black, was angrily pointing at the monkey. "What happened?" Luo Tianya asked softly as he approached the Six-Eared Macaque. The monkey chattered quickly, explaining the situation to Luo Tianya. It turned out that ever since acquiring the thousand-forged staff, the Six-Eared Macaque had been inseparable from it, but had accidentally collided with someone just now. Luo Tianya couldn't help but smile as he turned to the familiar face across from him and said, "You were the one not watching where you were going and ran into my little monkey. Now you're blaming us?" "Humph." The boy snorted coldly, his tone icy. "It's you people from the Southern Sky Territory again. Such bad luck." This person was none other than Li Nanxiang, whom Luo Tianya had previously encountered on the rooftop when the Shin Turtle Elder appeared, a guy with a deep bias against the Southern Sky Territory. Seeing the bodyguards surrounding Li Nanxiang, Luo Tianya understood immediately and thought, "So, he's a spoiled brat." He smirked, unwilling to argue with someone like that, and turned to leave. However, Li Nanxiang seemed infuriated by Luo Tianya's dismissive attitude. He suddenly shouted at Luo Tianya's back, "I challenge you to a beast duel. Let's see how that little monkey of yours fares." This shout instantly turned the previously calm beast arena hall into a tense standoff. As soon as the words were spoken, the expressions of the men in black behind Li Nanxiang changed dramatically. The leader leaned in to whisper something, seemingly trying to dissuade him. Meanwhile, Luo Tianya and his group turned around, their lips curling into mocking smiles as they looked at Li Nanxiang. They recalled the events of that night clearly, remembering that this young boy had just recently hatched his life-bound beast. Even with exceptional talent, it was impossible for him to break through to the Shin level in such a short time. In contrast, Luo Tianya had already reached the Shin level, not to mention his partner, the six-eared monkey wielding a long staff. The six-eared monkey had defeated a mutated Shin-level beast, the Ice Flame Lion, when it was still at the 9th level. Now, having broken through to the Shin level, its imposing figure on the battlefield was still fresh in everyone's minds. Facing such an opponent, it was surprising that a boy who had just hatched his life-bound beast dared to provoke him. Li Yang and Lin Sen exchanged glances and shook their heads. Even their beasts, which had just reached the early Shin level, wouldn't easily challenge the six-eared monkey. This young man was indeed too arrogant. Seeing the smirks on the faces of the people opposite, Li Nanxiang's anger flared. He shoved the black-clad man in front of him aside and pointed at Luo Tianya, shouting, "I want to fight beasts with you. Whoever doesn't dare is a coward." Luo Tianya slowly clicked his tongue, his gaze sweeping over the group of men in black, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "You better keep your people in check. Otherwise, they'll end up getting beaten to a pulp." Hearing this, Li Nanxiang was even more enraged. He shoved the black-clad leader aside again, pointing at Luo Tianya and yelling, "Did you just call me a pig? Come on, let's duel." Luo Tianya shook his head and sighed, adopting a mature and seasoned demeanor. "Ah, the kids from Sifang City are really unruly. When I was your age, I was already fighting on the front lines." This remark made Feng Qingyue and the others chuckle. Luo Tianya, who was only 15, pretending to be a senior lecturing his peers, was indeed quite amusing. The black-clad leader stepped forward once more to dissuade him. "Young master, don't be rash. They're from Nantian Academy. Even if they're not here to participate in the Tianjiao battle, they must be here to watch the excitement. Their strength won't be low, at least Shin level at the minimum. You're only at the 5th level, having just hatched your life-bound beast. Going up against them will only get you defeated and possibly humiliated." Feng Qingyue chimed in with a smile. "Humiliation is too strong a word. At most, We'll just beat him into recognizing his true self. Li Nanxiang glared at them but finally held back his impulse. He knew that if he were humiliated in the ring, it would be hard to regain his honor later. After all, the opponents weren't from Sifang City and would leave after the Tianjiao battle. Oomph! Li Nanxiang gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. I won't bother with you. With that, he led his entourage towards the beast battle arena to watch the fights. Luo Tianya and his group shook their heads, not taking this little episode to heart. To them, it was just childish behavior. As handsome and mature men, they wouldn't stoop to the level of a young boy. Instead of wasting time, they preferred to hunt a few more magical beasts. Soon, they turned the corner and arrived at the center of the beast battle arena, the ring. At that moment, an intense battle was underway on the stage, and the circular, tiered seating was packed with people, creating a lively atmosphere. Clearly, the residents of Sifang City had a keen interest in these beast battles. Unable to find empty seats, Luo Tianya and his group stood at the entrance to watch from afar. With their extraordinary vision, they could see the action on the stage clearly, even from a distance. On the stage, a massive rhino-like beast was engaged in a fierce struggle with its opponent. The single horn on its head gleamed coldly, looking extremely sharp. Luo Tianya's eyes flashed with recognition as he quickly identified the beast. Species: single-horned rhino. Level: peak Qilin level. Skill: earth stomp. Status: enraged. The single-horned rhino was in a state of rage because it was being toyed with by its opponent. Surprisingly, its opponent wasn't another beast but a young man of about 18 or 19 years old. The young man wore a black robe and wielded a short blade in each hand, moving with lightning speed. He darted around the massive arena, his movements so fast they were almost impossible to follow. Not only was the young man incredibly fast, but his attacks were also formidable. Using his speed advantage, he had inflicted numerous wounds on the single-horned rhino, its blood staining the arena red. In contrast, the rhino couldn't land a single blow on its swift opponent, even when it used its earth stomp skill to shake the entire stage, making it uneven and treacherous. This battle highlighted the limitations of the single-horned rhino. While it might perform well on an open battlefield, it was easily outmaneuvered in an arena setting. That guy is really strong, Luo Tianya remarked, his eyes glowing with admiration. Lin San nodded in agreement. But with that kind of speed, he's already unbeatable. It's not just his speed. What's truly astonishing is his incredible control over his power. Luo Tianya's words caught everyone's attention. He pointed to the wounds on the one-horned rhino and explained in detail. Look, the person's short knives only cut through the rhino's skin and flesh without damaging the tendons or bones. Moreover, each wound is remarkably consistent in pattern and depth. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the crowd changed dramatically, and they all turned their gaze toward the exhausted one-horned rhino on the field. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed as Luo Tianya had described. Wuji also observed carefully and quickly noticed the same details. Who is this person? Feng Qingyue muttered with a serious expression. As the only blade practitioner present and a descendant of the Blade King, he had extensive knowledge of blade techniques and was gradually forming his own blade path. However, the person before them, wielding only two short knives without using any mystical powers, could inflict such precise damage on the thick-skinned one-horned rhino. His mastery of blade techniques was truly astounding. A glint of insight flashed in Luo Tianya's eyes as he continued to analyze. To toy with a peak Qilin level one-horned rhino like this, his cultivation level must be at least peak Qilin level, if not higher. Judging by his young age, he might be a contestant in the Tianjiao battle. Upon hearing this speculation, the others nodded in agreement, finding the guess reasonable and logical. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the arena. Soon, the owner of the one-horned rhino could no longer bear to see his contracted beast suffer and stood up to concede. The mysterious opponent gracefully sheathed his twin knives and cupped his fists in apology. His blades are nowhere to be seen, Xing Yueya observed carefully, speaking slowly. After the man sheathed his knives, it was impossible to tell where he had hidden them. A gentleman keeps his weapons hidden and strikes when the time is right, Luo Tianya said with a smile. Interesting. He's a skilled assassin-type expert. Star Moon Knight gazed at the arena thoughtfully and said, speed, short blade techniques, and incredible control over strength. This guy is the epitome of an assassin. And we still don't know what his spirit beast is. Everyone gathered at the entrance, eagerly discussing the recent match. Suddenly, Luo Tianya felt a gentle tug on his pant leg. He looked down to see a golden figure quickly dart up to his shoulder. The six-eared macaque settled comfortably on Luo Tianya's shoulder, gripping the wobbly black staff. Luo Tianya understood its intention and asked in surprise, "You want to go up and fight him?" The six-eared macaque nodded vigorously, chattering excitedly to express its eagerness to face such an opponent. As a member of the Battle Ape clan, it had an innate desire for combat. On the front lines, It always led the charge, and in battles against demonic beasts, it was exceptionally brave. It had a unique trait of growing stronger the longer the fight lasted, becoming more excited and increasing its battle prowess. However, it had been a long time since the Six-Eared Macaque had encountered an evenly matched opponent. Ordinary demonic beasts were too weak, while those at the late or peak sovereign level were too strong, requiring a group effort to handle. Now, at the Beast Arena in Sifang City, although the battles were not to the death, the strength of that man was certainly formidable. This was exactly the type of opponent the Six-Eared Macaque had been longing for. Seeing the Six-Eared Macaque's determination, Luo Tianya decided not to stop it. He called over a staff member and expressed their desire to compete, specifically requesting to fight the person currently in the arena. The staff member readily agreed. No problem. That guy goes by the nickname 3 Blades and has been at our arena for days, accepting all challengers. Lin San curiously asked, has he ever revealed his spirit beast? The staff member shook his head, a peculiar expression on his face. Oddly enough, ever since he arrived at the arena, he's always fought alone, even saying his opponents could fight alongside their spirit beasts. Feng Qingyue smiled and asked, what's his level? Peak profound level, the staff member replied. Luo Tianya nodded. All right, please arrange it for us. We want to experience this 3 Blades for ourselves. The staff member took out a notebook to record the entry information. The Six-Eared Macaque immediately raised its hand. Level is early profound, Luo Tianya said, and let's call it Great Sage. Hearing this name, the others were momentarily stunned but didn't think much of it. The staff member hesitated. Although he doesn't pick his opponents, an early profound level against a peak profound level might not last a single move. It might lack entertainment value and affect the audience's mood. Luo Tianya smiled. Just try to arrange it. If it's not possible, tell him we're here for the Heavenly Pride battle. Upon hearing Heavenly Pride battle, the staff member's attitude immediately changed. He respectfully went off to make arrangements. It didn't take long for the staff member to bring back good news. The Six-Eared Macaque's match was scheduled. Meanwhile, some Earth Element beast tamers were using their spirit beasts to repair the arena, smoothing out the deep pits left by the previous battle with the unicorn rhino. I didn't expect to be scheduled so quickly, Luo Tianya said, a bit surprised. I thought we'd have to wait for a few rounds. As soon as Luo Tianya finished speaking, the staff member chuckled and explained. It's mainly because all of you have rather extraordinary backgrounds. When our supervisor heard about it, he immediately moved your match to the front. He continued, having contestants of the Tianjiao battle caliber participate in beast fights is already a huge marketing draw. Moreover, you're up against someone as formidable as 3 Blades. Even though you all are only at the early Xin level, anyone who can enter the Tianjiao battle must have some hidden cards. You might not be as strong as the peak Xin level 3 Blades, but you could probably hold your own for a few rounds. The staff member's gaze fell on the Six-Eared Macaque, and he continued, and this little monkey, it's definitely just an accompanying beast. After all, no one participating in the Tianjiao battle could still be at the early Xin level. If this one loses, we might get to see your true spirit beast. That would be a real clash of titans. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, by the way, where are you all from? Noticing the puzzled looks on Luo Tianya and his companions' faces, he quickly added, I'm not doubting you, just curious. These days, no one would dare to impersonate Tianjiao battle contestants. Wuji replied briefly, we're from Nantian Academy. Oh, so you're the young prodigies from Nantian Academy. I've heard so much about you, the staff member said, enlightened, and respectfully clasped his hands. His eyes swept over their uniform robes, further confirming their identities. At that moment, a signal sounded from afar, indicating that the arena had been repaired and the match could begin. Luo Tianya and his group looked in the direction of the sound and saw a burly figure already standing on the stage, staring at them from a distance. The person's imposing presence made it clear that he was their opponent, known as 3 Blades. The Six-Eared Macaque leaped off Luo Tianya's shoulder and landed steadily. It gripped its black staff tightly and began to walk towards the stage. With each step, its aura grew stronger, and its body gradually expanded. By the time it stepped onto the stage, it had grown to the height of a human, and its overwhelming battle intent almost seemed to materialize around it. Cheers erupted from the seats all around the arena. The audience's eyes were glued to the entrance, where a small golden figure was slowly making its way forward. As it advanced, its form and aura grew stronger. By the time it stepped into the ring, it had transformed into a majestic golden warrior, exuding an overwhelming presence. Samba Dao narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the battle-ready Luer Mihu. He thought to himself, competing under the name of the Great Sage, with only an initial Xin-level cultivation, yet possessing such formidable power and fighting spirit, this must be the true essence of the Tianjiao tournament contenders. In the front row, Li Nanxiang's face was dark as he stared at the golden figure in the ring. He immediately recognized the figure holding the long staff as the little monkey he had clashed with earlier. The sheer fighting spirit alone was enough to prove its extraordinary nature. The black-clad leader beside Li Nanxiang spoke in a low voice. "Young master, it's fortunate you didn't act rashly earlier. The consequences could have been dire. That beast's strength is indeed not to be underestimated." "Got it. Stop talking," Li Nanxiang responded, clearly frustrated. Every time he encountered Luo Tianya and his group, nothing good seemed to come of it. Luo Mihu stood firm, swinging the black staff in his right hand to create a beautiful arc before slamming it heavily into the ground, leaving a deep crater. Samba Dao's expression grew serious. This initial Shin-level monkey was putting more pressure on him than the peak Shin-level one-horned rhino earlier. Luo Mihu grinned, revealing sharp teeth. With a sudden push off the ground, he created another crater and vanished from sight. The audience's eyes widened as they saw a black staff descending from midair, aiming directly at Samba Dao. To everyone's surprise, Samba Dao did not dodge. Instead, he chose to face the attack head-on. He crossed his twin blades above his head, ready to take the blow. This was a stark contrast to his previous impression. People had expected him to utilize his speed for attacks, not direct confrontation. Now, he was using short blades against a long staff, clearly at a disadvantage. Spectators speculated, wondering if Samba Dao was underestimating his opponent due to the initial Shin level. In reality, Samba Dao wanted to gauge Luo Mihu's strength, not out of contempt, but to understand the true power of this small monkey that pressured him so much. Boom! A loud explosion sent shockwaves and dust flying in all directions, obscuring the audience's view. Murmurs rose from the crowd. What happened? Who won? As the dust settled, the scene in the ring became clear. Luo Mihu hovered in midair, gripping the black staff tightly, pressing it against Samba Dao's crossed blades. Samba Dao, the one receiving the force, had his feet sunk into the ground, forming two deep pits beneath him. Is this a stalemate? Someone in the audience guessed. No, strictly speaking, Samba Dao is at a disadvantage, someone nearby calmly analyzed. Although Samba Dao is on the defensive, he failed to repel the monkey and ended up sinking into the ground. Just from this blow, Samba Dao lost. Isn't that monkey only at the initial Shin level? How can it have such power? Samba Dao couldn't help but sigh internally. How can an initial Shin level beast have more strength than that massive one-horned rhino? I underestimated it. Samba Dao channeled his inner energy, and sharp white blade energy surged from his twin blades, spiraling up the black staff towards Luo Mihu. Ting! Luo Mihu gave a slight shake of his staff, dispersing the blade energy into the air. But Samba Dao had already used the opportunity to break free, his figure disappearing in an instant. This move was not meant to attack, but to escape the predicament. Samba Dao stood at the edge of the ring, shaking off the residual tremors from the previous clash. He adjusted his grip on the blades, switching from a reverse grip to a one-of-four and a reverse grip. This was Samba Dao's most familiar stance. He was getting serious. Seeing Samba Dao retreat, Luo Mihu did not immediately pursue. Instead, he waited for his opponent to finish preparing. Spectacular! The audience burst into cheers. In the ring, the fierce battle between the Six-Eared Macaque and Samba Dao was in full swing. Blades clashed with dazzling speed, each move as sharp as the last. This was a stark contrast to the earlier one-sided beating of the rhinoceros, which had the crowd buzzing with commentary. Even though there's a big difference in their levels, this match is already way more exciting than the one with that Shin-level peak rhino, an excited spectator shouted. Exactly, another agreed. Earlier, it was just one side getting pummeled. Now, it's a real back and forth. This is what a true fight looks like. These comments were undoubtedly another blow to the rhinoceros. Feeling wronged, it muttered to itself. Just because I was countered, it's my fault? If it could, it would love to give those critics a taste of its rhino's moon gaze. On the sidelines, Luo Tianya watched the intense duel with great interest. Turning to Feng Qingyue beside him, he asked with a smile, Old Feng, as a fellow swordsman, if you were at the same level as Samba Dao, how would you rate your chances? Feng Qingyue first curled his lips, then pondered for a moment. Cautiously he replied, in terms of swordsmanship alone, his skills and understanding are probably on par with mine. If we were at the same level, it would be a 50-50 chance. Luo Tianya shook his head with a laugh. You're really confident, aren't you? If you were both at the early Shen level, putting aside your spirit beasts, you'd lose to him within 1,000 moves. Feng Qingyue immediately bristled. What do you mean by that? Are you underestimating me? Luo Tianya calmly explained. It's not about underestimating you. From his fight with the rhino and his clash with my little monkey, it's clear that his self-control is exceptional. This means his control over his own energy and strength has reached a peak. Such a person, in addition to training his spirit beast, also hones his own skills to a high degree, possibly even more intensely. Feng Qingyue frowned but didn't immediately retort, as he found Luo Tianya's analysis reasonable. Luo Tianya's gaze remained fixed on Samba Dao at the edge of the ring. He slowly said, "So I think Samba Dao might be from the Tianwang Pavilion." "Why do you think so?" Lin San asked, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Luo Tianya chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping over the three sabers on the stage with a piercing intensity. "It's just a hypothesis. The fighting style of this three sabers, his precise control of his strength, and the fact that his spirit beast has yet to appear all point to one possibility. But the most crucial thing is that he is not showing his true face." "Not his true face?" The crowd looked puzzled, their eyes collectively focusing on three sabers, trying to find any clues. Li Yang stared intently at three sabers, his brow furrowed. "I can't see any signs of disguise," Luo Tianya explained. "This disguise could be a sophisticated magical technique, extremely hard to detect. But with my discerning eyes, I can see a layer of mist shrouding his face." The others widened their eyes and scrutinized him closely, but still couldn't find any flaws. Fast, skilled with short blades, adept at disguise. These characteristics match those of a member of the intelligence organization I mentioned before, Luo Tianya continued to analyze. Moreover, he calls himself Three Sabers, but he's only holding two. The whereabouts of the third saber remain a mystery. This habit of keeping a trump card up one's sleeve is typical of such people. The crowd suddenly understood and couldn't help but admire Luo Tianya's keen insight. "Now, let's see how far little monkey can push three sabers." As soon as he finished speaking, the situation on the stage changed abruptly. Three sabers moved first, his figure flashing across the stage like a shadow. His speed was so incredible that even the spectators had trouble tracking his movements. This kind of lightning-fast attack was the most troublesome because you could never predict which direction the fatal strike would come from. Facing such a tricky opponent, the Six-Eared Macaque did not panic. Instead of directly pursuing, it adopted a different strategy. It kicked up its long staff with one foot, spinning it rapidly with both hands. The staff whirred like a windmill, and as its speed increased, it created a small tornado centered around the macaque, sweeping across the stage. This move immediately disrupted Three Sabers' rhythm, showcasing the macaque's high-level combat awareness. The spectators buzzed with discussion, praising the macaque's adaptability, which far surpassed that of the previous opponent, the one-horned rhino. However, Three Sabers was not deterred. A silver flash broke through the whirlwind, aiming directly at the macaque with astonishing speed. Three Sabers pulled back with his right hand, and a dazzling silver blade sliced through the air, targeting the macaque's chest. The Six-Eared Macaque remained unfazed. Its left hand clenched into a fist, covered in a golden glow, executing a powerful punch to meet the blade. At the same time, its right hand gripped the staff, striking down towards Three Sabers' head. The clash between the blade and the fist produced a crisp cracking sound. Silver fragments scattered on the ground, leaving small holes in the hard stage, demonstrating the terrifying power of the strike. Yet, the macaque shattered it with a single punch, showcasing its formidable strength. Though Three Sabers was shocked, a greater danger loomed. The macaque's staff strike contained an overwhelming force, even locking down the surrounding space, rendering Three Sabers immobile. In this critical moment, Three Sabers unleashed a desperate magical technique. A black light flashed around him, and the space seemed to fold or become layered with mirrors. Although the macaque's powerful attack was formidable, it felt as if it was breaking through countless mirrors, growing increasingly distant from Three Sabers. Spatial magic. The crowd erupted in astonishment. This unassuming Three Sabers had revealed an advanced ability to manipulate space right before their eyes. At the entrance, Wuji wore a grave expression. Although he was familiar with speed-based beasts, this rare spatial magic was something he had only heard of in passing. Such an ability made one nearly invincible, as attackers could never truly reach the user. Wuji was inwardly astounded. Who exactly was this obscure Three Sabers, and why did he possess such profound spatial magic? At that moment, San Ba Dao, having been forced to reveal one of his trump cards, showed a mix of anger and helplessness on his face. However, the immediate crisis left him no time to ponder. Lu Ermiho's powerful staff strike was already closing in, sealing off any escape route and threatening to crush him with overwhelming force. San Ba Dao let out a cold snort, and a flash of black light enveloped him, allowing him to break free from his constraints in an instant. Surprisingly, rather than retreating, he switched his grip on his short knife from a forward to a reverse hold, crossing his dual blades and then pulling them apart with a fierce motion. A sharp, cross-shaped blade aura shot out, aiming directly at Lu Ermiho's chest. In the next moment, San Ba Dao's figure flickered and he appeared behind Lu Ermiho. His hands moved again, sending two more fierce slashes towards his opponent's back. San Ba Dao intended to seize this opportunity to defeat Lu Ermiho in one fell swoop. However, Lu Ermiho's response was beyond everyone's expectations. A dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from its body, instantly enveloping the entire arena. Samba Dao, who was closest, squinted against the blinding light. Despite this, Samba Dao remained unfazed. His dual blades continued their downward arc with a force that seemed to cut through the air itself. Yet, as the blades descended, he realized he was striking nothing but empty space. Teleportation ability? As a master of the spatial arts, Samba Dao was no stranger to such techniques. To avoid any unforeseen danger, he endured the discomfort from the blinding light and swiftly retreated to the edge of the arena. As the golden light faded, the scene on the arena floor was revealed once more. To everyone's astonishment, only Samba Dao remained standing, alert with his knives at the ready, positioned at the edge of the platform. The spot where Luo Tianya had been was now empty, save for a black staff lying on the ground, embedded in a small crater. The audience erupted into chatter. Some exclaimed that Samba Dao's attack had turned the little monkey to ash, while others argued that this was impossible. Many speculated that the beast had been summoned back, despite this being against arena rules. At the entrance, several members of Nantian Academy looked puzzledly at Luo Tianya. Luo Tianya rolled his eyes and explained, "Why are you looking at me? You all know that's my companion beast. And my little monkey is still in the arena." "Where?" The group scanned the arena carefully but couldn't spot Luo Tianya anywhere. Luo Tianya chuckled. Even he hadn't expected Luo Tianya to use this trick to evade the attack. But he had to admit, it was a masterstroke. By this time, Samba Dao's vision had returned to normal. He scanned his surroundings warily but still couldn't locate Luo Tianya. Could it be an invisibility and aura suppression technique? Samba Dao's eyes flickered as he extended his soul force to sense every inch of the arena. Suddenly, the black staff on the ground sprang up, shooting towards Samba Dao like a bolt of lightning. "Look, the little monkey is lifting the staff," an observant spectator shouted. Where? Those with poorer vision strained to follow the fast-moving staff. "There's something the size of a mosquito at the base of the staff. It's the monkey," someone finally revealed. It was a transformation technique. This was Luo Tianya's newly acquired ability after advancing to the Xin level's eyes manipulation. It could transform into a giant beast or shrink to the size of an insect. It had used this ability to dodge Samba Dao's attack. Despite its tiny size, Luo Tianya was now wielding the formidable staff, launching a fierce attack on Samba Dao. Samba Dao was momentarily stunned, but his body reacted faster than his mind. He switched his grip on the short knife in his left hand, extending the blade's aura. His right foot stomped on the edge of the arena, shattering it. Using the blade aura as an arrowhead, he charged towards the flying staff. Boom! The blade aura and staff collided, unleashing waves of powerful energy. The shockwaves swept through the audience, ruffling hair and clothes. Some shouted about their pants being blown up, while others complained about their ruined hairstyles. But soon, everyone regained their composure after all. Those who came to watch beast fights weren't weak enough to be unsettled by such minor turbulence. All eyes refocused on the center of the arena. The point of impact between the blade aura and the staff continued to emit waves of energy, with faint flashes of lightning indicating the clash of immense forces. On the surface, it seemed like a stalemate. But considering that the little monkey was only at the initial Xin level, many couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. What kind of monstrous beast is this? Even seasoned spectators at the beast fighting arena found themselves unfamiliar with Luo Tianya. Even the three knives had only shown up recently. The audience buzzed with excitement, discussing these sudden new contestants. As expected, with the Tianjiao battle approaching, all sorts of characters are coming out of the woodwork, one spectator murmured. On the field, the duel between man and beast continued. Samba Dao's forehead was beaded with sweat. His usually formidable rapid attacks were proving ineffective. The seemingly weak Xin-level monkey in front of him was surprisingly stronger. Clenching his teeth, Samba Dao calculated. If he didn't reveal more of his trump cards, he might really lose to this little monkey. But having already shown one card, revealing more would make him a target in the Tianjiao battle. Damn it, I shouldn't have come here for fun. Samba Dao regretted his decision, but his grip didn't falter. Losing to a Xin-level beast today would make his name, Samba Dao, infamous throughout Sifang City. Although he was using an alias and had disguised his appearance, anyone familiar with him would recognize the name. He couldn't afford to lose face in front of acquaintances. With this in mind, Samba Dao's expression hardened. He bit down and suddenly flicked his right hand short knife forward. It traced a complex arc, spiraling towards the black staff. As the blade met the staff, sparks flew. A thousand-forged weapon. Samba Dao's heart skipped a beat, and he grew more wary of his opponent. Just as the short knife was about to strike the base of the six-eared monkey's staff, an unexpected force erupted from the bottom of the staff, knocking it askew. The staff, along with the short knife, spun into the air, leaving Samba Dao's blade energy to stab at empty space. Samba Dao barely regained his balance, but before he could catch his breath, a golden figure loomed large, a massive fist barreling toward his face. Don't hit the face. Ba Dao shouted, once again deploying the ninefold mirror to fend off the iron fist of the six-eared macaque, whose punch was unrivaled. He tilted his head back, leaned to the side, and kicked fiercely at the macaque with his left foot, his figure darting back to the edge of the ring like lightning. Clang, clang, clang. The six-eared macaque stood firm, its body glowing with a golden light, effortlessly withstanding Ba Dao's kick. It then unleashed a move called Shattering the Heavens, instantly smashing the ninefold mirror to pieces. Whoosh! With a gesture, Ba Dao called back the short knife that had previously spiraled into the sky with his long staff. With a snap, he caught the knife steadily and then transformed into a black streak of light, darting around the ring at high speed. The six-eared macaque, quick on its feet, caught the black long staff descending from above, squinting as it locked onto the black streak darting around the ring. Ba Dao had clearly changed his strategy, opting for his forte speed tactics rather than a test of strength with the macaque. Boom! The six-eared macaque thrust the black long staff into the ring and then transformed into a golden streak of light, chasing after the black streak at breakneck speed. The audience erupted. So fast. This is a real beast battle. Go, little monkey, catch up and punch him. They watched as the two streaks of light, one black and one gold, chased each other around the ring. Though the golden streak lagged slightly, the gap was steadily closing. Wu Ji squinted as he observed the two streaks of light on the ring, pondering whether his own spirit beast, Qing Yun Yen Wang, could match them if it reached the peak of the Xin level. Ba Dao's speed had already surpassed that of ordinary peak Xin level beasts, and the fact that the six-eared macaque, at the early Xin level, could keep up was truly astonishing. Xingyi turned to Luo Tianya and said, "It's understandable that Ba Dao is that fast, but your little monkey keeping up is a bit outrageous, isn't it?" Luo Tianya nodded in agreement. Indeed, the six-eared macaque excels in every aspect: physical strength, mystical arts, and that overwhelming, invincible aura. Now, even its speed is astonishing. It truly is a well-rounded monkey. At this moment, Ba Dao felt a bit helpless. He had to keep revealing his trump cards in what should have been an ordinary beast battle. His eyes narrowed as he combined the hilts of the two short knives in his hands into one, then flung it backward with a low growl. Control. The long knife tore through the air, its sharp aura spreading out as it hurtled toward the rapidly approaching six-eared macaque. Clink, clank, clang. The ring echoed with the intense clash of weapons. The macaque's fists, as hard as iron, constantly collided with the flying long knife. Each time it knocked the knife away, it would quickly curve back to attack again. Luo Tianya frowned and asked, "Is that blade control?" Feng Qingyu, with a solemn expression, explained, "Something like that. This technique requires long-term nurturing of the weapon with soul energy to the point where it can be controlled as if it were an extension of one's body. Then, through a special secret method, the wielder resonates with the blade to achieve remote control." The gentle breeze blew as Feng Qingyu exhaled slowly, his brows slightly furrowed, and a hint of admiration in his voice. "This person's mastery of the blade is beyond mine. And this special technique, I've only heard of it, never seen it in person." Luo Tianya lightly patted Feng Qingyu's shoulder, a half-smile playing on his lips, and teased, "You're younger than him. It's normal that you're not as skilled. Work hard, and when you're his age, you might realize you're still no match for him." Just as he finished, Luo Tianya added, "I support you with all my heart and soul." Feng Qingyue initially felt touched by the words of encouragement, but his expression darkened instantly at the last remark. Clenching his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, he gritted his teeth and said, "Humph. If I could beat you, I would have knocked the crap out of you long ago. Pervert." Hearing this, Luo Tianya exaggeratedly moved a few steps away, looking at Feng Qingyue with disdain. "Didn't know you had a thing for crap." Feng Qingyue was so angry he couldn't find the words, taking deep breaths to calm himself. He kept reminding himself, "Stay calm, stay calm. I sing better than him." With this self-consolation, his emotions gradually settled. Ignoring Luo Tianya, Feng Qingyue turned his attention back to the arena. The situation on the battlefield had changed once again. The six-eared macaque realized that its speed was being hampered by the blade, and the distance between it and the black streak of light was increasing. Its eyes flashed with divine light, and using its fiery eyes' golden gaze, it discerned the connection point between the two blades. Then, a golden beam shot from its eyes, striking the connection with precision. Clang! With a crisp sound, the double-edged long blade split into two short blades. This sudden change disrupted the control of the three-bladed warrior, causing him to hesitate momentarily. The six-eared macaque seized the fleeting opportunity, surged forward, and delivered a fierce straight punch. Caught off guard, the three-bladed warrior was not easily defeated. He quickly regained his composure, gritted his teeth, and met the punch head-on with his left fist. Afterward, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of punches and kicks, their battle extending from the arena to midair. Golden and black streaks of light intertwined, each collision producing deafening shockwaves that echoed through the Colosseum. The audience watched intently, captivated by the intense fight. In the midst of this heated clash, the three-bladed warrior suddenly shouted, "Stop! Stop! I give up!" His face was filled with bitterness. Suspended in midair, the six-eared macaque retracted its punch, tilting its head in surprise at the sudden surrender of its opponent. The sudden act of surrender by Samba Dao left Luo Tianya and the surrounding spectators baffled. The fight in the ring was intense, with both sides exchanging blows in a thrilling display. How could one side just give up? Even more confusing was that the side surrendering had a higher level, several stages above their opponent. Samba Dao felt a bitter taste in his heart, but found it hard to explain. His specialty in speed couldn't shake off his opponent, and he lacked the strength advantage. The dozen or so exchanges just now had made his fists ache, as if his bones were about to crack. If he continued, he feared he might end up with broken bones. Although he still had some trump cards up his sleeve, and might be able to defeat this golden little monkey by going all out, this was just an ordinary beast battle. He was merely passing by, and wanted some entertainment. Those trump cards should be saved for the young geniuses in the Tianjiao battle, not wasted on this Shin-level early-stage little monkey. Thinking further, this little monkey was likely the contract beast of a participant in the Tianjiao battle. Given its level, it was probably a companion beast. If a mere companion beast was this strong, what kind of realm and power would its master's life beast possess? With this thought, Samba Dao's earlier arrogance was immediately suppressed. He reminded himself to stay low-key in this era, lest his boasting gets out of hand. The referee, seeing one side had surrendered, felt puzzled but had to follow the rules to announce the result. In this match, Deshang's side wins. He walked to the center of the ring and loudly declared the result as the man and beast slowly descended from midair. Regretful murmurs arose from the audience. What a pity! The fight was so exciting. Why did Samba Dao surrender? If you're a man, don't be a coward, keep fighting. A Shin-level peak losing to a Shin-level early stage and even surrendering. How embarrassing. Where did this Deshang come from? Such battle power at this level. Samba Dao ignored the discussions around him. After all, he wasn't using his real appearance, and the name was just a temporary nickname, though he did carry 3 knives. Luo Tianya landed, feeling a bit unsatisfied, but today's fight had still been exhilarating. It had used almost all its strength, and the bone-crunching combat had made its blood boil. It walked over to its black staff, easily pulling it from the ground, and prepared to leave the ring. Wait! Samba Dao sheathed his 2 short knives and quickly stepped forward. Luo Tianya turned back, looking at him in confusion. Samba Dao flashed a bright smile. I would like to meet your master. He thought to himself that he must know who owned such a powerful beast to prepare for the Tianjiao battle. Luo Tianya nodded in agreement. The request wasn't unreasonable, and even if denied, it could be found out later. So, amid the audience's disappointed sighs, the man and beast left the ring together. Back at the entrance, Luo Tianya introduced Samba Dao to Luo Tianya and his group. Then, with a flash of golden light, it shrunk to about a foot tall, holding its black staff by its side. Samba Dao was secretly amazed by this ability to change size, pondering its origins. It was precisely because of this ability that his earlier moves had failed, putting him at a disadvantage. Greetings, I am Samba Dao. May I know who is Deshang's master? Samba Dao asked with a cupped fist. Luo Tianya stepped forward. I am Luo Tianya. And how should I address you? Samba Dao inquired further. Luo Tianya stood tall, exuding an aura of dominance. I am known as Juba Dao. When my 9 blades are drawn, the world obeys. His robe fluttered without wind, radiating an overwhelming aura. Feng Qingyue and the others were used to this, but Samba Dao, meeting Luo Tianya for the first time, was nearly overwhelmed by the aura. This was Luo Tianya's Qinglong power, mimicking Luo Tianya's domineering battle aura. It could intimidate ordinary people, and even some beasts. Samba Dao, having weathered many storms, quickly regained his composure. He thought to himself that this Juba Dao title was clearly made up after hearing his own, Samba Dao. The moment Huan Jiudao made his declaration, commanding the world to obey, who would dare defy him? Luo Tianya's bold proclamation echoed through the air, drawing astonished gazes from the crowd. Samba Dao couldn't help but laugh, his eyes gleaming with disdain. This guy really loves to joke. He shook his head, saying, even the Knife King, the most skilled blade master on the Divine Beast continent, wouldn't dare make such grand claims. Samba Dao then spoke seriously. Although my name is Samba Dao, wielding 3 blades at once already pushes me to my limits. How could anyone possibly manage 9? His voice carried a hint of challenge. This kind of mastery isn't about mindlessly throwing knives around. It's about truly harnessing their power, commanding them as if they were extensions of your own body, moving in perfect harmony. Sambadeo prided himself on being a prodigy in the art of the blade, capable of wielding one or even two more knives than the average person, a feat that was already extraordinary. Now, a boy who seemed barely 10 years old suddenly claimed to wield 9 blades, making Sambadeo feel like he was being mocked. Luo Tianya, undeterred, retorted, "Of course, it's all a joke. Your name, Sambadeo, is just a nickname. Can't someone else have the name Judao?" But now, with these nicknames on the table, you, Sambadeo, are questioning me, Judao? Looks like I need to show some real skill to make you understand my prowess. With that, Luo Tianya swept his sleeve, clasped his hands behind his back, and turned away from the crowd, striking a mysterious pose. His voice, deep and magnetic, resonated. In the world of blade techniques, there are 3 realms. His words piqued everyone's curiosity, especially Feng Qingyue and Sambadeo, who had been companions to blade since childhood. They had never heard of the 3 realms of blade mastery and now focused intently on Luo Tianya, eager for his explanation. Luo Tianya began. The first realm is blade control. His voice seemed to transcend time. Blade control means holding the blade in your hand, either slashing, flicking, or cutting straight. In simple terms, it's practicing fixed forms and techniques, lacking fluidity and adaptability. The crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in his explanation. It made perfect sense. The second realm, Luo Tianya continued, is unity of man and blade, where the blade becomes an extension of your hand, wielded with ease and freedom. The techniques are no longer bound by fixed forms, but can be as swift and unpredictable as a galloping horse. And you, Sambadeo, have just begun to enter this realm. Sambadeo was taken aback. He pondered Luo Tianya's logic and realized that he had indeed just stepped into this realm. Could such distinctions truly exist? He began to believe Luo Tianya's words more and more. Luo Tianya's voice grew even deeper, as if carrying infinite mysteries, and the third realm is the one I am in now. This realm is where no blade is superior to having a blade. Victory without a blade. These simple words sent ripples through the crowd. Luo Tianya's statement hit everyone like a sledgehammer, leaving them all in a state of shock, confusion, and deep thought. All eyes turned towards the figure standing with his back to them. Luo Tianya continued, his voice steady and powerful. This theory applies not just to blades, but to swords, spears, staffs, and halberds as well. His words made the martial artists present instinctively tighten their grips on their weapons, as if testing the validity of his claim. Li Yang, a swordsman, felt a jolt of realization. His hand unconsciously moved to the hilt of his sword, his mind already racing with ideas on how to incorporate this theory into his swordsmanship. What does it mean to achieve victory without a blade? Luo Tianya slowly turned to face the crowd, his gaze sweeping over them. It means that anything in the world can become your blade. Flowers, trees, water, even your hair or the hem of your clothes can be your blade. You may hold no blade in your hand, but everything around you can be your blade. Furthermore, the entire world can be at your disposal, becoming a blade of the universe itself. His words struck like a thunderbolt, reverberating in the hearts of everyone present. Feng Qingyue, heir to the Blade King's lineage, had knowledge of various blade techniques and mystical arts, but had never heard such a concept. He muttered to himself, could such a realm truly exist? Is this the pinnacle of mastery, or perhaps even beyond? Luo Tianya continued, reaching this level means you have nearly perfected your blade path. As for me, I have just begun to reach this state. My body can transform into 9 blades, hence I am called 9 Blades. His declaration brought the crowd back from their shock, many showing signs of skepticism. They could accept the idea of 3 levels of blade mastery, but Luo Tianya claiming he had reached the final level seemed unbelievable. However, 3 Blades was completely captivated by his words, his eyes shining with excitement. He loudly declared, I, 3 Blades, challenge you. 9 Blades, right here and now. Luo Tianya turned to face 3 Blades, a slight smile playing on his lips. You just lost to my companion beast, and now you want to fight me? 3 Blades drew his 2 short blades, their edges glinting ominously. I didn't give my all before, and that wasn't my usual fighting style. Now, I want to experience your blade techniques firsthand. Just as Luo Tianya was about to respond, a voice interrupted, oh, I didn't expect the famous 3 Blades to admit defeat so openly. The crowd turned to see a young man in a black robe strolling leisurely towards them. 3 Blades' expression turned cold as he glared at the newcomer. What are you doing here? The black-robed youth clapped his hands as he walked. I've been watching your performance from the audience, and I must say, it was quite a show. The conversation between the two was charged with tension, suggesting they were not only acquainted but also rivals. The 2 protruding blade handles on the youth's shoulders caught Luo Tianya's attention. When the black-robed youth revealed 2 crescent-shaped blades, as white as moonlight, Feng Qingyue couldn't help but exclaim, beautiful blades. Such uniquely shaped weapons were difficult to master, and carrying 2 indicated the wielder's exceptional skill. Using his keen perception, Luo Tianya sensed that these blades were of extraordinary quality, even surpassing the 1,000-forged black staff of the Six-Eared Macaque. He was inwardly impressed by the depth of this organization's resources. Seeing the confrontation between 3 blades and the black-robed youth, Luo Tianya seized the opportunity to interject. In the rankings of Tianwang Pavilion, who stands higher? 3 blades was about to answer reflexively but quickly realized the trap, his expression darkening as he glared at Luo Tianya. Are you trying to probe our identities? The young man in the black robe beside him suddenly changed his expression, eyes sharply fixed on Luo Tianya, and coldly said, "You are meddling too much. Being overly curious can be dangerous." Luo Tianya merely chuckled in response, his demeanor calm as he replied, "I was just asking casually. Why so tense?" As he spoke, he took a step forward, his gaze sweeping over the 2 in front of him. "Is your Tianwang Pavilion such a secretive organization that it can't even be mentioned?" At these words, the expressions of 3 Knives and the young man in the black robe froze instantly. 3 Knives snorted and reluctantly said, "I never said we were from Tianwang Pavilion." Luo Tianya shook his head and sighed, still refusing to admit it at this point. How laughable. "Fine, we'll see the truth at the Tianjiao battle. If I recognize you then, I'll make sure to teach you a good lesson. I have no interest in sparring with liars." With that, he cast a contemptuous glance at 3 Knives and turned to leave, ignoring them. 3 Knives was filled with regret, not expecting his slip of the tongue to so easily reveal their identities. He cursed himself for being provoked by Shen Guhong's words and falling into Luo Tianya's trap. Now, he had no desire to compete with Luo Tianya and only hoped for a chance to redeem himself at the Tianjiao battle. If that's the case, I'll take my leave. If fate allows, I'll be sure to test the power of your 9 Knives. With that, 3 Knives swirled his sleeves and left, not even glancing at Shen Guhong beside him. Seeing this, Luo Tianya couldn't help but shout at 3 Knives' retreating figure, "Next time, remember to show your 3rd knife. Don't keep it hidden in your butt pocket, or you might cut yourself." The crowd around them erupted in laughter. Shen Guhong laughed even louder, adding, "3 Knives, be careful not to stab yourself with your 3rd knife." 3 Knives nearly stumbled upon hearing this, his face turning red with anger. He almost turned back to argue but realized that doing so would only confirm the rumor about hiding a knife in his butt. His reputation as the top knife wielder in Tianwang Pavilion would be ruined. With this in mind, he quickened his pace and hurried away. However, 3 Knives was still puzzled. How did Luo Tianya know about the nearly invisible 3rd knife hidden in his butt pocket? Lost in thought, he almost bumped into a few girls entering the street. After hurriedly apologizing, he disappeared around the corner like a whirlwind. After laughing, Shen Guhong curiously asked Luo Tianya, "Brother, how did you know he had a 3rd knife hidden there?" Luo Tianya looked at Shen Guhong in disbelief. "You actually believe that? I was just joking, and you took it seriously." He shook his head and sighed. "So that's what the people from Tianwang Pavilion are like? Birds of a feather indeed." Shen Guhong was left speechless by this remark, his anger boiling inside, itching to teach Luo Tianya a lesson. Just then, a pleasant female voice came from behind. "What are you standing around for?" Everyone turned to see Yi Qingshui, Bai Qiu, and Rose walking in with their arms full of shopping bags. They had returned from their shopping spree, missing both of 3 Knives' bouts, but seemed quite pleased with their haul. To Luo Tianya and the others' surprise, Shen Guhong's attitude changed instantly. He quickly straightened his clothes, even using his moon-white curved sword to check his hairstyle, then sheathed the sword and put on what he thought was a charming smile. He greeted Yi Qingshui. "Hello, beautiful young lady. My name is Shen Guhong. May I know your name?" Luo Tianya and the others couldn't help but gasp, staring in shock as Shen Guhong courteously greeted Yi Qingshui. Though their expressions were similar, their thoughts varied. Feng Qingyue and the others marveled at senior sister Yi Qingshui's charm, filled with curiosity. Wu Ji and Xing Yuya exchanged glances, realizing Shen Guhong was indeed from Tianwang Pavilion, confirming the other man must be too. They began to speculate whether 3 Knives was Xue Di or Gue Dao, and who the 3rd Tianwang Pavilion contestant might be. Yi Qingshui, Bai Qiu, and Rose were bewildered, not understanding Shen Guhong's sudden attentiveness. At that moment, Luo Tianya had only one thought. "Luo Hua, you have a rival. Your name is Yi Qingshui? What a beautiful name." Shen Guhong's voice was filled with enthusiasm, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "I'm Shen Guhong, and you're Yi Qingshui. A lone swan and a light leaf. How perfectly matched. Perfect, my foot." Luo Tianya and the others sat in the restaurant, watching Shen Guhong incessantly asking Yi Qingshui questions. They couldn't help but roll their eyes and secretly complain. From the moment Shen Guhong laid eyes on Yi Qingshui, he seemed like a different person, his enthusiasm almost unsettling. Because of Shen Guhong's persistence, they had to leave the already packed Colosseum. It was mealtime, so they decided to find a place to eat. Unexpectedly, Shin Guhong shamelessly followed them, creating the awkward scene in front of them. Yi Qingshui, clearly experienced with such situations, was unimpressed by Shin Guhong's antics. She calmly said, Shin Guhong, right? I'm not interested in you, so there's no need to waste your time on me. Hearing this, Luo Tianya felt a bit relieved. He secretly rejoiced. It's not easy, traveling around and still having to worry about Luo Hua's lifelong matters. When we get back, I must treat Luo Hua to a feast. However, as Luo Tianya carefully observed Shin Guhong, he couldn't help but feel disheartened. In terms of strength, looks, and demeanor, Luo Hua seemed to fall short. Luo Tianya quickly calculated in his mind and found that only in foolishness did Luo Hua have an edge, and even that had a bit of a goofy charm to it. Forget it. There's no hope. Luo Tianya sighed, feeling sorry for Luo Hua's bleak prospects. Tianya, what are you sighing about? Rose, who was sitting beside him in a new outfit, asked curiously. Nothing, Luo Tianya replied with a sigh. I was just thinking that somewhere out there's going to be a young man, looking at the stars and crying at night. His words immediately drew the attention of everyone at the table. Tianya, what do you mean by that? Xing Yuya looked at him, puzzled. Are you talking about me? Shin Guhong frowned at Luo Tianya, feeling the comment might be directed at him. No, you're overthinking it. Luo Tianya shook his head. I was just talking about a young man far away. Then who are you talking about? Just a lovesick young man, Luo Tianya said, gazing out the window wistfully. The others didn't understand what had gotten into Luo Tianya, but Yi Qingshui suddenly thought of Luo Hua, far away at Nanyan Academy. This thought startled her, and she quickly shook her head, trying to dismiss it. She scolded herself. Why did I think of him all of a sudden? No, I mustn't let my mind wander. She quickly took a sip of tea to calm herself. Shin Guhong continued his relentless efforts, introducing local dishes to Yi Qingshui and constantly serving her food. Watching this, Luo Tianya recalled a poem supposedly written by an elementary student. We watched the fireworks side by side. The night sky was exceptionally bright, and as the light flashed by, I realized neither of us was looking at the sky or each other. The scene before him seemed to fit the poem perfectly. One of life's 8 sufferings is not getting what you want. Luo Tianya thought to himself, then turned to advise Rose, if you ever like someone, don't be too humble. If you can't get them, let go early. Rose nodded seriously, taking his words to heart. While Luo Tianya, who had no romantic experience, pretended to be an expert, a group of mysterious figures gathered in a secret location in Sifang City. Everyone, are we ready? The figure in the center seemed to flicker, their voice ethereal and hard to pinpoint. Everything is proceeding according to plan. A figure on the left, shrouded in darkness, exuded a chilling aura. Our preparations are also going smoothly on all fronts. The figure on the right revealed 2 bright yellow eyes in the darkness, as if from the underworld. Good, and what about your side? The central figure looked at a particularly burly shadow opposite. The black shadow moved slightly, and a sound like rolling thunder echoed in the small, prepared space. We're ready too, just waiting for the right moment. Excellent. The central figure laughed. We've waited so long for this opportunity. We can't afford any mistakes. Make sure everyone involved knows not to reveal anything before the plan is executed, or we risk everything falling apart. Rest assured, the chilling figure on the left said. Apart from us, only a few key people in Sifang City are aware, and they're completely trustworthy. Good, continue as planned. Don't act out of the ordinary or make mistakes. We can't raise any suspicions. Stick to the usual routine so our plan can proceed smoothly. Understood, the figure on the right said deeply. We've considered this many times. To lower their guard, we even temporarily sent away their disciple. We've been planning this for years. We can't afford any errors, the central figure said. We'll give our all, even at any cost, to complete our plan. The figure on the right, sounding like they returned from the underworld, spoke with determination. We'll treat this plan as our top priority. The burly shadow nodded solemnly. The figure on the left, exuding an even colder aura, seemed to plunge the room into an icy abyss. This plan can only succeed, it cannot fail. Is this the Yuanshan Tower? In the center of Four Corner City, Luo Tianya and his companions stood before a nine-story tower. They craned their necks to take in the ancient structure, noting that it seemed shorter than typical nine-story towers, but exuded a mysterious aura. Luo Tianya reached out to touch the tower's surface. It felt neither like earth, wood, nor metal, as if it were made from a blend of materials, seamlessly integrated with no visible gaps. Curious, he activated his Fire Eyes divine ability, but all he could see was a blinding array of colors, unable to peer inside. The sacred object conceals its divinity, Shin Guhong explained beside him. That's what our master Imo Xie said about the Yuanshan Tower. Its wonders can only be understood from within. Luo Tianya frowned and asked, Isn't this just a tool to evaluate potential? Are there other marvels inside? He recalled the information he had obtained from Butterfly Fairy Wang Xianxi, which stated that the Yuan Shun Tower was considered the most fair, impartial, and authoritative tool for assessing human potential. Xin Guhong, being from the intelligence organization Tianwang Pavilion, was well-versed in many aspects of the divine beast continent. Luo Tianya decided to take advantage of this opportunity to extract as much knowledge from Xin Guhong as possible, especially since visiting the Yuan Shin Tower was Xin Guhong's idea. Might as well use this tool to the fullest. Yiqing Shui, though somewhat exasperated by Xin Guhong's persistent attention, understood that he was the most knowledgeable about the Yuan Shin Tower among them. She gave him an encouraging look, which further fueled his enthusiasm. Xin Guhong, now invigorated, began to explain. The origin of the Yuan Shin Tower is unknown. Not even the most powerful beings know when it appeared here. It predates the establishment of Four Corners City. This revelation stunned everyone present. They looked up at the Yuan Shin Tower again, their eyes filled with awe. An ancient structure indeed, Luo Tianya exclaimed. Xin Guhong continued. It's said that the Yuan Shin Tower has existed for at least 1,000 years, perhaps even longer. Moreover, not even the mightiest beings can damage it in the slightest. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed again. Although they hadn't witnessed the power of the mightiest beings firsthand, they had recently seen the colossal form of the half-step supreme being, Senior Xiangui. Its sheer size alone was enough to destroy mountains and seas, let alone its divine abilities. Luo Tianya speculated about the origins of the Yuan Shan Tower. Could it be a manifestation of higher laws? Or perhaps a divine object from a realm beyond the divine beast continent? Although the Yuan Shan Tower appears to have only 9 stories on the outside, its interior is an endless space, Xin Guhong continued. The highest record for a human is held by a supreme being named Lu, who reached the 92nd level. Everyone looked up at the Yuan Shan Tower once more, marveling at the seemingly ordinary 9-story structure that contained such a mysterious space within. Luo Tianya concluded in his mind. A divine object? As a rare spatial divine object, the Yuan Shan Tower must hold secrets far beyond merely assessing potential. Pointing to the entrance, Xin Guhong said, besides evaluating potential, there are benefits to challenging the Yuan Shan Tower. Each level you pass rewards your body and soul with special substances. Luo Tianya asked, is there a limit to how many times one can attempt it? There's no limit to the number of attempts, Xin Guhong explained, but you only receive rewards for breaking through new levels. Yiqing Shui noticed the steady stream of people entering the tower and curiously asked, if there are no rewards for repeated attempts, why are so many people challenging it? Xin Guhong smiled and replied, while there are no material rewards for repeated attempts, the experience gained in combat is invaluable. The Yuan Shun Tower strips away the power of one's life beast and companion beast, relying solely on one's own strength. For those on the front lines in a place like Four Corners City, it's a rare training opportunity. He added, another fascinating aspect of the Yuan Shin Tower is that no matter how many people enter at once, each person faces an independent scenario and must rely solely on themselves to pass the levels. As everyone listened intently, Feng Qingyue wandered nearby and accidentally bumped into a white jade tablet next to the Yuan Shun Tower. Suddenly, a blinding white light flashed, nearly dazzling her. Ouch, my eyes! Feng Qingyue cried out, tears streaming down her cheeks. The group ignored Feng Qingyue's minor mishap and continued to focus on Xin Guhong, waiting for his explanation. Xin Guhong chuckled and pointed to the white jade tablet. This is the ranking board of the Yuan Shan Tower. The ranking of the Yuan Shan Tower? As soon as these words were spoken, the students of Nantian Academy immediately became excited. Rankings always pique people's curiosity, especially for those who have yet to take on the challenge. It was filled with anticipation and gossip. The crowd gathered around a jade tablet that seemed to stand independently from the Yuan Shan Tower. Xin Guhong explained, though this tablet looks unrelated to the Yuan Shan Tower, it is crucial for displaying the challenger's rankings. Luo Tianya seized the opportunity to use a healing spell on Feng Qingyue, cleansing his eyes. This scene was keenly observed by Xin Guhong, who was secretly astonished. Who exactly is this person? Even Tianwang Pavilion knows nothing about him. Little did he know, Nangong Wushuang had already sealed all information about Luo Tianya at Nantian Academy. Maintaining his composure, Xin Guhong continued to introduce the Jade Tablet's function. Simply input your aura, and you can see the rankings. However, to make it onto the list, you must at least pass the first 1,000 levels. He lightly tapped the Jade Tablet, causing a white light to flash and revealing the ranking information. Starting from the 1,000th place, everyone carefully examined each name and score. Bai Qiu asked in confusion, passing 10 levels gets you into the top 1,000? Others also looked puzzled. Xin Guhong smiled mysteriously. The specifics will become clear once you take on the challenge yourself. Lin Sen then asked, why are there different rankings for the same number of levels passed? Xin Guhong explained, there are more detailed evaluations within the same level, such as the duration of persistence. Suddenly, Feng Qingyue exclaimed excitedly. I see my sixth uncle's ranking. The jade tablet displayed. 899th place. Feng Lai, 13 levels. Wu Ji frowned. The deputy commander of Sifang City, with peak domain level strength, is only ranked 899th? Shin Guhong explained. This is the ranking of all challengers throughout the history of the Divine Beast continent. Those who make it onto the list are all exceptional individuals, though General Feng Lai's potential and talent are not the most outstanding. This remark displeased Feng Qingyue, prompting Luo Tianya to mediate. Talent is one aspect. Hard work is equally important. Next, Lin San and Li Yang found their family elders' rankings. Lin Lei was ranked 822nd, 15 levels. Li Sanjian was 801st, 17 levels. Everyone marveled at the strength of these prominent families and gained a deeper understanding of the long history of the Yuanshan Tower. As they continued to look further, many unfamiliar names passed before their eyes. These individuals might have vanished over the long years, but their achievements were still recorded on this mysterious jade tablet. Finally, they saw a striking ranking. Qin Ming, 201st place, 69 levels. This achievement left everyone present in awe and further fueled their determination to challenge the Yuanshan Tower. Luo Tianya's eyes suddenly lit up as his gaze fell upon a familiar name. Qin Ming, the guardian general of Sifang City, Shin Guhong introduced with a tone of respect. He's a near-king level master, and his life beast is the nine-nether serpent, making him incredibly powerful. With a solemn expression, he continued, General Qin has been stationed at Sifang City for the past 15 years without ever leaving. He started as an ordinary city guard and gradually rose to the rank of guardian general. His hatred for magical beasts is unparalleled. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. They all knew that even as a guardian general, Qin Ming could have applied for a rotation as per regulations. After all, the constant threat of magical beasts and the need for high vigilance brought immense mental pressure. Even deputy guardians like Feng Lai could take a break every 5 years. However, Qin Ming had steadfastly guarded Sifang City for a full 15 years without leaving once. This unwavering dedication was genuinely worthy of their admiration. Luo Tianya's gaze continued to scan the rankings and soon locked onto another familiar name. Nangong Tianjue, ranked 199th, 70 floors. He read aloud, frowning slightly. It was surprising to see the vice principal of Nantian Academy at such a position. Shin Guhong seemed to notice his confusion and explained. Although Vice Principal Nangong's current ranking isn't high, his potential is astounding. Our evaluation at Tianwang Pavilion suggests he could reach king level within 3 years at most. This news left the members of Nantian Academy exchanging glances, unsure of how to react. Xing Yueya was the first to regain his composure and remarked, That's great news. This means our Nantian Academy will soon have a king-level master in residence. Indeed, other academies or organizations had king-level masters. Nantian Academy had been without one on the surface ever since Nangong Wushuang was afflicted by demonic energy, causing a significant decline in strength. This awkward situation was soon to be resolved. Shin Guhong added, Moreover, Principal Nangong and Elder Zhou are gradually recovering. However, compared to Nangong Wushuang, they still have some way to go. Dean Nangong is much more talented than Vice Dean Nangong? As soon as Shin Guhong finished speaking, the crowd was visibly taken aback. His words not only praised one person but also belittled another. What was even more surprising was that the two individuals being discussed were father and son from Nantian Academy. Luo Tianya silently agreed with Shun Guhong's assessment. He recalled Nangong Wushuang's lifebound beast, Bai Zhe, a mythical creature from the classic of mountains and seas. In comparison, Nangong Tianjue's lifebound beast seemed to be no more than a mutated peacock king, lacking the qualities of a king-level beast in Luo Tianya's eyes. Noticing the crowd's confusion, Shin Guhong explained. Although Nangong Wushuang's lifebound beast hasn't reached the king level, it is an extraordinarily rare creature. It could speak as soon as it hatched, which caused quite a stir back then. These words made Luo Tianya even more curious about the intelligence capabilities of the Tianwang Pavilion. He pondered how many people were working behind the scenes for this organization and what their true objectives might be. Unaware of Luo Tianya's thoughts, Shin Guhong continued to scan the list. When he reached the 177th name, an interesting name caught everyone's attention: Ji Qiqi. Ji Qiqi, the seventh daughter of Ji Buhui from the Ji family in the Western Wilderness, Shin Guhong introduced. The Ji family is exceptionally talented in this generation. Among the 19 children, 4 stand out. Ji Shurjiu, Ji Qiqi, Ji Shiqi, who is participating in the Heavenly Pride battle, and their eldest sister, Ji. Wu Ji asked curiously, why haven't we heard of her in previous Heavenly Pride battles? With a complex expression, Shin Guhong replied, because Ji chose not to participate in the Heavenly Pride battle. She is already 25 years old and has reached the peak of the supreme level. This news struck everyone like a thunderbolt, leaving them in shock. Wu Ji was so excited that his aura burst forth, but Xing Yueya quickly restrained him. Why doesn't Ji participate in the Heavenly Pride battle? Luo Tianya pressed on. With her strength, she should be showcasing her abilities. Shin Guhong's gaze turned distant, his voice tinged with regret. It's such a pity that talent is often met with misfortune. Although Ji is extraordinarily powerful, she has a reason for not coming. Her legs are paralyzed. This unexpected revelation plunged everyone into silence, their faces reflecting shock and sympathy. Can't move? Everyone exchanged puzzled glances. Luo Tianya frowned and asked, what do you mean by that? Has he lost his legs? Or are they intact but immobile? Various possibilities flashed through his mind. Literally, it should mean that his legs are intact but can't move. However, with Butterfly Fairy's healing abilities, this shouldn't be the case under normal circumstances. Moreover, a peak-level master should have excellent control over their body, especially with the enhancement from their lifebound beast. This situation seemed highly unusual. Recalling past experiences, Luo Tianya had never encountered someone whose legs couldn't move, except for someone like Elder Zhou who had lost his legs. Even then, Elder Zhou could still move around but preferred using a wheelchair. Seeing the confusion on everyone's faces, Shen Guhong shook his head with a bitter smile and said, our Tianwang Pavilion could only investigate this far. Most of the information is sealed by the Ji family. Although the topic was briefly passed over, the seed of doubt had already taken root in everyone's hearts. Why couldn't someone almost capable of dominating a generation move their legs? Why didn't they join the Tianjiao battle? What was the real reason behind all this? The gentle light of the Jade Monument illuminated the names they flipped through. Most were unfamiliar, likely long gone. Finally, they were getting closer to the top 100 names. Ranked 146th, Zhou Xian, 75 levels. They recognized Elder Zhou. Elder Zhou ranked this high? Xing Yueya exclaimed in surprise. Shin Guhong explained with a smile. Senior Zhou Xian had exceptional talent. He, along with two others, was famously known as the Three Greats of the Southern Sky. Sure enough, at rank 139, they saw Gu Ziyuan, with 76 levels. The Three Greats of the Southern Sky? Luo Tianya murmured. I wonder what rank the dean is. As time passed, they reached the top 100. Those who made it to the top 100 were generally highly talented individuals. Togenbai, known for his strength, was ranked 89th, just below Yun Xian Yi. Shin Guhong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he said, our Tianwang Pavilion predicts that more participants of this Tianjiao battle will make it to the top 100 than ever before. This generation will be a golden era, a time when geniuses rise together, with heroes competing and ships racing. Whoever stands out will carry the banner of eradicating the beasts. Everyone was startled by his enthusiasm but soon calmed down. After all, it was just a prediction. Although many young talents had emerged, whether they could truly solve the beast problem remained uncertain. Luo Tianya, however, firmly believed in this prediction. With his unbeatable system and divine beast, if he couldn't drive the beasts out of the divine beast continent, wouldn't he lose face as the chosen one? He nodded firmly and said seriously, don't worry, I'll carry that banner in the future. Pfft, you're dreaming too much. Daydreaming during the day will keep you up at night. Feng Qingyue and the others immediately mocked him. Young people are not easily convinced. If they lose once, they just try again. Luo Tianya looked at them, thinking, ordinary people simply can't understand the troubles of geniuses. Their progress is just too fast. After this brief interlude, they continued looking forward. Ranked 100th was Xuema Yuan, the current principal of the North Desert Academy, with mid-level king strength and an extreme cold spirit as his lifebound beast. Moving up one rank, 99th was Xing Ding, Xing Yueya's ancestor. 96th was Feng Shunyu, the head of the Feng family. Then came Togenbai and Yun Xian Yi, ranked 89th and 88th respectively. Ranked 76th was Chu Zimo, the heir of Emosia, a peak king-level warrior with a space-type beast as his lifebound companion. Finally, they reached the 66th rank. Shin Guhong smiled and said, someone here is very familiar with this person. Everyone's eyes focused on a particular individual because they shared the same surname. Feng Yidao, the legendary Blade King of the Divine Beast continent. It's said that a beauty once described his beast-slaying blade technique as gentle yet deadly. Hence, he was known as the Gentle Blade. The ancestor of the Feng family, Feng Yidao, also known as the Gentle Blade? A look of curiosity flashed in Luo Tianya's eyes as he turned to Feng Qingyue. His knowledge of the Feng family ancestor was limited to his renowned status as the mightiest swordsman on the Divine Beast continent, but he had never heard the title, the Gentle Blade, before. Feng Qingyue's expression became somewhat peculiar, as if he were pondering how to respond. Finally, he sighed and said, indeed, my ancestor was once called the Gentle Blade, but that was a long time ago. Nowadays, his swordsmanship has shifted to a more dominant and fierce style. Although he still retains the old title, his approach with the blade is very different from before. Hearing this, Admiration flickered in Luo Tianya's eyes. The Sword King is truly formidable. Feng Qingyue gave him a sideways glance and said with some dissatisfaction, "My ancestor has always been amazing, you know?" Luo Tianya hastily waved his hands in explanation. No, you misunderstood me. I meant that the Sword King must have followed a more subtle and gentle path in his earlier years, which is why he earned the title the Gentle Blade. Seeing Feng Qingyue nod, he continued, but now, he has changed his style to one that is more aggressive and overwhelming. Such a transformation is quite difficult because muscle memory is not easy to alter. Others, especially those who wielded swords like Feng Qingyue and Xin Guhong, nodded in agreement. Luo Tianya added, of course, for a master of his level, the ability to learn and adapt is greater, making the transitions somewhat easier. But consciously abandoning familiar techniques to take such a step is still incredibly challenging. Seeing that Luo Tianya was eloquently speaking but hadn't yet hit the main point, Feng Qingyue became a bit impatient. You still haven't explained why my ancestor is so impressive. Luo Tianya smiled. Don't worry, I'm getting to that. But don't blame me if I'm wrong. He deliberately kept everyone in suspense before slowly sharing his insight. Gentle and fierce are two opposing styles. For most people, it's hard to switch between them. The Sword King moving from gentleness to fierceness might be an attempt to break through his own limits. What do you mean by that? Feng Qingyue asked with a furrowed brow, clearly very interested in matters concerning his ancestor. Luo Tianya's expression became serious. In anything, being too rigid can lead to breaking, while being too gentle lacks proper form and can cause one to lose their essence. Only by balancing both gentleness and fierceness, combining yin and yang, can one find true mastery. Balancing gentleness and fierceness, combining yin and yang? Everyone fell into deep thought upon hearing these words. Xin Guhong, who practiced dual wielding, seemed to have a flash of insight, while Bai Qiu, whose beast had both ice and fire attributes, also pondered deeply. After a while, seeing that the group was still somewhat lost in thought, Luo Tianya interrupted. You can note down this question and think about it when you face difficulties. Let's continue watching. At this moment, Li Yang seemed to have an idea and quietly said, the Sword King is already at the peak of the king level. One more step and he would be half-step supreme. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Feng Qingyue with newfound respect. Feng Qingyue just smiled and shook his head, saying nothing more. They continued to examine the rankings on the White Jade Monument. The further they went, the fewer familiar names they saw. Suddenly, a familiar name caught their eye: Nangang Wushuang, ranked 17th, having reached the 90th level. The dean's talent is extraordinary. The members of Nantian Academy were astonished. This ranking surpassed many contemporary powerhouses on the Divine Beast continent. Luo Tianya, however, was not surprised. He knew that Nangang Wushuang's beast was the exceptionally rare Bai Zhe, making this ranking quite reasonable. His gaze continued downward, landing on the 18th name Gue Tianqi. The surname was unusual, causing Luo Tianya to wonder if it was related to Ghostblade, though Ghostblade seemed more like a nickname. Xin Guhong sighed. I've always said that Nangang Tianjue and Nangang Wushuang are exceptionally talented. Nangang Wushuang was once considered the most likely to break through to half-step supreme. Unfortunately, 5 years ago, he was contaminated by the demonic energy of a peak-level king beast, severely affecting his strength. Luo Tianya exchanged a glance with Wu Ji and the others. They all knew that Dean Nangang and Elder Zhou had already used the subdivine fire of the Nanming Lihua to expel most of the demonic energy. Given time, they were confident he would regain his former strength. Luo Tianya temporarily suppressed his excitement and continued to look up at the rankings of the Yuanshan Tower. As they finally reached the top 10, a wave of anticipation surged within him. To enter the top 10 was to be among the elite of elites, a rare sight in any era. Among the current rankings, 5 names stood out, with one person even claiming the top spot. Luo Tianya couldn't help but recall what Xin Guhong had referred to as the Golden Generation, and he wondered to himself, if this is the case, how should the era of those 3 supreme figures be named? With excitement, their eyes fell on the 10th name. 10th place, Mo Xia, 90 floors. The name of the formation master Mo Xia appeared and disappeared, flickering as if caught in a maze. Everyone marveled at the power of a supreme-level formation master. The 9th name was another familiar one. 9th place, Feng Shun, 90 floors. The ancestor of the Feng family, known as Feng Shun, was truly extraordinary. The 2 characters Feng Shun on the White Jade tablet emitted an enchanting power, making one see the bustling world and myriad lives in a trance. Luo Tianya quickly retracted his fiery eyes of truth to avoid being trapped in that illusionary world. He speculated that this might be the power of the 9-tailed fox. Skipping over a few ancient powerhouses, they reached the 4th name. Luo Tianya's emotions became more complex. 4th place, Luo Bufan, 91 floors. This ranking was even higher than that of the 2 supreme figures, Mo Xia and Feng Shun. Then, Bypassing the third-ranked rows, they saw the second name. Second place, Xian Tianji, 92 floors. Luo Tianya's parents, Luo Bufan and Xian Tianji, were ranked 4th and 2nd, respectively. A family with 2 elites, both of whom were extraordinary. Luo Tianya was filled with awe and pride. Xin Guhong began to speak, his tone filled with regret. Luo Bufan and Xian Tianji, a remarkable couple, were prodigies of their generation, yet fate was cruel, and they passed away early. His words caught the attention of everyone present. Xing Yue sighed. I've heard from the elders that 15 years ago, these two were unmatched, overshadowing everyone else. At that time, no one could compete with them. Xin Guhong added. Indeed, they reached the domain level before the age of 22, which is an astonishing feat. Domain level? The crowd was stunned, unable to speak. Reaching domain level at 22 was an unimaginable achievement. They were already amazed by Zhiyi's peak sovereign level at 25. Now, hearing about 2 even younger geniuses reaching the domain level was beyond belief. Xin Guhong solemnly said, "That's exactly how they are remembered." The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the high praise. Luo Tianya, who had been silent, finally spoke. If they were so talented, why didn't any of the supreme beings or kings save them? His voice was emotionless, but his question reflected a long-standing doubt shared by many. Xin Guhong smiled bitterly. That question would take days to answer. We have time, Luo Tianya said coldly, a chilling aura emanating from him, freezing everyone to their core. Seeing this, Xing Yue immediately extended his hand, using his domain to counteract the cold. He frowned at Luo Tianya, saying, Tianya, what's wrong? Calm down. Everyone was shocked by Luo Tianya's rare loss of composure. Luo Tianya had a deep-seated issue. He was not reborn through soul transfer, but was the biological son of Luo Bufan and Xian Tianji. The bond of blood made him deeply attached to his parents. He couldn't understand why, when his parents sacrificed themselves to save others, none of the supreme beings or kings on the divine beast continent intervened. Where were they at that crucial moment? This was one of the main reasons he came to Sifang City, the other being to avenge his parents. Seeing Luo Tianya's determined expression and Yi Qingshui's curious gaze, Xin Guhong reluctantly said, All right, I'll give a brief explanation. After a pause, he continued, in short, we were outmaneuvered. The front lines, the eastern extremities, and the western desolation were all under heavy monster siege, with 6 of the 7 beast emperors appearing on the front lines. 6 beast emperors. The news shocked everyone. Beast emperors were on par with supreme beings, and there were only 5 supreme beings among humans and spirit beasts combined. Despite their individual strength, 6 beast emperors were more than enough to tie down the 5 supreme beings. Xin Guhong explained further, with 3 beast emperors appearing on each battlefield, the 5 supreme beings, along with the king-level experts, had to reinforce the front lines. This left Sifang City defenseless, without any king-level protection. The monsters even sacrificed millions to spawn 2 king-level beasts to attack Sifang City, aiming to wipe out a generation of young talents. His tone turned icy. This inhumane plan was orchestrated by a human traitor. A human traitor? The crowd's expressions turned serious, and they demanded to know who it was. They couldn't believe someone would betray humanity to serve the monsters. His name is Qiang Guanyu. It said he masterminded the war 15 years ago, Xin Guhong replied. Luo Tianya, both angry and puzzled, asked, why would anyone betray humanity to side with the monsters? And would the brainless monsters really accept Qiang Guanyu's surrender? Xin Guhong sighed, quickly moving past the topic. We don't know the exact details. He shifted back to the events of the past. Many were powerless to reach Sifang City in time, leading to the tragedy. Luo Bufan and Xian Tianji had only just arrived at Sifang City and entered the primordial spirit tower, showcasing their extraordinary talents. After Xin Guhong's explanation, Luo Tianya fell silent again. The crowd's attention shifted to the top name on the leaderboard. The first place name was marked by a single, radiant, Lu character, followed by a blaze of light. The level was also 92. Luo Tianya speculated that this might be the most powerful of the 5 supreme beings on the divine beast continent, possibly a master with a 3-legged golden crow as their life beast. Feeling the intense energy emanating from the name, he wondered about the true power of a supreme being. Since we're here, why don't we give it a try? Xin Guhong suggested with a smile. The setting sun had turned the clouds into a colorful display. He added, you can stop anytime, and entry and exit are free, so there's no need to worry. All right, I'll give it a shot. Feng Qingyue said firmly, striding in with determination. As one ranked so high among the ancestors, he couldn't afford to lose face. Let's go together. Li Yang and Lin San followed closely. The others also entered the primordial spirit tower one by one, smiling. Let's see what makes this primordial spirit tower so special, Luo Tianya said, staying at the rear, with Xin Guhong ahead of him. Just as they were about to enter, Shen Guhong turned and asked, "What's your relationship with Luo Bufan and Xian Tianji?" Luo Tianya simply stared at him without answering. Shen Guhong smiled and stepped into the primordial spirit tower. Luo Tianya gave a few instructions to the three little creatures, left some money at a nearby snack shop, and then entered the primordial spirit tower himself. Buzz. A mysterious light enveloped him, scanning his physical strength and soul. Suddenly, the world spun, and time and space shifted, bringing Luo Tianya to a strange realm. The surroundings were empty and obscure, with chaotic energy swirling in the distance. Before he could examine his surroundings, a figure with a stern expression appeared out of nowhere, bringing with him the power of thunder, and launched a punch directly at Luo Tianya. Although the person's appearance was sudden, Luo Tianya reacted swiftly. With a flick of his long sleeve, he struck out with his palm. However, in the instant of exerting his force, he was shocked to realize that his power was sealed, leaving him with only about a fifth of his usual strength and unable to use his abilities. Confusion filled his mind, but Luo Tianya decided to deal with the immediate threat first. As the palm wind blew aside the opponent's covering hair, he was startled to find that the person looked exactly like him. This surprise caused his strike to veer slightly, hitting the opponent's arm instead. With a loud bang, the person was knocked back but seemed unfazed, expressionlessly charging forward again. A robot, Luo Tianya thought, but he didn't stop his attack. Relying on his basic strength and rich experience, he quickly broke through the opponent's defense, delivering a punch that sent them flying. The person dispersed into starlight midair. An experienced dummy? A sparring dummy? Luo Tianya muttered, staring at the spot where the figure had vanished. As this was his first time in the Yuanshen Tower, there were many things he didn't understand. Just as he was pondering, two more figures identical to him appeared ahead, one attacking with fists and the other with palms. Luo Tianya didn't hesitate and charged forward. In an instant, the three engaged in over a dozen moves, with Luo Tianya holding his own against the two. While fighting, he observed that one of the new figures had learned the palm technique he had just used. This realization made Luo Tianya understand. The Yuanshan Tower could directly copy his form and replicate his techniques. What is the origin of this Yuanshan Tower? He wondered. Despite the myriad thoughts in his mind, his actions didn't slow. Luo Tianya stomped the ground with his legs, creating a shockwave that disrupted his opponent's rhythm. Seizing the opportunity, he struck twice with his palms, sending the adversaries flying and turning into starlight. Hitting my own face feels really awkward, Luo Tianya thought, finding it strange to see the face identical to his own being beaten to a pulp by himself. Before he could think further, three more Luo Tianya appeared, each using different attacks: fists, palms, and legs. This is like a three-way split attack, Luo Tianya quipped, spreading his right hand and pulling, creating a force field that crushed the three into starlight. After these rounds of encounters, Luo Tianya roughly understood the rules of the Yuanshan Tower. It replicated his own strength and techniques, making him fight against himself. The opponent's strength would gradually increase, even surpassing his own. This method allowed one to refine their techniques and maximize their potential. No wonder the Yuanshan Tower is considered the fairest measure of innate talent, Luo Tianya realized. The stronger the will and the greater the potential, the longer one can stay in the tower and the higher they can ascend. As he was reflecting, for more Luo Tianya appeared. Watching them charge at him with expressionless faces, Luo Tianya grinned and met them heeding. In no time, Luo Tianya found himself besieged by 9 doppelgangers. These copies coordinated seamlessly, and their combat experience was rapidly improving. Relying on his keen combat intuition, Luo Tianya dodged attacks while countering swiftly. Amidst the booming sounds, Luo Tianya turned his palm into a blade, slashing a copy away. He then stomped the ground, disrupting the attacks of 3 other copies, and leaped into the air, delivering a whirlwind kick that crushed them. Finally, he gave the last copy a sinister smile, transforming his palms into blades, and 2 crescent-shaped blade auras knocked it down before he kicked it away. Sigh, I'm such a bad guy. Luo Tianya shook his head, lamenting. I can even hit my own face this hard. He touched his face and mocked himself. Is my face so good-looking that even I am jealous? Suddenly, a clear ding sounded. Luo Tianya turned to see a 7-colored vortex appearing not far away. A surge of information flooded his mind. The first level challenge was successful, and he could proceed to the second level. Just as Luo Tianya was about to continue the challenge, a voice echoed in his mind. Huh, how did you end up in a place like this? Elf cat? Luo Tianya halted his steps, his consciousness instantly diving into the soul space within his mind. In that void, the elf cat still hovered in midair, its tail gently swaying, one paw elegantly grooming its fur. It looked as leisurely and carefree as ever. Luo Tianya's manifested consciousness appeared and respectfully greeted, Master Elf Cat, what brings you out today? This scene was indeed surprising. The elf cat rarely showed itself voluntarily. Even when Luo Tianya called, it would always appear reluctantly, complaining about being disturbed from its dreams. Today's unusual behavior was as rare as the sun rising from the west. With a sweep of its blue eyes, the elf cat saw through Luo Tianya's thoughts. It explained, I was indeed sleeping just now, but I suddenly sensed an unknown energy trying to seal the system. The system shattered that force, which startled me awake to check on things. With that, its gaze pierced through the soul space, observing the outside world. A small world was evolving into a complete larger world, and the elf cat's eyes sparkled as it discerned the essence of the primordial spirit tower. This thing has been refined to serve as a training ground for humans? Quite impressive, the elf cat murmured, pausing its grooming. It furrowed its invisible brows, scanning from the first level of the primordial spirit tower upwards, quickly piercing through the spatial fog. 70 levels, 80 levels, it continued upward, pausing momentarily at the 90th level. Huh, the elf cat exclaimed in surprise, there's something like this. Then, considering the current state of the divine beast continent, it realized, no wonder those three acted that way. Luo Tianya observed the elf cat's changing expressions from calm to surprised, then to shock, and finally back to tranquility. The transformation was as swift as a Sichuan opera face change. Driven by curiosity, Luo Tianya asked, Master Elf Cat, did you see something unusual? The elf cat's blue eyes flashed, and it withdrew its gaze vaguely saying, just something interesting. But this tower, you should try to climb it. Aim for at least the 90th level. The 90th level? That's top 10 material. Luo Tianya exclaimed. Is there a special reward? The elf cat rolled its eyes impatiently at him. Why so many questions? Just do as I say. I won't harm you. Luo Tianya pondered. As the spirit of the invincible evolution system, the elf cat indeed wouldn't harm him. But the primordial spirit tower had sealed his powers, including physical strength and divine abilities, yet it couldn't seal the system's power. Did this mean the invincible evolution system's power surpassed that of the primordial spirit tower? And between the creators of the system and the tower, who was stronger? The elf cat seemed to read his thoughts and explained. The cultivation system on the divine beast continent has a flaw: it severely lags in personal power training. The current state is that as long as you enhance your life beast, you yourself get stronger too. So why endure the hardship of cultivating oneself? Just elevate the life beast's level. However, the elf cat continued, due to the invasion of magical beasts, the people of the divine beast continent are gradually enhancing their personal power. After all, fighting magical beasts isn't like beast fights. It's a dance with death. Even with life beasts and companion beasts for protection, only self-strength can ensure survival in dire situations. The primordial spirit tower somewhat compensates for this shortcoming in humans. The elf cat earnestly advised. Climb the tower diligently, aim high, and reach the 90th level as soon as possible to lay the foundation for your future path. The future path? Luo Tianya was puzzled, not understanding its meaning. The elf cat said no more, glanced at him, and then vanished. This guy never finishes his sentences, Luo Tianya sighed, exiting the soul space. Back on the first level of the primordial spirit tower, he pondered briefly and decided to continue the challenge. After all, the elf cat had urged him to reach above the 90th level, and he had just cleared the first level. As he stepped into the colorful vortex, a mysterious force descended from the void, instantly dispelling his fatigue. To his delight, it also restored some of his sealed power, roughly to the 6th level. Amidst the swirling sensation, he arrived at the 2nd level of the primordial spirit tower. Opening his eyes, Luo Tianya was stunned. The surroundings were almost identical to the first level. The space was empty, with chaotic energy floating in the distance, occasional lightning flashes, and cracks appearing in the void. Just as he was bewildered, two Luo Tianyas appeared ahead, moving with light steps and mysterious footwork, instantly closing in on him. Luo Tianya reacted swiftly, balancing on his right hand and executing the first move of the wind god kick. Wind sweeps clouds, striking their lower backs with 2 successive kicks, causing them to fall clumsily. He then leveraged his momentum to soar above them. Their power is also increasing. Luo Tianya marveled at the tower's mystery as he felt the strength of their counterattacks. Seeing 4 more figures appear ahead, Luo Tianya chuckled and charged forward again. As the sun neared the horizon, a few figures appeared at the entrance of the primordial spirit tower. How many levels did you clear? 5. Me too. Why didn't you continue? I thought it was getting late and time for dinner. Yeah, we've been fighting for a while. I thought it was evening already. But it seems like time hasn't changed much. Lin San pointed at the distant sunset. Luo Tianya said gravely, when we entered, it was about this time. And when we came out, it's still the same. This primordial spirit tower actually has a time modulation function. Shen Guhong watched the stunned faces around him with a knowing smile, saying nothing. His expression said it all. The Yuan Shen Tower could indeed control the flow of time. This astonishing fact instantly elevated Luo Tianya's opinion of the tower. A divine artifact that could manipulate time. Even in the novels he had read, such treasures were considered top tier. Time reigns supreme, space is revered, and time's status surpasses even that of space. Now, a true artifact of time stood before them. Luo Tianya reached out to touch the Yuan Shen Tower, suddenly feeling a profound and ancient aura. He couldn't help but wonder why he hadn't noticed it before. The answer was simply hadn't known it was an extraordinary treasure. The others' gazes changed, their eyes gleaming with desire. Shin Guhong noticed their thoughts and chuckled, interrupting, "Don't even think about it. Even the most powerful experts can't see through the Yuan Shen Tower. We mere mortals have no chance." At his words, the group's expressions fell. Indeed, if even the strongest couldn't budge the tower, what chance did they have of even scratching its surface? This harsh reality doused the flames of greed in their hearts like a bucket of cold water. The conversation soon shifted to the battles they had faced inside the tower. Someone said, "Honestly, when I first saw someone who looked exactly like me, I almost freaked out." Another chimed in, "Same here. I almost got ambushed. Luckily, I reacted quickly and slapped myself back." Someone else questioned, "Can you really slap your own face?" The person shrugged. "Why not? It's not the real me." Everyone agreed, noting that the challenges in the Yuan Shen Tower truly accelerated their growth. As the discussion grew lively, Feng Qingyue noticed Luo Tianya still lost in thought and nudged him gently. "Tianya, how many levels did you clear?" Luo Tianya snapped back to reality. "I cleared 10 levels." He had been pondering whether the spirit cat knew any secrets about the Yuanshan Tower, which might explain why it had urged him to push higher. Could this challenge be the legendary man up and clear 100 levels test, where passing it would earn the tower's recognition? Luo Tianya's answer caused an uproar. Feng Qingyue exclaimed, "Tianya, how did you clear 10 levels so quickly?" Others echoed her disbelief. Most had only cleared 5 levels in the same time, and even seasoned fighters like Wu Ji and Xing Yueya had barely managed 7 or 8. Yet Luo Tianya had cleared 10 in one go? Excited, Feng Qingyue dragged Luo Tianya to check the ranking on the white jade tablet. Placing his hand on it, a flash of white light revealed his rank, 999th, 10 levels. The tablet prompted him to write his name, and Luo Tianya swiftly inscribed, "Luo Tianya, top 1000. Amazing. The crowd was in awe. Shin Guhong's gaze turned serious, elevating Luo Tianya's status in his mind. Shin Guhong asked solemnly, "Clearing 10 levels means defeating 10 versions of yourself. How did you do it so quickly?" Luo Tianya thought for a moment before replying earnestly, "I just fought Hedon and won." Everyone rolled their eyes at his seemingly absurd explanation. If it were that simple, why were there only 1,000 people on the continent who could clear 10 levels? Defeating 10 versions of oneself was no easy feat. Many failed at the 10th level because of its high difficulty. Even those in the top 1,000 had often fallen at this hurdle on their first try, succeeding only after repeated attempts and improvements. Yet Luo Tianya had broken through 10 levels on his first attempt. Shin Guhong silently resolved to keep a close eye on him. Luo Tianya's origins were mysterious, and his strength was extraordinary. Is this what they call the era of prodigies? Shin Guhong murmured. An era of prodigies, a golden generation, meant geniuses and monsters emerged in droves. If someone could dominate this era, they might even reach the pinnacle of power. Sensing the conversation growing heavy, Luo Tianya decided to lighten the mood. Enough talk, it's getting late. Let's go eat. Leading the way, he headed outside. The battles in the Yuan Shan Tower were mentally exhausting, and everyone was tired and hungry. On the way, Luo Tianya asked Rost, "How many levels did you clear?" Rost, who inherited 3 divine abilities from her natal beast, the evil speech spirit, and was at level 9, had been weakened by a curse and couldn't fully use her powers. This likely affected her performance in the tower. Sure enough, Rost replied with a bitter smile, "I didn't clear even 1 level." She felt a bit embarrassed. Luo Tianya comforted her, "It's okay. You haven't experienced many battles yet. Take your time, you'll get used to it." Rost nodded determinedly, vowing to train harder. The group first went to a snack shop to call back the 3 little ones with full bellies, then headed to a restaurant together. In the following days, they continued to challenge the Yuanshan Tower. The process was addictive, like playing a game, with each level cleared bringing a strong sense of achievement. Luo Tianya was the first to reach the 40th level, his rank soaring to 406th. Others, after numerous failures and reflections, also broke through the 10th level, striving for higher. Wu Ji and Xing Yueya surpassed the 30th level. During this time, other participants in the Tianjiao battle began to appear. Luo Tianya met talents from the East Pole, West Wasteland, and North Desert academies. He encountered the esteemed Ji siblings, including Ji Shijiu, during one of his challenges. He also ran into Shangguan Lingxiu and Hua Lingbing, who exchanged greetings before continuing their own challenges. As the Tianjiao battle approached, everyone aimed to enhance their strength. However, the North Desert Twin Stars remained unseen, likely having already honed their skills here countless times, enjoying a home field advantage. Thus, as the young talents diligently challenged the tower, time flew by, and the opening day of the Tianjiao battle drew near. Finally, on a sunny day with clear skies, the highly anticipated Tianjiao battle was about to commence. The long-awaited triennial battle of the geniuses has finally arrived. The massive plaza of Xifang City is teeming with people, buzzing with excitement. Luo Tianya stands amidst the crowd, taking in the scene with mixed emotions. Beside him are the other 4 contestants from Nantian Academy: Wu Ji, Xing Yueya, Yiqing Shui, and Bai Qiu. The plaza is divided into different camps by the various academies and organizations. Leading Dongji Academy are Shangguan Lingxiu and Hua Lingbing, exuding a formidable aura. Beima Academy is headed by Tua Gengbu Yi and Yun Xian Yi, presenting a steady and powerful front. Representing Shihuang Academy are Ji Shizhou and Zhan Tianfeng, sharp and imposing. Additionally, there are 3 distinct representatives from Tianwang Pavilion. Feng Qingyue and Rosette, among others, are present as spectators. In the center of the plaza stands a colossal golden arena, seamless and smooth, an awe-inspiring sight. Yiqing Shui can't help but exclaim, "What a grand setup!" Xing Yueya adds, "I've heard this arena has been here for ages, even domain-level experts can't damage it, which is why it's used for the Battle of the Geniuses." Wu Ji chimes in, "But there's a twist this year. There's a monster hunting segment before the battles." Luo Tianya scans the area, not spotting any monsters, and speculates, "It seems the monster hunting won't take place here." Wu Ji responds, "Just wait, it will be revealed soon." The warm red glow of the morning sun bathes the entire plaza. Suddenly, 3 figures appear out of thin air on the golden arena, immediately catching everyone's attention. The central figure is a middle-aged man in white robes, with a stern face and striking white hair. Luo Tianya murmurs to himself, "White-haired at middle age?" Behind the white-haired man stands Gu Ziyuan, whom they recognize, with his hands tucked in his sleeves, eyes downcast, silent. The other is clad in silver armor, carrying a black spear that emits a faint glow, expressionless, with sharp eyes occasionally flashing a bright yellow. Their appearance instantly chills the atmosphere, silencing the previously lively crowd. Luo Tianya's gaze sharpens as he assesses the 2 figures next to Gu Ziyuan. He surmises that anyone standing alongside Gu Ziyuan, a half-step king, and even ahead of him, must be incredibly powerful, likely true king-level experts. Sure enough, the white-haired man at the forefront speaks, "I am Xuemai, delighted to see such a dazzling array of talent in this year's Battle of the Geniuses." The crowd buzzes with whispers, "Xuemai, the principal of Beima Academy, a mid-level king." Seeing Xuemai in person is a rare event. People are more accustomed to seeing his life-bound beast, the extreme cold spirit, on the battlefield. Xuemai raises his hand for silence and continues, "This year's Battle of the Geniuses has a special twist. Before the official battles, there will be a monster hunting segment in the Chaos Forest." Chaos Forest, the crowd exclaims. It's another front line against monsters, not far from Xifang City, a gathering place for beasts, jointly defending against monster invasions and protecting the sacred beast continent. Xing Yueya frowns and asks, "In the Chaos Forest, what are the specific rules? Is it individual or team-based? Are we competing on the number of monsters killed? What's the evaluation standard?" Luo Tianya sighs, "Xing, you always have so many questions. We'll find out soon enough." Xing Yueya shakes his head, explaining, "The sudden addition of this segment is quite unexpected, making it hard to grasp the real purpose." Wu Ji solemnly adds, "And it might not be favorable for contestants with lower cultivation levels." Bai Qiu remains silent. Though not the lowest in cultivation, her combat strength is the weakest. Compared to Luo Tianya, a monster in his own right, Yiqing Shui, who has reached the peak of the Xin level, and Wu Ji, whose strength is steadily improving, Xing Yueya is the most enigmatic. Despite Bai Qiu's progress, she still feels disadvantaged against higher-level opponents. After letting the crowd discuss for a moment, Xuemai continues, "We will soon take you to the Chaos Forest. Be aware that once there, the monster hunt will start immediately. The monsters there roam free, and we will not provide any assistance. Everything depends on your own abilities." The contestants below the stage are filled with fighting spirit, eager to face the unrestrained monsters. For these elites, confronting untamed beasts is the true challenge. Xuemai, efficient and decisive, waves his hand after explaining the rules, "Make your preparations. We depart immediately." As soon as he finishes speaking, the silver-armored man behind him emits a faint glow, and a massive snake-like beast appears on the arena. The snake is jet black, with 3 pairs of wings on its back, cold eyes, and a chilling aura emanating from its tongue. Luo Tianya's expression shifts, and he whispers its name, "Nine Nether Serpent." An unidentified, highly mutated nether serpent stood silently on the arena, exuding a chilling aura from its colossal body. The only visible ability it had was flight. Its host, Qin Ming, the guardian of Sifang City, stood beside it, equally silent. Xuan turned to face the contestants, signaling them to board the nether serpent. The immense snake was large enough to accommodate dozens of people, and its 3 pairs of wings highlighted its incredible speed. Shangguan Lingxiu was the first to leap onto the stage, followed closely by the members of Dongji Academy. Seeing this, the other contestants also jumped onto the serpent's back. Wu Ji led the remaining participants and swiftly joined them. Amid the crowd, Luo Tianya stood out. He was the only contestant who had revealed his contracted beasts, with a monkey on his left shoulder and a sparrow on his right. Most of the contestants had yet to form contracts with their companion beasts, but Luo Tianya already had 2 at the early Xian level. Luo Tianya stood next to the participants from Shihuang Academy, with the 3 members of Tianwang Pavilion beside them. His gaze passed over Ji Shizhou and Zhan Tianfeng, landing on a figure in a black robe named Shuizhu. Luo Tianya sharply noticed the 2 short swords hidden in Shuizhu's sleeves, but when he looked away, Shuizhu seemed to have sensed his scrutiny. Fortunately, the little sparrow chirped just in time, diverting the attention. Luo Tianya silently marveled at Shuizhu's keen perception. After confirming that everyone was present, Xuan exchanged glances with the 2 people behind him. Qin Ming instantly appeared in midair, and the nether serpent spread its wings and soared, creating a powerful gust of wind. Gu Ziyuan followed closely behind. The spectators murmured among themselves, eager to watch the battles in the chaotic forest through the special array in real time. Among the crowd, Ling Tian, Su Luoqing, and Ling Zihan were surprised to see that Luo Tianya was also participating in the Battle of the Geniuses. They discussed why he would compete at the young age of 15, speculating on the high expectations Nantian Academy had for him. On the back of the nether serpent, Xing Yueya asked Luo Tianya about his goals for the competition. Luo Tianya simply replied that he would take it step by step, as he was still unfamiliar with the strength of most of his opponents. Tua Zhengbaiai, Shangguan Lingxiu, and Hua Lingbing also took notice of Luo Tianya. Tua Zhengbaiai looked forward to facing him on the arena. Shangguan Lingxiu found his earlier predictions intriguing, and Hua Lingbing regarded Luo Tianya as a formidable opponent. With confidence, Shangguan Lingxiu declared that he would emerge victorious in this battle of the geniuses, defeat all his rivals, and embark on the path to becoming the ultimate powerhouse. Blow, blow, my pride and indulgence. Luo Tianya couldn't help but hum softly as he overheard the boastful words of his neighbor, Shangguan Lingxiu. The space on the back of the nether serpent was limited, so everyone was close enough to hear each other clearly. Shangguan Lingxiu had confidently declared his intent to defeat all rivals and ascend to the pinnacle of power. Luo Tianya, rolling his eyes, used the lyrics to mock Shangguan's boastfulness. Can you stop singing? It's really awful. Xing Yueya couldn't hold back anymore and openly criticized. Luo Tianya shot him a cold glance. You're just jealous of my beautiful voice. I'm jealous of your head. Xing Yueya retorted angrily. Luo Tianya replied matter-of-factly, of course you're jealous of my head. I'm so good-looking. Left speechless, Xing Yueya could only glare at him. All right, let's get down to business. Wu Ji intervened just in time to break the tension. Forget about others for now. We need to focus on passing the upcoming beast hunting trial. Upon hearing this, everyone straightened up, holding their breath in anticipation of Wu Ji's instructions. The Tianjiao battle was crucial for the reputation of their academy and organization. Nantan Academy had not performed well in recent years, and being eliminated before the arena matches would be a significant disgrace. Both the instructors and Gu Ziyuan had repeatedly emphasized the need to be vigilant and give their utmost effort. Seeing everyone quiet down and listen attentively, Wu Ji nodded in satisfaction and began to explain. First, we don't know if this beast hunting trial will be an individual or team effort, nor do we know the specific evaluation criteria. But since it's about hunting beasts, we should aim to kill as many as possible. If we end up scattered, we should hunt while trying to regroup with our peers to maximize efficiency. If it's a team effort, then we'll work together. Luo Tianya pondered for a moment and said, I think it's likely to be an individual trial, and the chaos forest is probably vast. The chances of running into our peers are slim. Then we'll have to rely on luck. Yi Qingshui frowned. Even though my Pegasus is fast, finding someone precisely in a place like the chaos forest is tough. If that's the case, we'll each have to rely on our own fate, Xing Yueya said. Given their limited knowledge of this trial, they couldn't make more definitive plans. Luo Tianya suggested, let's decide when we get there. One thing's for sure. The more beasts we kill, the better our chances. Otherwise, why call it a beast hunting trial? Everyone nodded in agreement. Luo Tianya continued with a smile. In that case, let's charge forward. While ensuring our safety, let's kill as many beasts as possible and aim to be the first to complete the trial. The nether serpent flew at incredible speed. its wings slicing through the air and creating long gusts of wind, making it highly visible in the clear sky. Soon, they left Sifang City behind, and a vast mountain range appeared in the distance, stretching endlessly like a giant dragon lying across the land. The towering peaks reached up to the clouds. This was the natural barrier that kept the beasts at bay. The Chaos Mountain Range, with the Chaos Forest located somewhere within these mountains. At that moment, a section of the Chaos Forest was sealed off by a special force, with lightning flashing around it, carrying destructive power. Within this lightning-encased area, countless beasts were scattered, forming dozens of small groups, each separated by a considerable distance. Only a few beasts were in the center, looking sparse, but the power fluctuations from them far exceeded those of ordinary beasts. The 9 nether serpent's wing flaps stirred up waves of air, and its cold aura spread, causing the beasts below to become restless. The few special beasts in the center merely glanced up before resuming their slumber. Luo Tianya and his companions had arrived at their destination, the Chaos Forest, where they would undergo their beast hunting trial. Luo Tianya gazed down at the central area, his eyes flashing with golden light, and the information he received made his heart tremble. Luo Tianya's expression turned serious. There are such beings among the beast groups? Just as he was astonished, Qin Ming and Gu Ziyuan suddenly appeared on the back of the 9 nether serpent. This is where you will hunt the beasts. Qin Ming's voice echoed through the air as he pointed to the vast circular area below, surrounded by the power of thunder. The group looked down and saw dozens of beast colonies scattered within the circle, with a few special beasts residing in the central area, the ultimate targets of this hunt. Qin Ming continued, each of you will be placed at different positions along the edge of the circle. Your task is to start from there and make your way to the center. Whoever reaches the center first and kills those special beasts will be the winner. Before he finished speaking, everyone suddenly felt a dizzying sensation. When they regained their senses, they found themselves in a chaotic forest. These young prodigies had been instantly teleported by Qin Ming to various beast gathering spots, without even a moment to react. Luo Tianya didn't have time to say goodbye to the others before he found himself standing atop a large tree. Not far away, a group of beasts was glaring at him menacingly, baring their fangs. Strange, why aren't they attacking? Luo Tianya wondered as he observed the hundreds of beasts. They seemed to be under some sort of influence, temporarily motionless. Just as he was contemplating, the beasts were suddenly enveloped in flashes of lightning. In the next moment, they charged at Luo Tianya like wild horses unleashed, roaring fiercely. Someone must have controlled them beforehand. Luo Tianya chuckled lightly and quickly summoned his little Azure Dragon. If it's a race for speed, I can't hold back. The 6-eared monkey took a step forward, its body expanding rapidly. Luo Tianya and the little Azure Dragon stood on either side, their Azure Dragon star weapon already gathering power. Behind them, the little Vermilion Bird activated its flame spirit form and divine fire technique, transforming into a giant white firebird. 1 man and 3 beasts, facing hundreds of ferocious creatures, charged forward without fear. As soon as the clash began, chaos erupted among the beasts. They were thrown into disarray, suffering heavy casualties. The 6-eared macaque's transformation into a form with bronze skin and iron bones brought a massive boost in strength. Luo Tianya and little Azure Dragons combined, Azure Dragon encircling stars, attack was immensely powerful. Although little Vermilion Bird was only at level 8, its divine beast heritage and the southern bright flame, which countered demonic energy, made it unstoppable on the battlefield. With no one else competing for prey, Luo Tianya and his 3 contracted beasts charged into the enemy's core like tigers among sheep, unleashing a massacre. The battlefield was filled with the wails of beasts and flying flesh. Meanwhile, although the other dozens of battlefields were not as brutal as Luo Tianya's, the participants were also fighting their way through methodically, aiming for the central area of the chaotic forest. Standing in midair, Gu Ziyuan surveyed the battlefield below. Mystical abilities and spells crisscrossed, creating a dazzling display that stood out against the green backdrop of the chaotic forest. He silently marveled at the talents emerging from this generation's competition, truly deserving the title of the Golden Generation. Qin Ming and the 9 nether serpent hovered nearby, closely observing the battle as well. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the sky, and a mirror-like surface emerged. With a flash of light, it split into dozens of smaller mirrors, each flying to a different battlefield to record the participants' real-time actions. This was Chu Zimo's latest invention, the live broadcast device. Simultaneously, in the 4-direction city square, soldiers erected a massive water mirror-like device. A beam of light shot from the distant sky, connecting to the mirror and instantly displaying real-time scenes from the chaotic forest. The crowd in the square erupted in excitement. There it is. I can see it, they shouted, eyes fixed on the mirror showing the young heroes in action. The mirror was divided into dozens of smaller screens, each displaying different participants' battles. Someone pointed to the top left screen and shouted, Tuogung Bai. He summoned the heavenly elephant king. Tuogung Bai, clad in battle armor, fought fiercely among the beasts. Beside him, a golden elephant, towering 10 feet high, swung its trunk, tearing the beasts apart, splattering black blood everywhere. In another screen, Yun Xianyi fought alongside a massive, fish-like beast. With a slight tremor of its body, an invisible ripple spread out, instantly slicing the surrounding beasts into pieces. This northern desert twin star duo was advancing rapidly, creating a huge gap in the beast horde. In yet another screen, a serene-looking woman faced numerous beasts alone. She moved gracefully through the swarm, and the beasts disintegrated into ash wherever she passed. Hua Lingbing, someone exclaimed. What kind of power is this? Feng Yingying explained. I told you before, Hua Lingbing's strength is invisible. You can never see through her trump cards. Lin San pointed to another screen and asked, then is Shangguan Lingxiu's strength visible? The crowd looked over to see Shangguan Lingxiu wielding a long sword, cutting through the beast horde effortlessly, unmatched and invincible. Beside Shangguan Lingxiu, a unique mythical beast drew attention. It wielded a sharp tang sword, had a pair of pristine white wings, and a golden vertical stripe gleamed on its forehead. This beast moved effortlessly among the horde of magical creatures, its wings flickering as it flashed around. The tang sword in its hand whirled like the wind, and wherever it went, magical creatures fell, leaving a trail of death and destruction. Suddenly, this three-eyed winged demon, known as Di Shirtian by Shangguan Lingxiu, soared into the sky. The feathers on its wings transformed into flowing white light. In the next moment, countless sword auras rained down on the ground, piercing through a large number of magical creatures instantly. At this moment, Shangguan Lingxiu's advance seemed slightly faster than Yun Xuanyi and the others. His face radiated confidence, not just in his mindset, but also in his demonstrated strength. Feng Yingying commented solemnly, the Eastern Pole has always outperformed in past Tianjiao battles, which naturally instills a sense of superior confidence in the students of the Eastern Pole Academy. Now, Shangguan Lingxiu is continuing that pride with his prowess. Feng Qingyue chimed in, his performance is indeed outstanding, but the match isn't over yet. Tianya always said, the one who laughs last is the true winner. She pointed to several smaller mirrors within the large water mirror. Look, the others aren't doing too bad either. Indeed, other contestants were also fighting fiercely and pushing towards the central area with speeds comparable to Shangguan Lingxiu. Wu Ji and Qing Yun Yinwang worked in perfect harmony, slicing through the battlefield with flashes of black light. Xing Yueye summoned a chubby penguin, and together they cast 2 domains of eternal night around them, turning magical creatures to ashes wherever they went. If Xing Yueye didn't occasionally need to rest, he might have already taken the lead. The 3 contestants from Tianwang Pavilion didn't summon their life beasts. They deftly navigated the horde with their weapons alone. Ji Shizhou and Zhan Tianfeng each summoned a tiger-like beast, one with wings and the other with a sinister gaze. When their gazes fell on Luo Tianya in the bottom right corner, everyone was astonished. Feng Yingying exclaimed in shock. Tianya is unbelievably fast and strong. It's no wonder they reacted that way. Luo Tianya's progress was far ahead of everyone else's. The small water mirror, previously foggy and unclear in the bottom right corner, had become crystal clear as if the mist had been wiped away. When everyone looked closely, they were almost stunned. Luo Tianya's progress was nearly twice as fast as the others. Where did this guy come from, moving so quickly? Someone exclaimed. Speed means strength, another person remarked. Look at him. He's got 3 contracted beasts, each one more ferocious than the last. Of course, he's faster than the others. He's got 2 extra helpers. A sharp-eyed spectator recognized the little monkey next to Luo Tianya. If I'm not mistaken, isn't that the beast that caused such a stir in the arena, defeating the 3-blade warrior effortlessly? So it's that one. No wonder it's so powerful. The crowd nodded in agreement as they watched the majestic figure of the 6-eared monkey in the small water mirror. It could suppress the 3-blade warrior, who's at the peak of the Xin level, even though it's only at the early Xin level. The 3-blade warrior is really weak. The one-horned rhinoceros that got defeated by the 3-blade warrior is even weaker. One-horned rhinoceros. Why am I getting dragged into this? In the small water mirror, Luo Tianya's other 2 contracted beasts were equally formidable. Combined with Luo Tianya's own bravery, the 4 of them naturally advanced much faster than the others. Who is this guy, contracting 2 companion beasts before reaching the Zun level? Someone asked in confusion. A dark horse, another person replied. This guy is so fierce, he might just make it to the final showdown. Hard to say, it's too early to be sure. True, everyone has their trump cards waiting for the arena battles. Rose watched Luo Tianya, leading the pack in the small water mirror and exclaimed, Brother Tianya is amazing. Feng Yingying scoffed, looking unimpressed. That guy just has 2 more companion beasts than the others. Li Yang analyzed the situation. At this rate, Tianya is likely to take first place in this round. However, just as he finished speaking, something unexpected happened to Luo Tianya in the Chaos Forest. More precisely, it was his little red bird that started behaving strangely. Boom! The sky above the Chaos Forest, which had been clear, was suddenly covered by gathering dark clouds. Thunder rumbled and lightning flickered, growing more intense by the second. What's going on? Qin Ming frowned, looking up at the darkening sky with a puzzled expression. Swoosh! A burly figure suddenly appeared beside Qin Ming, staring at the rolling thunderclouds above. Why did the sky change all of a sudden? He asked in a deep voice. It's about to undergo a tribulation, Gu Ziyuan, standing nearby with his hands in his sleeves, said calmly. A tribulation? What kind of tribulation? The burly figure asked. I'm at the peak of the king level, but I feel far from that realm. This tribulation seems a bit premature. Gu Ziyuan shook his head and pointed to where Luo Tianya was below. The little vermilion bird had dispersed its flame spirit form, and its aura was growing stronger. You mean that little red bird is about to undergo a tribulation? The burly figure's eyes widened in disbelief. That little bird, not even at the Shin level, is about to undergo a tribulation? Gu Ziyuan watched the little vermilion bird's rising aura and glanced at Luo Tianya, who was guarding it. He nodded affirmatively. Yes, that little red bird is about to break through to the Shin level and undergo a heavenly tribulation. Qin Ming was equally shocked, his eyes fixed on the little vermilion bird. Luo Tianya's rapid progress had already caught his attention. Besides having multiple contracted beasts, their strength was formidable, pushing back numerous Shin-level beasts. But just as they were halfway through, the little vermilion bird's aura surged, indicating a breakthrough. This wasn't unusual. Breakthroughs during combat were common. But why would breaking through to the Shin level trigger a heavenly tribulation? Qin Ming himself was at the half-step king level, but even if he broke through to the king level, the heavens wouldn't send lightning to strike him. Only when a king level being attempted to break through to the supreme level would the heavens send a tribulation, as supreme beings were seen as challenging the natural order. But this little beast, merely breaking through to the Shin level, what right did it have to warrant a heavenly tribulation? Chirp! The little vermilion bird, looking at the thunderous clouds above, chirped angrily. Because I am of the divine beast lineage. A mere Shin-level being dares to summon lightning to strike me? Even a saint would find this intolerable. The little vermilion bird's fiery temper finally erupted. She dispelled her flame spirit form, quickly reverting to her small red bird appearance. After casting a glance at Luo Tianya, the little vermilion bird retracted the Nanmingli fire within her. With a flap of her wings, her figure flickered and instantly unleashed a powerful aura unique to a divine beast. In the chaotic forest, the area surrounded by lightning suddenly became unusual. Apart from the little Azure Dragon and the Six-Eared Macaque, all creatures felt a deep, soul-stirring tremor. Even the usually lethargic magical beasts were no exception, as if a supreme being was awakening. In midair, the nine-headed serpent and the figure claiming to be a peak king also couldn't help but tremble. The black-clad figure suppressed his inner turmoil and stared in astonishment at the little red bird, thinking, even those two supreme spirit beasts have never made me feel this kind of primal fear. What exactly is this bird? The little vermilion bird raised her head and let out a cry, flying towards the tribulation clouds. As she ascended, her form continuously changed. From a small bird, she gradually grew larger. The feathers on her head lengthened, and 3 splendid tail feathers trailed behind her like ribbons in the wind. Just as she was about to touch the lightning net covering the area, the little vermilion bird fully transformed into her true vermilion bird form. 10 feet long, fiery red all over, exuding an aura of nobility and majesty. Everyone present, whether they were participants in the Tianjiao battle, spectators in midair, or viewers watching through water mirrors, were all awestruck by the vermilion bird's noble presence that resonated deep within their souls. What kind of beast is that? Someone exclaimed, a hen. But it looks absolutely stunning. The vermilion bird's appearance was already dazzling enough, and with the unique aura of a divine beast, what other bird in the world could dare claim to rival her? The vermilion bird, the southern beast of fire, is the sovereign of all birds. In ancient times, it was a proud and unparalleled divine beast. Now, reborn from its ashes, it has lost its past memories, but the dignity and heritage of the divine beast remain intact. At this moment, the young vermilion bird is facing the lightning tribulation to break through to the Shin level. It thought to itself, in ancient times, breaking into the realm of divine beasts was as easy as eating and drinking. Now, just to break through to the Shin level, the heavens dare to send a lightning tribulation? Do they think I'm a mere sparrow? The arrogance and defiance deep within its blood awoke instantly. The young vermilion bird revealed its true form, determined to teach the tribulation lightning a lesson. It was completely crimson, magnificent and noble, a stark contrast to its previous sparrow-like appearance. Far away in Sifang City, The onlookers were stunned, their attention entirely focused on the young Vermilion Bird. The great water mirror seemed to have a life of its own, enlarging the small water mirror observing Luo Tianya to the center, while those of others shrank and surrounded it. Feng Yingying gaped, her eyes full of shock. Is that Luo Tianya's companion beast, the little red sparrow that eats a lot, has a bad temper, and loves to scratch people's hair? The others shared similar expressions, all wondering what kind of mythical beast it could be. Luo Tianya felt a bit helpless at this moment. He knew the young Vermilion Bird needed to undergo a tribulation to break through to the Xin level, just like the little Azure Dragon before. He took the opportunity to battle beasts in the Chaos Forest, providing a legitimate reason for the young Vermilion Bird's upgrade. Seeing the good harvest of evolution points today, he tapped twice, allowing the young Vermilion Bird to directly ascend to the Xin level. The divine ability obtained at level 9 was called Furnace, which could transform into a flaming furnace using the southern bright flame, suppressing various ominous forces and refining demonic energy into energy for itself. Luo Tianya thought, this ability was practically invincible against all evil and a source of energy replenishment. Before he could familiarize himself with this new ability, the tribulation descended. Senior, please open a gap in the Thunderlight domain. Gu Ziyuan urgently shouted. That mythical beast must face its tribulation alone. If it undergoes the tribulation within the Thunderlight domain, it will implicate all of us. The burly figure responded by pointing, and a gap appeared above the young Vermilion Bird. It spread its wings and soared towards the tribulation clouds in the sky. The gap closed the moment it flew out. Even so, the beasts in the central area did not take the opportunity to escape. They stood up, watching the majestic figure of the young Vermilion Bird drawing a fiery red trail, heading straight into the thickening dark clouds. The beasts felt a shiver from the depths of their bloodlines, their demonic energy restless, realizing that this dazzling mythical beast was extraordinarily powerful and seemed to have a strong restraining effect on them. Several beasts, with bloodshot eyes but unusually clear minds, looked up at the young Vermilion Bird, making various sounds to communicate. Unfortunately, as prisoners, even if they recognized the young Vermilion Bird's extraordinariness, they couldn't convey the message. Meanwhile, the audience in Xifeng City was fully focused on the stunning young Vermilion Bird in the water mirror. A dandelion quietly emerged from the cracks between the stone bricks in the corner, its bud blooming instantly, and its seeds scattered with the wind, landing on the unsuspecting audience. Another gust of wind blew, scattering the dandelion again, and the remaining part in the stone brick quickly vanished as if it had never existed. In the Chaos Forest, the contestants pushed away the beasts in front of them, looking up at the ever-rising figure of the young Vermilion Bird, their hearts filled with awe and questions. What's the deal with these contract beasts from Tianya? Why does each one have to undergo a tribulation upon reaching the Xian level? Wu Ji couldn't help but marvel as he effortlessly sliced through the oncoming demonic beasts. He looked up at the sky and asked himself with a bitter smile, is this another beast of the Azure Dragon level? Wu Ji's doubts were not unfounded. Luo Tianya's contract beasts, whether they were lifebound or companion beasts, all seemed to possess extraordinary potential, requiring early tribulations. He had already experienced the power of the Azure Dragon firsthand, and now he wondered if he was about to face the divine might of this noble red bird. Those who had seen Luo Tianya also recognized the magnificent red bird. It was the same little red sparrow that used to chirp incessantly. Now, it darted through the tribulation clouds, its red form piercing the dark clouds and creating gaps. The onlookers' expressions grew increasingly serious as they watched this astonishing scene unfold. Three-Blade, wielding twin blades, slashed and shaped energy wave, shredding the demonic beasts to pieces. He looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, a monkey that extraordinary, and now a red bird making such a display. Coupled with that never-before-seen life-bound beast, Luo Tianya is hiding far too many secrets. The other two from the Heavens Pavilion had similar thoughts. Shen Guhong clicked his tongue in amazement, while the one nicknamed Water Drop remained expressionless, as if wearing an unchanging mask. His heterochromatic eyes, one red and one blue, shifted slightly as he glanced at the little Vermilion Bird, raising an eyebrow. The short sword in his hand seemed to come alive, whistling out to slay the surrounding demonic beasts before obediently returning to his grasp. Luo Tianya. A faint murmur echoed from the sky. At this moment, Luo Tianya was fully focused on watching the little Vermilion Bird undergo its tribulation. The bird's form flickered in and out of the tribulation clouds, now visible, now hidden. Suddenly, a dazzling white flame pierced through the entire cloud. The tribulation cloud trembled slightly and then dissipated like smoke. The south bright flame had once again demonstrated its unrivaled power. Meanwhile, in the distant western wastelands, within a blindingly bright sun wheel, a black three-legged raven suddenly opened its eyes. The divine sunfire flowed in its deep gaze, as if it could see through thousands of miles. It softly murmured, "So, it really is you, returned?" The white flames on the little red sparrow reminded Bai Qiu of the southern Ming fire that the dean had once mentioned in the southern Ming forest. She stood on a large tree, eyes fixed on the little vermilion bird as it effortlessly burned away the tribulation clouds with its mystical fire. Frowning in thought, Bai Qiu wondered, could it be that the southern Ming fire's gift back then the biggest share went to him? She recalled how she had also benefited during the last outburst of the divine fire, especially her lifebound beast, the ice flame crazy lion, which had significantly gained from the fire attribute. However, it now seemed that Luo Tianya might have received the largest portion of the dispersed flames and had nurtured them into the beast currently undergoing the tribulation. If Luo Tianya knew Bai Qiu's thoughts at this moment, he would probably respond with an awkward smile. In reality, they had only obtained a secondary divine fire from the southern Ming fire. The true primeval first divine fire was currently housed within the little vermilion bird. Boom! The tribulation clouds were dispersed by the southern Ming fire of the little vermilion bird, but soon, even thicker layers of dark clouds began to gather in the sky. Lightning crackled within, and thunder roared, as if brewing a cataclysmic storm. Bai Qiu recalled the lightning giants and electric blades formed during the little green dragon's tribulation, estimating that this time's power would be no less formidable. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled from the center of the tribulation clouds, transforming into a tornado that swept the surrounding clouds into its core. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the heavy tribulation clouds dissipated, and a gigantic thunder pool appeared out of thin air in midair. Thunderous water flowed within, arcs of electricity crackled, and even the rising bubbles contained destructive lightning power. A black, robust Figuria thunder attribute beast had retreated to a distant spot and now looked up at the slowly forming thunder pool, murmuring, "Is it possible to take a bath during a tribulation?" As a thunder attribute beast, it understood the power of lightning well, but the scene before it was beyond comprehension. While the pure power of the tribulation meant little to a peak king like it, the destructive rules contained within made it tremble with fear. The black figure sighed. The essence of thunder is both destructive and life-giving. Failing the tribulation leads to annihilation, turning to ashes. Passing it opens the path to greater heights. It began to plan for its future breakthrough to the supreme realm, using the little vermilion bird's tribulation experience as a crucial reference. However, the little vermilion bird was no ordinary beast. It was inherently rebellious and impulsive. Facing the colossal thunder pool formed by the tribulation, it let out a long cry, and the white flames on its body flared up violently. The onlookers saw a white light, enveloping a red bird silhouette, dash fearlessly into the thunder pool. Attack Hedon, take it down. The little vermilion bird's momentum never waned. Boom! A red streak of light shot across the sky, plunging straight into the massive thunder pool, causing towering waves. The thunderous water surged, roaring, followed by a deafening thunderstorm. Countless bolts of lightning wildly thrashed within the pool, striking at the little vermilion bird that dared to challenge its might. At that moment, a crisp sound caught Qin Ming's attention. He turned to see that the ripple water mirror devices used to record the scene had all shattered, transforming into streams of water that fell into the chaotic forest. The crowd was bewildered, wondering why the devices had suddenly broken without any apparent external force. Simultaneously, the water mirror images in the four-direction city vanished, causing an uproar among the spectators. They murmured, "What's going on? We were just watching. Is something happening over there?" "No idea. I was curious to see what getting struck by lightning looks like." Feng Yingying, Feng Qingyue, and others frowned, worried for the little vermilion bird. The thunder pool looked overwhelmingly powerful, and the bird's direct dive into it left them uncertain about the outcome. Some even joked, could it be taking a bath in there? Indeed, the little vermilion bird was actually bathing. Upon diving into the thunder pool, endless lightning instantly engulfed it. Thanks to the purifying and isolating effects of the southern Ming fire, the lightning's power was significantly reduced by the time it reached the bird. To its surprise, being struck by the lightning felt like a tingling, pleasant sensation. Thus, it plunged deeper into the thunder pool, practicing its swimming techniques. Sometimes it backstroked, sometimes it swam freestyle, but mostly it dog paddled. It seemed that the bird had indeed been practicing dog paddling rather than backstroking in the Soul Sea. Apart from the Soul Sea, this was the first time the little vermilion bird, a fire attribute divine beast, had enjoyed staying in a pool so much. However, the divine punishment, symbolizing the heaven's wrath and wielding the power of lightning, seemed to have been provoked by the little vermilion bird. The thunderstorm pool began to contract slowly, converging towards the center. Although its size diminished, its power multiplied exponentially. Each bolt of lightning was filled with a sense of destruction, and every drop of splashing thunderwater seemed capable of collapsing space. The color of the lightning gradually turned black, exuding a heart-pounding aura of annihilation. In the distance, the demonic beasts trembled in fear, ceasing their attacks and cowering on the ground with their heads bowed. Even the special beasts in the central area couldn't control themselves, curling up into tight balls, cold sweat dripping as a primal fear of destruction surged from deep within their souls. The contestants paused their attacks, looking up at the strange phenomenon in the sky, awaiting the final outcome. Some whispered among themselves, speculating that this might be the legendary world-ending divine thunder. As a thunder attribute beast who had cultivated to the peak of the king level, the robust black figure was extremely familiar with thunder magic. However, the blackening lightning before it was something it had never seen, only vaguely mentioned in ancient texts. Although its power might be slightly inferior, in essence, it should be the world-ending divine thunder. It frowned at the thunderstorm pool in midair, curious about how the bird would respond. Suddenly, a clear cry pierced the sky. A red figure soared from the thunderstorm pool, instantly enveloped in white flames, transforming into a massive furnace. This flaming furnace stood on 3 legs, with the body engraved with the image of a divine bird soaring across the heavens and earth. Accompanied by a crisp clang, the seemingly solid furnace lid opened, emitting a powerful suction from within. The entire thunderstorm pool trembled in response. The little vermilion bird intended to use the divine furnace to directly swallow the entire thunderstorm pool. What audacity! Even Luo Tianya, with his strong nerves, couldn't help but worry for the little vermilion bird. The bird soared high into the sky, aiming straight for the formidable thunderstorm pool. Luo Tianya sighed inwardly. This little one wants to take a big bite and break the thunder tribulation in one go. While the divine furnace can indeed refine external forces, it has its limits. Trying to absorb the massive thunderstorm pool directly is sheer madness. Sure enough, the thunderstorm pool was shaken by the furnace's suction, causing a violent reaction. Countless bolts of lightning transformed into various forms of attack, striking at the open furnace in midair. At this critical moment, a giant made of white flames emerged from the furnace. With a wave of its hand, the South Ming flame swept across, dispersing the attacks instantly. The furnace's suction then intensified, absorbing the scattered lightning energy. The little vermilion bird had reached the 9th level, on the cusp of breaking through to the profound level. Its control over the South Ming flame had significantly improved, and so had its power. The appearance of the flame giant greatly increased the furnace's suction. The giant inhaled deeply, and the entire pool of lightning turned into streams of water, which were then drawn into the furnace. The little vermilion bird perched atop the flame giant, looking down at the thunderstorm pool below. This method of overcoming the tribulation was truly astonishing. In the distance, the burly figure of the Black Thunder Beast watched in shock. This was clearly turning the tables and swallowing the thunder tribulation. Qin Ming was also dumbfounded, having never seen anything like this before. Only Gu Ziyuan remained relatively calm, having previously witnessed the little Azure Dragon's thunder tribulation and was used to such aggressive tactics. Seeing the favorable situation, the little vermilion bird pressed its advantage. With a flap of its fiery wings, 2 flaming tornadoes erupted, completely disrupting the thunderstorm pool. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred at the bottom of the pool. A pitch-black, foot-long spherical black divine thunder shot out of the water, heading straight for the little vermilion bird. Although the black divine thunder was not large, the spatial distortion it caused as it broke through the air made everyone's hearts tremble. The Black Thunder Beast stared intently at the black divine thunder, speaking in a grave tone, "Extinction thunder. It's said to only appear during the world's end." Contrary to everyone's expectations, the little vermilion bird showed no fear but instead looked delighted. With a swift move of its claws, it directed the furnace's opening towards the black divine thunder, intending to absorb it directly. With a sound like a cork popping, the extinction thunder was drawn into the furnace. However, it rampaged inside, causing the furnace to become pitted and scarred. The burly figure sighed. A bit too ambitious, Luo Tianya also felt helpless, but knowing the little vermilion bird's impatience, he could only silently pray. Fortunately, the situation was still under control and not too dangerous. Seeing the furnace shaking violently, on the verge of being torn apart by the extinction thunder, the little vermilion bird let out a long cry, flapping its wings to stabilize the furnace. The flames inside blazed brightly, slowly suppressing the extinction thunder. This scene left the young geniuses present in awe. The power of the white flame furnace was astonishing, easily subduing the terrifying black divine thunder. As the sky gradually cleared, with the dark clouds dissipating, Qin Ming and the others exchanged glances, full of amazement. Had they really overcome the thunder tribulation? Even though Gu Ziyuan had seen the little Azure Dragon's tribulation, each beast's tribulation manifested differently. The little Azure Dragon had faced a lightning giant, while the little vermilion bird faced the extinction thunder. With a triumphant cry, the little vermilion bird, riding the furnace, dove towards Luo Tianya. Seeing this, Qin Ming said to the burly figure, "Senior, please open a gap in the Thunderlight domain." The burly figure nodded, lightning flashing on his fingers. A large gap appeared in the direction the little Vermilion Bird was diving, allowing it to pass through. Meanwhile, Luo Tianya closed his eyes, sensing the divine power the little Vermilion Bird had gained upon reaching the profound level immortal body. This was another body-refining divine power, greatly enhancing Luo Tianya's physical strength. Now, even against the physically mighty Tokingbu Yi, his chances of victory had significantly increased. More importantly, the immortal body enhanced his body's regenerative abilities, greatly improving his survivability when combined with the healing divine power, Sweet Rain. Luo Tianya opened his eyes, a divine light flashing as his body trembled slightly, causing the space around him to ripple. He clenched his fist, gathering all his strength, and punched towards the horde of beasts. Boom! A visible fist imprint exploded within the beast horde, creating a massive chasm. The beasts caught in the blast were instantly pulverized. The horde was thrown into disarray. Even these bloodthirsty creatures hesitated, intimidated by the punch's power. Luo Tianya's eyes shone brightly, feeling a surge of pride. Now, his physical strength alone could rival others. At that moment, the little Vermilion Bird, riding the furnace, dove down. Just as Luo Tianya and his companions were about to welcome it, cracks appeared on the furnace, spreading rapidly. "It's going to explode," Luo Tianya shouted to the little Vermilion Bird. "Throw that furnace away, quick." The little Vermilion Bird looked down and was shocked. It wanted to increase the South Ming Flame's power, but felt the furnace was already on the verge of exploding. Helpless, it tossed the furnace away and darted behind Luo Tianya. Simultaneously, Luo Tianya summoned back the little Azure Dragon and the Six-Eared Macaque. They watched as the furnace fell into the midst of the beast horde, sensing a wave of destructive energy. Black lightning burst forth, shattering the furnace and obliterating everything in its path. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose from the midst of the beasts, instantly engulfing the target of Luo Tianya's mission. The destructive force spread outwards, threatening to engulf Luo Tianya and his companions. In the face of imminent danger, Luo Tianya stepped forward without hesitation. He simultaneously activated 3 powerful body-refining techniques: Azure Dragon Body, Indestructible Body, and Iron Skin. In an instant, his form transformed, surrounded by a tricolored glow of blue, gold, and red. Though the sight was peculiar, the aura he emitted was terrifying. With a shake of his right hand, Luo Tianya condensed his vital energy into a long blade. Assuming a stance to cleave through mountains, he slashed at the incoming wave of destructive power with all his might. Just as the energy blade was about to strike the black wave, a flash of lightning appeared. Luo Tianya saw a blur before him, and the lightning had already circled around, suppressing the wave in the blink of an eye. Losing his target, Luo Tianya stumbled and nearly fell. The lightning streak quickly ascended into the sky and vanished. Luo Tianya retracted his energy blade, forcing himself to remain calm. He realized that the lightning power was similar to the surrounding lightning, causing him to ponder deeply. Snapping back to reality, Luo Tianya turned to the now restored Zhuge and sneered. "Who was the one who ran the fastest earlier, trying to use us as a shield?" Despite having advanced to the Xin level and regaining its true form, the little Zhuge still appeared timid under Luo Tianya's gaze. It shook its head, indicating it didn't know. Luo Tianya snorted, but didn't press further. They had more important matters to attend to. Turning to the beast remnants destroyed by the lightning, Luo Tianya felt a pang of regret. Those were valuable evolution points. However, they had already eliminated most of the beasts, with only a small portion lost. Since that's the case, let's be the first to charge into the central area. Luo Tianya waved his hand, leading the 3 excited little creatures forward. Although they had lost some evolution points, dealing with the remaining beasts was a blessing in disguise. Moreover, the lightning was mainly to eliminate the threat of the world-ending divine thunder. "Let's go," Luo Tianya shouted. Roar, chirp, squeak. The man and his 3 beasts sped through the chaotic forest towards the central area. Meanwhile, in the sky, a ripple-like water mirror appeared again, quickly splitting into dozens of smaller ones, continuing to record the participants' situations. The audience gasped. "The screen is back." Huh, it was thundering just now, but now it's calm? Could it be that the beautiful little red bird is... Some started to speculate negatively. Feng Yingying, Luosi, and others stared tensely at the small water mirror showing Luo Tianya, eager to know Zhuchua's condition. Despite its usual laziness and bad temper, they enjoyed its company and didn't want it to be harmed. The earlier thunderstorm was too fierce, leaving them unsure of Zhuchua's safety. "There they are," Luosi shouted, pointing at the small water mirror. "They're fine, and they've already finished off the beasts, heading towards the central area." Indeed, the small water mirror showed Luo Tianya, and his companions moving unimpeded towards the central area, with no beasts in sight. They were far ahead of other participants, even those renowned young prodigies on the divine beast continent, who were still struggling to clear the beasts before them. A dark horse, someone exclaimed. This guy is definitely the dark horse of this year's Tianjiao battle. How come we never heard of him before? Maybe he prefers to stay low-key. Every Tianjiao battle has its dark horses, but who would have thought this year's would come from Nantian Academy? I wonder how far he can go. In the chaotic forest, Qin Ming turned to Gu Ziyuan and asked, Old Gu, what do you know about this student of yours? Gu Ziyuan shook his head, avoiding a direct answer. His name is Luo Tianya, just an ordinary student from our academy. Luo Tianya? Qin Ming's expression shifted slightly, a rare display of emotion. Luo Tianya? Could it be? I don't know either. Gu Ziyuan understood his implication but admitted he was unsure of Luo Tianya's background. Qin Ming clenched his fists slightly, focusing more on the figure darting through the forest. Boom. At this moment, Luo Tianya led his 3 beasts through the chaotic forest, with the sounds of other participants' fierce battles echoing around them. He was now firmly in first place in this round. However, the thought of the beasts they would encounter in the central area weighed heavily on Luo Tianya's mind. How could such creatures exist among the beasts? As he sped forward, he pondered, his expression grave. From his previous aerial view, he noticed that the central area's beasts were intelligent, not bloodthirsty, and remained composed even with their powers suppressed by the lightning. More importantly, the information from the system made him particularly concerned. The origin of these beasts, the closer you get to the truth, the more elusive it becomes, Luo Tianya mused, speeding towards the central area. Suddenly, Luo Tianya stopped atop a century-old tree, solemnly watching ahead. The mountain wind howled, rustling his robes and the leaves, creating a serene yet tense atmosphere. At this moment, Luo Tianya was flanked by the Azure Dragon on his left and the Zhuke on his right, with the Six-Eared Macaque following closely behind. Their combined auras exerted immense pressure. On the left, the little Azure Dragon revealed its threes hanglong form, exuding a faint divine beast aura, unmatched in majesty. On the right, the little Zhuchua's true form was dazzling, its proud eyes overlooking all, surrounded by white flames as if to scorch the world. Behind, the Six-Eared Macaque wielded a black iron rod, its combative spirit leaking out, defiant and ready to challenge the heavens. Luo Tianya, with these 3 creatures, appeared like a deity descended to earth. Ahead, the beasts trapped by the lightning circle stood up, their scarlet eyes fixed on Luo Tianya and his companions. The toad-like beast in the center suddenly grinned and croaked, Ribbit, ribbit? What kind of gibberish are you speaking? Luo Tianya gave a sidelong glance and sneered. The little Vermilion Bird beside him immediately let out a disgruntled chirp, protesting against Luo Tianya's use of the term gibberish. Luo Tianya turned to the little Vermilion Bird, a hint of menace in his eyes. Got a problem? I haven't even settled accounts with you yet. Shoo. Realizing it was in the wrong, the little Vermilion Bird backed away a few steps, pretending to look around and admire the scenery to hide its embarrassment. Just then, a toad-like demonic beast, having heard Luo Tianya's words, seemed to get angry. It fixed its gaze on him, emitting a series of low croaking sounds. With his ability to understand all creatures, Luo Tianya easily grasped its meaning. The demonic beast was inquiring about Luo Tianya's identity and the origins of the beast behind him. Luo Tianya was secretly astonished. This was the first time since entering the front lines that he had encountered a demonic beast with clear consciousness and the ability to communicate, despite its eyes still brimming with savage red. A divine light flashed in Luo Tianya's eyes, instantly revealing the information about the black toad. Species: demon toad. Mutation level: peak sovereign. Abilities: flying tongue, toad shockwave, venom splash. Status: I'm handsome, so I'm not gentle. But that bird sure is pretty. Luo Tianya realized this was no ordinary demonic beast. Unlike the others he'd encountered, its species name included demon as a prefix, indicating a different origin. He continued to scrutinize the other demonic beasts nearby, noting similar characteristics. The lowest level among them was a mutated late-stage sovereign blood-sucking mosquito, while most were peak sovereigns. What surprised Luo Tianya even more was one particular beast whose information he couldn't fully discern. Species: demon undying cockroach king. Level: abilities: immortality, petrifying gaze. Status: I've heard humans want to kill me, but they can't. I'll only grow stronger. This beast clearly possessed kingly qualifications, with power at least at the domain level. Luo Tianya narrowed his eyes, staring at the cockroach lounging on a boulder. He was filled with questions. Where did these demonic beasts come from? Why were they trapped here? As Luo Tianya pondered, the demon toad, irritated by his silence, suddenly spat venom in their direction. Ordinarily, the venom should have been blocked by the lightning barrier, but it strangely penetrated through, heading straight for Luo Tianya and his companions. The venom was not only copious but also foul-smelling. Little Vermilion Bird, ignite. Luo Tianya, disgusted, quickly commanded. The little Vermilion Bird flapped its wings, summoning Naming Lihua, which formed a wall of fire to block the incoming venom. Not only that, but the flames also traced back along the venom's path. An eye for an eye. You send me water, I return fire. Luo Tianya sneered. The Naming Lihua shot through the lightning barrier, its intense flames causing the demonic beast's dark energy to boil. As a nemesis to dark energy, Naming Lihua clashed violently, with the dark energy clearly at a disadvantage. The demon toad felt an intense heat, as if its very soul was being scorched. Even before the flames reached it, its soul trembled. At this critical moment, a black figure appeared before the demon toad. Two antennae glowed with a black circle, enveloping the demonic beasts behind it. Naming Lihua landed on the black energy shield, sizzling and eroding it. Despite being cast by a domain-level demonic beast, the shield struggled against Naming Lihua's relentless assault. The demon Undying Cockroach King looked up at the approaching flames, its eyes gleaming. Though it had ascended from the profound level to the domain level, its domain-level power was still being worn down by the white flames. Unfurling its wings, the Cockroach King created another black circle, intensifying the shield and suppressing Naming Lihua. The shield then transformed into a black blade, slicing towards Luo Tianya with immense dark energy, as if to obliterate everything. However, before Luo Tianya could react, the lightning energy reappeared, forming a giant hand that effortlessly wiped away the dark blade as if removing dust. The lightning barrier then reactivated, isolating the demonic beasts once more. Come at me. Luo Tianya taunted, beckoning with his finger and looking down on the demon Undying Cockroach King. Domain level or not, it couldn't escape the lightning barrier. The Cockroach King stared at Luo Tianya for a while before grudgingly returning to its boulder, resuming its lounging. In midair, a burly figure chuckled. This kid is quite interesting. Guzi Yuan, recalling Luo Tianya's journey, nodded with a smile. He's indeed very different from the others. Qin Ming, eyes filled with nostalgia, murmured. He reminds me of someone. All right, the others are nearing the central area. We should prepare, the burly figure said. As he spoke, Luo Tianya heard the sounds of rapid movement approaching from all directions. Not bad speed. Luo Tianya smiled, looking at the fastest figure approaching. He had barely delayed, yet others were already catching up. This generation of young talents was indeed impressive. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. The fastest figure had crashed into a tree, breaking branches and sending them flying. Steadying himself in midair, the figure panted heavily, with a humanoid beast wielding a sword and sporting white wings beside him. An angel? A birdman? Or a three-eyed one? Luo Tianya mused, quickly gathering its information. Species: three-eyed winged demon. Mutation level: half-step sovereign. Abilities: 3 realms eye, absolute blade slash, 1000 feather sword. Status: I don't understand. Why the rush? Luo Tianya pondered. This was a humanoid mutated beast with 3 abilities despite being only a half-step sovereign. The unopened vertical eye must be the 3 realms eye. This innate ability was akin to the little Vermilion Bird's Naming Lihua. This 3-eyed winged demon was no ordinary foe. Still too late. Shangguan Lingxiu muttered to himself, his eyes following Luo Tianya's figure. The thunderous explosion from earlier had put him on high alert. He had immediately unleashed his full power, teaming up with the 3-eyed winged demon to slay the beast and rush over. However, he was still a step behind. Fixing his gaze on Luo Tianya, Shangguan Lingxiu silently assessed. This kid has already laid the foundation for becoming a physical god. His strength might even surpass Tua Gongbai. What's even more astonishing is his contract beast's ferocity. Could it be that Nanyan Academy will produce a champion this year? Feeling Shangguan Lingxiu's intense stare, Luo Tianya became uncomfortable. He thought to himself, sure, I'm handsome, but you're not a beauty. Why are you staring at me? Just as he was about to speak, the sound of multiple objects slicing through the air echoed around them. Other contestants began to arrive one after another. Earlier, everyone had been holding back, as the central area still had beasts to deal with, and revealing their trump cards too early was unwise. But witnessing the terrifying power of Luo Tianya's contract beast and hearing that earth-shattering explosion, they could no longer hold back, showcasing their best skills as they rushed to the scene. Ji Shiju sighed, too slow. Huh. Beside him, a majestic tiger-like demon beast stood vigilantly, eyeing the surrounding beasts and those in the central area. Luo Tianya quickly identified the tiger. The evil-eyed Heavenly Tiger King, half-step to sovereign level, with abilities including Absolute God Eye and God-Slaying Claw. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Ji Shiju. A girl wielding a Fengtian halberd, riding a black tiger, landed on a tree. Luo Tianya squinted to get a better look at the tiger. A mutated black tiger, peak Xian level, with abilities like Tiger Roar and Black Tiger Heart Strike. In no time, shadows flickered around the central area as contestants from various academies took their positions, subtly encircling the beast horde. From afar, another thunderous sound approached. A golden figure barreled through, crashing through trees as it came. Moments later, the golden figure revealed itself to Wagung Bai's life beast, the heaven-supporting divine Elephant King. Luo Tianya was secretly amazed. A half-step sovereign-level heaven-supporting divine Elephant King, truly a king of destruction. Scanning the surroundings, Luo Tianya noticed most people had arrived, though some had yet to reveal their life beasts, such as Hualingbing from Dongji Academy, Yin Shuani from Bimu Academy, Zhan Tianfeng from Shihuang, and the three from Tianwang Pavilion. Just then, a voice called from behind. Luo Tianya turned to see Wu Ji, Xing Yueye, and Yi Qing approaching from different directions. Yi Qing dismounted her celestial horse and was immediately captivated by the little vermilion bird behind Luo Tianya, expressing her admiration. The little vermilion bird cast a proud glance, seemingly warning Yi Qing not to disrespect its majesty. Noticing this, Luo Tianya felt displeased and silently threatened to pluck all its feathers. The little vermilion bird quickly backed down, pretending to admire the scenery. Luo Tianya snorted lightly, drawing Yi Qing attention back, and inquired about Bai Qiu's whereabouts. Yi Qing shook her head, indicating she hadn't seen her. Wu Ji comforted, "Let's wait a bit more. She should be here soon." As they spoke, a figure descended from the sky, breaking through branches and about to hit the ground. Luo Tianya swiftly pointed, summoning a white cloud to catch the person. It was Bai Qiu, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Luo Tianya used his divine ability, Sweet Dew, to relieve her fatigue. This scene drew astonished looks from the surrounding youthful prodigies, but the most significant reaction came from the beasts in the central area. They stood up, their blood-red eyes fixed on Luo Tianya, as if they wanted to tear him apart. Luo Tianya sneered, striding forward without fear, locking eyes with the beasts. "What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll eat you all." Luo Tianya sneered as he looked at the demonic beasts trapped in the ring of lightning. Braised toad, deep-fried cockroach king, steamed blood-sucking mosquito, stir-fried big-head locust. Want to give them a try? As soon as he finished speaking, the young prodigies around him couldn't help but shiver, their skin crawling with goosebumps. Just looking at these demonic beasts was nauseating enough. But Luo Tianya actually wanted to cook them into dishes, and each beast had its own specific cooking method. This guy was ruthless. The demonic beasts, upon hearing Luo Tianya's threat, immediately became agitated. They roared and screeched within the ring of lightning, making all sorts of piercing noises. Even the usually composed undying cockroach king now had strange red lights flickering in its eyes as it silently stared at Luo Tianya. After taunting the beasts, Luo Tianya turned to Bai Qiu, who had just regained his composure, and asked curiously, "By the way, how did you fall from the sky like that?" Indeed, Bai Qiu's entrance was peculiar, as if he had been thrown by some force and couldn't control his descent. Bai Qiu took a few deep breaths to steady himself before raising his head to answer, "I was catapulted here by the ice flame lion." Catapulted? Luo Tianya's face was full of disbelief. "What do you mean, catapulted? How does that even work?" Bai Qiu explained calmly, "To save time. I aimed in the right direction and used the ice flame lion to push me over here." Hearing this explanation, everyone around couldn't help but be amazed. Using oneself as a projectile to save time was something most people wouldn't even consider. Seeing Bai Qiu, drenched in sweat but with a calm expression, Luo Tianya couldn't help but admire her determination. At this moment, aside from Bai Qiu's life-bound beast, the ice flame lion, which was still on its way, all the other participants and demonic beasts had already arrived. The mountain wind brought a slight chill, but the scene was silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on the demonic beasts trapped in the ring of lightning in the center. These demonic beasts were different. They neither made noise nor caused a ruckus. They only occasionally scanned their surroundings with cold eyes. This unusual behavior puzzled everyone present. Bai Qiu couldn't help but ask, "Why are these demonic beasts different from the others?" Luo Tianya looked around and saw that everyone else was equally confused. After a moment of thought, he said, "The conditions for these demonic beasts' birth must be different from the ones we've seen before. If the ones we saw before were low-level demonic beasts, then these must be high-level ones." Hualingbing, standing on a tree, added, "They aren't bloodthirsty. They have some intelligence, and their strength seems quite formidable." As exceptional and meticulous young prodigies, they could all make some analysis of the current situation. Ji Shizhou's eyes flashed with a mysterious light as he said in a deep voice, "Indeed, these demonic beasts are completely different from the ones we've encountered on the front lines. If we categorize them by bloodline, these might be descendants of king-level demonic beasts." Descendants of king-level demonic beasts? Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. For a long time, the origin of demonic beasts on the divine beast continent has been a mystery. It was even uncertain whether demonic beasts were born from demonic beast mothers. After all, their numbers were overwhelmingly large. Observations suggested that demonic beasts mostly came from highly reproductive species, like toads, which could lay many eggs at once. Luo Tianya recalled an article he once read, Little Tadpoles Looking for Their Mother, which was about a bunch of tadpoles searching for their mother. But were demonic beasts really born from demonic beast mothers? If so, how did those violent and bloodthirsty demonic beasts reproduce? Did their offspring start chanting kill, kill, kill right after birth? These questions contributed to the mystery of demonic beasts' origin on the divine beast continent. And now, Ji Shurjiu from Shihuang Academy claimed that these demonic beasts were descendants of king-level demonic beasts. Luo Tianya noticed that when Ji Shurjiu said this, the demonic beasts in the center of the field showed slight changes in their expressions, with their eyes becoming even colder. Could it be true? Luo Tianya muttered to himself, then suddenly had an idea and smirked, shouting loudly, "Hey, ugly toad over there. Are you really the offspring of the Toad King?" Geez, that sounds so insulting. Everyone around couldn't help but roll their eyes. This guy's talent for provocation was unmatched. But considering their opponents were the demonic beasts, the mortal enemies of the divine beast continent, it actually felt quite satisfying. Croak, croak. The demonic toad was instantly infuriated, smoke almost coming out of its ears. This kid was really insulting it. Unable to bear it any longer, the toad suddenly closed its mouth and started to swell, seemingly preparing to unleash a big move. Luo Tianya, noticing the toad's posture, thought to himself, Toad shockwave? What is the best way to counter the toad technique? This question lingered in everyone's mind, but Luo Tianya already had the answer. His body soared into the air, his right hand slowly rising, fingers curling into a dragon claw. The move Azure Dragon's Claw descended from the sky with overwhelming force. I'll take it. Luo Tianya was about to strike when a clear, crisp voice called out from behind him. A tall, confident girl stepped forward, her weapon off Fangtian halberd gleaming with a cold light. She was Ji Shiqi, her eyes brimming with fighting spirit as she stared down the hideous demon toad. This ugly toad is mine. Ji Shiqi's voice was full of challenge. Luo Tianya smiled and reminded her. It's a peak sovereign level beast, you know? Peak sovereign level. The weight of those words hit everyone like a sledgehammer. The strongest among them was only half a step into the sovereign level, making the gap in power starkly apparent. Ji Shiqi, however, showed no fear. Instead, she seemed even more excited. She pulled her brother, Ji Shurjiu, over and shouted, "Little brother, let's go together." As an unabashed battle maniac, she would never back down. To her, ganging up on a beast wasn't dishonorable. After all, this was about killing an enemy, not a fair duel. Ji Shurjiu shook his head helplessly. He knew his sister well, obsessed with martial arts, extremely combative, and incredibly stubborn. But he also knew that even if they teamed up, their chances were slim. Moreover, another creature, resembling a giant cockroach and looking even more dangerous, was watching them intently. In the brief moment of hesitation between the siblings, Luo Tianya's Azure Dragon's Claw had already taken shape. A massive Azure Dragon Claw appeared in midair, its 5 fingers radiating dazzling light, causing the surrounding space to tremble from its power. At the same time, the demon toad was also ready to strike. It raised its head, bent its hind legs, and prepared to unleash its toad shockwave. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked by, seemingly weakening the force binding it, while its momentum reached its peak. Now! Luo Tianya shouted, and the Azure Dragon's Claw slashed down through the air. The demon toad was not to be outdone. With a powerful kick of its hind legs, it launched itself skyward, a gigantic black shockwave surging forward to meet the attack. Boom! The two forces collided in midair, erupting with a thunderous explosion. The resulting shockwaves rippled through the chaotic forest, as if threatening to tear the very fabric of the world apart. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the chaotic forest, shaking the very ground. A massive green claw descended from the sky, colliding fiercely with the shockwave emitted by a toad below. The two forces clashed violently in midair. As the dust settled, a dark figure emerged, a demonic toad, its mouth wide open, tongue hanging out, eyes glaring at the green claw that had been blown apart. Clearly, the demonic toad had the upper hand in this round. Just as it was about to let out a triumphant croak, the green claw suddenly exploded into countless green blades, slashing toward the demonic toad with incredible speed. Shing! One of the green blades sliced through the air, tearing into the demonic toad's exposed tongue. A piercing scream filled the sky, causing the watching young prodigies to feel a surge of excitement. They looked up at the breathtaking scene, their admiration for Luo Tianya growing even stronger. Despite the demonic toad being a peak sovereign-level beast, far more powerful than any human cultivator present. Luo Tianya's strike not only matched it but also inflicted damage. More astonishingly, the demonic toad seemed unable to utilize its domain abilities. Luo Tianya keenly observed that the demonic toad's domain abilities might be restrained by lightning, preventing it from fully unleashing its powers, which led to its injury. He couldn't help but marvel at the strength of a peak sovereign-level beast. At this moment, the demonic toad was utterly enraged. It retracted its bleeding tongue, its bulging eyes glaring even more fiercely. Just as it was about to charge at Luo Tianya, a bolt of lightning struck down, leaving the demonic toad charred and unconscious, falling from the sky. A demonic blood mosquito swiftly flew in to catch the unconscious toad. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind arose, and a burly black figure appeared at the edge of the lightning circle. 3 more figures followed: Guiziyuan, Qin Ming, and his life-bound beast, the Nine Nether Serpent. Luo Tianya recognized the towering black figure, Kuei Nyo. This strange mythical beast had 1 leg, resembled a hornless ox, and its dark body shimmered with a soft glow. When it spoke, its voice rumbled like thunder. The system immediately scanned and displayed its information. Species, Kuei Nyo beast. Level. Abilities. Status. Quite entertained. Although the specifics were unclear, the respect shown by Qin Ming and Guiziyuan indicated that this Kuei Nyo was at least a king-level entity. Qin Ming introduced, "This is Senior Kuei Nyo, one of the guardians of the chaotic forest." Guiziyuan added, "Senior Kuei Nyo is a peak king-level existence, one of the strongest in the chaotic forest. The lightning circle here is also his doing." Everyone quickly greeted Kuei Nyo, not just because of his strength, but also due to his role as a guardian of the chaotic forest, protecting the rear of the divine beast continent along with the Four-Corner City. Kuei Nyo remarked, "You humans are indeed blessed with talent and fortune. Every Tianjiao battle sees countless young prodigies rising rapidly to become the pillars of the divine beast continent." Guiziyuan responded, "Senior, you are the true pillar of our continent. It is because of top experts like you that we can withstand the attacks of the demonic beasts." Kuei Nyo shook his head with a smile and turned to the main topic. "Now, let's discuss the key point of this first stage." Everyone sat up straight, ready to listen. Kuei Nyo's gaze lingered on Luo Tianya and the 3 beasts behind him, silently marveling at their mysterious origins and the awe-inspiring aura they emitted during their tribulation. He set aside his questions for now and began explaining the new stage. This time, the new stage in the Tianjiao battle involves fighting the demonic beasts within this circle. Everyone suddenly understood and looked at the demonic beasts within the lightning circle with complex expressions. Kuei Nyo grinned. "These demonic beasts are the offspring of king-level demonic beasts, so handle them well." At this moment, a water mirror descended from the sky, focusing on the people and beasts present, allowing those in the Four Corners City to witness the scene. Offspring of king-level demonic beasts? What does that mean? Are demonic beasts really born? If demonic beasts weren't born from demonic beast mothers, then how did the first demonic beast come to be? I have no idea. People in the Four Corners City watched the scene in the water mirror, discussing fervently. Feng Yingying's eyes widened in disbelief. Feng Qingyue and others gasped, shocked by this revelation. Demonic beasts can reproduce that much? Doesn't that mean their numbers are endless? In the water mirror, Kuei Nyo continued, "Your task is to defeat these demonic beasts, or even kill them." Meanwhile, in a distant tower in the Four Corners City, a dandelion broke through the wooden beams, quickly growing to full size, swaying toward the direction of the water mirror. As a gentle breeze blew, the dandelion swayed lightly, emanating a mysterious aura. Defeating, or even killing the beast. Kuei Nyo's words left the gathered students of the academy exchanging perplexed glances, their brows furrowed. The strongest among them were only at the half-step Zun level. How could they possibly contend with a beast at the peak of the Zun level? Luo Tianya's eyes flickered as he calculated silently. He still had quite a few evolution points, but breaking through from the peak of the Xin level to the Zun level was far from enough. It took 30 evolution points to go from the early to mid-Xin level, and each subsequent upgrade required 60 or even 90 points. He estimated that it would take at least 200 evolution points to advance from the peak of the Xin level to the Zun level. The current 200+ evolution points were only enough to elevate one contracted beast to the peak of the Xin level. Luo Tianya, stroking his chin, hesitated. If the sole focus was to deal with the beast, enhancing Xiao Zhuchua's level would be the most logical choice, as it possessed the Nanming Lihua that countered demonic energy. As he pondered, Qin Ming explained, "Of course, we won't let you face the Zun-level beasts alone. You can form teams to select and battle a beast." Teams? The participants grew even more puzzled. How to form teams? With whom? Was there a limit on numbers? How should they fight as a team? These questions swirled in their minds. Luo Tianya chuckled. "It's like teaming up to fight a boss. Indeed, they would surely lose if they fought alone, but if they could join forces, they might stand a chance." They had faced off against latest-stage or even peak Zun level beasts during their Xian level training. However, the beasts before them were undoubtedly stronger, and they had to constantly be wary of their domain abilities. Qin continued, as for the number of people, 3 to 5, it's up to you. But I suggest forming teams of 5 to have a better chance against these beasts. This statement left the 3 from Tianwang Pavilion feeling awkward. Other academies had 5 participants, but they only sent 3. How could they make up 5? Would they have to join another team? But those teams already had 5 members. Why would they kick someone out for them? Other academy members huddled together, discussing in low voices. Wu Ji, assuming the role of the academy's senior brother, said, "This is a team battle. We must work together. Once the ice flame lion arrives, we'll make a few preparations and start the fight." The others nodded in agreement. Luo Tianya began analyzing tactics. "We need clear roles. My little monkey has the strongest defense and can be the main tank. Others will focus on harassing attacks. The ice flame lion, despite its sturdy appearance, is only at the mid-Xian level and might not withstand much, more like a mage. The light cloud swallow king is small and fast, suitable as an assassin. Yiqing Shui's Pegasus can fly and has decent attack power, so it can move around to support. The Eternal Night Star Beast can use its Eternal Night domain to weaken enemy attacks, and its star string power isn't weak either. The little green dragon, besides attacking, needs to monitor the battlefield and use its divine ability, Sweet Rain, to restore status. Xiao Zhuke will act as a fire mage, our main damage dealer. With this analysis, the team's configuration and combat style were set. They had a main tank, an assassin, a mage, support, and a healer, forming a complete combat squad. This battle wasn't just their beasts fighting alone but the group alongside their beasts, essentially a 10-anon or even 12-anon fight. Luo Tianya thought, why go solo when you can gang up? However, the 3 from Tianwang Pavilion could only manage a 6-anon at most. Qin glanced around and said, discuss among yourselves first. Once you're ready, you can choose a beast to battle. The basic teams were formed, mostly based on academies or organizations, as people from the same place cooperated more smoothly. Luo Tianya, however, wondered about the purpose of this stage. Was it to boost their confidence and undermine the beast's future potential, or to familiarize them with these types of beasts? Shaking his head, he decided to focus on winning first. Soon, the ice flame lion arrived, panting heavily. Seeing Bai Qiu, it let out a cry. Luo Tianya quickly cast a sweet rain on it, restoring its condition for the upcoming battle. Shangguan Lingxiu stepped forward, cupping his hands towards Kuan Yo and the others. Honorable seniors, we are ready. The crowd couldn't help but marvel. As expected, Dongji Academy is always ahead. Dongji Academy had always performed excellently, and with supreme experts backing them, their students had higher morale than others. This wasn't arrogance, but confidence born from strength. Everyone looked over to see Dongji Academy's team led by Shangguan Lingxiu, with Hua Lingbing and 3 others behind him. Except for Hua Lingbing, the others had summoned their life beasts. Luo Tianya glanced at Hua Lingbing, raising an eyebrow, wondering if she was holding back or planning a surprise move. Qin pointed to the beasts within the lightning circle and said, choose your opponent. Shangguan Lingxiu pointed to one of the beasts and said, we'll take on that one. It was a giant demonic locust beast, significantly larger than typical locust beasts. It turned, its red glowing eyes fixing on Shangguan Lingxiu's team. With a buzz, a bolt of lightning formed a large hand, pulling the demonic locust beast out of the lightning circle. Both sides stood ready, the atmosphere instantly tense and confrontational. Attack! Shangguan Lingxiu led the charge, initiating the assault. Species, Demon Giant Locust Beast. Mutation level, Peak Sovereign. Abilities, Giant Beast Form, Demonic Energy Devour, Locust Slash. The Demon Giant Locust Beast stood proudly in the air, looking down disdainfully at the group from East Pole Academy. Its enormous compound eyes gleamed with intelligence, and it spoke in a human-like voice, a bunch of weaklings, daring to challenge this prince? Luo Tianya gazed intently at this unique, demonic beast, deep in thought. This mutated locust was not only gigantic but also referred to itself as a prince, clearly different from ordinary demonic beasts. He speculated that the offspring of such sovereign-level beasts might not be controlled by demonic energy. Instead, they could harness it just as humans and spirit beasts manipulate elemental energy. This might be the key difference between them and other demonic beasts. Could it be that reaching the sovereign level causes such significant changes, even affecting the next generation? Luo Tianya pondered. At that moment, a fierce battle erupted. Shangguan Lingxiu was the first to strike, wielding a longsword, attacking the demon giant locust beast from both sides with his lifebound beast, the 3-eyed winged demon. The rest of the East Pole Academy members followed suit, each summoning their own lifebound beasts to join the fray. Only Hua Lingbing advanced barehanded, her hands glowing with a mysterious power, the same force that had previously shattered demonic beasts. The 5 moved in perfect sync, their abilities shining brilliantly with formidable power. Against such a powerful assault, an ordinary peak sovereign beast would struggle to hold its ground. However, their opponent was the mutated offspring of a sovereign-level beast, its strength unfathomable. The demon giant locust beast remained motionless, its body suddenly expanding with a flash of black light. This was its giant beast formability. Its calm demeanor was puzzling. Was it overconfident, or did it have absolute faith in its own strength? Shangguan Lingxiu and the three-eyed winged demon's sword energy was razor-sharp, targeting the base of the beast's wings. It was a wise move. Crippling its flight would significantly weaken it. Yet, the demon giant locust beast's face twisted into a mocking smile, still unmoving. Just as the sword energy was about to strike, Hua Lingbing suddenly dashed forward, her palms radiating a mystical energy that transformed into a white light, striking the demon giant locust beast's back. With a thunderous boom, the beast's body trembled violently, its aura faltering, the demonic energy fluctuating. Hua Lingbing's strike had broken through the peak sovereign-level giant beast form. The spectators gasped in astonishment. Luo Tianya was stunned. That was a peak sovereign-level ability. What kind of power does Hua Lingbing possess? Kuenyo's eyes flashed with lightning, a thoughtful smile on his face. Seizing the opportunity, the East Pole Academy team launched a fierce assault. Shangguan Lingxiu and the three-eyed winged demon's sword energy slashed towards the beast's wings, while the others unleashed their abilities, creating a dazzling display of water and fire, like fireworks blooming on the demon giant locust beast. As the light faded, Shangguan Lingxiu and the others retreated to a distant tree, watching the beast with grim expressions. A roar of anger echoed, and Luo Tianya, using his ability to hear all things, sensed its fury. Its domain ability had been sealed, leaving it in such a dire state. If not for this, the peak sovereign demon giant locust beast would have been a dominating force in its domain, and that previous strike would never have landed. But as the mortal enemy of humans, it had no right to negotiate, destined only to become a stepping stone for the rise of young human prodigies. The demon giant locust beast revealed its true form. Cracks appeared at the base of its wings, its body marred by the remnants of various abilities, looking wretched. However, black energy surged from its body, shaking off the lingering powers, and its wounds slowly began to heal. Everyone's hearts sank, realizing that this peak sovereign-level special beast was far from an easy opponent. The first round of attacks by the East Pole Academy provided valuable insights for everyone else. Shangguan Lingxiu's expression remained calm as he exchanged low words with his teammates. Luo Tianya marveled. East Pole Academy lives up to its reputation. They seemed uncoordinated, but perfectly created an opening for Hua Lingbing. Wu Ji and Xing Yue'er agreed, acknowledging the formidable strength of East Pole Academy. At this moment, the demon giant locust beast's aura began to stabilize, but its fury was overwhelming. It suddenly flapped its wings, emitting a buzzing sound, and a beam of black light shot towards Shangguan Lingxiu and his group locust slash. The peak sovereign demon giant locust beast struck with full force, its killing intent so intense that even before the attack reached them, the treetops were already pulverized into green powder. What a powerful assault! Even before the flying locust slash landed, its terrifying power was already evident. A peak-level magic beast, even with its domain abilities sealed, could still overwhelm opponents through sheer level suppression. How could they possibly counter such a formidable attack? This thought simultaneously flashed through the minds of the onlookers. In the blink of an eye, a figure suddenly appeared, catching everyone off guard. It was Hua Lingbing. With a swift movement, she extended her hands, conjuring an arched light shield that emitted a mysterious glow, enveloping the members of Dongji Academy in preparation to counter the flying locust slash. The demonic giant locust beast transformed into a massive blade, slashing down with overwhelming force as if to obliterate everything in its path. At the critical moment, Hua Lingbing's light shield collided head-on with the flying locust slash. Buzz, a strange sound echoed as the radiant shield astonishingly withstood the earth-shattering blow. Hua Lingbing's face turned pale, and blood threatened to spill from the corner of her mouth, but she forcefully swallowed it back. The demonic giant locust beast let out a cold laugh, its arms surging with demonic energy, pushing Hua Lingbing to the brink of collapse. Suddenly, a sizzling noise filled the air. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as the strange glow on the light shield began to corrode the demonic energy. Seeing the demonic energy on its arms diminish, the demonic giant locust beast was momentarily stunned. Its eyes narrowed, and it raised its right arm, ready to unleash its beastly power again, aiming to crush Hua Lingbing and her shield in one blow. Absolute slash. A furious shout rang out as a dazzling blade light flashed behind Hua Lingbing. Shangguan Lingxiu, in a fit of rage, swung his blade in an arc, targeting the head of the demonic giant locust beast. Simultaneously, a tortoise-shell shield materialized behind Hua Lingbing, adding to her defense. A pillar of fire roared towards the beast's unmoving left arm. Shangguan Lingxiu and the others aimed to divert the pressure off Huolingbing. The three-eyed winged demon also descended from the sky, unleashing an absolute slash aimed at the beast's back. In an instant, multiple divine techniques and spells bombarded the demonic giant locust beast, engulfing it. The deafening explosion shook the heavens and the earth, causing the spectators to hold their breath. Although Kuei Nyo and others were standing guard, ensuring safety to some extent, everyone doubted whether Dongji Academy's assault would be effective. After all, they had previously relied on Huolingbing's mysterious palm strike to break through the defense. Now, with the demonic giant locust beast shrouded in demonic energy, exuding peak-level aura, could these young fighters truly harm it? Even if they couldn't injure the enemy, achieving their objective would be enough. The divine techniques and spells created a visual distraction, and Luo Tianya's keen eyes discerned the truth. While Shangguan Lingxiu and the others' attacks didn't cause substantial damage, they forced the demonic giant locust beast to divert its right arm to defend against their magic. The strategy of diverting the enemy's attention was starting to show results, but they weren't satisfied yet. A robust young man beside Huolingbing, holding a shield made from a tortoise-like demon beast, suddenly surged with energy. The tortoise shell shield and its phantom merged, transforming into a massive shield that charged at the demonic giant locust beast. Seeing this, Huolingbing immediately withdrew her light shield, clearing the path. At that moment, the demonic giant locust beast was still distracted. By the time it realized, the giant shield had already slammed into its forehead with a resounding thud. The beast's head tilted to one side from the impact, but the young man's hands were also bleeding profusely. That beast's head was truly hard. The robust young man quickly retreated with his shield, which reverted to a dazed tortoise lying on the ground. Those closest to the demonic giant locust beast seized the opportunity to retreat. After unleashing the absolute slash, the three-eyed winged demon curled up, its wings wrapping around its body. In an instant, countless beams of light shot out from within, like 1,000 sharp swords, aiming straight at the demonic giant locust beast. Feather transformation into 10,000 swords. Luo Tianya's eyes lit up, recognizing the divine technique. The timing and angle of the strike were perfect. A torrent of light swords rained down, accompanied by a surge of energy, with the sound of swords ringing incessantly. If it were an ordinary peak-level beast, it would undoubtedly be turned into a pincushion. However, their opponent was no ordinary beast. It was a mutated demonic giant locust beast. At the critical moment, countless black vortices suddenly appeared on the beast's body, each spinning in different directions. The sight was dizzying and nauseating. Whirlwind of dark energy. Can this move fend off the formidable feathered sword rain of the three-eyed winged demon? The sound of swords clashing echoed incessantly, and sword light poured down like a torrential rain, bombarding the massive body of the demon giant locust beast. The scene was as grand as an inverted Milky Way. However, Luo Tianya's brows furrowed, his expression growing increasingly serious. With his keen eyes, he caught a startling sight. The black vortexes covering the demon giant locust beast were absorbing and neutralizing the sword light. The light was swallowed into these spinning black holes, seemingly causing no harm to the beast. Luo Tianya pondered, could this be some kind of devouring ability? Others also noticed this strange phenomenon. The powerful divine ability unleashed by the half-step sovereign-level three-eyed winged demon couldn't penetrate the vortex's defense to harm the demon giant locust beast. Luo Tianya calculated silently that if he were to act, he would throw the southern bright flame directly into it to see if the monster could withstand it. However, among the people from Dongji Academy, only Huolingbing seemed capable of breaking through this defense. Yet, Huolingbing appeared to be injured earlier and was now catching her breath to recover. As everyone was contemplating their next move, Huolingbing took a deep breath and stepped forward again. White light gathered between her hands, gradually forming a long spear. In a flash, she appeared behind the demon giant locust beast. Her eyes were sharp as she aimed at a gap between the dark vortexes and hurled the spear with all her might. The rain of sword light continued to pour, and the peculiar spear blended in, piercing precisely into one of the dark vortexes. Seeing her strike hit the mark, Huolingbing immediately retreated, her face even paler than before. Clearly, the effort of raising the light shield to protect everyone from the locust beast's attacks had taken a toll on her. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed all around. Everyone turned to look and saw the demon giant locust beast's aura becoming chaotic, with the dark vortexes beginning to collapse and disintegrate. The cause was none other than the spear embedded in one of the vortexes. Luo Tianya saw where the spear had struck and felt a sudden tightness in his body, a bit uneasy. It turned out that Huolingbing's spear had precisely and unerringly struck the demon giant locust beast in its posterior. This strike not only broke through the defense but also hit a vital spot, causing the beast immense pain. Unexpectedly, despite her delicate appearance, Huolingbing struck the weak spot of the demon giant locust beast with ruthless precision. She took advantage of the moment when the beast was using its demonic vortex to fend off the three-eyed winged demon's attack, accurately breaking through one of the vortexes, allowing the demon's feathers to transform into thousands of swords that struck the beast's vital point. This unexpected coordination left the young prodigy's present tense and gave them a deeper impression of Hualingbing. The demon giant locust beast, in pain, crashed to the ground, creating a deep pit. The other demonic beasts within the lightning circle became restless, while the eyes of the immortal cockroach king flashed with red light, unable to cross the line to assist. The disparity in power was simply too great. These youngsters have excellent combat awareness. Qilin chuckled. Their grasp of timing in the battle, combined with that young girl's special ability, led to this outcome. Rumor has it that Hualingbing has never revealed her true beast in public. Not even the Tianwang Pavilion knows about it. Qinming added. That kind of special power is not something an ordinary demonic beast would possess, Guzi Yuan said in a deep voice. Luo Tianya racked his brain, trying to recall all kinds of legendary beasts to speculate about Hualingbing's true beast. Could it be a devouring-type beast? He wondered. On the battlefield, the students from Dongji Academy pressed their advantage, their blades and spells striking the pit. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed, and demonic energy surged, dispersing all attacks. The 5 students from Dongji Academy quickly retreated and regrouped. The demon giant locust beast slowly ascended, a wound the size of a basin at its tail dripping black blood. Luo Tianya laughed gleefully. This beast is in for it now. How will it function properly with that wound? Even if it defeats Shangguan Lingshu and the others today, it probably won't survive for long. Under the shade of a tree, a sturdy young man awakened his unconscious turtle-like beast and asked if they should intervene. Hualingbing frowned and shook her head. Not yet. The demonic beasts are likely to riot. We might not be able to handle it. Before she finished speaking, the demon giant locust beast halted in midair, demonic energy gathering around it like rivers and seas. When the energy dissipated, its form had drastically changed, surrounded by demonic aura, flashing red light, limbs gleaming with a sharp radiance. It lowered its gaze, finally locking onto Hualingbing. Scatter! Hualingbing sensed the danger and urgently warned. In the next moment, the demon giant locust beast teleported in front of Hualingbing, its arms descending with immense force, aiming to cleave her in two. In the nick of time, a white light flashed around Hualingbing, forming layers of light shields. However, this was a full-force strike from the demon giant locust beast in its enraged state, burning its bloodline. This strike, imbued with the humiliation endured by the demon giant locust beast, was meant to cleanse its disgrace. Its arms, sharp as blades and glinting with an eerie light, slashed fiercely towards the young prodigy, Hualingbing. With a hissing sound, layers of light shields were sliced through like butter. Just as the demon giant locust beast was about to break through the final layers of defense and reach Hualingbing, time seemed to freeze. The surrounding scene became crystal clear. Hualingbing's teammates were gathering their strength, preparing to cast their mystical spells. The spectators' faces displayed a range of emotions. Other beasts had eyes gleaming with the joy of witnessing a human prodigy about to fall. While the thunderlight on Qilin tail had dissipated, it merely watched with a slight smirk. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from behind the demon giant locust beast. Eye of the 3 realms, open. The 3-eyed winged demon hovered in the air, eyes closed. Energies from all directions began to converge towards it. Then, it abruptly opened its eyes, and the vertical mark on its forehead slowly split open. Shangguan Lingshu, with a stern expression, stood as his robes and long hair billowed without wind, resembling a deity. He declared in a deep voice, "Gate of the Earth Realm, open." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3-eyed winged demon let out a long howl towards the sky. A vast surge of energy descended from the heavens, pouring into its third eye. Accompanied by a cracking sound, the vertical mark split open, and 2 black and white chains shot out, clinking loudly. Time resumed its normal flow. Just as the demon giant locust beast's arms were about to breach Hualingbing's final light shield, the 2 chains pierced through the air, swiftly wrapping around its body. The demon giant locust beast felt an overwhelming divine force pulling it backward, rendering it completely powerless to resist. With a swoosh, the black and white chains entangling the demon giant locust beast turned into a streak of light, retreating quickly into the vertical pupil and vanishing. The entire sequence of events unfolded as fast as lightning, leaving the audience wide-eyed and speechless, stunned by the sudden turn of events. Watching as the massive demon locust beast was dragged by 2 strange chains, one black and one white, into the vertical pupil of the 3-eyed winged demon and disappeared. Nearly everyone on the scene, both humans and beasts, showed expressions of shock and uncertainty. This ability to absorb an opponent into a small third eye was astounding. The terms Eye of the 3 Realms and Gate of the Underworld, mentioned by Shangguan Lingshu earlier, sparked even more speculation among the crowd. Luo Tianya murmured to himself, Eye of the three realms, gate of the underworld, heaven, earth, and human realms? Those black and white chains just now, could they be? His eyes flickered as his mind raced. Wu Ji and others were also amazed by the power of this divine ability, which even the peak sovereign-level demon locust beast couldn't resist. Qilin marveled, truly a prodigious young talent, to see such a rare divine ability resurface in a young human's life-bound beast. Just as Qin Ming and the others were about to speak, the situation changed again. Shangguan Lingxiu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, his face turning pale rapidly. The three-eyed winged demon trembled violently, with a black light flowing through the vertical mark on its forehead. Luo Tianya immediately realized, could it be that the demon locust beast is trying to break free? Hua Lingbing lowered the last layer of the light shield and shouted, Shangguan Lingxiu, let it out. Shangguan Lingxiu was still holding on, drenched in cold sweat, continuously casting soul power formations onto the three-eyed winged demon. Seeing this, Hua Lingbing shouted again in anger, Shangguan Lingxiu. Finally, it seemed Shangguan Lingxiu had reached his limit. With a loud shout, a black and white light shone from the vertical pupil on the three-eyed winged demon's forehead, and the massive figure of the demon locust beast reappeared. Both Shangguan Lingxiu and the three-eyed winged demon looked utterly exhausted. Although the demon locust beast had broken free, its body was covered in wounds, with one hind leg hanging limp and broken. The other four members of the East Pole Academy immediately launched a fierce attack. A giant water sphere trapped the demon locust beast, followed by a large turtle shell that sent it flying. Flames roared in the sky, transforming into a giant fire elemental that slammed down on the demon locust beast. Finally, the fire elemental morphed into a massive flaming spear, piercing towards the demon locust beast lying in the deep pit. At that moment, Hua Lingbing's aura surged, her momentum climbing rapidly. White light burst from her body, her robes billowing, and her hair flying, as waves of energy emanated from her. Everyone was stunned to realize that Hua Lingbing was breaking through. Luo Tianya noticed the shocked expression on Shangguan Lingxiu's face, concluding that Hua Lingbing was about to reach the supreme level. Qin Ming, Gu Ziyuan, and the others tensed up, preparing protective measures to ensure Hua Lingbing's breakthrough. Standing at the edge of the thunderlight circle, the demon Undying Cockroach King's eyes flashed red, seemingly wanting to intervene but unable to break through the control of the thunderlight circle. Qilin mocked from the side, go ahead, make your move. How else will you experience being electrocuted again? How else will you test the limits of your undying body? The demon Undying Cockroach King ignored him, turning back to the giant rock to rest with its eyes closed. Suddenly, Hua Lingbing's aura reached its peak, sending out a unique wave that affected the surrounding 3-zhang radius. She opened her eyes abruptly, her right hand manifesting a white light that turned into a spear, diving towards the demon locust beast in the pit. Having just broken through to the sovereign level, Hua Lingbing aimed to use a peak sovereign-level special demon beast to sharpen her skills. In the deep pit, the giant demonic locust beast struggled desperately, trying to rid itself of the flaming spear. Although the spear had pierced the water sphere, it left a burning wound inside the beast. With a popping sound, dark energy finally expelled the flaming spear, which dissipated into the air. The giant demonic locust beast barely had a moment to catch its breath before it shuddered at the memory of its encounter at the gate of the underworld. The figures wielding black and white chains still haunted it, and it was fortunate to have escaped their grasp with all its might. Just as it prepared to spread its wings and fly out of the pit, a chilling presence locked onto it, making it feel as if it were sitting on pins and needles. Looking up, it saw a white streak of light descending from the sky with an unstoppable aura. The giant demonic locust beast instantly realized that the opponent had broken through to a higher level, but there was no time to think. It immediately launched a counterattack. Despite its injuries, as a descendant of a peak-level sovereign beast, its dignity could not be violated. Dark energy surged into the sky, and it unleashed a flying locust slash towards the white streak of light. However, just as the two forces were about to collide, a unique wave of energy erupted from Hua Lingbing, enveloping a radius of 10 feet around her. The flying locust slash was instantly suppressed by an invisible force and dissipated as if it had been snapped in half. Yiqing Shui and the others watched in shock as Hua Lingbing, like a celestial goddess, effortlessly neutralized the demonic locust beast's attack. Wu Ji explained in a serious tone, she's not an ordinary sovereign. She can control a 10-foot radius even at the initial stage of sovereignty. As everyone was still in shock, Hua Lingbing advanced with unstoppable momentum, forming a light shield with her left hand and wielding a spear with her right. She followed the dark energy downwards and fiercely pierced through the demonic locust beast's body. Black blood splattered everywhere as the white spear penetrated the demonic locust beast and lodged deeply into the ground. With a frosty expression, Hua Lingbing exerted more force, causing even greater damage. The spectators took to the sky, witnessing a black shadow being blasted out of the pit, followed closely by Huolingbing, who transformed into thousands of sword-like figures raining down. Thunderous sounds echoed in the sky as the sword rain completely enveloped the demonic locust beast. When the light faded, it revealed a severely wounded beast. Huolingbing didn't stop. 3 more shockwaves blasted it away. Luo Tianya and the others returned to the trees, stunned by Huolingbing's power. The onlookers from Four Corners City were also left in awe, never expecting such strength from someone who appeared so quiet and graceful. Feng Yingying sighed. Huolingbing truly lives up to her reputation. As a member of Dongji Academy, she was well aware of Huolingbing's unfathomable power. At this moment, Huolingbing had not only advanced to the sovereign level, but had also forced a peak-level sovereign magical beast into a retreat. Even though the beast had been injured previously, the strength Huolingbing displayed was still astonishing. In the Chaos Forest, Shangguan Lingxiu landed on the ground with a complex expression, accompanied by the equally exhausted 3-eyed winged demon. The other 3 people and their beasts quickly regrouped, all eyes fixed on Huolingbing showcasing her prowess. She unleashed various divine powers from her hands, bombarding the giant demonic locust beast like a meteor shower, leaving it no chance to fight back. The boy holding a tortoise shell hesitated for a moment before cautiously speaking. Shangguan, Huolingbing has broken through to the sovereign level. Don't worry too much. You'll get there soon. He knew well Shangguan Lingxiu's proud and competitive nature, always striving to be the best and unwilling to fall behind. Now that Huolingbing had not only reached the sovereign level before him, but also shown a significant increase in strength, he feared Shangguan Lingxiu might fall into self-doubt. Shangguan Lingxiu took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. His eyes regained their usual clarity, and a confident expression reappeared on his face. Lingbing is just a step ahead of me for now. I'll catch up soon, he declared firmly. The other 3 exchanged smiles and breathed a sigh of relief. The confident Shangguan Lingxiu was not defeated by this setback, which was undoubtedly a good sign. More importantly, Huolingbing not only led them but also far surpassed the geniuses from other academies. In the upcoming Tianjiao battle, Dongji Academy's advantage remained the most prominent. Suddenly, Huolingbing's relentless assault came to an abrupt halt. The demonic locust beast, sensing the restraint vanish, immediately seized the opportunity to escape her 3-zhang radius. At that moment, a peculiar figure suddenly appeared behind Huolingbing, its aura rapidly rising. This figure was almost invisible to everyone except Luo Tianya, whose eyes gleamed with golden light as he murmured, "Is this Huolingbing's life-bound beast?" Luo Tianya's keen eyes caught sight of the strange beast. It resembled a giant dog but was much larger, covered in long fur, and its tail lashed like a whip. The most shocking feature was its face completely blank, as if it existed in a state of primordial chaos. A shock ran through Luo Tianya, and he blurted out, "I can't believe it's this beast." He quickly organized his thoughts. Species, Chaos Beast. Level, Early Sovereign. Abilities, Void Return, Chaos Spear, Chaos Shield, Chaos Domain. Finally, it has reappeared. Luo Tianya murmured to himself. The Chaos Beast, one of the 4 legendary ferocious beasts. His mind raced, recalling the power Huolingbing had just displayed. Could the power of chaos erode all other forces? Chaos, the primordial state, the origin of all things. No wonder Huolingbing could easily dissolve demonic energy. 3 of the 4 ferocious beasts have appeared. Luo Tianya calculated, wondering if the last one, the Taowu, would show up as well. He knew that 3 of the legendary beasts had already emerged on the divine beast continent. Xiao Bai's Taodai, Zhan Tianfeng's Chongqi, and now Huolingbing's Chaos. Luo Tianya's eyes inadvertently glanced at Zhan Tianfeng not far away, pondering what a clash between Chongqi and Chaos would look like. At this moment, Zhan Tianfeng also noticed Huolingbing had ceased her attack, looking puzzled. Although he couldn't see the Chaos Beast, the unique aura from Chongqi in his soul made him aware of its presence. Zhan Tianfeng was astonished, thinking, "This beast has no face?" The divine beast continent is full of strange creatures, but he's never seen anything so bizarre. Others, unable to see the Chaos Beast, were confused by Huolingbing's actions. Kuainyo's eyes flashed with lightning. Although he saw the Chaos Beast's form, he didn't know its origins. Luo Tianya suddenly understood why even the Heavenly King Pavilion knew nothing about Huolingbing's life beast. Most people simply couldn't see it. Suddenly, the Chaos Beast in the sky emitted a peculiar wave, an ethereal aura spreading around. The little green dragon, little Vermilion Bird, and Six-Eared Monkey behind Luo Tianya closed their eyes, seemingly sensing this mysterious power. In the blink of an eye, the Chaos Beast vanished, likely withdrawn into Huolingbing's soul sea. Huolingbing descended slowly, her aura still cold but noticeably more substantial. Having broken through to the early sovereign level, her control range was much larger than others, temporarily surpassing everyone present. Kuenyo turned to the battered demon giant locust beast with a smile and asked, "So, are you convinced now?" Before the locust beast could respond, the demon toad beside it awoke, its blood-red eyes glaring at Kuenyo, letting out a disgruntled croak. It meant that they couldn't fight at full strength, making the battle unfair. Kuenyo looked meaningfully at the demonic beasts within the lightning circle and grinned. This fight was never fair to begin with, and fairness is for us to decide, not you. He turned to Hua Lingbing and the others, saying, "You've completed the final task of the first stage. You can rest now." Hua Lingbing glanced at the demon giant locust beast healing itself with demonic energy. The light in her hand slowly faded as she turned and walked towards Shangguan Lingxiu and the others. Luo Tianya's curiosity deepened. Why didn't the 5 from Dongji Academy kill the demon giant locust beast after defeating it? Aren't demonic beasts their mortal enemies? Are they planning to kill them all at once for a greater impact? What's the real purpose of this special stage? Others were just as puzzled. Kuenyo cheerfully announced, "First battle won. Who's up for the next demonic beast?" Without hesitation, Luo Tianya stepped forward, his expression calm. "We'll go." Despite his many questions, he was eager to test the abilities of these special demonic beasts. Let me see just how powerful the offspring of a king-level demonic beast can be. The other members of Nantan Academy, seeing Luo Tianya step up, also voiced their agreement. They figured it was better to fight sooner than later. Kuenyo's gaze swept over Luo Tianya and his companions, then nodded. "All right, now choose your opponent." Luo Tianya turned to his teammates and whispered, "Which one should we pick?" Within the lightning circle, besides the injured demon toad, there was a late sovereign level demon mosquito, while the rest were at peak sovereign level. One might even be a domain level demon cockroach king, likely needing all of them to inflict any damage. Considering how the group from Dongji Academy had barely managed to injure the demon giant locust beast with their full strength, and only turned the tide thanks to Hua Lingbing's breakthrough, Luo Tianya thought they might have a better chance if they chose a beast they could counter. His teammates looked to him, expecting a unique strategy. Luo Tianya stroked his chin and said, "In my opinion, the mosquito is a good choice. Not only is its level lower, but as a flying beast, we have life beasts that can match its speed and others that can counter it." Wu Ji added, "But since it's the lowest level, choosing it might seem unfair. It could make us Nantan Academy folks look timid and unbrave." Luo Tianya glanced at the 3 little creatures behind him, then surveyed the demonic beasts in the lightning circle. With a meaningful look, he said, "In that case, let's choose 2 demonic beasts and fight them together." "What? You want to take on 2 at once?" someone from Nantan Academy exclaimed, drawing the attention of the surrounding crowd. Ji Shurgio frowned at Luo Tianya, pondering whether this move was overly ambitious. In contrast, Ji Shiqi gave Luo Tianya a thumbs up from afar, exclaiming, "Impressive. I wouldn't dare to do that." Those familiar with Luo Tianya's strength, such as Zhan Tianfeng, Shangguan Lingxiu, Hua Lingbing, Tua Zhengbaiai, as well as Ghostblade and Shen Guhong from the Heavenly King Pavilion, couldn't help but be surprised. Although Luo Tianya had 3 formidable contract beasts, they were up against special demonic beasts far beyond their level. Earlier, the group from Dongji Academy had exhausted themselves just to inflict a minor injury on a peak sovereign-level beast. And now, Nantan Academy wanted to challenge 2 of them at once? The crowd began to question whether Luo Tianya was being overly arrogant. Far away in Sifang City, Feng Yingying watched the scene through a water mirror and fumed. Has Luo Tianya lost his mind? As someone who had been tricked by Luo Tianya before, she didn't hold back her opinion. Luo Tianya's loyal follower, Luo Sight, clenched his fists in defense. Tianya must have a plan. Feng Qingyue and others also felt Luo Tianya was overreaching. The previous battle at Dongji Academy had been so intense that victory was only achieved through a breakthrough. Currently, Luo Tianya was just at the early Xin level. Even with 3 strong contract beasts, it was uncertain whether he could handle 2 sovereign-level demonic beasts. Luo Tianya smiled and asked, "What, you don't believe in me?" Yi Qingshui candidly replied, "No, I don't." She was the only one present who wasn't familiar with Luo Tianya's strength. Without further ado, Luo Tianya outlined his plan. "Our opponents are a latest-stage sovereign-level mosquito and an injured toad. You and Xiao Qinglong will handle the mosquito, while I'll take on the toad with my other 2 contract beasts." Wu Ji immediately objected. "No way. It's too dangerous. How can you possibly handle a peak sovereign-level demonic beast alone, even if it's injured?" Luo Tianya's eyes gleamed with confidence. "Trust me. With the elders watching over us, safety is guaranteed. Plus, I have confidence I can deal with that toad." Wu Ji frowned in thought. As the senior brother of Nantan Academy, he had to consider both the safety of his peers and the Academy's performance in this Tianjiao battle. Could they really outperform Dongji Academy by taking on 2 demonic beasts at once? Just as Guoziyuan was about to speak, Kuenyo chuckled. Young people should be bold and ambitious. Let them give it a try. Kuenyo was intrigued by Luo Tianya and his contract beasts, and saw this as an opportunity to observe them. With Qilin present, safety was not a concern. Moreover, if Luo Tianya and his team performed well, it would benefit their plan. Guiziyuan looked at the confident Luo Tianya and saw the same spirited determination in two other familiar figures. He fell silent. Seeing that Qilin had agreed, Luo Tianya smiled at the others and said, "Since Qilin Sr. agrees, let's give it a try." In reality, these peak sovereign-level demonic beasts were much less threatening without their domain abilities. Without this greatest advantage, they were like toothless tigers, still formidable but not invincible. Suddenly, a giant hand of lightning appeared above the lightning circle, grabbing the demonic blood-sucking mosquito and the demonic toad. Although the demonic toad's tongue had been cut and it had been struck by lightning, its strength remained largely unaffected. As for the demonic blood-sucking mosquito, though it was only latest-stage sovereign level, it was still formidable. Luo Tianya quietly instructed, "Stick to the plan. Xiao Qinglong will assist you in dealing with the mosquito, focusing on countering its mental attacks and bloodthirsty abilities. Senior Yue's domain ability should help suppress it slightly." He shared all the information he had on the demonic blood-sucking mosquito, and then turned to the eager Zhuke and the Six-Eared Macaque. "The three of us will take on that ugly toad." The teams stood at the front, their contract beasts lined up behind them, exuding an imposing aura. In contrast, the demonic toad and the demonic mosquito looked somewhat isolated. Suddenly, the demonic toad launched an attack. It kicked its hind legs and shot towards Luo Tianya like a cannonball, clearly targeting him as the one who had injured its tongue and subjected it to lightning strikes. In a flash, the Six-Eared Macaque intercepted the attack. Its aura surged dramatically, instantly breaking through from early Shin level to mid-Shin level. With a transformation technique, it grew to 3 meters tall, and with the majestic power of its invincible fist, its golden right fist struck the demonic toad like divine retribution. Boom! The demonic toad was sent flying, crashing through numerous trees in its path. It had come quickly, but it was sent flying even faster. At that moment, everyone else and the demonic mosquito were still processing what had happened, witnessing the Six-Eared Macaque's astonishing punch. "Go!" Luo Tianya shouted. His 3 body-refining divine abilities activated once more as he pulled the Six-Eared Macaque's black long staff from the ground and charged at the demonic toad. Zhuke let out a long cry, soaring into the sky. Its body ignited with the flames of Naming Lihua, transforming into a giant firebird as it swooped towards the demonic toad, which had crashed into the forest, toppling trees. Meanwhile, Xing Yueye and Xie simultaneously extended their hands, and the double domain Eternal Night Starfield instantly enveloped the demonic blood-sucking mosquito. Wuji noticed the aura emanating from Xing Yueye and the subtle fluctuations around him, realizing that he had reached the half-step sovereign level. Xing Yueye smiled and gestured for them to enter the domain. "Let's go." With no time to waste, Wu Ji led Qingyun Yuang into the Eternal Night Starfield. Following closely, Yiqing Shui rode her celestial steed, and Bai Qiu led the icy flame lion into the fray. Lastly, Xiao Qinglong's aura surged, quickly rising from early Shin level to mid-Shin level. With a deafening dragon roar, it too entered the Eternal Night Starfield. 2 battlefields, and the battles were about to begin. In the Eternal Night Starfield, it's a 9-ion battle, while outside it's a 3-ion. Now, let's see how they perform on the battlefield. The demon toad was sent flying by a punch from the Six-Eared Monkey, crashing heavily to the ground. It shook its head, trying to clear the stars from its vision. Just as it regained some awareness, a scorching sensation came from above. Looking up, it saw a massive firebird diving down. It was the little Vermilion Bird. Empowered by the southern bright flame, even at the early Shin level, the little Vermilion Bird showed no fear against the peak-level demon toad. Moreover, the little Vermilion Bird was naturally fearless and harbored a deep hatred for demon beasts. With overwhelming rage, it dived down, determined to roast the toad to a crisp. The demon toad, in a panic, quickly used its venom spray ability. In an instant, the area was filled with black, toxic liquid. The venom was so potent that a mere whiff could cause dizziness and weakness, and even a tiny drop could be lethal. However, the little Vermilion Bird's flame-infused body, enhanced by the southern bright flame, rendered the venom ineffective. The venom was incinerated before it could even come close. This was precisely why Luo Tianya had arranged for the little Vermilion Bird to deal with the demon toad. They were natural enemies. Seeing its ultimate move fail, the demon toad frantically leaped away, narrowly avoiding the little Vermilion Bird's dive attack. With a loud crash, a large crater formed where the little Vermilion Bird struck, flames roaring within, emitting suffocating heat. The demon toad had barely caught its breath on a tree when a black staff came whistling through the air, arriving in front of it in an instant. Even the most patient creature has its breaking point, let alone the irritable demon toad. Today, it was pushed to its limit, targeted at every turn, reduced to a prisoner, and used as a sparring partner for humans, stripped of its basic rights as a beast. It finally snapped, gathering demonic energy in its front claws, standing upright and fiercely striking the black staff. With a resounding clang, like metal striking stone, the black staff was sent flying, knocking down several trees before embedding itself in the ground. The demon toad's claws still crackled with demonic energy, its blood-red eyes coldly staring ahead. A white figure swiftly darted by, pulling the black staff from the ground in one fluid motion. Suddenly, an invisible force pressed down on the demon toad, causing its movements to slow. The white figure, gripping the staff with both hands, descended from the sky, delivering a powerful blow aimed at the demon toad's head. This was Luo Tianya. He simultaneously activated 3 body-strengthening techniques, his power surging, capable of slaying gods and demons alike. Coupled with the inherent power of the thousand-forged black staff, this strike was enough to threaten the demon toad's life. From a distance, Tua Gungbu's sharp gaze was fixed on Luo Tianya's earth-shattering strike. Filled with awe, he then glanced at the six-eared monkey, charging towards the demon toad, recalling how it had sent the demon toad flying with a divine-like punch. He couldn't help but ponder, "Luo Tianya, who exactly are you?" he murmured, his voice carried away by the mountain wind. At this moment, the demon toad, trapped by the Azure Dragon's force, struggled to react. By the time it regained its senses, the fatal blow was imminent. With a dull thud, the thousand-forged black staff smashed down on the demon toad's head, driving it and the tree beneath it into the ground, creating another deep crater. Leaves fluttered down, branches splintered, and the battlefield fell silent, as if time itself had stopped. Is this demon beast really at the peak level? A young man from East Pole Academy, holding a turtle shell, asked in shock. He couldn't help but doubt, recalling how they had barely managed to injure a similarly powerful demon locust beast with all their might. Yet now, Luo Tianya had effortlessly subdued the demon toad. His physical strength is incredibly formidable, Hua Lingbing said gravely. At least at the peak level, maybe even higher, Shangguan Lingxiu added, and his physical strength is even greater than when we last saw him. Others who had witnessed Luo Tianya's prowess were equally astonished, not expecting him to be this powerful now. A powerful strike. I like it. Ji Shiqi's eyes gleamed, her fighting spirit rising as she watched Luo Tianya. As a battle enthusiast, she preferred direct, forceful combat. Luo Tianya seemed like her kindred spirit. A formidable opponent indeed. Ji Shurjiu exclaimed with a sigh. This kid is truly interesting. Kuei-Nyo observed Luo Tianya's performance with admiration. A peerless genius. I'm just afraid his brilliance will make him a target, Gu Ziyuan said with a wry smile. Qin Ming, standing beside him, seemed to have a realization, lowering his head in silence. No worries, Kuei-Nyo continued with a smile. After this, there will be no survivors among the demon beasts here, so the news won't reach their side. Besides, Kuei-Nyo looked meaningfully at Luo Tianya, holding his staff and charging into the crater. Some peerless geniuses must carve out their own path through bloodshed to reach the pinnacle. Seeing the demon toad fall into the crater from the staff strike, Luo Tianya pursued, gripping his staff tightly. With a loud bang, he broke through the air, descending into the crater, his staff smashing down again. Boom! The six-eared monkey, standing 3 meters tall, ran towards the crater, shaking the ground. As it reached the edge, it saw a black figure soaring out of the crater. With a flash of golden light in its eyes, the six-eared monkey leaped into the sky, catching up to the figure, and unleashed the second move of its invincible fist Sky Shatterer, smashing into the black figure. Croak! The black figure spurted blood, a piercing scream echoing through the sky. Chirp! The little vermilion bird let out a long cry, casting its flame incineration ability, filling the sky with white flames. Under the control of its divine fire, the flames gathered into a flaming spear. The group attack turned into a single target divine ability. The demon toad, sent flying by the six-eared monkey's punch, soared higher. At that moment, the flaming spear descended rapidly, aiming straight at the demon toad. Boom! The undying cockroach king looked up, with demonic flames surging from its body, distorting the surrounding space. Despite the distance, it could feel the lethal aura emanating from the white flame. The incoming fiery spear was fierce. Could the demon toad withstand it? The demon toad was blasted into the air, and with no place to gain footing, it saw the fiery spear streaking towards it. It let out a piercing croak, drew a deep breath, and its belly swelled instantly. It then spewed out a black shockwave from its mouth, meeting the fiery spear head. With a resounding boom, the collision of the toad's shockwave and the fiery spear exploded, intertwining black and white in the air to create a surreal scene. Taking advantage of the moment, the little vermilion bird spread its wings and soared, its radiant form shooting towards the demon toad in midair. Give me a boost. Luo Tianya shouted to the six-eared monkey as he sprinted towards it. Understanding his intent, the six-eared monkey swung its long arm, hurling Luo Tianya high into the sky. Luo Tianya shot up like a rocket, quickly surpassing the little vermilion bird, heading straight for the demon toad. Just barely dispersing the fiery spear, with the remnants of white flame still lingering, the demon toad suddenly sensed a whooshing sound from below. Looking down, it saw a white figure wielding a black staff, charging up with an unstoppable momentum, as if intending to pierce the heavens. Croak. You gotta be kidding me, the demon toad cursed. 3 against 1. Not giving me a break? What about beast rights? These thoughts flashed through its mind in an instant. With no time to spare, the demon toad tried to dodge, but that overwhelming aura reappeared, causing its soul to tremble and its movements to falter. Take this from me, Luo. Luo Tianya shouted, swinging his staff upward with immense force, striking the demon toad's belly with a powerful blow. With a thunderous impact, the demon toad, already high in the air, was sent flying further, becoming a mere black in the sky from the ground's perspective. Even the special water mirror used to record battlefield information could only capture a black, ascending ever higher. In Four Corners City, someone rubbed their eyes and asked, "Am I seeing things? Is that black, the king-level beast descendant?" "No, you're not seeing things," another retorted. "Wait, I mean yes, you are. That kid has been beating that beast for a while now. Did you just notice?" It's just too unbelievable." At Southern Sky Academy, everyone stared wide-eyed and slack-jawed at Luo Tianya's performance on the water mirror. Instructor Xiong-Chi chuckled bitterly. "Even I couldn't pull that off." Feng Yingying's face turned grim, muttering, "Could it be that Luo Tianya's combat power has reached such a high level that he can easily defeat a peak sovereign-level beast?" Feng Qingyue and others remained silent, unsure how to respond. They all thought the same thing. How can there be such a gap between us? We were all at level 9, and though you beat us, we soon caught up to the Xin level. But now, defeating a peak sovereign-level beast is as easy as eating and drinking for you? People might actually believe you were born under a lucky star. Meanwhile, as the demon toad flew through the air with the wind roaring around it, a chill ran through it, bringing back memories. Long ago, it had wreaked havoc on the border, devouring an entire family except for a young boy and a girl hiding in a cupboard. For sport, it told the boy to run, and if he could outrun it, it would spare the girl. The boy ran desperately, losing his shoes and skinning his feet. At the cliff's edge, the demon toad revealed it was all a joke, planning to eat him and then return for his sister. In a fit of helpless rage, the boy fell into the abyss. So, what goes around comes around, the demon toad thought. After sending the demon toad flying, Luo Tianya, standing on a cloud, looked at the distant black dot and muttered, "Is it going to fly up and touch the sun? I hope I didn't knock it out of the lightning circle's control range." The little vermilion bird flew to Luo Tianya, chirping in displeasure at being preempted. Luo Tianya quickly apologized. All right. Next time, it's all yours." They stood together, watching the sky, waiting for the demon toad to fall. The six-eared monkey, standing on the ground, looked up at the two figures in the sky with a hint of exasperation. "Just because I'm big now, you don't want to play with me? Come on, get that toad down here so we can all have a go at it." At this moment, the surrounding crowd watched the battlefield intently. Their expressions varied. The formidable display of Luo Tianya and his two beasts left the demonic toad completely defenseless, as if it were a mere ball being tossed around. Ghost Blade furrowed his brow and said bitterly, "Isn't that little monkey of his a companion beast? How is its physical strength so overwhelming?" Recalling his previous duel with the Six-Eared Macaque, Ghost Blade clearly remembered it was only at the early Xian level. Now, having advanced to mid-Xian level, its strength must be even more astonishing. However, Luo Tianya's own physical power was unexpectedly formidable. After all, the little Azure Dragon didn't seem to specialize in physical prowess. Ghost Blade shook his head and sighed. Huolingbing and Luo Tianya. These two are likely the biggest contenders in this year's Tianjiao battle. Shui Di and Xin Guhong nodded in agreement. Shangguan Lingxiu looked at the sky, then turned to Huolingbing and asked, "Lingbing, do you think your special power can erode Luo Tianya's sheer physical strength?" Huolingbing shook her head and replied, "I've never tried. Even if it could, the effect might not be significant. Besides, he surely has other tricks up his sleeve." Shangguan Lingxiu sighed. "It seems Luo Tianya will be your greatest rival in this year's Tianjiao battle. Is the Nanyang Academy going to produce another peerless talent after so many years?" Seeing the ferocity of Luo Tianya and his two companion beasts, many people's perspectives on the Tianjiao battle began to shift. However, some still had confidence in their own abilities. After all, everyone had a few trump cards. Even Shangguan Lingxiu's life beast had only opened one of the three realms' eyes. The final outcome was still uncertain. Nevertheless, witnessing Luo Tianya's ability to brutally overpower the demonic toad with just his physical strength the crowd elevated his threat level to the highest. With Hua Lingbing having broken through to the supreme level and Luo Tianya, who was now thrashing a peak lord level opponent, most saw them as the top contenders in the Tianjiao battle. At this moment, Luo Tianya, the center of everyone's attention, stood on a cloud, looking up and waiting for the demonic toad to fall. He shook his head and sighed. Ah, I guess it's taking a while to come down because I hit it too hard. With that, he sat down cross-legged. The little vermilion bird, seemingly tired from flying, reverted to its small bird form and lightly landed on Luo Tianya's shoulder. From the beginning of the fight, Luo Tianya, along with the Six-Eared Macaque and the little Azure Dragon, had broken through to mid-Xian level. For beasts with such potential, even a minor breakthrough could significantly enhance their strength. Not to mention, Luo Tianya himself benefited from their feedback. The surge of power almost made him lose control, but he quickly adjusted and unleashed his strength, brutally suppressing the demonic toad in the sky. Luo Tianya looked up and muttered, since it's a vicious demonic beast, I might as well slap it to death. The little vermilion bird on his shoulder nodded repeatedly, indicating its agreement, and even raised its wing, signaling its intent to burn the toad. That shouldn't be a problem, as long as we get evolution points in the end, Luo Tianya said to the little vermilion bird. You need to work hard at killing demonic beasts to grow quickly. The little vermilion bird nodded and patted his shoulder, indicating it was up for the task. As they conversed, the figure in the sky suddenly began to fall, gaining speed. Here it comes. Luo Tianya's eyes lit up. He quickly stood up, twirling his long staff in preparation. This was one of the techniques for wielding a staff, spinning it. As the demonic toad fell closer, Luo Tianya was ready to strike with his long staff, when suddenly a golden figure leaped up and grabbed the black staff. With a powerful step in midair, creating an explosive sound, the figure ascended higher than the falling demonic toad. The Six-Eared Macaque. Luo Tianya grasped at empty air, clicked his tongue, and could only clench his fist to cheer the macaque on. The Six-Eared Macaque leaped into the sky, its previously small form expanding into a giant ape standing 10 feet tall. Wielding the black staff, it swung hard at the demonic toad. Luo Tianya imagined it shouting, "Take this from your old son." The demonic toad, though severely injured, did not sit idly by. It quickly gathered dense demonic energy on its forehead, preparing to block the strike. At that moment, a sudden pain erupted in the demonic toad's abdomen. A white flaming spear was firmly embedded in its belly. The little vermilion bird retracted its raised right wing, its small face full of pride. This isn't an unknown fight. If we can gang up, we definitely should. The demon toad was having the worst day of its life. White flames rampaged inside it, tearing apart its core. Black blood mixed with bits of its innards spewed from its mouth, tracing a gruesome arc through the air. Its demonic energy was in turmoil, and the aura above its head began to dissipate. At that moment, the six-eared monkey's golden staff came crashing down. Boom! The deafening sound echoed across the sky. Luo Tianya saw clearly as the demon toad's head caved in from the blow, nearly shattering its skull. The fatal strike sent the demon toad plummeting, its eyes rolling back as consciousness rapidly faded. Just before it blacked out, an image flashed in the demon toad's mind. A young boy falling off a cliff years ago, his eyes filled with despair and rage, as if he wanted to tear it apart but couldn't. Heaven's will, is this karma? It muttered, losing consciousness entirely. Below the sky, the spectators in the chaotic forest looked up. Suddenly, a dark figure plummeted, crashing into several ancient trees with a thunderous boom, creating a massive crater. Cracks spread like spider webs, even reaching the edge of the lightning circle. Tua Gungbai, Yunxuani, and the others from Beima Academy quickly retreated, staring in shock at the spot where the shadow had fallen. After a long silence, someone whispered, "Is that demon beast dead?" The demon toad lay motionless in the pit, silent. Yunxuani shook his head. "No, it's still breathing, but it's pretty much lost its fighting ability." The moment he said this, the surroundings erupted into chatter. Luo Tianya, with his two companion beasts, had defeated a peak-level demon beast in an incredibly short time. Even those previously confident young prodigies now wore serious expressions, watching Luo Tianya and his two beasts descend slowly. Suddenly, a sharp screech pierced the air. The demon cockroach king sprang up, its eyes glowing red, and demonic flames surged around it, almost breaking free from the lightning circle's constraints. Luo Tianya's gaze swept over it, immediately sensing the killing intent in its eyes. "I will kill you, immortal cockroach." Luo Tianya sneered, his figure moving like lightning to the edge of the thunder circle. He stared directly at the demon immortal cockroach king, taunting, "Why don't you try taking a punch from me and see if you really are immortal?" The demon immortal cockroach king's blood-red eyes locked onto Luo Tianya, its body seething with demonic energy, almost to the point of combustion. A powerful aura of oppression spread out, causing all the demonic beasts within the thunder circle to tremble. What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome guy before? Luo Tianya said coldly. You're just a domain-level beast. When I reach the domain level, squashing you will be as easy as stepping on an ant. This was not an idle boast. If Luo Tianya reached the domain level, his strength would be unparalleled. After all, he had 3 god-level beast contracts. If he couldn't obliterate the demon immortal cockroach king with a single strike by then, it would be a disgrace to his title as the chosen one. Of course, by the time he reached the domain level, the demon immortal cockroach king might already be dust. The demon immortal cockroach king withdrew its aura, glanced at the distant pit, and reluctantly returned to the boulder. Is that all? Luo Tianya scoffed, turning to inspect the demonic toad in the pit. The Six-Eared Macaque and the little Vermilion Bird were already waiting by the edge. The little Vermilion Bird eagerly suggested burning the toad to ashes. Luo Tianya looked down to see the demonic toad unconscious, its abdomen oozing black blood. How should we deal with this toad? Seniors? Luo Tianya turned to the Qilin, calculating in his mind. If it can be killed directly, he would let the little Vermilion Bird burn it to ashes. If there were other plans, he would comply. After all, this additional step seemed suspicious, and he feared rash actions might disrupt the plan. No worries. Qilin laughed. You decide how to handle the demonic beasts. As soon as he finished speaking, a water mirror in the sky turned towards Luo Tianya, revealing thousands of spectators from the four-direction city. Countless eyes focused on Luo Tianya, and even the dandelions on the rooftops swayed gently in the wind. In that case, Luo Tianya grinned. Let's just end it. It's too ugly to be left polluting our sight. The little Vermilion Bird took to the sky, surrounded by the southern bright flame, transforming into a fiery furnace in an instant. The furnace descended into the pit, the southern bright flame piercing through the demonic energy defenses, beginning to incinerate the demonic toad. This seems a bit cruel. Luo Tianya shook his head. Let's just end it quickly. The Six-Eared Macaque was about to act, but the little Vermilion Bird stopped him, insisting on handling it itself. A flaming spear appeared, empowered by the southern bright flame, and it pierced the demonic toad's head. Sizzle. The demonic toad finally found release, and Luo Tianya gained evolution points. The furnace quickly incinerated the demonic toad to ashes, leaving only a wisp of black smoke drifting away. Far in the northern desert, a black, eerie pool of bubbling water suddenly erupted. A towering water column shot into the sky, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Who killed my child? As the water settled, a massive figure resembling the demonic toad appeared its father. Humans or beasts? It roared in fury, its oppressive aura enveloping the surroundings. Distant mountains collapsed, and a giant lake exploded, sending water raining down. Fortunately, the area was sparsely populated, avoiding casualties. This peak-level beast, mourning its lost child, was consumed by grief and rage. It had hoped this unique offspring could break through to supreme power, even reaching the pinnacle, freeing them from their shackles. Now that hope was shattered, it directed its fury towards a mysterious demon king, seething but not daring to name them directly. My child is dead, and the others won't be far behind. When chaos ensues, even if you're not in the northern desert, many kings and even emperors will come after you. As for humans and beasts, I will never forgive you. After venting for a while, the Toad King finally withdrew its aura, transforming into a black streak, disappearing into the sky. Meanwhile, in the chaotic forest, oblivious to having provoked a peak-level beast, Luo Tianya was inspecting the other demonic beasts within the Thunder Circle. Seeing him scrutinize them as if they were merchandise, the irritable beasts grew agitated, producing various strange noises. What are you looking at? Tsk tisk. Luo Tianya shook his head and sighed. These demonic beasts really are thickhead. I just killed one, and the rest are still so uncooperative. Look at that cockroach. He pointed to the demon immortal cockroach king resting on the boulder with closed eyes. It has already accepted its fate, waiting for its doom. The demon immortal cockroach king opened its eyes at his words, glaring coldly at Luo Tianya. Clang. The Six-Eared Macaque planted its staff in the ground, standing shoulder to shoulder with Luo Tianya, radiating a golden battle aura. The little Vermilion Bird also revealed its true form, circling above the Thunder Circle, emanating scorching heat from the southern bright flame. They were declaring to the demonic beasts, Luo Tianya is with us. If you want to fight, bring it on and quit the nonsense. Although this guy looks pretty arrogant, you can't deny he really has the skills to back it up. Zhang Tianfeng remarked as he stood with a few others from Shihuang Academy. The scene of Luo Tianya violently defeating the demon toad replayed in his mind, and the ferocity of the attacks left him in awe. Mid-level Xin stage and already capable of taking down a peak-level Zun stage? Zhang Tianfeng muttered to himself, his eyes wide with disbelief. At this moment, Xifang City was in an uproar. The crowd was buzzing with exclamations, unable to forget the scene of Luo Tianya and two other beasts teaming up to thrash the demon toad. The final blow, where a flaming spear pierced the demon toad's body and the southern Ming fire reduced it to ashes, was particularly shocking. The biggest dark horse of this year's Tianjiao battle, even more unexpected than Hualingbing, someone declared confidently. Is Nantian Academy about to produce another peerless prodigy after 15 years, one who can dominate a generation? Another person mused, a nostalgic look in their eyes. Back then, those two defeated every opponent but left the city to fight king-level beasts before they could claim the supreme title of the Tianjiao battle. What a pity. If those two were still around, who knows what the situation would be now? Someone sighed. Let's not get sidetracked, a middle-aged man interrupted. Back to the present. Do you think this Luo Tianya from Nantian Academy could replicate the miracle of the past? Those two had already reached the domain stage at a young age. Do you think this young man can reach the same level? That's true, but Luo Tianya seems quite young. Who knows what level he'll reach in 3 years? The future is unpredictable. Feng Yingying stood nearby, listening to the discussions around her, feeling a mix of emotions. The 15-year-old boy was already so powerful. In a few more years, who could rival him? Ever since she met Luo Tianya, she had felt defeated. As a favored daughter of the heavens, she had been confident that she was not inferior to her peers, even those older than her. But Luo Tianya's appearance shattered her pride. A year younger than her, yet far stronger, holding his own against senior prodigies, shining brightly in battles against beasts. Each strike against the demon toad felt like a heavy blow to her heart, leaving her deeply frustrated. Feng Yingying sighed heavily. Comparing oneself to others is infuriating. Hearing this, Feng Qingyue and the others also looked troubled. While they felt proud of Luo Tianya's performance, comparing themselves to him made them want to cough up blood. Forget it. Lin San shook his head. Let's just compare ourselves to ourselves. There's no point in getting worked up over such a monster. The others could only nod silently in agreement. Meanwhile, in the chaotic forest, after dealing with the beast, Luo Tianya turned and waited for the rest of the Nantian Academy team to emerge from the Evernight starfield. He leaned against a large tree, appearing relaxed but remaining highly vigilant. Although he had easily dealt with the peak-level Zune Stage Demon Toad, he knew that if he encountered a peak-level Zune Stage beast with domain abilities, he would likely face a tough battle. Luo Tianya's gaze inadvertently fell on Hualingbing, and he thought to himself, this Hualingbing is not to be underestimated. Not only has she broken through to the Zune Stage, but her spirit beast is also a chaos beast. That sense of deep-rooted bloodline resonance from our close encounter is unforgettable. It seems I'll need to have a good chat with her after the Tianjiao battle is over. The mountain wind howled, and the scene suddenly fell silent. Even the previously restless beasts gathered behind the demon cockroach king, trembling in fear. After a moment, a starry void about a meter long appeared before Luo Tianya. The other 4 members of Nantian Academy, their spirit beasts, and Xiao Qinglong emerged one by one. Seeing that they were a bit disheveled but safe, Luo Tianya quickly approached and asked with concern, how is everyone? Are you all okay? Yi Qingshui, drenched in sweat with her hair plastered to her face, panted heavily as she replied, we're fine, just a bit exhausted. In comparison, Bai Qiu and her ice flame lion, who were at a lower stage, were in worse shape. Bai Qiu's clothes were torn, revealing glimpses of injuries, and the ice flame lion was limping, its aura weak. This was even after being healed by divine rain. As soon as Xiao Qinglong came out, it eagerly swam to Luo Tianya's shoulder, proudly seeking credit. Luo Tianya smiled and patted its dragon horn in encouragement. Xing Yueya was the last to emerge, carrying a dejected penguin and casually retracting her domain. We owe it to your little dragon for the final blow, she said. Well done. Luo Tianya praised. You didn't let us down. Seeing Nantian Academy successfully deal with the latest Zune-level beast, the other academies began to feel restless. The first 2 academies had completed their tasks despite the difficulties, and now it was their turn to act. They couldn't delay any longer. Just as several academies were about to speak, Tianwang Pavilion took the lead. Ghost Blade, holding his twin blades, shouted loudly, Senior Kuainyo, Tianwang Pavilion requests a battle. True to the assassin's path, he acted swiftly and spoke even faster. The others had no choice but to step back and make way for the battle. Kuainyo asked with a smile, so, which beast do you wish to challenge? At that moment, a sudden change occurred in Sifang City. In an instant, countless dandelions sprouted from the ground, blooming rapidly and swaying in the wind. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.